And Fox said, Weapon Dark Frost Blade. Skills 9. Sub-skill Sky Tremor. Combat Power 8. 800. Experience points 315 thus. Zoro. 30 minutes later, Kenji had destroyed the core of the last dark monster. Looking at the pile of goo on the ground, Kenji announced, all the Dark Devourers out here have been eliminated. The system was still displaying Kenji's information level 6. Class Warrior. Equipment Fox Beastman said, Weapon Dark Frostblade. Skill Thunderfall. Second skill Sky Tremor. Combat Power 8. 800. Experience points 315 thus. Zoro. Kenji pondered. Just as Sakura said, experience requirement to level up increases as my level gets higher. The experience from weak monsters like these is barely anything. The points I'm getting from these monsters are lower than from intermediate ones. After struggling with the monsters, his experience points barely moved. Experience points 315 thus. Zoro. Kenji was still lost in thought. It seems I can't level up with just this quest. I need to recalculate my rapid leveling plan. This is faster than my world's progress. But it's far from the goal I set. Kenji clenched his fist, determined. He told himself, I have to reach level 12 within a week and level 20 within a year. I have to do whatever it takes. After thinking, he turned to look at Sakura. He asked shyly, by the way, do you have any lightning oil? That stuff is really useful. Hearing his question, Sakura took out a bottle of potion, walked towards him, and said, Master, you've worked hard. System explanation: lightning oil created by mixing a compound of tree sap and thunder flowers. It is used to imbue a weapon with the lightning attribute. This is a magical item often used by mages and priests, by using magic to mix thunder flowers and infuse them into tree sap. This is a common item. After handing it to him, Sakura reached into her bag again, rummaged around, and said, I have 4 more vials. I prepared them for both of us, so please feel free to use them. Master. Kenji was using a cloth to wipe the sweat from his head. He praised her. As expected of you, Sakura. You bought the lightning oil from an item seller before we got here, right? Was it expensive? Next time, we should stock up on oil-based items. The oil we used to start a fire last time was also very convenient. Hearing this, Sakura awkwardly took out a receipt from her bag, waved it a few times, and said, Master, we're out of money. Let me explain our current financial situation. This type of item isn't cheap. I used all our money to buy these. I'm sorry. Kenji just scratched his head and told her plainly. You don't need to apologize. Sakura, how much does each vial cost? And what about the reward for this quest? I'll handle this. So please explain it as simply as you can. I didn't consider our finances. As soon as he finished speaking, he thought to himself, I was so focused on how to level up that I forgot the importance of money in this world. Even though I used up all of Sakura's savings, she never complained. Seeing him say this, Sakura didn't hold back and listed everything out. Each item has a different price. Because lightning oil is quite rare, it costs about 30 silver coins per vial. For low-level quests or requests, the reward depends on, for example, the value of the item you need. But based on my experience, the reward for a guild rank quest is not even 1 gold coin. That's why people often create private requests for adventurers when they lose valuable items. Kenji nodded along as she explained at length. You know a lot. Sakura summarized. In short, this is just a quest to clean up some trash mobs. The reward will be around 50 silver coins to 3 gold coins, depending on the difficulty. Since the current quest is to eliminate the Dark Devourers, I think we'll get 3 gold coins. But it still depends on the quest giver. She stated the final point bluntly. Simply put, we are dirt poor. Once we complete the quest, the Adventurers Guild will calculate and give us the reward. Sakura continued. So, with the free coins we get, there are living expenses and the oil you want to buy. Hearing her, Kenji was silent for a moment. When he looked up, he said with emotion, You're like a capable wife. After they finished talking, they continued to walk around the village looking for monsters. They stopped in front of a stable. Kenji looked inside and exclaimed, Nice. The boss is in this food storage. Right. Only one left. Let's finish it quickly. Sakura raised her hand to cheer him on. Good luck. Master. Suddenly, a voice called out from a distance. Who are you to barge into our farm without permission? The beast man who owned the farm approached, followed by several other beast men. He continued, I am the owner of this place. You adventurers, a human and a half-breed, What are you doing on my farm? Night Creep, a goat beast man in a robe, standing behind, also spoke up. There are traces of lightning magic being used. You've eliminated the Dark Devouress outside. Blatch, hearing this, crossed her arms and immediately denied it. Impossible. A human and a half-breed couldn't have done that. That human over there looks weak. It would be difficult for just one group to wipe out all those dark monsters. Or maybe these two are also looking for that. Rawskin, the large beast man in the back, immediately spoke up to investigate. I see. Hey, you guys are looking for the Dark Core too, right? We've already accepted that quest. The item dropped from the Dark Core will be ours. Dr. Avavon has also seemed unhappy and chimed in. It seems the rumors about the Dark Core have spread. Kenji had no idea what these people were talking about. He asked, "What's a Dark Core?" "So you're the ones who issued the quest. There's been a misunderstanding. We accepted this quest from the guild." Sakura, realizing something, immediately spoke up. "Wait," she exclaimed. "The Dark Core drops from this boss." Kenji heard this and looked at the group in front of him with suspicion. The farm owner, hearing this, rubbed his head and said, "Of course. I posted this quest at the guild, but I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. So you two didn't know about the item drop from the boss here." Blatch suddenly raised her bow and arrow, immediately confronting Kenji and Sakura. "If you don't know, then hand it over to us and get lost. If you dare interfere with the Dark Core quest, we won't show any mercy." Although Kenji didn't know what it was, seeing the other side's hostility, he raised his sword. Kenji turned to Sakura and asked, "Hey Sakura, what's a Dark Core?" Sakura, gripping the sword at her waist, told him, "Don't give up this quest. Master, that item is really valuable." The system immediately gave Kenji more information. Dark Core, a rare item dropped from a dark boss. After being purified, it can be used to connect to a separate dark zone. Sakura seriously explained further to Kenji. The drop rate and experience in a dark zone are 10 times higher than in a normal area outside. Any adventurer who wants to level up wouldn't miss this opportunity if it were sold at an auction. The starting bid alone would be 100 gold coins. After purification, its price would be at least 150 gold coins. Kenji was stunned. He mumbled to himself, "It's that expensive? We have to get it at all costs." He thought to himself, "This thing is crucial for helping me reach my goal." Both sides were dense, preparing to fight. The farm owner saw this and spoke up to stop them. "Stop. Don't fight. Please. We can resolve this misunderstanding. Don't cause any more trouble." He pointed into the distance and said, "One group came from the guild while the other was invited by me. So, prove your abilities. The only one left is the boss. Whoever defeats the boss will receive the reward." Hearing this, Sakura quickly frowned, leaning close to the farm owner, and said, "We will go in first." She also had a plan in mind. "I must get it for master at all costs." Dr. Bavon is, relying on his large size, placed a hand on the farm owner's shoulder and threatened, "Why should we let you go in first? Both groups only have one chance. We will go in first because the farm owner himself invited us here." The farm owner heard this and replied, "You're right. I did invite you here. Your group can go in first." Dr. Avevan's group consisted of all level 12 members, so he was very arrogant. Before entering, he even sneered, "Let's show this trashy human and that half-breed our strength." Blatch, holding her bow, smiled and said, "Although the dark boss is quite strong, the reward is plentiful. We only have one chance. Let's give it 120%. Sakura looked at this group, only now analyzing them. This is a well-balanced team: 1 mage, 1 archer, 1 warrior, and 1 tank. If they coordinate perfectly, they will definitely defeat the boss. Perhaps we've lost our chance." Kenji heard her, crossed his arms, stood watching, and replied, "Is that so?" He took a step forward and calmly proposed, "Wait a minute. I have a good suggestion. How about you let me go in first? Just me alone." He slung his sword over his shoulder, displaying his level, and continued, "I am a level 6 adventurer. If I lose, my team will give up this quest and the reward. But if I defeat the boss, the reward is mine. How about it?" Dr. Vanez's entire group was stunned for a moment, not knowing what to say. Dr. Varnes finally reacted, holding his head and pointing at him mockingly. "Know your place. You need to be at least level 18 to defeat this boss alone." Blatch also clutched her stomach, laughing at him. "A level 6 wanting to fight it alone? You've been blinded by the item." Night Creep also put a hand to his forehead and added, We have no objections. Seeing that everyone had agreed, Kenji excitedly clenched his fists and said, "All right, it's decided." Hearing him, Sakura stepped behind him, her face full of worry, and said to him, "Master, are you sure? This boss is at least level 12. Moreover, it's corrupted by darkness. This is not an enemy you can defeat with just lightning oil. I've thought about it. Just let me." Before she could finish, Kenji turned back. He winked, confidently patting his chest and saying to her, "Sakura, believe in me." Hearing him say that, Sakura smiled gently and replied, "Yes, I believe in you, Master." Dr. Vavon has heard Sakura and laughed at her. "Believe what you want. Little lady, hurry up and go in. Level 6. I can't wait to see you get mercilessly slaughtered by the boss." Kenji feigned an innocent smile. He scratched his head and said, "Mercilessly slaughtered, huh?" "Yes." Kenji held his sword, and as he turned, his expression became serious. He muttered to himself, "Let's see if I get killed. Shall we?" He immediately connected with the system to hide his level. Your level is now hidden. The moment Kenji turned to go inside, Night Creep saw the look in his eyes. He was suddenly startled and said, "Was I seeing things, or did his expression suddenly change?" Kenji stepped inside. As soon as he saw the monster, a sharp glint appeared in his eyes. He said, "So you're the strong opponent Sakura mentioned. But right now, I'm more interested in the Dark Core." Before him was a giant, slimy monster with a single reed eye in the center, surrounded by dozens of arms. Dr. Rodis's group immediately followed him in. As they reached the entrance, all four of them stood with their mouths agape at the sight of the monster. Roskin's eyes widened as he cried out, "The boss is a level 14 monster. Isn't it too big?" Dr. Vavon is at the front, still couldn't close his mouth and said, "It's been corrupted by darkness. Based on its rank, it must be at least level 23. Sakura was also watching from outside the door. She instinctively called out, "Master!" Blatch crossed her arms, still taunting. "Hey, little sister, get ready to pick up his corpse. He won't survive for 10 seconds. He's been blinded by the Dark Core." Hearing this, Sakura turned around, her eyes glowing menacingly. She said coldly, "Shut up." All four of them were frightened by her gaze and didn't dare to speak. Inside, Kenji was still calmly observing the monster with his divine eye, muttering to himself, "Theoretically, its weakness is the same as a normal Dark Devourer, but I know you're much stronger than the ones outside, so I can't win with that method." The monster heard the noise from Kenji and immediately looked down, opening its mouth full of sharp fangs, drool dripping down. Kenji activated the system, storing his Dark Frost blade. He looked up, meeting the monster's gaze, and said, "If I could, I wouldn't want to use this method either. The longer the fight, the more you have the advantage. Now I understand why those people said what they did." Kenji immediately raised his hand into the air, gathering brilliant bolts of lightning. His eyes also glowed as he declared, "I will kill you in 1 second. That's right, 1 second is enough." The system immediately announced, "Notice God King's Hammer has been retrieved from the Mind Vault. Notice due to your current level, you cannot use the full power of the God King's Hammer. If you forcibly activate it, it will drain a large amount of your energy. Activation time 1 second. Kenji held the lightning crackling hammer in his hands. He thought to himself, "The weakness of the Dark Devourer is lightning. I'll harden my arms with Transcendent Physique. Moreover, I'll amplify the power of Thunderfall with Sky Grimmer and activate the hammer at the last second. I will win." He was still holding the hammer high to gather lightning, thinking, "If I fail with this blow, I'll be in danger due to the weakening after using the skill. But I have to do it. I will get that item at all costs." The system immediately displayed the information. Level 6, Class Warrior. Equipment Fox Beastman Set. Weapon Dark Frost Blade. Skill Thunderfall. Second skill Sky Grimmer. Combat Power 8, 800. Kenji gripped the hammer with both hands and slammed it towards the monster. A huge explosion immediately erupted in that direction. The monster, seeing itself being attacked, roared madly. It quickly clenched its hand, forming a fist. Kenji swung the hammer down once more. He leapt up with all his might, bringing the lightning power from the hammer down directly onto the monster. A blinding light exploded, and dozens of lightning bolts struck down from the ceiling. Outside, Night Creep couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, "What's happening?" The inside exploded, and no one could see anything, only flashes of electricity and flying debris. Sakura covered her ears, her eyes wide as she thought, "He's using that power again." but after using it, he'll be very weak. The farm outside was blown apart. Someone's voice could be heard. What the hell is happening? Wasn't that a bomb? Where are we? The farm owner also asked Dazed Lie. What am I doing? What happened to my food warehouse? Sakura looked at the ruins before her and immediately called out. Master! Sakura frantically searched through the rubble, calling out as she went. Master, where are you? The group continued to murmur. A powerful attack. The boss must have been destroyed from the inside. Sakura continued her search. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the rubble, its voice weak. Sakura. Kenji crawled out from the debris, looking disheveled. He was still holding a blue stone in his hand. He quickly asked her, This is the dark core everyone was talking about. Right. The system then displayed level 6. Class Warrior. Equipment Fox Beast Man Set. Weapon Dark Frost Blade. Skill Thunderfall. Second skill Sky Tremor. Combat Power 8. 800 Experience Points 6. Dodger 15th. 0. After completing the quest, Kenji and Sakura immediately returned to the Adventurers Guild. Miko, seeing them return, greeted them warmly. You finished so quickly. That's impressive. You must work very fast. Here is your reward for this time. Miko, holding her pipe, placed a money bag on the counter and continued. Truly the style of a gold badge holder. I heard the team the client brought in didn't do anything at all. Sakura cheerfully accepted the money bag with both hands. She smiled, her eyes crinkling, and replied, Thank you, but it wasn't me. It was my master who defeated them. I couldn't have defeated the final boss. Miko thought Sakura was joking. She just chuckled and said, Stop joking. He couldn't have done that. That boss was a level 14 giant dark devourer. There's no way a level 6 rookie adventurer could have defeated it. Seeing Kenji looking exhausted and lying on a bench, Miko said to Sakura, Doesn't he look completely wiped out? Sakura immediately looked over and denied it. No. It must be because Master cleared the place by himself. The physical and mental exhaustion has weakened his stats. Miko, thinking she was intentionally teasing her, replied, No, stop joking like that. No matter how you look at it, it's impossible. After a moment, weakened state has ended. Kenji immediately stood up, returning to his confident demeanor. The muscles on his arms bulged. As he recovered, he thought, I can't believe just releasing the hammer's power for 1 second caused such a strong backlash. If it weren't for Sakura, it would have been dangerous. He scratched his head as he walked towards the two who were talking and asked, Did you find out anything about the Dark Core? Miko, from behind the counter, heard him and asked, You got the Dark Core? If you put it up for auction, it would fetch a very high price. You're very lucky, if you're planning to sell it. There's a large guild hall in the city center. Sakura heard this, smiled, and replied to Miko, I don't intend to sell it. Does the Mages Guild in this town have an easy referral request? I want to ask them for purification. Hearing this, Miko immediately asked, You intend to use it yourself? You'll need to ask the mages to do that. Of course, the Dark Core needs to be purified and have magic infused into it by a mage before it can be used. Miko turned and went inside, saying to Kenji, who was still standing there, The Mages Guild is in the eastern part of the city. I'll write a letter of introduction for you. It seems they're holding a mage exam in a few days, so they might refuse, but I'll bring the letter. You just have to wait. Hearing her, Sakura immediately thanked her. Thank you very much. Kenji was still curious. He turned to ask Sakura about what they had just discussed. Mage exam? So mages have ranks too? Hearing his question, Sakura explained, Mage is an honorary title. And like alchemists or elven awakeners, they achieve it through an exam and are divided into 6 ranks. Like awakeners, only mages can create certain types of potions and items. The potions and items created by high-level mages are more effective. And of course, their prices are also higher. Hearing Sakura's explanation, Kenji asked her again, So, a mage is a completely different existence from a normal adventurer? Sakura replied, That's right. Mages, alchemists, and awakeners usually don't participate in combat. They are considered a higher class than normal adventurers. Not only do they create valuable potions, but some of them can also affect the level limits of adventurers. Hearing this, Kenji couldn't help but exclaim, The level limits of adventurers? Sakura patiently unkindly explained to him, In the world of adventurers, there's a saying a high-level mage is more fearsome than 10 high-level adventurers. The potions and items created by a talented mage can even change the outcome of battles. Some high-quality potions can help increase one's level, so adventurers naturally seek out mages. Of course, alchemists and awakeners are also highly sought after. There's a story about a level 80 warrior who dared to offend a silver mage. That mage summoned dozens of adventurers above level 80 to hunt him down. Can you imagine the fate of that warrior? Since then, the world has realized the fear and influence of mages. After hearing her story, Kinji rubbed his chin and commented, "Interesting." While they were talking, Miko returned with the letter. She handed it to Sakura and said, "Here is a letter of introduction. With it, you can enter the Mages Guild and purify the Dark Core." Sakura took the letter and thanked Miko. "Thank you very much." Holding the letter stamped by the Adventurers Guild, Kenji and Sakura continued on their way to the Mages Guild. In front of the Mages Guild, a large crowd was lined up. Kenji, seeing how crowded it was, couldn't help but exclaim, "So many mages came here to take the test." Sakura, walking beside him, nodded slightly. "On exam day, many people from prestigious families and schools come here. I heard it's very difficult to get in." Seeing Kenji and Sakura approach, the crowd immediately turned to look at them. Sakura pulled Kenji's hand and said as they walked, "Let's get in line. With a letter of introduction from the Adventurers Guild, we should be able to get in." Sakura pulled Kenji in front of a mage and asked, "Excuse me, we need help purifying a Dark Core." The mage in front of Kenji and Sakura was a white mage, a member of the Mages Guild. He saw them and turned to ask, "You two are a human and a half-breed?" "Not today. On exam day, only mages are allowed in." Hearing this, Sakura took out the letter of introduction and said to him, "Excuse me, we have a letter of introduction from the Adventurers Guild." The white mage didn't care at all. He rudely pushed Sakura aside and said loudly, "Half-breed, I already told you. Today is exam day, so you can enter. No matter whose letter of introduction it is, the exam is the most important thing. So both of you, leave." Kenji saw his action. He immediately stepped in front of Sakura, looked at him fiercely, and said, "We're not doing that. We have a letter of introduction, so you are responsible for letting us in." Seeing Kenji's determination, he became angry. He looked at him with contempt, laughed loudly, and declared, "So brave, huh? Let me make it clear. In this Mages Guild, we are the ones with the power. Even if days pass, you will not be allowed in until the exam is over." Kenji heard him, clenched his fist, and was about to step forward. Sakura quickly grabbed his shirt and whispered, "Master, if you make him angry here." Suddenly, a person holding a wooden staff stepped out from inside the guild and asked, "What's going on?" This person, named Dak, was the representative of the Northern Mages Guild, the president of the Northern Mages Guild, and a blue-rank mage. He stood above, looking down. The white mage saw him and stepped forward to explain, "President Dak, I sincerely apologize for the noise." He immediately pointed at Kenji and deliberately tattled, "Those losers came on exam day to request the purification of a Dark Core. We refused them. President Dak, I will handle this." Before he could finish, Kenji cut him off. "You're the one in charge here. I have a letter of introduction from the guild. Why won't you let me in?" The white mage approached Dak, his face furious, and said, "How dare you speak to the president like that?" Dak just gently said to him, "A mage should not cause such a disturbance." He looked down at Kenji and continued, "Human warrior, I will perform the purification, but today is exam day. I don't have time. You should come after the exam." Kenji heard him. He thought to himself, "I'm in a hurry too. Leveling up is the most important thing for me." He said with some hesitation, "I'm sorry, but I'm in a hurry. Is there no other way?" Hearing this, Dak replied frankly in front of everyone, "Another way. You should participate in the mage exam and get the highest score as a reward. I, the president of the Northern Mages Guild, will handle all the procedures. However, as a warrior, you are not qualified to participate in the mage exam." Kenji scratched his head and asked awkwardly, "What are the requirements to participate in the mage exam?" The crowd of mages around them burst out laughing. One of them said, "You don't even know that?" Another added, "How embarrassing." Dax stroked his long beard and told him the conditions for taking the mage exam. "Young human, to become a mage, you must at least have the ability of a wizard. Because the nature of a mage is a wizard, the basic requirement is to pass both the potion-making and item crafting exams. Then you will become a white mage. Do you understand?" Hearing this, Kenji held out his hand and said confidently, "So as long as I'm a mage, it's fine. Can I borrow that staff?" The president of the Mages Guild was stunned. My staff? The white mage standing next to him immediately held out his hand to stop him and scolded him. Are you an idiot? You think you can borrow the president's staff? Even if you borrow it, what can you do with it if you're not a mage? If you keep this up, I'll call the guards. Kenji kept his hand out, making his request once more. Let me borrow it. I will prove that I am qualified. Dak looked at him, pondering for a moment. Then he handed his staff to Kenji. He said, Interesting. I want to see how a warrior can prove himself. Use it. This staff has no level restrictions. Seeing this, Sakura approached and whispered in his ear. What are you planning to do, Master? Kenji turned to her, smiled gently, and said, Trust me. Sakura nodded, trusting him unconditionally. All right. She blushed as she looked at him, her thoughts racing. Every time he says those words, Master always finds a way to achieve his goals. The white mage saw Kenji holding the staff and sneered at him. His voice was condescending. President Dak has lent you the staff, so prove yourself. Kenji immediately raised his hand, his eyes glowing as he cast some kind of spell. The white mage turned to look at him, and suddenly something hit him. Kenji cast the spell, and countless roses appeared around the white mage, making him blush, put a hand to his forehead, and let out a cry. Having landed a precise hit, Kenji was thinking, if I'm right, if I copy a mage's skills and use the staff as a medium, I can use magic. At the same time, the system sent a notification to Kenji notice skill absolute copy has been activated. He looked at the magic spells before him and thought again. I can use magic. Theoretically, I can be any class. My first choice of warrior was just a personal preference. The system displayed more for him. Guide feel the enemy's heart with your hand. Choose a skill from their entire skill set and copy it. Cooldowns, 0 seconds. However, you can only store one skill. If you copy another skill, the original skill will be replaced by the new one. Currently copying skills Skyt Remmer. He saw a skill with two hands held together. He quickly thought, Flash, I'll choose that. The system then displayed the skills information. Flash, support magic. Costs 30 MP. Activating the magic creates a powerful light that blinds enemies for 3 seconds. Status blindness. The range of the light depends on the user's magic energy. Blindness, perception, judgment, and movement are all affected. Additional explanation: magic energy, the total magical energy within an adventurer's body that stores their power. In general, mages have more magic energy than other classes. Mages can increase their magic energy through meditation, research, and other methods. Magic energy is an important indicator for measuring a mage's strength. After a moment, the system set notification skill Flash has been completely copied. The white mage had now recovered. He looked at Kenji, his whole body radiating magical energy, and cried out in fear. What are you doing? You pervert! Kenji raised Dak's staff, and as he controlled the magic, he said, A mage can cast magic with a staff. If I can cast magic, then I am qualified to take the mage exam. Right? President Dak watched Kenji control the magic in front of him. He was thinking, a magic wave. So he's not a warrior after all. System note: magic wave. Usually, when a talented mage casts magic, the magic connects more strongly, creating a magic wave. Kenji turned back to Sakura, smiled gently, and said to her, Sakura, close your eyes. She obediently followed, covering her eyes with her hands. Yes, the light from the wooden staff shone brilliantly, a powerful magic wave enveloping Kenji's body. Dak, seeing this immense magic power, raised his hand and cast an invisible shield to avoid the magic's effect. Additional system note: imaginary shield support magic. A specialized magic of a mage that can be cast without a staff. It activates magic through their imagination and creates a shield. It can defend against normal physical attacks or skills in magic with relatively weak effects. Standing behind the shield, he thought, the basic magic Flash is enough to deal with a standard adventurer. However, my shield cannot be broken by this level of power. At this moment, the system, realizing Kenji was using magic, sent a message: notice magic deployment detected. Do you want to enhance your magic energy using transcendent physique? Current magic energy 150. Kenji saw the system's notification. He thought, is it possible? Not sure, but let's try. He immediately chose yes. The system notified him again: magic energy has been appropriately enhanced through transcendent physique. Suddenly, the magic radiating from the staff surged. The system also displayed, magic Flash has been improved. Current magic energy 3. 500. Dak also noticed a sudden increase in magic power. He thought, the intensity of the flash has suddenly increased. The system sent a notification to Dak right after your imaginary shield cannot withstand this powerful light. Dak's shield shattered. The courtyard of the Mages Guild was now enveloped in Kenji's magic. Kenji called out to him, President Dak, his eyes still glowing. He looked at him and said, Now what? Am I qualified to take the mage exam yet? The system immediately reset Kenji's information level 6. Current class mage. Equipment Fox Beastman set. Weapon Dark Frost Blade. Magic Staff no level limit. Skill Thunder Fall. Copied Skill Flash. Combat Power 8. 800. Dak, using his hand to shield himself from the blinding magic Kenji created, didn't open his eyes and just said a few words. I accept you. Shortly after, Kenji was allowed to take the mage exam. In the waiting room, the Beastman mages, seeing a human there, began to gossip. A human can take the mage exam. This must be a joke, right? A human should be taking the alchemist exam. Not this one. A mage in the crowd crossed his arms and said, This is a first. Surrounded and stared at by the whole crowd of mages, Kenji felt a bit uncomfortable. He rubbed his head and said to Sakura, It feels like they're looking at me like an enemy. Sakura didn't know what to say to him. She just tried to comfort him. You're the first human to take the mage exam. So, it's strange. They probably think you're plotting something. System display level 6. Current class mage. Equipment Fox Beastman set. Weapon Dark Frost Blade. Magic Staff no level limit. Skill Thunderfall. Copied Skill Flash. Combat Power 8. 800. Hearing her, Kenji turned and asked, Am I really the first? Sakura gently replied, Yes. Sakura explained further. Humans have a profession called alchemist, similar to Beastman mages and Delph Awakeners. There are no rules forbidding humans from participating, but this custom has always been followed. These 3 professions each have their own factions, and entering another faction's territory is naturally seen as a provocative act. Kenji finally understood why the Beastman mages were looking at him that way. He covered his mouth and whispered to Sakura, No way. I just want to purify our dark core, not provoke anyone. Sakura also whispered back, I know, but since it doesn't violate any rules, you can do what you think is right. Master, on the other side, Dak was talking to someone. The person holding a staff with a blue stone on top said to him, I don't object to President Dak's decision, but he turned around. This person was Eustace, the vice president of the Northern Mages Guild, a blue rank mage. He hesitated and continued, If we set this precedent, won't it affect the honor of the Beastman mage faction? And as vice president, I also doubt whether that human can even make a potion. He doesn't even have a basic staff. Dak heard this, but just replied, But I've lent him one, right? The purpose of today's test is to see if he can create one or not. I'm just curious about his potential. He thought back to the scene when Kenji created the magic wave. The note appeared again, magic wave usually. When a talented mage casts magic, the magic connects more strongly, creating a magic wave. Dak was still thinking. That only happened for a moment. Maybe no one else noticed, but I could feel the magic wave emanating from him. Dak thought of the sunset again. I've only ever seen such potential in the genius mage. Kevin, Eustace heard him and laughed loudly. Are you joking? That kid could never compare to that young genius. He's not even qualified to be the servant who carries the shoes for Kevin's new disciple. Eustace mentioned this person, and Dak suddenly remembered and asked, Kevin's new disciple is here. Is it Fu Ellen? Eustace answered without hesitation. Yes, she's aiming for first place. It seems plausible. Even Kevin publicly praised her, saying she's a genius who surpasses his younger self. This disciple of Kevin was a dark Miwa race, named Fu Ellen, a mage in training awaiting the mage exam. Fu Ellen had appeared, and the mages in the waiting room were in an uproar again. So that's Kevin's new female disciple. She's really young. Seems like a genius too. It seems she could already brew potions a year ago but was disqualified due to her age. This time, she's aiming for the top spot. She's definitely a genius. As for us, if we can pass the exam, we can consider ourselves lucky. The whispers of the mages behind her seemed to have reached her ears. Fu Ellen closed the book in her hand and sighed, muttering, Those weaklings are so noisy. At that moment, Dak and Eustace entered. As he entered the room, he announced, The mage exam is about to begin. Those who are not participating, please leave. Everyone, Please stand in your positions according to the number you were given. Kenji also turned to look at Sakura and said, I'm number 15. I'm going in. Sakura waved, smiled, and said to him, Good luck. I'll be waiting out here. Kenji looked at the number at his hand, and as he walked, he compared it with the numbers on the floor. Muttering, The numbers are written on the floor. It only took a moment for Kenji to find his spot. He stood neatly in place. Here it is. Fu Ellen stood right next to him. She saw Kenji and glanced over, wondering, Hey human. Kenji turned to look at her and smiled in greeting. I'm Kenji. He subconsciously compared Fu Ellen with Sakura, thinking, A cute bee-skin girl. Completely different from Sakura. Fu Ellen ignored him and said mockingly, A human participating in the mage exam. It seems someone really wants to attract attention. Kenji felt a little stung by her words, thinking, the only downside is her sharp tongue. At that moment, Dak stood above and began to speak. Is everyone in position? In the mage exam, we will test basic mage skills. You will have to create potions yourselves. Since you have chosen the path of a mage, you must have prepared thoroughly. Suddenly, a table dropped down in front of Kenji. He asked in confusion, What's this? On Fu Ellen's table, countless herbs and tools were already laid out. She said bluntly to Kenji, You don't even know what a mage's refining station is. Maybe you should go home. Hearing her belittle him, Kenji didn't know what to say and just thought to himself, Leave me alone. He looked at the refining kit on the table, adjusted the tablecloth, and thought, the potion-making method in this world is still quite outdated. In my world, we have. No, it's energy pills. The videos I watched showed that everything is fully automated. Much easier than here. Dak was still standing above, speaking. Vice President Eustace will announce the details of the test. Immediately, Eustace raised his staff. He struck it hard on the ground, and a magic circle immediately appeared around them. The mages immediately looked up. Kenji, holding the test paper, opened it to see it asked basic potion skill. 3 potions, time 1 hour. He thought to himself, so this is the test? Kenji looked around, scratched his head, and continued to think. Make 3 basic potions in 1 hour. Let's see how the other candidates do it. Dak, standing above, spoke. The first challenge is selecting the ingredients. There are many different ingredients on the crafting table, requiring a certain level of knowledge. Most beginners don't know that there are 9 types of ingredients for a basic potion. Just one wrong ingredient, and it cannot be crafted. This is where many will be eliminated. Kenji listened and observed. Many beastkin around him had already been eliminated. He muttered to himself, Are there really that many people who don't know what to choose? Then he glanced over at Fu Ellen. Normally, when a mage creates a potion, the ingredients are already prepared beforehand. Fu Ellen's hands moved swiftly. In just a moment, she had finished selecting. Fu Ellen said, It's a pity that they can't even remember the basic ingredients for such simple potions. Kenji saw that she was almost done and exclaimed in admiration. Amazing. So fast. Fu Ellen held the ingredients she had chosen, closed her eyes, and cast a spell with her staff. She thought to herself, Passing the first round is the minimum requirement that Master Kevin set for me. I will accomplish that. Eustace, standing above, saw Fu Ellen begin to cast. He exclaimed, As expected of Kevin's disciple, she has already begun. Dak, standing beside him, also had to commit. Her precision and speed are impeccable. This test must be very easy for her. Fu Ellen quickly pointed her staff at the basket of ingredients she had chosen and shouted, Crush! Instantly, the crushed ingredients mixed with the liquids. She was passionately creating the final product. Kenji, watching from the side, could only think to himself, sharp-tongued, but truly talented. I should try to imitate her. Thinking this, Kenji immediately activated the system. Divine Eye activated. Analyzing target's actions. The president on vice president, still observing from above, assessed. Kevin's judgment was correct. Fu Ellen uses magic very meticulously. Eustace quickly added, Indeed, she will surely become an excellent mage in the future. In a short time, Fu Ellen had completed the 3 basic potions. She quickly put them into storage vials. Dak announced, The next step is the most important and final procedure. Fu Ellen cast a spell with her staff, her entire body enveloped in a green light. She immediately used magic on the 3 vials to refine them. Dak stroked his beard and continued. The refining process is the most important step in potion crafting. Combining materials with magic is a test of the caster's magical power. It is the ultimate challenge. For Fuln, this is not a problem. He thought to himself, if everything goes as expected, Fuln will take first place this time. Suddenly, he observed Kenji standing beside her. He saw that he hadn't started yet and thought, he still hasn't started? What is he doing? Fuln had now reached the concentration stage. As soon as the 3 potions were done, she placed them on the table and dusted off her hands. Done. She was laughing to herself. Easy peasy. I'm the best. Fuln is the greatest. Dak, seeing that someone had finished, reminded them. Very good. After you are finished, please wait until the end for your results to be checked. Fuln seemed bored by this. She clicked her and muttered, I still have to wait for them. She turned and saw Genji still staring at her and snapped. What are you looking at? You pervert. At that moment, Kenji finished using his Divine Eye. The system displayed analysis complete. Decatating Divine Eye. Target's actions have been fully analyzed. Kenji bent down and began his test. He cast a spell and said, nothing. Thank you. Fuln heard this and replied arrogantly. All right, you should get started. There's no time to waste, though even with more time. You still wouldn't. Fuln didn't finish. She glanced over and froze. Above, the president and vice president were also extremely surprised by the sight. Kenji held Dak's staff in his hand. The system now displayed notice. Do you want to optimize the analyzed actions? Kenji didn't hesitate and chose optimize. As he confirmed, the system immediately selected the correct ingredients automatically. Looking at the automated process, a powerful refining process was underway. Fuln stared wide-eyed, thinking, he's selecting ingredients and grinding them at the same time? No, now he's even refining them? I didn't know he had this kind of ability. Eustace also had to exclaim in astonishment. He has been hiding his power all this time, selecting and grinding ingredients at the same time, and then refining them. That's a technique Kevin showed in the mage exam when he was young. He called it process simplification. This is impossible without extraordinary magical power. Could it be that he is on par with the genius of Kevin? Scene change. Entrance to the Mages Guild. Sakura was standing there, her hands clasped in front of her, looking worried and thinking, I wonder how Master is doing in the exam. She bowed her head sadly and sighed, still thinking, even though I'm worried, I believe in you, Master. Will he face any disadvantages in the potion-making part? Inside the exam room, Kenji was casting magic to complete the test as quickly as possible. The process ended, and the system appeared. Notice optimization process complete. The following steps have been optimized. 1. Selection and sorting of ingredients. 2nd, selection of the highest quality ingredients. 3rd, grinding ingredients into powder. 4th, refining the powder in solution to the finest degree. As Kenji cast the magic, he smiled smugly, unable to help thinking. Just a glance, and it feels like I've done this countless times before. This is amazing. Now I understand that potion making and refining are not just simple processes. Being a mage is really interesting. The system now showed him refining the final and most important step in the potion making process. When a mage channels magic to perform the final fusion of ingredients, the potion is filled with magic, activating its effects. Kenji was still casting magic. He looked at the 3 potions in front of him and thought again. The effectiveness and quality of the potion are directly determined by the magical power and attributes of the caster. Fuln had been watching him all this time. She was also speechless. Kenji was still thinking. Only the refining step is left. I have to carefully channel my magic and turn it into a complete potion. After completing the steps, Kenji felt somewhat relieved. He thought, finally, it's condensed. Fuln was remembering her master's brewing process. She thought to herself, I can't let myself be beaten by this useless mortal. Is he imitating the technique that Grandmaster Kevin used to astonish everyone in the mage exam? Rapid completion. Just thinking of this, Fuln's eyes widened in amazement. Dak, seeing this scene, also spoke up. Back then, Kevin stunned everyone by using the rapid completion technique to create his rank potion. That potion was completely unlike something a white mage could create. I was also a judge at that time, but even I had difficulty creating a Shrark potion. The system then displayed a note potion rank. Refined potions are ranked from grade D to grade S. The rank of the potion depends on the skill of its creator, and this strongly affects its effectiveness and value. When a grade C or higher potion is created, it is said that a supernatural phenomenon will occur. Eustace, standing beside him, immediately added, for a normal human to create a Shrark potion is already a great feat. Perhaps things went smoothly because he was careful in extracting the ingredients. But, no matter how much effort he puts into processing the ingredients, in the end, the finished product is what decides everything. Eustace thought to himself, it's absurd. I can't create a Srark potion unless I'm in a completely quiet environment, without distractions. Talents like Kevin are truly rare. For me, making a drank potion is already lucky. The system displayed another note to Srark potion normally. Only a green mage can create this, with high concentration of their spirit. Therefore, it is extremely sought after on the market. As for the majority of the market, drank potions dominate, accounting for about 80% of the total distribution. Dak continued to quietly observe Kenji completing the test. Below, the system sent another message to Kenji. Notice, predicted potion rank classified from D to S, depending on the creator's skill. Kenji finished reading and thought to himself, so, it's classified like that? Completely different from the mass-produced, uniform energy pills from my original world. After the 3 potions were completely finished, the system displayed notice predicted result. Basic energy potion. Grade D. Kenji saw it was grade D and wondered, grade D? Is this the entry level? Even so, for this exam, it should be enough. Suddenly, Kenji glanced over at Fuln, and his competitive spirit flared up. He thought, no, I have to beat her. If she creates a Srark potion, I'll lose the lead. He didn't even know what Srark really meant. To be sure, I have to create at least one Srark potion. How should I do this? During the refining process, the rank of the potion is affected by the power and attribute of the magic. He suddenly had an idea. Does that mean if I can change the power and attribute, the potion's rank will also change? First, I'll enhance my magical power with my transcendent physique. I can definitely adjust my magic capacity. Kenji closed his eyes. Once again, he used the staff to cast magic. The system displayed current magic capacity 150. The president and vice president were still observing. Seeing that he hadn't finished, the vice president sounded a bit impatient. Why isn't the refining process finished yet? It seems he's hesitating while maintaining his magic. This isn't good. A mage's confidence directly affects the outcome of the potion refining process. If he can't maintain his magic, he might fail the refining. Eustace heard this and laughed loudly. I told you so. There can't be that many geniuses. As expected, he must have poured all his energy into extracting the ingredients. Fuln was observing and wondered, what's wrong? If you complete the refining, the solidification process will succeed. Why are you hesitating? The mages surrounding Kenji also urged him on. Mortal, why isn't the refining process finished yet? He reached out to touch him and continued. If you delay any longer, your magic will run out. Suddenly, Fuln approached, swatted his hand away, and said, don't touch him. You're distracting him. You don't even know the basics of being a mage. Kenji was still hesitating in his mind. Right now, my magic is just normal magic, without any attributes. How could I change the attribute? The system also informed him current magic attribute none. At this moment, Kenji suddenly remembered. Thunderfall, lightning attribute. When I used the God King's hammer, it must have been granted that attribute. If I borrow power from the God King's hammer, I should be able to change my magic's attribute. There's no other choice. Let's try it. Dak, observing from above, made his judgment. The magic wave isn't stable. It won't last long. Eustace also spoke up. I also feel this instability. If the magic is unstable, the refining process will fail. What a pity. Kenji summoned the God King's hammer, and sparks of electricity began to appear. He controlled it with his consciousness. Manifest. God King's hammer. His eyes glowed again, his whole body covered in electric arcs. Kenji's consciousness commanded, grant me your power. The mages standing behind, including Fuln, were speechless at the sight. Fuln thought to herself, his magic power is suddenly surging. Kenji was still thinking, just as I thought, the lightning attribute has been granted. It only lasts for a few seconds, but that's enough. Let's finish this. The system immediately sent notifications Transcendent Physique has enhanced magic capacity. Current magic capacity 3. 500, blinding light has been enhanced. Current magic attribute has changed to lightning. Kenji raised the staff high above his head. He combined magic with lightning and shouted, refine. Final crystallization. After completing the final step, Kenji, drenched in sweat, finally spoke, basic energy potion. Complete. Kenji wiped the sweat from his forehead and said again, I didn't expect changing attributes and using magic to be so tiring. Is this enough to surpass her? Eustace, seeing that he had finished, raised his voice. Although it was unstable, he succeeded in both refining and solidifying. Dak also had to comment. It's strange. Is it really no longer unstable? A moment ago, I felt the appearance of another elemental wave. What did he do? The people around were whispering. Kinji, having just finished, didn't know what was happening and dashed in confusion. Huh? What's going on? A while later, when the time for the test was over, a voice announced, "Stop. Everyone, stop what you're doing. Anyone who violates this will be disqualified." Dak then announced, "From now on, Vice President Eustace and I will determine the rank of the potions." The Vice President began to inspect each test, saying as he went, "Let's proceed and check them from this side." Dak opened the first red potion, sniffed it, and commented, "The scent is weak. It dissipates quickly and is quite simple. This potion has just entered grade D. Congratulations, you have passed." The mage heard this unhurriedly bowed in gratitude. "I am deeply honored. Thank you, President." On the Vice President's side, he approached a test. All 3 test tubes had black smoke coming out of them. He frowned and judged. It's cloudy and smells burnt. A clear result of over-refining. Failure. The mage heard this and looked up at the sky, screaming as if he couldn't accept it. "No!" Eustace continued his assessment. "If you drink this, it will cause a stat reduction effect." Next, a series of other mages were evaluated in turn. Some cried with joy for passing, while others wept for failing the test. The Vice President now arrived at FULN's test. He announced, "FULN, it's your turn. Is Kevin doing well?" FULN, with her hands behind her back, said to him, "Thank you for asking. My master is doing quite well." Eustace heard this, smiled, and replied, "I'm glad." He began to open the potion FULN had made. The scent immediately spread. Eustace assessed, "The fragrance is overwhelming. This looks promising." FULN, hearing her work being praised, just bowed her head slightly and smiled quietly. Eustace sniffed again, his eyes sparkling, and continued his assessment. "The scent is rich and long-lasting. This is a pure potion. This is a grade C basic energy potion." FULN heard this and thought to herself, "I haven't disgraced my master. I did very well." The mages behind them immediately started chattering. "Grade C. It's just like Kevin. That genius. She's as talented as him, as expected from Kevin's disciple. Her talent and skill are incomparable. No doubt, she'll take first place this time." Hearing the mages behind her, FULN was also smiling to herself. "Thanks to Master's strict training, my refining speed is also very fast. Of course, you all can't compare to me." Kenji also glanced at her work, rubbed his chin, and said, "Whoa, a grade C potion. Impressive." Dak had also come over to him. He announced, "Shinji, it's your turn." Dak stood before him undashed frankly. "How do you feel about your result?" Kenji rubbed his head and replied, "I did my best." Vice President Eustace, from the other side, interjected, "Not confident? At best, it's only grade C." Dak just calmly said to him, "If you did your best, then it's fine. Let's check the result." He immediately opened the caps of his 3 potions. Sparks of electricity appeared, accompanied by a swirling, vortex-like aroma. The crowd below began to whisper among themselves. The space in front of them looked like another galaxy, with small sparkling dots and even bolts of lightning. Kenji saw this scene and exclaimed, "A spark. Interesting." Dak looked up, stunned for a few seconds before speaking. "Is this a supernatural phenomenon?" Vice President Eustace saw the scene and had to exclaim, "A potion that causes a supernatural phenomena. It must be at least grade B." FULN also looked up, as if she couldn't believe her eyes. She thought to herself, "Impossible. Only someone with power like Master Kevin could create something like a grade B." The crowd of mages below suddenly fell silent. Not a single person made a sound. Suddenly, the aroma spread throughout the space. Dak took a whiff and assessed. "This scent is rich, the purity of the potion, and a supernatural phenomenon." He turned to the Vice President and said, "Eustace, it seems we were wrong. This human boy might be in existence more terrifying than the genius Kevin." Kenji looked down at his potion bottle, took a deep breath, and thought, refining potions is really tiring. After grading Kenji's test, Dak immediately announced, "There is no longer any doubt. He will take first place in this mage exam." Scene change. Entrance to the Mages Guild. Sakura was still sitting there, her heart filled with anxiety. She kept pacing back and forth. I'm worried. The beastkin outside saw her and all turned to look. She mumbled to herself again. Master still isn't out? Suddenly, Kenji emerged from the crowd. His face was radiant, and he waved to her, calling out, Sakura. Sakura saw that he had returned and immediately ran over. The first thing she said was, Welcome back. Is everything okay, Master? I was so worried. It felt like such a long time. Kenji scratched his head and told her, Sorry for making you worry. The exam is over. Hearing him, Sakura immediately asked, Oh, so, what were the results? Kenji also happily told her, Yeah, I did very well. I got first place, so I came to get you. Sakura heard this and cheered. First place. That's wonderful. You did great. Yes. Amazing. The beastkin behind them, hearing their conversation, all looked sour. Dak was also there. He held the unpurified stone in his hand and said, You have such great power. And yet you only want to purify a dark core? The system then displayed a note dark core, a rare item that only drops from dark bosses. After purification, it can be activated with magic to connect to a separate dark zone. It provides nearly 10 times the experience of normal areas. Adventurers who want to level up all seek it for its experience and highly coveted equipment drop rate. Hearing him, Shinji frankly stated his purpose. I needed to level up. Dak, hearing this, didn't say anything more. He just told him, Since you got first place in the exam, I will grant your wish. Vice President Eustace, standing beside them, took the opportunity to ask Shinji, Who was your potion-making teacher? It's impossible that you didn't have a teacher. Kenji looked a bit smug, ran a hand through his hair, and said, No one taught me. I'm self-taught. Both the president and vice president, hearing him, said in unison, I see. You learned all this on your own. Now I feel so inadequate. Dak turned and led Kenji and Sakura away. He led the way and said, Follow me. After purifying the dark core, I will bestow upon you the white mage's robe. Fu stood there watching them walk past her whole body trembling with an indescribable feeling. Fu mumbled to herself, Master Kevin, I'm sorry. I lost to that weakling. Sakura heard her mention the name Kevin and immediately turned to look at her with a cold, murderous gaze. Kevin! Her eyes were filled with hatred as she speculated. So you are Kevin's disciple. Kenji saw Sakura standing there not moving, so he looked back and asked, Sakura, what's wrong? Sakura heard Kenji call her, immediately turned back, her attitude changing. She said awkwardly, No, I was just a little distracted. Kenji smiled with his eyes crinkled and said cheerfully, Come on, follow me. When the purification is complete, there will be another goal ahead. Sakura obediently replied, Yes. The group left one by one. Only Fu remained standing there. She was silently clutching the tablecloth. Kenji and Sakura followed the guild president and vice president to the ritual room. Here, on the ground, was a large magic circle, along with various herbs and some birds and beasts. Guild President Dak cast a spell with his staff, his mouth beginning to chant, Mother of Earth, Father of Fire, Spirit of Water, Breath of Wind, Guardians of the Four Great Elements, hear my call, in my name. The voice of the mages, purify this thing. Vice President Eustace turned to look at Kenji. He told him, The dark core is filled with dark power and requires a specialized purification ritual. Dak's chanting voice still echoed in the room. Let it melt and disappear into the mist. Let it be illuminated by the light. Eustace continued to tell him, Fortunately, the president is purifying it for you. Kenji saw the scene before him and had to exclaim, Well, is this the kind of magic mages use? The president was still chanting. With the power of earth, strengthen its fort. With the heat of fire, purify its heart. Sakura heard her master's question. She nodded and replied, Yes, that's right. A mage is also a type of magic user. For some types of magic, the more powerful the magic, the longer the chant. This purification ritual is probably a specialized form of magic. Suddenly, the president struck the ground with his staff, and golden streams of power immediately radiated from below. He hadn't stopped chanting. With the grace of water, cleanse its soul. With the swiftness of wind, dispel the darkness. Flawlessly, let the light appear. Dak raised his staff high, and a cross-shaped symbol appeared, surrounded by a circle. He channeled energy into Kenji's stone and continued. In the name of the mages, I command the purification to be complete, granting new life. The president moved the stone, now enveloped in his power. In front of Kenji, he said to him, Channel your magic into this. Only you can use this dark core. Kenji immediately held out his hands to receive the stone and replied, "Thank you. That was an amazing ritual." After completing the ritual, Dak came over and told him, the dark core is classified as low, medium, and high grade. Even if it's low grade, adventurers often die in the dark zone. After all, it's still part of a dark area. This one is medium grade. Hearing him, Kenji looked at the dark core in his hand and said, "Medium grade? How lucky. So that means the experience in the zone will be even higher." Dak, hearing him, replied calmly, "Of course, the higher the difficulty, the greater the reward. However, it's completely different from the novice area." He stroked his beard and gave Kenji advice from his experience. Your party will need at least 1 tank, 2 warriors, 2 attack mages, and 1 alchemist. Have you decided on the members of your party? The composition and number of members? Kenji heard him and just smiled sheepishly. He pointed to himself and said, "A party? There is none. It's just me." Sakura also waved her hands, immediately adding, "I won't join the party. Otherwise the experience points will be split." President Dak and Vice President Eustace of the guild, hearing them say this so calmly, were both stunned. "You intend to challenge the dark zone alone?" Dak opened the portal for the 2 undead. This is the entrance to the dark zone. After entering, you can reset it twice. Each time, a new darkness will appear inside. In other words, you can fight the darkness 3 times, after which you will be expelled, and the dark core will turn to ash and disappear. Dak also gave Kenji one more piece of information. Once you enter, you cannot leave until you have defeated all the monsters inside or time runs out. Vice President Eustace remembered something and added, "If you happen to die, your body will be removed from the area. That's also a way to get out." Kenji turned back, forced a smile, and replied, "Are you kidding? I'm not getting out like that." Sakura also glared at the vice president uncriticized. "You're right. That's such bad luck to say." Suddenly, Sakura held up her bag and said to Kenji, "Master, here are the potions. Since I earned a little from the Dark Devour request, I've restocked a large amount. You'll need them inside, so remember to take them." Kenji took the bag full of potions and said, "As expected of you. Always so thoughtful. Wait for my return. Well then, I'm off." Suddenly, the president called out to him, "Wait a moment. You returned my staff. So, how will you use magic?" He offered Kenji his staff and said slowly, "If you want, I can." Kenji held up one of his hands, looking at the sparks of electricity on it. He firmly refused. "Thank you, but I don't need it." He immediately took out his sword, slung it over his shoulder, and affirmed, "I am a warrior." After all, the system then readjusted Kenji's information level 6. Current class warrior. Equipment Fox Beast Man set. Weapon Dark Frost Blade. Skill Thunderfall. Copied skill Flash and usable without medium. Combat power 800. Kenji stepped inside. The system immediately displayed Dark Core uses 1/3. Sakura bowed slightly and said to him, "Safe travels." Both Dak and Eustace were thunderstruck. Eustace exclaimed, "Wait, you're a warrior." Dak could only say with regret, "Such magical talent. Yet, he's a warrior. I don't know how much further he can go. I'm really looking forward to it." After stepping through the portal, Kenji was now in the Dark Zone, Dark Forest. The system also showed him time remaining 12 hours. If reset, it will take 12 hours until the entrance reopens. Kenji, with his sword on his shoulder, saw the system notification and muttered to himself. In other words, each reset has 12 hours, and then the entrance will reopen. All right, I'll just defeat the monsters as quickly as possible. Can't wait any longer. Not long after, Shinji encountered a pack of wolves, huddled together, ferociously tearing apart their prey. Kenji used his divine eye, and the system immediately gave him the information. Dark Wolf, level 10. Basic form Forest Wolf. Weakness Fire at Rebuke. Characteristics attacks quickly with sharp claws. A cunning and troublesome type of monster. Usually attacks in packs. Kenji hid in the bushes. He observed the wolves' every move, thinking, dark wolves move in packs. I'll have to be careful not to get surrounded. Their attack speed can't be underestimated either. Can't look down on them. But the best way is to end this quickly. Suddenly, Kenji lunged from above, attacking so fast the wolves couldn't react. They looked up. He descended with the speed of light, so fast the wolves couldn't see him clearly. Kenji was thinking, I need to increase my attack power with Transcendent Physique. Kenji immediately activated the system. Transcendent physique increased attack power by hardening arms. Veins bulged all over his body, which seemed to grow larger. He then said, "Stop gnashing your teeth and get ready." Kenji used his lightning skill, then Thunderfall. Instantly, a massive explosion occurred. The health bars of the Dark Wolves dropped to about a third. Kenji landed on the ground and continued to eliminate the Dark Wolves one by one, quickly accumulating experience points. Seeing how many experience points each one gave, Kenji couldn't help but say excitedly, 500 experience per wolf? That's equivalent to a mini-boss in my original world. This is great. The system immediately displayed experience points 6. 515 best. Zoro. Kenji laughed and continued. The experience points here are much higher than in the outside world. He madly slashed at the monsters, looking very excited, cheering himself on. All right, after finishing 3 rounds, I'll get out. I might even level up twice. He looked at the 2 dark wolves in front of him. The system displayed a notification status effect paralysis has ended. Debuff effect weakens depending on the opponent's level in combat power. As soon as the paralysis ended, the 2 wolves charged ferociously at Kenji. Seeing the 2 wolves attacking him so frantically, Kenji resisted. He thought to himself, the paralysis effect wore off that quickly. Dark monsters indeed. Their resistance is much higher than normal monsters. Wolf suddenly lunged, opening its large mouth to bite Kenji. He quickly used his sword to block it, narrowly avoiding being swallowed. Kenji had to admit, so fast. If I were a little slower, my throat would have been torn out for sure. Suddenly, Kenji froze. He realized that behind him, another dark wolf was attacking. Saying this, he thought, "You used your comrade's body to block my line of sight. Smart." Kenji focused his strength into his arms. He thought, if that's the case, Kenji activated the system, Transcendent Physique. Concentrate 60% of power into the arms. Strength and speed are temporarily increased. When using a weapon, maximum power can be unleashed. Kenji used his arm's strength, swinging his sword and decapitating the dark wolf. Kenji shouted, "I'll cut you down with this one strike." The wolf was defeated. Experience points were immediately added. Seeing this, Kenji became even more frenzied in killing the dark wolves. He told himself, "At this rate, I'll level up quickly. I might even reach level 7 on the first try." System display experience points 7. 115th S? Zoro. Outside, Sakura was still waiting for him, her face full of worry. Dak, seeing her silence, approached and asked, "Are you worried?" Dak looked at the portal and continued to talk to Sakura, entering the dark zone alone. "I've never heard of anyone doing that unless they have extraordinary power, right?" Sakura gritted her teeth. Her eyes firm, Sakura said to the president, "I trust my master." Vice President Eustace, with his hands behind his back, just sighed and said, "I have met many talented young people, but many of them were killed by their own confidence. This is the first time I've seen someone challenge the boss of a dark zone alone. I'm heading back. I hope that boy comes to his senses." Sakura, hearing the vice president talk about Kenji like that, puffed out her cheeks, showing her displeasure. Inside the forest of the Dark Core, Kenji was collapsed on the ground, drenched in sweat, panting heavily, and saying to himself, "So far, it's just been constant fighting." Kenji stood up. The ground below was covered with the corpses of dark wolves. He trembled and said, "My stamina and willpower are exhausted." At this moment, the system displayed notice stamina and willpower have dropped to 50%. Kenji was still mumbling. "Using Transcendent Physique too much has exhausted my body. Sakura really helped me by giving me these potions." He took out the potions from his bag to restore his condition. Kenji downed both bottles of liquid in one go. Suddenly, he spat it out. Kenji's face turned green and red, and he said to himself, "I forgot this stuff tastes terrible." After Kenji managed to drink both potions, his condition gradually recovered. The system also displayed notice stamina and willpower are recovering. Seeing his body gradually getting stronger, Kenji thought, "I'll keep moving forward like this." Outside, Sakura and President Dak were still waiting at the entrance. Sakura turned, looked at the president, and asked, "I thought President Dak had already left." Dak, hearing her question, calmly replied, "I am worried about whether that young man will return safely." He thought of the image of Kenji with the sword on his shoulder and continued, "A warrior who participated in the mage exam just to purify a dark core. And even though he didn't bring a staff, he managed to create a grade B potion." Suddenly, The president heard a sound coming from behind the gate. He exclaimed, "I just heard something inside." Sakura heard it too and cheered. "That's Master's thunder. As long as we can hear this sound, we know that Master is still safe." Scene change. Inside the dark zone, Kenji was still frantically killing monsters. He jumped down from above, swung his sword, and shouted, "Take this thunder." Kenji, with just one blow, had killed all the monsters. The system immediately announced, "Experience points 12, 415 Thes." Zaro, looking at the corpses of the monsters on the ground, he said, "All right, only your boss is left." He raised his hand to wipe his dirty face, but he was still happy. "A little tired. I've reached the deepest part. Next is the final boss. I can finally reach level 7. Kenji stood before the entrance of a cave. In front of the large door were to read in blue eyes. He observed and said, "Maybe I should rest a bit before fighting the boss." The system displayed Kenji's information again. Level 6. Current class warrior. Equipment Fox Beastman set. Weapon Dark Frostblade. Skill Thunderfall. Copied skill Flash and usable without medium. Combat power A. 800 experience points 12. 415 Thes. 0. Kenji sat on the ground, placed his sword beside him, and took out another potion, pouring it straight into his mouth. After drinking, Kenji let out a burp. The empty potion bottle lay on the ground. He sighed. "That was horrible. This will all be over when I get used to this taste. The pills from my original world were tasty are more convenient, but the effect of the potions in this world is much stronger." After recovering his stamina, Kenji immediately stood up. The system also sent a message notice fully recovered. Slung his sword over his shoulder. Kenji said with renewed vigor, "All right, fully recovered. Let's go." The cave door slowly opened. Kenji walked in, dragging his sword step by step, unaware that someone was following him from behind. A tall, muscular figure appeared. The monster with blood-red eyes was watching Kenji. He immediately turned around, on guard, looking at the monster before him. He carefully assessed. Its level is similar to the Dark Devourer I fought before, but the pressure is very different. This must be the boss of the Dark Zone. Kenji immediately activated. Transcendent Physique increased attack power by strengthening arms. Attack power increased by 60% when using both hands. The large, pig-faced dark monster held a huge sword in its hand. Both the monster and its sword radiated a powerful purple light. The Slasher of the Dark Forest. Dark Zone boss. Level 14. Before Kenji could even prepare, the monster attacked wildly. Kenji's eyes showed a hint of fear. He was startled. The monster swung its sword down, and the ground immediately shattered, sending rocks flying into the air. Fortunately, Kenji reacted in time, using his sword to block the attack. Kenji strained with all his might, veins popping on his forehead. He thought, "So fast. The power is also incredible." Suddenly, the monster roared again, emitting intense purple sour waves. Kenji used his ice magic to resist, but it wasn't enough. He was still affected by the monster's frequency. Kenji thought, "My body is trembling. Is this a skill that causes fear?" The system immediately explained shock skill, usually a high-level skill used by those with great power. When affected, it is very difficult to escape. The user's spirit has the effect of frightening the opponent and slowing their movements. "Move? Please move!" The monster was in a frenzy. It swung its sword down. Kenji's body couldn't move. He bit his lip hard, trying to control his body and his mind. "Move. My body." Suddenly, the ring from the system shone with a brilliant golden light. At the same time, the monster's sword struck down, causing a massive explosion. The monster's blade was stuck on Kenji's sword. The system chimed in at the same time. Notice slow trembling status has ended. Kenji's eyes immediately shot out sparks of electricity. He looked at the monster and said, "I won't be defeated so easily." Kenji was exhausted now. He thought to himself, "Right now, pure energy is flowing from the infinite ring. Is this why the abnormal status ended? Is it an illusion? Or the monster, saying that he could escape its control?" Its face began to contort. Kenji now had a surge of power flowing through his body. He sneered, "I don't die easily, you damn pig." The monster finally managed to pull its sword out, taking a few steps back. Then it spoke, "You are strong. Your presence is very intense." The trembling slowness was broken. How surprising. Kenji was just as surprised to learn that the monster could talk. He asked, "You can speak? I thought the darkness was just a bunch of monsters that couldn't talk." The dark monster heard him and said, "Human, we are the darkness. a being higher than anything else. Kenji was suddenly startled. He looked at the scene before him, thinking, that technique again. If I had the Dark Goblin armor, I could use roaring tentacles to attack its weak point. But I left it in my original world. The system displayed again level 6. Current class warrior. Equipment Fox Beastman said. Weapon Dark Frost Blade. Skill Thunderfall. Copied Skill Flash. Unusable without medium. Experience points 12. 415 Thes. 0. Combat power 8. 800. The monster suddenly launched a new attack, slashing at Kenji and causing another massive red explosion, shattering the ground around them again. Kenji blocked with his sword, straining with all his might to withstand the attack. He was thinking, his weapon. This guy is an extremely strong enemy. The system displayed another note durability. All weapons and equipment have durability. When durability is low, the weapon will be weaker and less effective. Can be repaired by a blacksmith. Kenji couldn't see anything in front of him. He trembled slightly and thought, this attack can obstruct vision. Suddenly, a slash came down towards his head. Kenji could only grit his teeth and think, so fast, I can't block it. The monster quickly launched a series of attacks, swinging its sword. This time, it hit Kenji's neck, and blood immediately spurted out. Kenji could only quickly attack the monster with all his might. He strained, using his muscular body and speed to attack the monster. Kenji pressed a hand to his neck to stop the bleeding. His health bar had begun to drop. He sneered and said to himself, I got hit and started bleeding. I don't have any hemostatic potions. At this rate, I'll die. System note: bleeding, a type of debuff. If the cut wound does not heal and blood continues to flow, the victim will die from blood loss. This can be remedied by using skills, potions, or magic that can't reap bleeding. Kenji continued to think, without potions, I could die from blood loss before I run out of health. I have to take this thing down first. He looked at the large monster in front of him, gritted his teeth, and thought, should I give up the last 2 chances and leave the dark zone to heal? Damn it. If I stay here, the bleeding will continue, and I'll die from it. Whatever. With no way back, Kenji didn't have time to think. He charged, channeling all his strength and just slashing. His eyes turned red. Kenji slashed down and shouted, I'll just kill you first. The monster didn't have time to react and froze. Kenji took the opportunity to continue his attack, shouting, Take my thunder. As Kenji slashed down, a massive explosion of blue light erupted. After slashing, Kenji jumped back, thinking, did it hit? Why didn't it dodge? The monster, still holding its sword, was completely unharmed. The system immediately sent a notification: lightning strike hit the ground and could not cause damage. The monster looked at Kenji and mocked. Ridiculous. Kenji was stunned. He began to worry. The thunder didn't work. This is trouble. The monster suddenly became enraged. It said angrily to Kenji, I will kill you. I don't need a sacrifice. Hearing this, Kenji couldn't help but wonder, what the hell is a sacrifice? It flew into the air, swinging its sword straight at Kenji. The ground below exploded once again. It spoke again. With just this level, Kenji fell, his health bar now down to half. The monster held its blade, looked at him, and said again, Weapon lost. Adventurer. Useless. After speaking, the monster turned, slung its sword over its shoulder, and walked away. As it left, it said, Next time, I will kill you. Suddenly, it froze, muttering to itself, What is this? Who are you? It didn't know what was happening and could only ask a series of questions. This is your sacrifice? Why the sacrifice? Why? A special dark skill. Who are you? From within the space, Kenji's voice echoed. Thanks for getting close to attack. I was able to copy the sacrifice you mentioned with absolute copy. Kenji now stood before the monster, his appearance completely different. His whole body was encased in a layer of armor. He said, A bold attack. The one considered the strongest is the one with a solid body. The system also displayed a note: sacrifice half of your total health. Remove all debuffs, and temporarily gain extreme power. Amplify the current strongest skill and transform into a demon. Kenji continued to tell the monster, Now I can do it. I will grind you into mincemeat, using only my bare hands and no weapons. The system continuously sent notifications: notice transcendent physique has been enhanced. Granted the demonic aura of sacrifice. Notice your body has been hardened 3 times by transcendent physique, creating great pressure on the body. Kenji's system now displayed level 6. Current class warrior, Equipment Fox Beastman said. Weapon None Destroy. Skill Thunderfall. Copied Skill Sacrifice. Experience points 12. 415 Thes. 0. Combat Power A. 800. The entire space was now enveloped in a red color. Kenji stood before the monster. His eyes blood ray. Sacrificial Body. The system continued to send notifications. Transcendent Physique has been enhanced. Sacrificial Demonic Aura has increased. Duration 60 seconds. Body has been hardened 3 times by Transcendent Physique, causing great pressure on the body. Class Warrior. Equipment Fox Beast Manse. Weapon None Destroyed. Skill Thunderfall. Copied Skill Sacrifice. Experience points 12. 415 Thes. 0. Combat Power 8. 800. The monster stood before Kenji, still not understanding what was happening, and continued to ask, how can a human use a dark skill? Shinji replied frankly to the monster. For me, it's a piece of cake. The system displayed against special attributes selected can copy and use any skill, regardless of race or level. However, the power of the copied skill depends on the user's combat power. The ground around them began to crack, and rocks flew into the air. The monster, seeing this, could only stand frozen in place. It only now realized that Kenji was charging towards it and muttered, "This speed." Kenji was right in front of it. It only saw him then. But it was too late. Kenji used his bare hands to relentlessly slash at the monster, then punched it straight in the chest with all his might. Shinji continued to frantically attack the monster with his bare hands until it fell to the ground. The monster quickly stood up, exclaiming, "So strong." At the same time, the system sent a notification to the monster, "Your weapon has been severely damaged." The monster continued to mutter to itself, but even if he copied the dark sacrifice, he could only control it with pure strength. The system displayed again, weapon and equipment damage can be destroyed and taken away when certain conditions are met. Special weapons and equipment are excluded. Kenji stood before the monster, now with only a quarter of his health left. He said, "I don't care how I do it, as long as I can defeat you in the remaining time. Also, while affected by sacrifice, healing is impossible. I only have one chance." Additional system note: while sacrifice is in effect, your current health cannot be restored by any means. The great demonic aura comes with a great price and danger. The monster tossed its sword aside and laughed loudly. "Defeat me? Have you forgotten?" As soon as it finished speaking, it cast dark magic, and red lightning bolts struck the ground. The monster immediately said, "I can also use sacrifice." "You foolish human." After it sacrificed, it fell into a state of rage. Its body grew larger. Its eyes blood red, and it shouted, "Your sacrifice is just a copy." The system immediately displayed sacrifice temporarily gain extreme power by sacrificing half of the current health. Duration 60 seconds. After sacrificing, the monster froze again. Kenji raised his hands high above his head, gathering the power of lightning. Kenji said to it, "How could I forget? I also won't forget that you can make my attacks miss their target with just your weapon." The monster now realized Kenji's intention. It looked at the sword it had just thrown away. It thought to itself, "Impossible. He intentionally made me drop my weapon." It wasn't just a pure strength attack. Kenji held out his sharp, spiky hands, his eyes glowing red. He slowly told the monster, "What I was aiming for was to make you use half your health." The monster finally realized. A jumble of thoughts flooded its mind. How is this possible? It's just a copy. Just a human. Why is he so strong? Kenji rushed forward in an instant and said, "You're out of weapons. Let's see how you survive this." Kenji charged forward, thrusting his hand straight into the monster's body. He told it, "With half my blood sacrificed, this transcendent physique is my ultimate weapon." After Kenji's attack, the monster's health bar instantly dropped to 0. Before collapsing, it stammered, "Why? How could a human?" Before its eyes closed for the last time, the monster's gaze was still fixed on Kenji. He told it, "I'll show you who the real fool is." After defeating the monster, Kenji dismissed his armor. The system announced, "You have defeated the Slasher of the Dark Forest. You have successfully cleared the Dark Zone. Reset count 2. Sacrifice effect has ended." Kenji wrapped his arms around his trembling body. He muttered to himself, "My whole body hurts. It feels like I'm being torn apart from the inside." Sacrifice is powerful, but combining it with transcendent physique puts too much strain on my body. As Kenji's body felt like it was about to fall apart, another notification appeared. "You have obtained the weapon of the Slasher of the Dark Forest." Saying this, Kenji mumbled to himself again. Their equipment is this good. He dragged his exhausted body toward the monster's corpse. Picking up the weapon, Kenji said, "Perfect timing. I just lost my own." Right on cue. The system displayed more information. Weapon acquired blood-soaked fog. This weapon was wielded by the wandering boss of the Dark Forest. Its blade is serrated, and any wound inflicted by it cannot be healed. Passive effect bleed. Sub-skill blood art. Kenji's eyes lit up as he read the description. Awesome. If I can master this blood art, it'll be incredibly useful. A series of system notifications appeared before Kenji. You can reset, consuming one challenge attempt to challenge the Dark Zone again. Or you can leave. Challenge attempts remaining 2. If you continue the challenge, you will receive a 50% EXP bonus. Kenji stared at the last line and mumbled, "I 50% EXP bonus if I continue. There's no way I'm passing this up." He immediately chose reset. At that moment, the system also announced that Kenji had leveled up. Level 7. Class Warrior. Equipment Fox Beastman set. Weapon None Mine is destroyed. Skills. Thunderfall. Copy. Sacrifice. Combat Power 10. Zereth. EXP 3. 495,000. After reading the information, Kenji looked down at his hands and cursed under his breath. Damn it. The sacrifice skill is so self-destructive. The damage it causes to my own body doesn't just disappear. I thought it would improve my physique, but it's just a liability. The pain eased when I leveled up, but the internal damage from Transcendent Physique is still there. The exclusive skill of the Dark Ones. The price is just too high. Should I go out and dressed? If I do another run, I'll definitely have to use Sacrifice to fight the boss. Can my body take it? Besides, Sakura said it would be dangerous if I didn't restock on items after the first run. But Kenji hesitated as a thought crossed his mind. The plan was to gain 6 levels in a week and reach level 12 to safely return to my original world. I need to level up, which is why I can ignore this EXP bonus. Kenji let out a self-deprecating smirk. To get stronger, you have to pay the price. There's no need to hesitate. Can I even move forward without that kind of resolve? If I hesitate, I lose. The system displayed a notification. You have chosen to continue the challenge. Please step through the portal to return to the entrance. As Kenji stepped through, he muttered, "Sorry to keep you waiting." Sakura. Outside. President Dak and Sakura were still waiting, but there was no sign of Kenji. Sakura paced back and forth restlessly. Both of them were thinking the same thing. It's been a while. He should have come out by now. President Dak tried to reassure Sakura. Don't worry. He probably chose to continue the challenge for the extra experience. Although he said that to Sakura, he was sweating bullets, thinking to himself, did he lose? But his body wasn't ejected. Could he really be continuing the challenge? It's impossible to do another run without restocking on items. For adventurers, especially in the Dark Zone, not having supplies is a death sentence. Sakura's face was filled with worry. She said to the president, but he promised he would come out after the first round. Even so, I can still hear the sound of thunder. Just then, Eustace returned, holding a cup of tea. I took a nap, and he's still not done. The first round is over, and no corpse has been ejected. So maybe he's hiding somewhere, trembling in fear? Hearing his vice president's words, Dak immediately reprimanded him. Eustace, watch your mouth. Eustace just chuckled and continued. Oh, President Dak, do you really think he can clear a mid-tier Dark Zone by himself? It's cruel to give someone hope they don't deserve. He raised an eyebrow and went on. I told you, he's lying. I've met plenty of young people like him. If he had one, and this much time has passed, he should have come out already. If he cleared the first round and still hasn't appeared, it means he's trying again. Unfortunately, that means certain death if he didn't bring enough recover potions to last. Sakura turned around, her voice cold as she told Eustace, my master will return safely. Please don't say such things. The fact that I can still hear thunder is proof that he is still alive. Dak remained silent, thinking, this girl is spirit. Eustace laughed loudly, continuing to mock them. Hilarious. What's the sound of thunder? If he dies, you'll be the one to blame for giving him such unnecessary confidence. Sakura immediately turned and glared at the old man. If you say that one more time. Both the president and vice president froze at her demeanor, thinking in unison, bloodlust. Dak immediately tapped his staff on the ground a few times and said, silence. Stop this foolishness. No one speaks until he comes out. Eustace, you can leave. Hearing the president's command, Eustace had no choice but to depart. Before leaving, he didn't forget to add one last remark. I'm just telling the truth. It's time to face reality. I can't wait to see the looks on your faces when his body is ejected. President Dak growled, repeating, Eustace, get out. What a fool, he thought. He's lived so comfortably he's become too stupid to even recognize bloodlust. The potential of this beast-kin girl is limitless. Suddenly, Sakura reacted. Dak immediately asked her, What is it? Sakura's eyes were filled with confusion and emptiness. She replied, Master's thunder. It stopped. Eustace, who hadn't left the room yet, started mocking them again. Look, the thunder we heard has stopped. What more is there to say? A mere human daring to face the dark zone alone. How laughable. Suddenly, a sound echoed from within the dark core. Everyone stared intently. Dak immediately asked, What was that sound? Unexpectedly, a crack appeared on the gate to the dark core. Sakura exclaimed, This familiar feeling is. Dak raised his staff, preparing for the worst. The darkness is breaking the seal? Ridiculous. Dak frowned and continued, Brace yourselves. The darkness is about to break the seal. Eustace quickly tossed his teacup aside and exclaimed, No way! The darkness can't break the seal of the dark zone. Sakura sensed the familiar presence and shouted, Master. It was Kenji, returning with a battered body. He called out, Sakura, sorry for making you wait. I did it 3 times, got the EXP bonus, and gained 3 levels. He tried to force a smile for Sakura. I'm level 9 now. The moment Kenji collapsed, Sakura rushed to catch him, crying out, Master. Both Dak and Eustace were completely stunned by what he said. Eustace had to exclaim, 3 runs in 1 go? Seriously, Dak added, and gained 3 levels. Just how much power is he hiding? Dak immediately commanded, Quickly, kill him. Shinji passed out in Sakura's arms. The system displayed his information, level 9. Class Warrior. Equipment Fox Beastman set. Weapon Blood-Soaked Fog. Skills Thunderfall. Copy. Sacrifice. Combat Power 14. 500. Kenji was immediately taken away to have his body restored. Both President Dak and Vice President Eustace worked together to heal him. As they treated him, they spoke. His muscles and nerves are severely damaged. It's a miracle he's still alive. Kenji woke up, his face cheerful and rosy. He tried moving his hands and said, Thanks for healing me. I feel much better. Sakura, sitting behind him with puffed cheeks, said angrily, Master, you're always like this. You always break your promises and do reckless things. Kenji turned, patting her head, and said, I'm sorry. I'll be more careful from now on. I just couldn't resist the temptation of that EXP bonus. This time, I reached level 9 and got a huge reward. You know, I want experience more than anything. Sakura retorted, Your safety is more important. Master, you can't break your promises anymore. Okay? President Dak approached him with his staff and asked, Hey, human. You said you did 3 runs. Is that correct? Kenji nodded in response. After confirming, Dak and Eustace looked at each other in silent astonishment. President Dak spoke his mind. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Challenging the dark zone alone, and doing it 3 times. I can't comprehend it. Dak thought to himself. The dark aura radiating from this guy when he appeared was even stronger than the darkness itself. I almost thought the darkness itself was emerging from the barrier. This man's power is exceptional, not just in healing but in combat as well. If Kevin is a genius, then this human is something beyond a genius. Eustace, who had been standing there all this time, finally cleared his throat and spoke. I apologize for what I said earlier. Please forgive me for underestimating the strength of a human. Sakura, with a scowl, didn't even glance at him, just grumbled. So you finally get it. You helped heal him, so don't worry about it. Hearing this, Kenji just waved his hand from the bed with a wry smile. The reflection skill you used just now is a mid-tier recovery skill. Eustace continued. We've healed your external wounds as much as possible, but we can't treat the deep internal injuries. Your body is still in a critical condition. The system displayed it to lip reflection, a mid-tier recovery technique that can repair all types of physical damage to a certain extent. It is very common among adventurers. President Dak stepped forward to elaborate. When you came out, your body was covered in wounds, right? You had internal bleeding, unnerve damage throughout your body. If we had delayed your treatment even a little, you would have died. It seems you used some kind of forbidden art or magic, but don't use it again. The residual danger in your body could hinder your future advancement. Hearing the old president's words, Kenji was slightly alarmed. Hinder me. I just want to level up. He began to reflect. Sacrifice seems to be messing with my mind. Killing is slowly becoming the only thing I think about, and I'm starting to lose sight of myself. This is a huge risk. What should I do? Suddenly, he saw an image of two eyes, just like the ones in the dark core. Kenji jolted. Was that a pair of eyes just now? Kenji's eyes widened, and he started breathing heavily. Sakura noticed his distress and asked, Master, is something wrong? Kenji wiped the sweat from his forehead. He calmed himself and replied, It's nothing. I'm just a little tired. Outwardly, he said that, but in his mind, he was thinking, sacrifice, the darkness, that special skill. It's not just harming my body, but my mind too. It's best not to use it anymore. President Dak presented him with a bag full of medicine. I'll give you this medicine. Take it once a day. It will help your body absorb it better. Eustace saw the bag of medicine and exclaimed, That medicine. President Dak, is that medicine? Kenji happily accepted the bag from the president. Thank you. Sakura, sitting beside him, asked, What medicine is that? President Dak told them, This is Kevin's favorite type of medicine. It will be very helpful for your recovery, but I think it would be best for you to visit him directly. If you have talent, you will surely be accepted as his disciple and be taught even greater medical knowledge. He is one of the few people on this continent who possesses the legendary law of ruin. Hearing this, Sakura shot up, clenching her fists. Kevin has discovered the legendary law of ruin? Which number is it? Shinji didn't understand what she meant and asked. Legendary. Law. Which number? What does that mean? Eustace frowned at his question. Hey, aren't you an adventurer? You should know this. He explained further. In this world, there are laws that govern the magic of heaven and earth. Magic used according to these laws has immeasurable power and is called the Forbidden Chant of Ruin. For mages, increasing the effectiveness and quality of their refined potions is crucial. However, the laws of heaven and earth are extremely volatile, and some even have their own will. There are 10-12 laws, but they are all hidden in unexplored places. Even if you find them, you need proper training and ability to acquire them. The first laws were written in ancient times, and they all have the power to destroy the entire world. The reason Kevin is called a genius is because he has mastered the 12th law, the law of the Great Seal. 10 years ago, his magic reached its peak. For a mage, this is extremely useful in refining medicine. It not only enhances the effectiveness and quality of potions, but can also be combined with the power of the law. If it's him, he might be able to heal the deep wounds inside you. Hearing this, Shinji eagerly exclaimed, Really? Sakura, beside him, also asked with wide eyes, Can Master's body be healed? President Dak handed them a letter. But this isn't the best time to meet him. I trained him before. So, if you bring a letter of recommendation, he will see you. Kenji took the letter and bowed his head in thanks. Thank you. Dak added, No, you should bring some rare items and precious medicinal ingredients to trade with him. After recovering, Kenji and Sakura quickly left the guild. The president and vice president saw them off, watching Kenji disappear into the distance. Eustace spoke up. President Dak, does that human interest you? I'm quite sure that what you gave him was a vial of grade B blood-sealing elixir. We generously gave him what we obtained from Kevin in exchange for a large quantity of precious medicinal ingredients. President Dak laughed and replied, I'm just curious to see how far that human kid can go. Giving him a hand is an investment in the future. Eustace frowned at his words. That's a very high-risk investment. There aren't many geniuses who can conquer a dark zone alone, let alone a human, Dak stated firmly. I've certainly never heard of anyone conquering a dark zone alone. But this isn't the first time in history. Eustace, intrigued, asked, There have been other daredevils like him? President Dak began to recount a story to Eustace. 1,000 years ago, a great being gave birth to Arbistrace. Gases, the ancient god king. Scene change. Kenji and Sakura were walking through a forest. He pushed aside some branches to clear a path and asked Sakura, Do you know where Kevin is? Sakura, walking behind him, replied, Yes, I asked the president, and he told me, but it's a bit far, so we can take the opportunity to level up along the way. This path is shorter and fits our search objective. But Kenji turned his head and asked Sakura, What's the condition? As they continued forward, Sakura told him that to complete this quest, they needed to form a party. In the forest, a group of people stood before them. Kenji asked, Why are there so many people? Sakura explained from behind. This is what's called a quest point. Many adventurers gather here. After a certain period, They either disappear or move to another location. I heard about it on the way, so I brought you here. The system displayed a tulip quest point, a place where quests randomly appear for a limited time. Quests usually have a limited number of participants and offer special rewards. Hearing her explanation, Kenji grew excited. He clasped his hands together and said, "A place like this exists? It sounds like a quest hub. Let's check it out." The system displayed level 9. Class Warrior. Equipment Fox Beastman Set. Weapon Blood Soaked Fog. Skills Thunderfall. Copy. Sacrifice. Combat Power 14. 500. Kenji was thrilled, thinking, the dungeons here are much more varied than in my previous world. Maybe I should try out my level 9 skills while I'm here. Shinji moved forward, saying, "I'm heading in." Sakura, from a distance, called out, "Be careful. I'll be waiting for you." Up ahead, a young man was shouting to recruit members for his team. Need one warrior or tank? Level 15. Combat power must be over 6. 0. His name was Victor, and most of his team members were level 15. He continued to shout, "We share rewards generously. If you meet the requirements, please come here. We can depart as soon as we have enough people." Other adventurers standing by began to whisper. Zephyr AK spoke first. "That group has been waiting for 2 days. The reward is good, but it seems like a very dangerous quest. No one's joining. They'll probably go home empty-handed again today." Van Cruz added, "Besides, almost no one here meets the level 15 and 6 Zaro combat power requirement. That team leader is really stubborn." An adventurer in Victor's group, Ryuji, also spoke up. "Captain, maybe we should choose a different quest. We've already wasted 2 days. If someone was coming, they would have been here by now. It's not worth losing the entire quest point like this." Victor turned to him, annoyed. "Idiot, don't you remember the expensive info we bought at the tavern? This is a level 12 quest. Plus, it's the only one where you can get a blood rose. A single blood rose costs 500 silver coins. I refuse to accept a low-level quest." The system displayed a tulip blood rose, a rare medicinal ingredient. When added to a potion, it greatly increases recovery efficiency. It is highly sought after by mages and alchemists, which is why it always trades at a high price on the market. Ryuji could only say, "But someone might join next time. Anyway, we can't go without enough people." Just then, Kenji approached with a smile, raising his hand. "I'd like to join. I'm a warrior. Although my level is a bit low, I'm very confident." Victor's group's eyes lit up when they saw someone willing to join. Victor happily went over to Kenji. "You're our savior. Are you level 14? Well, level 13 is fine too. If you were level 12, we could even offer you some." Kenji scratched his head and said, "I'm level 9, but you can let me take the lead." When Victor heard he was only level 9, his face darkened. He lunged forward, shouting, "Are you kidding me?" His teammates had to hold him back. "What can a level 9 do? I'm amazed you even had the guts to step up and introduce yourself with stats like that." Hearing this, Kenji simply affirmed, "I'm not joking." Victor, thinking he was lying, kept yelling, "You must be joking. Level 9? At that moment, the quest portal announced time remaining for today's quest before the gate closes 10 minutes. Ryuji, who was holding Victor back, saw the announcement and said, "Captain, if we miss this chance, we'll waste another day. Make a decision." Now, who was standing behind them, also spoke up. "Why not try using a level 9 warrior? As long as we have enough people, it should be fine." Takeru also advised Victor, "That's right. If we keep this up, we might not even recover the cost of the information." Hearing this, Victor had no choice but to compromise. "Damn it, there's no other way," he said loudly to Kenji. "Hey, level 9, listen up. I'll give you a chance. So when we get inside, don't do anything on your own. Follow my instructions. The 4 of us are stronger. You're just here to fill a spot. You still want to do it?" Kenji walked over, clapped him on the shoulder, and said, "No problem. I'm happy to be here. This is my first time in a party." Victor reluctantly replied, "Nice to meet you." It was Kenji's first time in a party, and he excitedly led the way, saying, "Let's go." Victor's group was stunned. Victor blurted out, "First time in a party?" The group arrived at the quest entrance. The system displayed level 16 quest has begun. Just as they entered the forest, the group immediately encountered a level 16 for Estrino. Combat power 7. 600 traits huge body. Strong resistance to physical attacks. A team member exclaimed. A level 16 quest? Victor was furious. He gritted his teeth and said, "That damn information broker. When I get out, I'm going to beat him to a pulp." Ryuji, standing behind him, was terrified. "Captain, with this level of difficulty, I don't know if we can make it out alive. If the first enemy is a forest rhino, I can't imagine how hard the boss will be." Victor ordered the group to get down. He whispered, "All right, we're all level 15 and we've completed difficult quests together before. Just do as we always do. We can definitely beat this weakling. If not, it's a shame. But we'll use a return horn to escape. System to lip return horn, an extremely expensive item. When blown, it allows the user to immediately escape a quest. However, it cannot be used in certain special quests. Due to its rarity, the return horn can usually only be found at auctions." Suddenly, Victor remembered something. He looked up and asked, "Hey, wait, we forgot about the level 9 guy. Where is he?" Takara replied, "He was there when I looked." "What did he do?" Suddenly, a flash of light emanated from the bushes, accompanied by sparks of electricity. Victor's group stared with wide eyes. On the other side, Kenji had already finished off the rhino. He let out a breath and said, "This feels great. Easy as pie compared to those guys in the dark zone." Victor's group witnessed this scene in stunned silence. All thinking the same thing, he took it down by himself? Kenji slung his sword over his shoulder, gave them a thumbs up, and said, "Follow me. I've gotten used to speedruns lately. Can't wait to try it out." System display level 9. Class Warrior. Equipment Fox Beastman set. Weapon Blood-Soaked Fog. Skills Thunderfall. Copy. Sacrifice. Combat Power 14. 500. Meanwhile, in the forest, the level 16 quest was underway. After witnessing Kenji's true strength, Victor's group began to coordinate seamlessly with him. Victor shouted instructions. "There's one more behind that tree. That one over there is weakened. Take it out." Takeru. Level 15. Class Wind Archer. Combat Power 6. 230th. As he drew his bow, he couldn't help but exclaim, "That level 9 warrior is incredible. He could probably clear this quest all by himself." The others chimed in. He just charged in, uncleared the quest by mincing all the small fry. Kenji was now leading the way, destroying every monster he encountered. Another member of Victor's group added, "It's like he knows all the monsters' weak points. I can't believe he's only level 9. Now, level 15. Class Light Priest. Combat Power 6. 120th, she added. And he doesn't even need healing, which makes this look even easier. Ryuji, perched on a tree branch. Level 15. Class Hidden Thief. Combat Power 6. 120 was also amazed. "Captain, you know a lot of people, right? Who is that guy? With skills like that? He must be famous." Victor. Level 15. Class Elemental Mage. Combat Power 6. 300, replied to Ryuji. "Not really. I know many people like him. How can I remember them all? I even know the people recommended by the information broker at the tavern. You know, that guy is definitely an elite from a major guild. He looks familiar. I just can't remember who he is." Meanwhile, Kenji was still rampaging through the monsters. Moving forward, he thought, the difficulty of a normal quest is nothing compared to the Dark Zone. Even though the EXP is higher than my original world, it's still less than the Dark Zone. Even the level 16 small fry here are weaker than the level 11 monsters over there. They're probably not even half as strong as a level 16 dark monster. Kenji looked at the tray ant monster in front of him. He used his divine eye and quickly learned its details. Critical weakness fire. Attack pattern attacks with vines. Has poison thorns. Kenji fought it, skillfully dodging its vine attacks. He thought, as long as I'm careful, the poison thorns aren't that dangerous. Divine Eye shows me the monster's weaknesses, but can I utilize it even more? This quest has an added requirement to collect blood roses. I wonder if I can give them to Kevin as a gift. Kenji swung his sword, severing a series of the monster's vines. The system displayed a tulip blood rose, a rare medicinal ingredient. Adding it to a potion will greatly increase its recovery ability. Highly valued by professions such as alchemists and potion masters, making its market price very high. Kenji turned his head back and said to Victor's group, "Everyone, we're about to face the boss. The number of small monsters is increasing. They're weak to fire. Mages, can you attack with fire magic?" Victor heard him unshouted back. "Got it. Audit," he thought to himself. Finally, my time to shine. Kenji didn't forget to remind everyone. Watch out for the poison thorns on the trees. If you get pricked, you'll be poisoned. Victor's group was surrounded by stray ants, their poison lace vines making the team extremely cautious. Victor thought, how does he know so much about monsters? He's only level 9. He shouldn't have this much experience. I saw his level, but he must be hiding his true power. Putting his thoughts aside, Victor's group quickly coordinated. They unleashed a massive fire spell, incinerating all the surrounding stray ants. As night fell, everyone began to rest, gathering around a campfire for warmth. Ryoji, now, and Chikaru were sitting around the fire. Takeru spoke first. Everything went so smoothly. That warrior is incredibly strong. This quest should be completed without a hitch. Ryuji chimed in. You're already calling him Sir Warrior. Now warming herself by the fire, her cheeks flushed, said, he's different from the people in this world. His identity must be very special. Nearby, Victor and Kenji were formally introducing themselves with a handshake. Victor. Kenji, Victor said to him. I didn't expect to meet someone so skilled. I really want to know your true identity. Kenji, looking innocent, rubbed his head and replied. Not at all. I'm just a new adventurer. Victor, thinking he was being deliberately modest, teased him. A newbie. Huh. Let's just go with that. Kenji, still earnest, insisted. I'm telling the truth. Victor handed Kenji a water flask while probing. By the way, do you know about the quest rankings in each region? Kenji took a sip from the flask and replied. Quest rankings? Not really. Why do you ask? Victor pouted. You don't know? You're just pretending, right? Victor explained to Kenji. Our quest points are different from the ones that appear for a limited time. Each region has fixed quest points, and the quest rankings evaluate the completion level of various teams. It also records the first to complete and the best performances for each quest. In other words, it's not just about rewards but also fame. The rankings are shared across all branches of the Adventurers Guild. Everyone can see it. You can bring huge renown to your guild or team. Kenji understood parts of it but still wasn't sure what Victor was getting at. I get the gist of it, but what's your point? He thought. My original world had a similar system, so this place has one too. Victor crossed his arms, puffed out his chest, and continued. Our team of four might look like a random group, but actually, I'm a member of the Kuya Guild, part of an elite team of 15 pioneers known as the Great Rams. Our leader is one of the founders of the Shield Hero Guild, nicknamed Harvey the Great Ram. Kenji still didn't get what he was trying to say. I see, but what's your point? Victor cleared his throat and continued. Recently, a level 18 quest has appeared. It involves monsters from the Dark Zone Swamp. These monsters are extremely troublesome because no one knows much about them. You seem very knowledgeable about monsters and could be the key to solving it. Hearing this, Kenji got excited, clenching his fists. So it's a quest to deal with Dark Zone monsters. The reward must be great, right? Victor also clenched his fists and nodded. If we clear it, we'll get both the first completion record and the highest achievement record. You'll get a lot of rewards. That's why so many teams are competing for the first completion record. If you're interested, you should meet our captain. Kenji pondered this, while I'm waiting for items to help me level up. Doing this could be good. Kenji put his hands on his hips and asked him. I'm only level 9. You'd still let me do a level 18 quest? Victor waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, there are many quests with different tiers. This particular quest only allows adventurers up to level 18 to participate. It's fine. Hearing this, Kenji immediately agreed. Great, then I'll help. On to conditions. Victor quickly asked. Conditions? As long as they're reasonable. I'll do my best to meet them. I'll even pay extra. Just name them. Victor was secretly calculating in his head. It seems he's starting to trust me. If he joins and provides information about the dark monsters, my team will have the advantage of being the first to complete it. The achievement will be credited to me, raising my status in the guild. Kenji didn't hesitate to state his demands. First condition: if we complete the quest, give me all the base experience points. I need the experience. Second, I get first pick of the rewards. Of course, after I'm done, the rest is yours. What do you think? Victor's expression turned ugly. He stammered. That's too unreasonable. Even if I agree, the captain and the other members might not. I have to ask them first. Victor returned to where his team was resting. He said to everyone, let's discuss this after we finish this quest. We've rested enough. Let's go. The group started to move out to continue the quest. Everyone was watching. Kenji spoke up. A clean sweep. Ryuji, observing from behind, said, the captain's fire vortex magic is impressive. Now, holding her staff, added, the boss's critical weakness was fire, so everything went smoothly. Victor was casting his fire skill, destroying the vines. After defeating the tray ant, Victor scratched his head shyly. It was all thanks to Kenji helping me time my cast perfectly. It takes me a full 10 seconds to aim for its weak point. Plus, Kenji told us everything the boss's weak points. Its critical weakness, how to beat it, and he even protected us. You're the best, Kenji. After the monster was defeated, the rewards were distributed. Kenji took the blood rose and said, I've got my blood rose reward. You guys can split the rest. Victor immediately gathered his team and said, all right, let's part ways here. I'll divide the rewards later. The other 3 members replied in unison. Thanks. After everyone had left, Victor approached Kenji. Are you free? I was planning to go thank Captain Harvey and introduce you to him. Kenji quickly replied, wait a moment. I need to check in with my partner. He returned to Sakura, who was gently wiping his face with a cloth. Getting invited into a group so quickly. You're amazing. I had to wait until level 30 to get an invitation. After cleaning his face, Sakura said, this should be fine. Take care. This will be a meaningful journey for you. I'll gather information from the next town and report back when I return. Kenji was very happy to hear this and smiled at Sakura. That would be great. If you can't find me, just wait at the Adventurers Guild in this region. Sakura took out a pouch and handed it to Kenji. Just in case. Here are some potions and some money. It should last about 3 days. After taking the pouch, Kenji had to leave quickly. He turned to go, then looked back and waved goodbye to Sakura. Thanks. I'm off. Sakura replied. Safe travels. After seeing Kenji off, Sakura's expression turned serious. She thought to herself, perfect. I need to investigate more about that genius. Kevin, if he has mastered the law of unification, perhaps the plan to kill him needs to be changed. Scene change, someone raised a mug of beer. A voice boomed. A level 9 warrior into conditions attached? Victor, are you serious? The man holding the mug was Captain Harvey of the Great Rams. A level 18 shield hero with a combat power of 7. 600th? He glanced over and continued. A level 9 wants to lead my elite team, where the average level is 16. You've got to be kidding me. Victor, standing in his guild's room, quickly explained, but he's really good, sir. Thanks to him, we were able to get the blood rose smoothly. A man in red armor standing nearby, also holding a beer, sneered. A level 9 isn't even worthy of carrying our boots. This man was Luke, the sharp-tongued vice captain, a level 17 dual-wielding swordsman with a combat power of 6,930. He continued to mock. Victor, have you lost your mind hanging around with those fools out there? Can't you keep up with the Great Rams anymore? Don't waste our time. Laughed by everyone around him. Victor still tried to insist. I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, meet him yourselves. Harvey heard this and asked, is he here? Victor, seeing his chance, quickly replied, yes, I brought him with me. He's waiting outside the door. Luke just crossed his arms and laughed, daring to bring him here. You've got some nerve. Having been mocked relentlessly, Victor's face turned red with anger as he shouted. That's enough, he thought to himself, always picking on me. This time, I'll show you. Seeing Victor's firm insistence, Harvey gave him a chance. All right, I'll meet him. Victor, relieved, said, thank you, sir. He immediately went out to bring Kenji in. Victor placed a hand on Kenji's shoulder to guide him. This way. Kenji entered the room and saw so many people. He felt a bit shy, rubbing his head as he introduced himself. I'm Kenji, a level 9 warrior. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. Everyone in the room stared at him, especially Luke, who gave him a thumbs down and laughed mockingly the moment he saw it. Look at how weak he is. Victor tried to ease the tension, patting Kenji's shoulder. Kenji, just ignore him. Captain Harvey, holding his beer mug, brought it to his nose to sniff before speaking. So, according to Victor, you helped them complete the new quest, right? If that's true, how confident are you? Kenji answered decisively. 100% confident, but I have conditions. Harvey turned to look at him and asked, 100%? What are the conditions? Kenji pointed to himself, answering without a hint of fear. Let me be your team's commander. The entire room fell into a sudden silence. Harvey was slightly taken aback, his eyes widening. You want to become the commander of the 15-member elite team? Luke, standing beside him, clenched his fists in anger. Are you insane? This is Captain Harvey of the Great Rams. Our group is famous here. Don't make me laugh. Victor was also shocked and whispered to him. Hey, Shinji, the commander? Isn't that a bit much? Kenji glanced at him and whispered back. It's for the quest. Don't worry. Harvey turned his back, set his beer mug down, and said, this time, other teams are also participating in this quest. They've tried many times, but almost all have failed at the same point. We've failed 6 times ourselves. Each attempt costs resources and items. The more people who participate, the more it costs. We've already lost a gold on it. Kenji interjected. So, it's a matter of money. Let me make it clear if you let me command. I guarantee we will complete the quest. Luke looked like he was about to explode, his face red. You still dare to say that? Another member cracked his knuckles. Captain, just punch him. But when Harvey turned around, he agreed without hesitation. All right, I agree. He picked up his beer mug and continued. But if you fail and we're just bluffing, I, Harvey of the Great Rams, will not forgive you. Luke couldn't believe his ears and stammered. Sir, are you serious? Herein Harvey agreed to his condition. Kenji replied bluntly, fine. If we work together, we'll clear it easily. Luke immediately pointed a finger straight at Kenji and shouted, Captain, you really trust this guy? What can a weak level 9 do? Harvey, seeing his vice captain's outburst, calmly said, do we have another choice? We would have tried again even without him. Luke stubbornly continued, but to let him command? A level 9? It's clearly a scam. Right now, the Great Rams are struggling. And Victor, that kid must have been tricked too. He doesn't fit in our team. We should kick him out. Harvey gave Luke a serious look and said in a cold voice, do you know how much we're being laughed at in the guild? Because we've achieved nothing and have been surpassed by other teams. If we are the first to complete this new quest and perform well, our reputation will be restored. There is no other way. We have to cling to even the smallest hope. Harvey looked at Shinji, clenched his fist, and added, and if this is a scam, I, Harvey, will not let it slide. Scene change at the quest point. Other teams were gathered. Seeing the Great Rams arrive, they started to mock them. Hey, isn't that the Great Rams? Are they trying the new quest today too? They'll just fail like always. Wait, the person in front isn't Harvey. Seeing Kenji leading the way, they whispered, who's that? What's with his gear? Anubis, with his arms crossed, said loudly, well, if it isn't the Great Rams, changed your captain. Have you? All talk and no strength. If you keep this up, you'll be eating dirt. Spend your money more wisely. Victor, hearing his team being insulted, moved closer to Kenji and whispered, that captain always sees us as rivals. But honestly, what he's saying isn't wrong. Our repeated failures have left us with nothing. That's why the captain and everyone are under a lot of pressure. The atmosphere in the group is very tense right now. After hearing Victor's explanation, Kenji's expression didn't change. He simply said, I know. Kenji walked up and brushed past Anubis, bumping his shoulder and making him flinch. Sorry, you were in the way. Anubis, annoyed by Kenji's attitude, called out, hey, Harvey, your new captain is pretty cocky. He cheered loudly in front of everyone. I wonder if he'll still be so arrogant when you all come back defeated. Kenji just turned his head back, gave him a smirk, and said, we'll see, won't we? The quest gate finally appeared. Kenji announced, all right everyone, let's begin. Kenji thought to himself, according to Victor, this quest involves facing a very troublesome group of monsters in the swamp's darkness. But with Divine Eye, this will be a piece of cake. I'll show them a completion that's stronger than they expect. The team stepped through the portal. The system immediately announced welcome to the quest Darkness of the Swamp Zone. Darkness of the Swamp Zone, level 18, requires a party of 12 to 17 people. No one above level 18. They began to move. Harvey, walking behind Kenji, asked, so, what's the plan? Kenji, with his hands on his hips, replied, there is a plan. Kenji opened the system menu, turned to Harvey, and said, just to confirm, I'll be getting all the experience points, right? Harvey immediately replied, of course. For us, honor is more important. As long as we can be the first to complete it, that's not an issue. But don't disappoint us. You've seen it yourself. We're desperate for an achievement. Making you the commander is my responsibility. If we fail, You'd better be prepared to face the consequences. Kenji looked at the system screen, which had recorded their agreement, and said, "Understood." Harvey turned back to his team. "Alright, everyone prepare and follow his lead." Kenji replied, "Got it? Let's do this." Luke was still resentful, thinking with a scowl, "I can't believe we're letting him take all the experience points. Just you wait." Meanwhile, Kenji was still looking at the system screen. He thought, "Alright, next is what Victor mentioned. Activating hard mode. System Tulip hard mode. Every quest is divided into normal and hard modes. In hard mode, all rewards are tripled, including experience points." Seeing the words tripled, Kenji couldn't help but smirk. A plan was already forming in his mind. Everything is tripled, including EXP. With triple EXP, I could gain water even to levels. The system immediately displayed for everyone to see Kenji has selected hard mode. No one expected this. Harvey, a little worried, turned to look at Kenji and shouted, "Hard mode?" The team members started whispering among themselves. "Why did you do that? Was it a mistake? Hard mode is suicide." Victor was also terrified, trembling as he approached Kenji. "Are you trying to trick us? I told you. Hard mode shouldn't be activated unless you're completely familiar with the quest. Did you make a mistake?" Luke seized the opportunity to mock him. "You fool. No one has even completed normal mode. Hard mode is many times more difficult. Are you trying to get us killed? I knew this was a scam. Not only is it a waste of time, but we'll be a laughing stock when we leave." Luke turned away, laughing to himself. "You idiot. I was waiting for a chance to kick you out. I didn't expect you to kick yourself out." He actually dared to choose hard mode. He continued to jeer at Kenji. "What an idiot. Good thing I prepared this." He held up a horn. "This is the final call horn. Thanks to this fool, we're wasting a precious item to run away. Let's get out of here. This guy tricked us." Seeing this, Kenji rushed forward. His eyes were sharp as he said, "If I brought you all in here, I naturally have a way to get you all out. Follow me." Kenji thought, hard mode is not a problem. With Divine Eye and this many people, we'll complete this quest without a single injury. Luke, hearing his confidence, became even more furious and shouted, "You think we can complete it when we've already failed on normal mode? Stop lying. You tricked us. Do you understand that people could die? This isn't a game. If you want to die, die alone." After using Divine Eye, Kenji had a good idea of the situation. "Alright, just as I predicted. If it's a swamp, it's extremely humid. The monsters here are weak to lightning." Kenji activated Divine Eye, and information on the monsters quickly appeared. Fang Crocodile, level 18. Type Water. Weakness Lightning. Fire. Thick height provides extremely high defense, making normal attacks ineffective. When they appear in packs, they coordinate to tear apart their prey with explosive attack power. Do not underestimate them. Weakness analysis using lightning or fire-type attacks, or exploiting the conductivity of the water, can yield superior combat results. Lightning-type attacks, in particular, are likely to produce unexpected effects. Divine Eye has identified the optimal attack method. Utilize her well. Seeing the analysis from his Divine Eye, Kenji thought, "If I concentrate, I can enhance the power of Divine Eye." Luke, seeing him charge toward the monsters without a second thought, pointed and yelled, "Hey, you fool. Those are hard mode crocodiles. And there are too many of them. We're doomed." Harvey, using his shield, began to be swayed by Luke's words. He mumbled to himself, "Did he really trick us?" Seeing Harvey's team trembling, Kenji gave them a firm look and said, "Follow me. I will lead you to complete this on hard mode." Kenji immediately got into a combat stance, drew his sword, and shouted, "What are you staring at? Fire mages, get ready!" Victor, seeing no other choice, gripped his staff and prepared for battle. "Damn it. Alright, let's do it. I believe in you." Victor immediately gave the order. "Fire mages, with me. If we run now, we'll become a laughingstock." The fire mages in the group charged forward in unison. One of them said, "Seriously, we're really doing this?" Victor immediately replied, "That's right. I refuse to be humiliated again." Kenji was already engaging the swamp crocodiles. Harvey, seeing the scene, yelled and panicked, "Kid, get back. 6 crocodiles are biting at once. You'll be torn to shreds." Unexpectedly, Kenji swung his electrified sword, striking a crocodile, and ordered, "Fire mages, cast your spells exactly 1 meter in front of me." The fire mages in the team followed Kenji's command. Understood. Kenji combined his lightning with the fire power to fight the swamp crocodiles, using his interruption skill. Instantly, all 7 crocodiles were engulfed in flames, roaring in pain. Victor was astonished. He took down 6 at once. What just happened? In a moment, all the crocodiles were defeated. Kenji turned back to everyone and explained. My skill. Thunderfall. Can weaken enemies. When they're weakened, their skills are interrupted. Plus, while weakened, all attacks deal double damage. By concentrating all our magic on one point, the damage is multiplied, so taking them down is easy. He thought to himself, it's all thanks to Divine Eye. At the same time, the system sent a notification Divine Eye analysis complete. The group behind him was in awe. What the hell? How could he come up with a strategy that fast? We can clear the quest by using Weaken to interrupt skills and fire magic for damage. That's brilliant. Victor was also overjoyed. He did it again. Just like in the previous quest. I knew you could do it. Harvey observed the entire event. He thought, he's only level 9. What kind of skill is this? Who is he? Luke still couldn't believe it. He collapsed to the ground in disbelief. The others didn't bother to say anything. Luke yelled, it was luck. Just luck. There's no way someone could analyze the situation like that under these circumstances. A team member spoke up. Vice Captain, that's why he's amazing. We all saw it with our own eyes. Why are you so stubborn? Victor, standing beside him, took the opportunity to scold him. Will you shut up already? This is so embarrassing. Being scolded by Victor. Luke looked at him angrily and stammered. What did you just say? Shinji, seeing the argument, cut them off. Is that enough? We don't have time to argue. Everyone, follow me. We will conquer hard mode. Harvey immediately grabbed his shield and ran after him, shouting, you heard him. Everyone. The entire group moved forward, leaving Luke still sitting on the ground, reaching out and yelling. Wait! Harvey and all his teammates followed behind, as he declared to the group, follow Captain Kenji. We're conquering hard mode. 30 minutes later, in the darkness of the swamp zone quest, Kenji's group stood before a swamp. The green water below was constantly bubbling. The group was hiding. Kenji was using his Divine Eye to assess the situation ahead. Divine Eye analyzing. Victor, sweating nervously beside him, turned to Kenji and said, it seems the entire team was wiped out in the swamp ahead. What should we do now? Luke, sitting right behind him, said with a resentful look, the monsters here are dark type, and this is hard mode, unlike anything we faced before. I don't know where you got your information, but if we fail here because of you, the Great Rams won't let you off the hook. Victor, hearing his harsh words, immediately retorted, it's thanks to his resources and analysis that our team hasn't been injured so far. This was impossible before. Aren't you glad? How can you say that? Confronted by Victor, Luke angrily shot back. Victor, don't forget I'm the vice captain. Know your place. He's just a temporary leader. As the vice captain, I'm only thinking about the team. Harvey, seeing their bickering, interjected, quiet. You're distracting Captain Kenji. Thanks to Divine Eye, Kenji received the information. Divine Eye has completed analysis. Result, it is impossible to go around the swamp. The only path to the next area is through it. Recommendation: send one person to distract the monsters while the remaining members pass. Understood. Seeing this, Kenji thought, if that's the case, it's easier than I thought. The system continued to send analyzers to Kenji. Detailed analysis result: the swamp is approximately 300 square meters. The shallowest point is 24 cm. The deepest is 126 cm. And the average depth is 86 cm. An optimal route has been determined. The optimal route's average depth is under 40 cm. This is the fastest, shortest, and safest path, avoiding dangerous areas. Kenji used a dry branch to sketch on the ground. He thought, the analysis is very accurate. It seems the functionality of Divine Eye is proportional to my combat skills. I've memorized the analysis results. Time to plan the route. The system sent another message. Warning: 15 dark monsters are roaming this route. Lure them away to clear a safe path for the party. The swamp slows movement, but with the enhanced leg strength from Transcendent Physique, you can move as if on solid ground. Countermeasure: the swamp's high conductivity allows Thunderfall to attract the dark monsters. Enhance your legs with Transcendent Physique to distance yourself from others and lure the monsters into a designated area. During combat, follow the analysis and target their weak points. The battle plan will be adjusted in real time according to the situation. Kenji had finished observing. He spoke up. As Vice Captain Luke said, "This is a collaboration for mutual benefit, and I'm just a temporary leader. So if anyone is dissatisfied with me, feel free to leave. I won't stop you." He turned his head, his sharp gaze intimidating. "But since I am the current leader and captain, you must follow my orders for now." Luke clenched his fists. This guy, just because he knows a little about monsters, he dares. Harvey immediately cut him off. "Enough. Save your complaints until after the quest is completed. Everyone wants to get this over with quickly." Being told off, Luke could only click his tongue and mutter, "That worthless level 9 rookie." Shinji observed silently, thinking, the old me would have been discouraged by others' hostility. No matter the world, there will always be villains who bully the weak and those they see as a threat. This kind of malicious thinking always exists. It can't be explained or avoided. I used to be a victim of this kind of behavior. Like with Karina and the others, the only way is to become stronger. But I'm not the same Kenji I was before. Kenji suddenly stood up. He announced to everyone, "Enough talk. It seems we have to cross the swamp to get to the next area." Harvey nodded. "We once made it halfway and saw the entrance to the next area. To get there, we can't avoid the attacks from the dark monsters hiding inside. Their attacks are very hard to predict. If we make a mistake, we'll have to use the return horn. The worst case scenario is that we all get buried here." Kenji reassured everyone. This is an unfamiliar environment with many restrictions, and it is indeed very dangerous. But there's no need to worry. Harvey asked, "You have a plan?" Kenji told everyone, "I'll stay behind to lure the monsters while you lead everyone to the next area. I'll catch up with you later." Harvey and Victor were astonished. Victor said, "You want to lure the monsters alone? That's too dangerous." Harvey quickly added, "I admit you're very strong, but we don't even know how many of them there are. I can't agree to such a reckless plan." Luke laughed loudly. "I thought you had some master plan, but this is just pathetic. Anyone could have thought of this." "Fine. Do it, but don't blame us if you end up dead." Kenji understood Victor's concern. He said, "Victor, this is the optimal route. Memorize it so you can avoid the dangerous areas." Victor was stunned. "What? How do you know this?" Kenji drew his sword, ready for battle. He continued, "It's not just about luring them. That's only the first step. I'll handle the monsters myself. You guys go ahead, and I'll catch up soon. I don't want to waste any more time. Use your heads. Have I ever done anything reckless or impulsive?" The group behind him fell silent. Kenji slung his sword over his shoulder and walked forward. "Form up and wait for my signal." He stepped into the swamp, the muck clinging to his feet. Kenji thought, "This is grosser than I thought. But this kind of terrain is ideal for lightning-based attacks." The people above watched Kenji step into the swamp, mouths agape. Luke spoke up again. "Captain, do you really trust him?" "A level 9 rookie against a horde of dark monsters." Harvey replied, "I don't know. I don't fully trust him, but with that determination." Victor cut in. "I believe in him. Rank doesn't matter, as long as we follow his plan." He even gave us the exact route. Kenji stood in the swamp, looked down at the water, and muttered, "There are 15 of them." Normally, being surrounded by a horde of dark monsters would scare anyone to death. A monster leapt out of the swamp. Kenji saw its information with his divine eye. Dark Devourer, level 18. Origin monster hidden beneath the swamp. Weakness lightning and piercing attacks. Characteristics dark creatures born in the swamp. They ambush prey passing by. Their health is very low, but they are extremely agile and should not be underestimated. If you get bitten, it's too late. Kenji swung his sword, slashing the monster that was lunging at him. The system continued to provide analysis, weakness analysis. Their bodies are saturated with moisture, making them nearly immune to fire-type attacks. Lightning attacks, on the other hand, are extremely effective, and their round bodies make piercing attacks fatal. Kenji gripped his sword tightly. He shouted, "Sorry to keep you waiting. Come on, you bastards." With that, Kenji charged in, frantically slashing at the swamp monsters. His entire body was now covered in lightning, his eyes glowing. Kenji muttered to himself, "So what people don't know is that they are pitch black and hide under the swamp after every attack." He swung his sword, striking the surface of the swamp with a lightning-infused slash, attracting the monsters. He continued to mutter, "There's no way they could have figured out their weakness." Zapped by Kenji's lightning, the monsters leapt out of the water in an instant. System display successfully lured monsters. Looking at the swamp monsters before him, Kenji smirked. All the monsters are gathered. Kenji started moving, thinking, for a normal adventurer, This unstable ground would be a disaster. But with Transcendent Physique, it's not a problem. Kenji activated the system. Transcendent Physique? Leg strength has been enhanced. You can now walk on the swamp with ease. After activating it, Kenji took off running, with the monsters chasing behind him. As he ran, he shouted, "Harvey, lead the others through the path I showed you." The group members were stunned by the sight. They began to whisper, "He can actually lure the dark monsters. Incredibly agile. How can he run without sinking in the swamp?" With Captain Kenji on our team, I feel like we can complete any quest. Is he really just a temporary leader? Victor turned to Luke with a smug look. "See? I told you. Do you believe me now?" Luke was silent for a moment before saying, "I admit, I underestimated him." Harvey led the team, telling everyone, "Don't just stand there. Move quickly while Captain Kenji is still distracting them. Follow me." Victor guided the group. "Yes, sir." The group began to move, running across the swamp. System display successfully lured monsters away from the party, arriving at the designated battle area. Seeing that the monsters had followed him, he shouted, "We've reached the combat zone. I'll finish all of you here." Kenji held his sword with both hands, looked at the monsters, and muttered, "Piercing attacks are effective. Then let's add some lightning to it. They won't be able to escape." A monster with its mouth wide open lunged at him and was met with a single sword strike to its jaw. The monsters behind it stopped, no longer charging forward. Kenji's body was radiating lightning. He told the monsters, "We have time. No need to rush." Scene change meanwhile. The group led by Harvey had successfully crossed the swamp. One person exclaimed, "We did it. We're out of the swamp." Everyone cheered. "We've never made it this far. The other teams all failed back there. It's all thanks to Captain Kenji." "We did it," Harvey also said cheerfully. "We really made it through." Just then, Victor ran back to report. Pointing ahead, "Report. The boss trigger point is just ahead. We've reached the boss area." Harvey and Luke couldn't believe it. "Really? Awesome." Victor confirmed, "Yes. And this boss doesn't look too dangerous. The swamp was probably the hardest part." Hearing this, the group started to get excited. Everyone's eager to go in. "Right? Should we go first? Didn't Captain Kenji tell us to wait? Victory is right in front of us. We can't lose anyway. Let's show Captain Kenji what we can do." Harvey, hearing everyone's chatter, finally spoke up. "I want to, but this is hard mode." Luke spoke up in support. "No?" Everyone calmed down. "We should wait for Captain Kenji." The group members couldn't believe what he said. One of them asked, "Captain Kenji, what's gotten into you?" Luke covered his mouth with his hand in a show of remorse. "I used to doubt his strength, but thanks to him, we've come this far. His amazing abilities are undeniable. Since we've reached the boss area, waiting for Captain Kenji and going in together would be the wiser choice." Both Harvey and Victor looked at each other. Harvey laughed heartily and said to Luke, "Even you're convinced. All right, better safe than sorry. Let's wait for Captain Kenji." Victor, with his hands on his hips, praised him. "Wise choice. Vice Captain. That's the safest option." While they were still talking, Kenji returned. He said, "Are you all waiting for me? I've dealt with all the dark monsters. The boss area is just ahead, right? We can regroup here." He returned with tattered clothes, radiating a powerful aura. Kenji continued, "Let's go finish this hard mode quest. System display level 9. Class Warrior. Equipment Fox Beastman set. Weapon Thunderfall. Skills copy. Sacrifice. Combat power 14. 500. Note weapon name seems to have reverted in original text. Will maintain consistency with blood-soaked fog, as established." Everyone stared at Kenji. Someone exclaimed, "He really defeated all of them by himself. He's so strong." Luke was also astounded. "Captain Kenji, who are you really? I almost forgot he's only level 9. Victor added, "To be honest, I don't know much about him either." Harvey looked at him and had to say, "Once this quest is over, we have to recommend him for guild president." Kenji's group began to enter the boss area. System display quest Darkness of the Swamp Zone. A monster covered in blood, radiating a murderous aura. With a human skull for a face, this was the boss. Kenji used the system and saw all its information. Boss Swamp Guardian. Level 18. Elemental weakness fire. Lightning. Magic attacks are very effective. Tay Guardian of the Swamp. Skill Swamp Creation minus creates small swamps for a short period, hindering intruders' movement. Additionally, its HP is very high and is doubled in hard mode. Weakness analysis. The swamp creation skill requires time to activate and can be interrupted by high damage magic. Kenji hid in the bushes, observing the boss. He said, "There's no portal leading to the boss, but this is hard mode." Luke, sitting next to him, replied, "Hard mode doesn't necessarily have a portal." He explained further to Kenji, "The appearance of a trigger point or portal depends not only on the quest difficulty, but also on the boss's strength. It's not unusual. Even in an easy quest, if the boss is strong, there will be a portal." Kenji thought, so the boss's strength is the key. I remember the gate with the Eye of the Dark. He got angry at himself thinking about it. The single-eyed great gate I saw in the Dark's own must be a special case. That I gave me the creeps. Luke was now more excited than anyone. He slung his sword over his shoulder and said, "Let's go to the trigger point. Victory is right in front of us." Suddenly, Kenji held out his hand to stop the group. "Wait." Luke immediately pulled back and asked, "What is it, Captain?" Kenji didn't answer him, but called out, "Harvey, call the mages and a few agile members over here." Harvey quickly replied, "Got it." A group of mages arrived. Victor was also there and asked, "What's the plan?" "I'm so excited." Kenji nodded and said, "Listen carefully. Harvey and Luke, you will command everyone to fight as usual. The mages will pair up and cast their highest damage magic. When possible, listen for my signal. Gather debuff items that cause bleeding or poison and distribute them evenly among the agile members." Victor asked, surprised, "Debuff items?" Kenji continued without turning his head, "Yes. This boss has unusually high HP, and it's doubled in this mode. Using debuffs will make the fight easier. The agile members should surround the boss and continuously apply debuffs. This will distract it, and we can control its HP. Mages, stay near me and be ready to interrupt its skills at all times. Divide into groups to compensate for cooldown and casting times." Harvey was amazed by his detailed plan. "How do you know all this?" "It's terrifying." Luke also praised Kenji. "See? I told you Kenji would help us clear this quest easily. Just trust him." Kenji finally stood up, clutching one of his R's. "All right, let's do this in one go. Time to kill the boss." Scene change outside the portal. A group of people were gathered, gossiping. "The Great Rams are taking a rookie on a quest," another person added. "And it's on hard mode. System tulip in hard mode quests. The entrance will emit a striking red light. Activating hard mode can showcase a player's strength. But if careless, the price is not just life, but also honor." Anubis, standing outside, continued to mock loudly. "The Great Ram's leader this time is a human. They just activated hard mode. They must have all been led by the nose by that human. They can't even handle normal mode. Yet they dare to try a harder difficulty. Ridiculous. They'll be using a return horn to escape any minute now." He thought to himself, "The Great Rams. That strange all-human team under the Beastman Guild Quia. A human team daring to set foot in Beastman territory. How insane. They've been stealing our spotlight for a long time. But as soon as they run away in fear, I'll mock them for all to see." Scene change inside the quest. Kenji's team was slowly approaching the boss. As they moved forward, Victor, a bit scared, asked, "Shouldn't we help?" Kenji, while meticulously observing the situation, replied decisively, "No, I understand its attack patterns. Stay put and wait for my command." Suddenly, the monster inflated like an airbag. Sensing the intrusion, it roared at Harvey's group. Seeing the boss had inflated to a certain point, Kenji gave the command, "Mages, Group 2, attack." The mages immediately rushed forward, aiming their spells directly at the monster. The monster didn't seem to be affected. Luke said furfully, "Again, did the captain predict this too?" Kenji slowly approached the monster, saying, "Hard mode, check." 15 minutes later, after a fierce battle, the boss's health bar finally dropped to 0. The system announced the Swamp Guardian has been defeated. The group erupted in cheers. "We won. I can't believe it. We cleared the quest. First kill. We're the first to complete it." Harvey, holding his shield, was wide-eyed with astonishment. "Cleared on the first try. Who is Kenji really? I have to introduce him to the guild master. If he officially joins the guild, our achievements will skyrocket." Luke, standing nearby, immediately added, "We have to take him to see the guild master. Not only is he incredibly strong, but he can also predict quest objectives. With him, no quest will be too difficult for us anymore." At that moment, the system also notified Kenji level up. Current level 10. Current combat power 45. Taro. Kenji was overjoyed, mumbling to himself. Taking all the boss's EXP was a jackpot. I finally reached level 10. He thought, 2 more steps to reach my goal. I can do it. Kenji looked up and saw another system message. Master of the Infinite has reached level 10. Reward black camouflage armor. Kenji's eyes lit up. He excitedly looked at the system and said, there are rewards for leveling up too. Let's see. He immediately equipped the armor, and an incredible aura radiated from him. System 2 lit black camouflage armor, an extremely flexible and durable set of armor that only the owner of the Infinite can wear. Cannot be sold or traded. Feature: this armor changes according to the owner's imagination. Even the cloak part can be used in combination with other battle armors. When other sets are hidden, players will see this armor. Level 10. Class Warrior. Equipment: black camouflage armor, fox cloak. Weapon: blood-soaked fog. Skills: Thunderfall. Copy. Sacrifice. Combat power 150. Jiro. Kenji, wearing the armor, looked down at his hands and thought, when the fox cloak is hidden, this armor appears. It seems my body has changed too. Does it adapt to my needs? I'll have to test it next time. Victor saw him in his new gear and approached, looking puzzled. Who is this handsome guy? Shinji just smiled and said, I just changed my equipment. Luke, seeing Kenji's new look, exclaimed, if you had shown up looking like that from the start, I wouldn't have called you weak. Harvey, standing next to Luke, spoke up. Kenji, I need your help with something. Shinji glanced at Harvey and asked, help? What is it? As Kenji's group prepared to exit the portal, Anubis immediately strode forward with his hands on his hips and shouted, here they come. Come and see. The arrogant Great Rams. But unexpectedly, the system displayed the Great Rams have completed the Darkness of the Swamp Zone quest on hard mode on their first attempt. The Great Rams have set a new record in hard mode with a completion time of 150 minutes and 36 seconds. Darkness of the Swamp Zone. Hard mode. First completion: the Great Rams. Anubis saw the announcement and his jaw dropped in astonishment. Highest record: the Great Rams. 150 minutes and 36 seconds. Finally, Kenji's group stepped out, radiating an aura of triumph. The surrounding crowd started whispering. How is that possible? They cleared hard mode? Is it because of the guy in the black armor? That's right. The Great Rams cleared it right after they appointed him as their leader. So young. Which guild is he from? Harvey, hearing the whispers, was beaming with pride. Incredible. He made us look like a bunch of failures. Luke nudged Harvey and said, I don't know how long it's been since we were surrounded like this. Victor walked over to Kenji and said cheerfully, it's all thanks to Kenji. I promised I'd take him to the guild and introduce him to the guild master. Kenji leaned and slightly whispered to Victor, this is only the second time I've been in this situation since coming to this world. It's a bit strange. Victor looked at Anubis, who was standing in the crowd looking dumbfounded, and teased him. You're still here. Sorry. You guys lost the record. Anubis, feeling humiliated, shouted, you only got it because you relied on a strong expert. Kenji walked up to him, looked at him with a disdainful gaze, and said, an expert? What was it you said about me before? Faced with Kenji's intimidating presence, Anubis could only bow his head and say, I'm sorry. It was my mistake. Please forgive me. Would you like to join our guild? We can cooperate. Just name your conditions. What should we call you? He looked at Kenji, his mind racing. This guy is no ordinary person. When the guild takes on important high-level quests, if his strength is real, he would be a great asset. The adventurers around them, hearing Anubis, immediately swarmed in. Give me your contact information. Our guild also wants to negotiate with you. Join our team. The rewards are great. Are you planning to join a guild? What about the BNUM guild? Anubis, seeing the crowd trying to poach him, stood in their way. Get in line. I asked first. You all wait behind me. Kenji looked at the crowd fighting over him. He didn't respond. Just thought, talent is always in demand. Even in my old world, the big guilds always fought over the strong. As long as you're strong enough, you're welcome anywhere. Harvey, seeing the commotion, finally announced, he has already agreed to join our guild. Make way for him. In the Beastman city of Northern, tall buildings were packed tightly together, creating a bustling scene. A group of beastmen stopped what they were doing and stared as they saw him. Kenji and his group walked confidently down the wide street. Excited whispers filled the air. Isn't that the Great Rams from the Kuya Guild? The captain should be Harvey. So why is it a human? Who is that? I've never seen him before. I don't know, but he must be very strong. Although their levels aren't public. He must be at least level 19. You're kidding. Even Harvey is level 18. So he must be level 20 or higher. He stood on the curb and turned to say, "Everyone, wait a moment." He thought of Sakura. I promised to meet Sakura at the Adventurers Guild. I don't know if she's here yet, but I'll be going to the Kuya Guild later. Hopefully, we can go together. I want to see her. Meanwhile, Miko was being difficult. I'm on a diet, so I'm not eating. Gloomjaw Weedle-dee. Then how about a drink? You came all this way. At least have a few drinks with us. Skullmore chimed in. Yeah, we've invited you so many times. Why do you always refuse? Suddenly, a stern voice came from behind them. A tall figure appeared. Make way. Skullmore turned around angrily and shouted. Hey, kid, we're talking here. You want a punch? Gloomjaw swore, then froze. You don't know how to wait in line. I think I've seen you somewhere before. Miko frowned, observed him, and then remembered. It's that kid. You've changed quite a bit. Gloomjaw questioned him. You're the one who stole our quest, aren't you? Where did you get the material fragments? Skullmore sneered. He probably spent a fortune to buy them. He sat down and asked, Sakura isn't with you? We were supposed to meet here. Miko crossed her arms and replied, I haven't seen her today. Besides the two noisy ones, no one stays here long. Skullmore quickly added, Did you hear that? Besides some two noisy ones, no one is here. Gloomjaw continued. That's right. The two of them suddenly realized something wasn't right and said in unison. Are we the two noisy ones you're talking about? Miko sighed and started to leave. Who else could it be? Gloomjaw angrily shut up and slammed the table. That bitch dares to mock us. He activated his transcendent physique and grabbed his hand. Can't you see she's uncomfortable? Gloomjaw upped his wrist, thinking, this strength. Who the hell is this guy? But he still cursed out loud. You insolent brat. Skullmore gently patted his back, advising, there are guards here. Don't fight inside. Wait until we're outside to settle this. He challenged. Hey, human, get outside. Let's fight. As he walked, he cursed. Don't think you can show off just because you have money to buy fragments. I'll take you down in one punch. He calmly followed behind. Sakura must still be busy. Sorry for the trouble. Miko quickly intervened. Wait, if you go outside, you'll really get beaten up. Just stay in here where the guards can protect you. He turned his head slightly uncalmly replied. It's fine. Gloomjaw continued his challenge. If you don't want me to beat you up in here, then get out here and face me. Skullmore added. I human daring to cause trouble in Beastman territory. You've got guts. Harvey, seeing the commotion, asked, Captain Shinji, what's going on? The two men froze when they heard him being called Captain. Captain! Miko peeked from behind the door, observing him. Who is he? Really? Kenji calmly replied. It's nothing. These guys just wanted to cause trouble. The generals charged forward, provoking them. What did you say? You want to fight our captain? The two tucked their tails and quickly retreated. It was just a misunderstanding. Richter stepped up and asked, what was that about? He replied, it's not important. My companion isn't here. Let's go to the guild. Kenji humbly said, the quest is over. You don't need to call me captain anymore. Harvey replied, it's all the same. At the Kuya Guild's conference room, Master O congratulated everyone. Congratulations on clearing the quest on the first try and setting a new record. He continued, but you want a human warrior to participate in other quests? Master O, level 24 elemental mage. Harvey spoke up. Kenji is an outstanding talent. Thanks to him, we were able to complete this new quest. That's why we want to invite him to our guild and ask for his help with other difficult quests. It's worth it even if we have to offer a high reward. Rhythm disagree. Is there some mistake? Your whole team is human, but the guild master is a beast man. A beast man guild being controlled by a human. That's ridiculous. Rhythm, one of the founders of Kuya Guild. Level 23 swordsman besides. You just met that human, right? What if he's a spy from another guild? Kinji, who had just walked in, heard this and frowned. A spy from another guild? Luke spoke up. Rhythm is right. Captain Harvey, Guild Master O, and these three are the founders of the Kuya Guild. Their choice is final. Victor was angry. He always treats us like outsiders just because the guild master is a beast man and the captain is a human. Maybe the guild master ignores this because Rhythm is of the same race. He continued, "If Captain Harvey didn't treat us well, we probably would have been abandoned long ago." Luke quickly rushed up to cover his mouth. "Hey, Victor, stop talking," Harvey said. "Other guilds are all striving to take on higher reward quests. With Kenji's help, our performance will increase significantly. We can vouch for him. His observation and analysis skills are incredible." Rhythm sneered. "You guys might need a change of leader, but we don't need someone like that on our team. Aren't you the ones dragging the guild down? Of course you trust him. You're all human. Of course you'd understand each other. What's there to question? Only humans understand each other, right? Harvey?" Harvey slammed the table in anger. "What are you talking about? Are you questioning my loyalty to the guild? My team has worked very hard to achieve excellent results for the guild. Our performance might not be as high as your team's, but we have always fought for the guild." Rhythm turned to the guild master. "Our Beastman guild is always being talked about because of Harvey's all-human team. If other guilds find out we've accepted a human as a team leader, we'll be mocked. The guild will collapse. Guild master, you understand. Please think about the future of the guild." Harvey stood up, trying to regain his authority. "Guild master, what do you think?" All pondered for a moment before speaking. "Perhaps we should listen to Rhythm's opinion. It's true that we should appreciate Harvey's sentiment, but we must solve our own problems." He cleared his throat. "We will send this human friend off with hospitality." Harvey, unwilling to give up, still wanted to argue. "Guild master." He suddenly lowered his eyes, his voice subdued. He reluctantly accepted the result. "I understand." Kenji finally spoke up. "I only came because of Captain Harvey. If that's the case, I'll leave." Before leaving, he gently tapped him on the chest in encouragement. "Don't worry, you have trustworthy teammates." The trustworthy teammates were standing in a straight line before him. Harvey looked at the line of people in front of him, stunned for a moment, then felt a sense of relief. He turned his back and walked away. "I'm leaving. It was a pleasure fighting alongside all of you." Luke followed, saying softly, "Shinji, until we meet again. Until then, I'll try to level up." Rhythm, lounging in his chair with his legs crossed, said, "Don't let the door hit you on the way out." "Human." Harvey confronted him. "Rhythm, don't you understand? He was the one who could have changed the future of the guild. We could have become much stronger with his help. Now, we've lost that chance." The man laughed mockingly. "Hilarious. What can a human warrior do? Completing that quest was just a fluke." He laid his troops forward. "Enough. Let's go. No regrets." Leaving the guild, he thought to himself, "Where should I go to level up? Or should I find Sakura first? I have to apologize to her for ruining the clothes she worked so hard to make for me." Lost in thought, Anubis suddenly appeared out of nowhere. "Finally found you." He was annoyed. "You've been bothering me for days." "Why?" He lowered his voice, pleading, "Please help me. My guild is trying to complete a difficult quest. The guild master sent me to find a strong expert, and you are the most suitable person. That beastman dog who mocked Kenji. Our guild's doors are always open to you. I can't forget the moment I witnessed your power. You can choose both the reward and the conditions. Please, we're counting on you." He pretended to think. "I get to choose the reward and the conditions. What's the quest?" He thought. "This could be interesting. If I can monopolize the quest and earn some extra money, this is a good deal." He was excited. "Great. This is very urgent. It's a quest to rescue the kidnapped daughter of a wealthy merchant. Follow me. The guild master is waiting for you." On the street, all the beastmen's eyes followed the two of them. Kenji spoke up. "A rescue mission for a kidnapping? The guild even takes on commissions like this?" Anubis explained. "That's right. After all, a guild needs not only honor but also income. Any guild will take on some commissions as part of their income source. Sometimes, they even compete for high-paying commissions at the Adventurers Guild. Our pest guild is also quite famous in the city of Nordstein. We just won this rescue commission." He wondered, "You even have to compete for commissions? It seems the reward isn't low. 5 gold coins? The Emma Monster Farm quest I took with him before. I remember the reward was 3 gold coins, which was considered quite high." He said, "This commission isn't just 5 gold coins. The reward for a commission depends on who commissioned it. The person kidnapped this time is the daughter of a famous wealthy merchant in Nordstein. The reward is almost 100 times that of a normal high-level commission, 500 gold coins. It can cover all the guild's expenses for a whole year. The situation is special right now. If an expert helps us complete this commission, we can give you half the reward." Kenji was utterly astonished. How much? I 500 gold coin reward. And I get half? He laughed to himself. 250 gold coins. He would probably jump for joy. At the Pest Guild, Anubis led the way. Expert, this way. Please. Our guild master is very anxious. Whispers spread. This human is the expert the captain was talking about. Quinn, the wealthy merchant of Nordstein, said angrily. It's been 3 days. Can you people actually complete my commission or not? Tomorrow is the deadline given by the kidnappers. Let me be blunt if this commission fails. I want your pest guild to pay me 10 times the reward. Otherwise, I'll make you disappear from Nordstein. We'll see if I have the power to do it. I'm not short on money. The guild master of the pest guild, a level 28 great hammer warrior, tried to appease him. No. Our guild is planning. We are preparing to leave to rescue your daughter. We will definitely rescue your daughter by the deadline tomorrow. The vice president of the pest guild, a level 26 marksman, thought to himself, 10 times the reward. That's 0 gold coins. Oh my god, we're finished. Quentin flew into a rage. Planning? You've been saying you're starting to plan since the first day, and you're still planning? I heard your guild has already tried several times and failed. Do you take me for a fool? Anubis, entering from the door, was surprised. The client came here himself? He asked, is this bull-headed man the client? Kenji said, all right, you can tell he's rich just by looking at him. So the guild didn't try to rescue her? Anubis explained. Expert, you don't know. After our guild accepted this commission, we sent a team to rescue her. Because the place is in the mountains. The environment is treacherous, and we can't just go in loudly. First, we sent a team of 15 people with an average level of 20. Vice President Hugh also participated in that operation. Everyone was extremely confident, but he hesitated. But forget rescuing her. We couldn't even get into their headquarters. We weren't familiar with the terrain, and it was their territory. What welcomed us were countless traps and ambushes. The kidnappers have about 20 people, with an average level of 19. I heard their leader is a level 25 warrior. If we fought them directly, in terms of strength, we were quite confident. But the result was, we couldn't even get into their headquarters. Some died, some were injured. After that, we organized 3 more rescue attempts. Most of the guild members were sent to try, but they all returned in failure. He sighed. On their territory, we were already at a disadvantage. You guys rashly sent over a dozen people, which surely made you the most obvious targets. Plus, the first failure already alerted them. And you still went back? Weren't you just walking into your deaths? The enemy must have set up a trap just waiting for you. He continued. The expert is right. We realized this problem later. Brute force was useless. We had to use our wits. But the previous attempts wasted precious time. Which is why the guildmaster was so anxious and sent me to find an expert. It's urgent. Without a word, he suddenly reached out and grabbed his arm tightly. Anubis, with tears and snot running down his face, pleaded. Given the time, we probably only have one last chance for a rescue. If this commission fails, not only will the merchant's daughter lose her life, but our guild will also lose all its honor and be ruined by the huge compensation. Please save our guild. Expert, seeing him crying so miserably, Kenji was a bit flustered. Calm down, he thought to himself. The target is in the mountains. There are a series of traps along the way. The average level is 19, and the strongest is a level 25 warrior. The problem isn't too big. It seems my divine iron copy skill can finally shine. Level 10, current class warrior. Equipment shapeshift dark armor. Beastman set. Weapon blood mist Zabolde. Skills chain lightning. Copy. Blood art. Combat power 150. 0. Blood art damages the body too much. It's time to change it. Quentin was still shouting. I'll say it again. Once the commission fails, I want you to pay 10 times the reward. Otherwise, the guild disbands right here. 10 times the reward. Do you hear me? 5,000 gold coins. He observed the old man's attitude and thought. Interesting. From beginning to end, he hasn't mentioned his daughter once. All he talks about is money. The old man said angrily. Answer me now. Can you complete the commission or not? If you can't, pay up. Prepare 0 gold coins for me. Bess hesitated. 5,000 gold coins. In an instant. You pleaded? Calm down. Mr. Quentin, we're planning. We will definitely rescue your daughter. While everyone was still negotiating, a confident voice rang out. She can be saved. Kenji stepped forward and repeated, your daughter can be saved. She will be returned to you by tomorrow. I give you my word. The old man turned and pointed a finger at his face. Guildmaster Pest, is this your man? This human brother has quite the... Anubis stepped forward to explain. Guildmaster, this is the expert I told you about. It seems he has agreed to help us with this commission. Bess confidently replied. That's right. This is our man. The old man sneered. Your Beastman Guild. I didn't expect you to have a human. Quentin cleared his throat. Let's put aside the trivial matters. Since you said you can save her, let's see if you can do it by tomorrow. Don't forget, if you fail the commission, you have to compensate me with 5 Azaro gold coins. Kenji stepped forward. Mr. Quentin, in that case, let's make a bet. If we save your daughter, the reward is doubled to 1 Zaro gold coins. The old man was furious. Huh? Are you an idiot? On what grounds should I? He quickly interjected. Don't be so quick to refuse. If we can't save her, the commission fails. He said confidently. We will pay 50 Zaro gold coins. 10 times the amount you want. How about it? Everyone was so shocked by his words they almost coughed up blood. Quentin was equally surprised. 50,000. You said it yourself. Fine. I agree. If you save her, I'll pay double the reward. If the commission fails, you pay me 50 Zaro gold coins. The old man quickly drafted the bet and handed it to Pest. Then sign this betting contract. Hurry up. Pest gritted his teeth and forced himself to sign. 5,000 or 50. Daro, we don't have a choice anymore, do we? The old man leisurely left with his subordinates, not forgetting to leave a final remark. Good. Then let's see the results tomorrow. Hugh approached him anxiously. Big brother, why did you sign it? He turned and vented his anger on him. You human kid. Now you've pushed our guild off a cliff. I was planning to lead a team to try and attack. This commission is not simple. Where did you get your confidence from? Kenji calmly replied. I don't know, but I'm sure of victory. He was furious. You don't know. How can you be sure of victory if you don't know? That's 50 Zaro gold coins. A voice announced from the door. Guildmaster Shaman Dak has arrived. Bess quickly said, invite him in. Kenji wondered. The head of the Shaman Association? I remember. He seemed relieved. He's finally here. Shaman Dak entered from outside. Guildmaster Bess, Vice President Hugh. Long time no see. Dak, head of the Nordstein Shaman Association. Rank Blue Shaman. Bess put on a cheerful face to welcome him. Master Dak, you don't know how much we've suffered lately. Let's not talk about it. Please, have a seat. Hugh said, we invited you here this time to trouble you to heal my injuries. The priests couldn't handle my internal injuries. I'm sorry to bother you. The old man said, I'm already here. Of course, I'll heal you. Vice President Hugh is a good vice president. I heard you were seriously injured because you personally led the team to handle a commission. He gave a forced laugh. Not at all. I've made a fool of myself in front of Master Dak. The old man asked, is it the commission from that wealthy merchant? Quentin, his daughter was kidnapped. Right? Is the commission very difficult? He replied, yes, it's very difficult. Our guild has been pushed to the brink. I feel the wound on my body healing quickly. Thank you, Master Dak. Kenji suddenly spoke up. The difficulty isn't low, but I'm confident in completing the commission. Master Dak, we meet again. Shaman Dak was surprised to see him. Kenji, why are you here? Hugh asked. Surprised. You two know each other? After a brief explanation, Shaman Dak said, so that's how it is. Kenji, you were invited here to help solve a difficult commission? The old man praised him. I believe you will definitely complete the commission successfully, he replied. Then thank you for your good wishes. Bess asked. They seem to be quite close, don't they? Shaman Dak is the head of the Nordstein Shaman Association. Ordinary people don't have the qualifications to be friends with him. Even inviting Shaman Dak this time required pulling a lot of strings. What is the background of this Kenji? Anubis replied. I'm not sure, boss, but this only proves that he has real ability, doesn't it? Hugh spoke up. In that case, Kenji, you and I will act together. At least I have some experience and might be able to help you. Besides, as the vice president of the guild, I also have a responsibility in this matter. Kenji slowly placed his teacup back on the table and replied, no problem. He stood up and walked away. Your wound is almost healed. We're leaving now. Let's go. Shaman Dak's voice echoed after them. I wish you a safe return. He was surprised. So, suddenly? We're leaving right now. Best tentatively approached and asked, Master Dak, you and Kinji know each other? To be honest, we don't know him well. We just heard he's very strong, and we were at our wits' end. So we invited him to help with the commission. We're worried about whether he has the ability. Shaman Dak watched his retreating figure and said calmly, Yes, we know each other. Not long ago, he passed the White Shaman examination at my place. He is the youngest white shaman in Nordstein and the most talented genius on the path of a shaman I have ever met. At the same time, he is also an extremely powerful human warrior. He is the only person I have ever seen who could clear the Mind Stone field alone. Pest was horrified. He's also a white shaman? Anubis was so shocked he stammered. Cleared the Mind Stone field alone. The old man looked back at them and asked, So, do you think he has the ability? On the way, you kept asking, Hey, what's your plan? The sun is about to set. Tell me your plan. Don't blame me for doubting you. Our guild has bet everything. Not to mention you arbitrarily raised the compensation to 50,000 gold coins. Just thinking about it still makes me angry. 50,000 gold coins. Where did you get your confidence from? Kinji reassured him. It's okay. I understand how you feel. I do need to prepare a little. Are you familiar with Nordstein? Then take me somewhere. He was surprised. Take you somewhere? You want to restock on supplies. I've brought all the usual medicine and tools. Enough for both of us. No need to buy more. It's a waste of money. And let me tell you, our guild isn't paying for it. His eyes showed determination as he said, No. Take me to the arena. Hugh shouted in astonishment. The arena? Now? Huh? What time is it? And you're thinking about watching a match? Are you mistaken? He thought to himself, For this commission, the warrior class is not suitable. He grumbled, What time is it? Seriously. The two arrived at the arena. He warned, We're here. Let me remind you, tomorrow is the deadline. If the commission fails, I'll fight you to the death. He went up and gave money to the manager, asking, 2 people, what matches are on today? Kenji's voice came from behind him. We're not here to watch. I'm here to participate. Sign me up. Hugh was horrified. Huh? You want to participate? Wait, did I hear that right? What's with you? I really can't keep up with your train of thought. The manager bowed. To participate in a match, please come inside. Fill out this form and pay the participation fee. A thought flashed through his mind. That's right. I want to use the divine selection system to adjust my attribute stats to the assassin class. For this commission, the assassin class is the most suitable. Through combat, I can select the most suitable assassin skills and copy them. In the vast arena, thousands of spectators filled the stands. A man named Naradu, a level 21 knight assassin, stood in the middle of the arena and drew a sharp, gleaming blade. Zephyr OTH cursed. Damn it, trying to show off. He cursed under his breath. Even after losing an arm, he's still so fast. Fighting him is so annoying. Zephyr OTH, level 21 roaring warrior. Naradu turned and said arrogantly, Attack me. Zephyr OTH charged forward with terrifying roars, his heavy body making the space seem to tremble. He shouted, Come on. The roar of bravery. We warriors hate a slow, dragged-out fight. The roar of bravery. The roar emitted during battle can boost the morale and combat power of oneself and surrounding allies. Your attack carries immense momentum, intimidating the enemy and making them timid. From under his dark fur, a pair of murderous eyes emerged. Naradu agile dodged the attack and quickly leapt away. Zephyr OTH, seeing his attack miss, was astonished. I can't hit him. Shadow Strike. Streaks of light flashed continuously. Shadow Strike is a unique assassination skill of the Assassin's Guild. It is said to be a skill left behind by the legendary assassin Dao Ying. A close combat skill, become one with the shadows, quickly approach the enemy, and get behind them to deliver a fatal blow. Different weapons will have different effects, but daggers have a stronger assassination effect. Naradu sheathed his blade and said triumphantly, Can you even attack the shadows? An announcement rang out. The match is over. Naradu wins again. Priests, please help the injured. The entire audience was shocked. Fireworks erupted throughout the hall, and the cheers were deafening. The audience buzzed with excitement. There it is, Naradu's Shadow Strike. I heard this Naradu guy is from the east, right? Yes, I heard that too. No wonder he's so strong. Kenji watched the match and quietly remarked, That assassin's skill is so strong, he said. You said you wanted to fight a thief or an assassin. They wouldn't schedule you against this guy, would they? This is Naradu, the knight assassin from the East, who has been incredibly popular lately. His overall record in the arena is 21 wins and 6 losses, and he has now held the lightweight arena championship for 3 consecutive months. He's very strong, and many local guilds want to recruit him. He asked, "A knight assassin from the East. Is that special?" Hugh was exasperated. An assassin from the East. You don't understand what that means. How have you survived on this continent? I'm starting to suspect you're a fraud. He still explained, there are only so many mysterious and powerful guilds on this entire continent. The Assassin's Guild is one of them. This Naradu comes from the Assassin's Guild. I heard he was expelled from the guild and had one of his hands cut off. The specific reason is unclear, but this guy is an extremely ruthless person. Kenji said, the Assassin's Guild. Sounds like an underground secret society. Interesting. He replied, yes. Information about this guild is very mysterious. Unless you're a member, you can only know of its existence. An announcement came from the hall. The next match is a new challenger. Let me see. It's a human with no combat experience. Shinji. He specifically wants to challenge an assassin. And he just happens to run into Naradu. What a poor rookie. How many rounds can he last against Naradu? Or will he be killed in one blow? Let's wait and see. The stands erupted with jeers. A human with no combat experience challenging him? Let him go home and train for a few more years. He must be a clown, right? Even our beastkin warrior couldn't defeat Naradu. This idiot wants to die just to get back the registration fee. They'll let any trash in these days. Seriously. Let him get on stage quickly so we can have a good laugh. Naradu asked in surprise. He's never fought a single match? Is that for real? Kenji was ready. I'm going. He felt sorry for her. You're so unlucky to actually run into Naradu. Maybe you should forfeit? You've never fought before. Didn't you see what happened to that beastkin warrior? Even though there's a medic here, so it's not life-threatening. Why would you want to suffer like that? He replied confidently, so what if I've never fought? It's not certain who will win or lose yet. He was speechless. Being handsome won't do you any good here. Where does this kid get his confidence from? The two stood facing each other in the arena. Naradu asked, you've never even tried a skill fight before? He said, you look pitiful. Let me give you some advice. Surrender now to avoid getting beaten to a pulp. If you still want to fight, I won't hold back. His eyes flashed as he clasped his hands earnestly. Thank you. Please, show me your move. The signal to start the match sounded. New player in the arena. Solo match. Naradu versus. Let's see. A new human warrior without any combat experience. Kenji, let the match begin. He charged forward. I don't want to bully a newbie. Let's make this quick and decide the match right now. Roars came from the stands. Go. Naradu. Show him the cruelty of the arena. Kill him. Naradu. We want to see your next match. Don't waste time on him. Finish this amateur. A faint light enveloped him. This speed is too fast. Just in case. I should proceed as usual. The system's voice continuously echoed in his ear. Activating strongest physique. Entire body has been enhanced. Your defensive power has been increased. Activating divine eye. Scanning opponent. Analyzing opponent's information. Naradu, full of confidence, charged forward to finish him in one move, but suddenly stopped. A majestic aura radiated from him, causing him to hesitate and retreat. Kenji was a bit puzzled by his action and asked, what's wrong? The audience murmured, huh? What's going on? Why did he stop? Does he really want to play with the newbie? Naradu was confused. This kid. What's going on? Just a moment ago, he looked like a complete amateur. But just now, his towering figure appeared, causing him to panic slightly. Why do I suddenly feel a powerful aura from him? And those terrifying eyes. Kenji spoke up. What are you doing? Aren't you going to attack? If you don't, then I'll take the initiative. He thought to himself, I can't see through this guy. Absolutely not. With my years of experience as an assassin. This human kid is definitely not simple. The system's voice rang out. System notification hosts combat habit skill detected. Absolute copy. You can now directly copy any of your opponent's skills through combat. Fight more. He smirked to himself. It's been upgraded to absolute copy. Now I can copy skills through combat. How cool. Before, I had to activate absolute copy by touching their heart, which was, frankly, a very awkward position. Kenji charged forward to attack. I'm really looking forward to this now. Let me see what you've got. Night Assassin Noradu. He was wary. Why does he look so excited? I have to be careful. A new skill was activated. Z-Step, a footwork technique commonly used by thieves and assassins. It can improve the body's agility for a short period. The flexible steps can help you dodge attacks and improve your evasion rate. He remarked. This Z-Step skill isn't bad. Shinji rushed forward, striking the ground where Noradu was standing with each attack. Noradu advanced quickly and shouted, Shadow Strike. It seems you're just a braggart after all. As expected, just an amateur. Let's end this fight. Kenji turned his head, glanced at the move, and said cheerfully, That's the one. He advanced, relentlessly attacking, with streaks of light flashing everywhere. The blade in Naradu's hand grazed his neck but caused no damage whatsoever. He touched his neck. The system's voice rang out, Strongest physique. You have transferred your physical strength to your neck area. Your neck's defense and hardness will be significantly increased. Naradu was astonished. No way. Are you made of stone? The cheering crowd suddenly fell silent due to this unexpected turn of events. He stared with wide, horrified eyes. Could he actually be an expert among experts? A list of skills appeared for him to choose from. There are so many good skills. But my goal is very clear. The system's voice rang out. Absolute copy. Scan successful. Please select a skill to copy. Tsushoi's eyes flashed, and the system's voice rang out again. Absolute copy. You have successfully copied the skill. Shadow Strike. Based on your current attributes and weapon, will evolve into Shadow Blitz Strike. Noradu asked in panic. What did you just do? Why couldn't my dagger even touch your skin? Is it some kind of cutrification skill? He stepped forward. It's a long story, so I won't explain. But this time, it's my turn to attack. Kenji used the exact same move he had just seen to attack. Let's try this. Naradu was speechless with shock, his eyes wide as he stared at him. This move, compared to mine, Shadow Blitz Strike. In a blur of light, a figure as fast as lightning charged forward to attack. He was caught off guard by the very move he was most proud of. Kenji proudly walked away after finishing off Naradu. Okay, this move isn't bad. Time to go rescue that poor little girl. The arena erupted in cheers after the announcement. The winner, Kenji. In the waiting room, Yu's eyes were shining as he kept asking, Oh my god, is your equipment high-end? He lightly stretched his body. Good. Using the divine selection system to adjust my body's attributes, I've optimized for the assassin profession. I feel much more agile. System notification: you have assigned your body's attributes to the assassin profession. We wish the host an enjoyable experience. Puzzled. The sun has already set. Why do you want to go on a rescue mission at night? Boy, it'd be harder for us to see. It's too dark, he said confidently. For me, it's no problem. I can see very clearly. Lead the way. Level 10. Current profession assassin. Equipment: shapeshift dark armor. Beastman suit. Weapon: blood mist sabelde. Skills: chain lightning. Copy. Shadow Blitz Strike. Combat power 150. Zoro. The two finally arrived at the kidnapper's territory. The full moon shone down, filtering through the leaves. Yu said, This is the camp ahead. Quentin's daughter was brought here. The two hid behind a tree. Vice President of the Pest Guild. Level 26 Marksman. Kenji. Level 10. Current profession assassin. Equipment: shapeshift dark armor. Beastman suit. Weapon: blood mist sabelde. Skills: chain lightning. Copy. Shadow Blitz Strike. Combat power 150. Zoro. He said, I don't know how that little girl is doing after all these days. Kenji assessed the situation. The terrain of this camp. No wonder you guys failed before. Hugh said, Yes, our guild tried to rescue them many times, but all failed. Their camp is easy to defend and hard to attack because of the terrain here. Also, they are familiar with this environment and have set traps, not to mention inside the camp itself. Even the path to the gate is a nightmare. I dare say no guilder can get close to them. Although I saw your strength in the arena was not ordinary. By accepting this commission, you've tied yourself to our guild, but with just the two of us. How do you plan to attack? As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and found him gone. Hugh frantically looked around, searching. Where did he go? The guards at the gate chatted distaffingly. Beast Guard. Level 21 Warrior. Ogre Priest. Level 22 Support Priest. Beast Guard. Level 21 Warrior. That so-called Pest Guild. We beat them every time they come. After tomorrow, It's all over. Even for people like us who are familiar with the terrain. It's hard to find the locations of the traps, let alone outsiders. However many come, that's how many will die. Infiltrate? Impossible. I'm not afraid of anyone. As long as I'm in the camp, even the Heavenly King himself would have to turn back today. Kenji stood on a treetop, scanning the camp's terrain. Divine Eye is scanning. He observed the formation they had set up. Divine Eye. Scan result: there are 9 large area rigger traps and 6 manually activated release traps active on the path to the main gate. The hidden rigger points for 7 traps have been marked for you. Kenji remarked. The feeling of Divine Eye constantly improving is like having a high-level butler. The trigger points are marked so clearly. The switches for the manually activated traps are inside the entrance, behind the 3 guards. It will provide you with the best plan as you approach, he said to himself, and then leapt from the branch to the ground. Time for action. Kenji's eyes flashed, and his entire figure was shrouded in shadow. A system notification rang out. Shapeshift dark armor. When it detects you are performing a stealth action, the cloak will retract and transform into a mask for easier movement. Please remove it when you no longer need it. He landed softly, but his powerful aura still made the leaves rustle and shift. Kenji remarked, "This is better. My attentive divine selection system." He lifted himself into the air, flying through the leaves, agilely avoiding the traps. His figure lightly dashed through the encirclement. You have safely passed the hidden traps. The large area traps are placed in the tree hollows. Kenji hid behind a tree and planned his next move. Next, take them out one by one. He covered his mouth and whistled softly, creating a sound to lure them over. As expected, they noticed the sound. What was that? Go check it out. It's not an intruder, is it? Warrior jumped out. Don't worry. That small noise could be from a small animal. Sometimes a few of them get close to us. So to avoid triggering the traps, it's better to kill them. I'll go check. Take a break. We'll talk when I get back. The remaining warrior instructed. No need to alert them. You may not have as much guard experience as us. No one would attack our camp at night like this. Wouldn't that be a faster way to die? The priest chimed in. That's true. He said, it's probably another one of those damn deer. Last time, they broke 3 of our traps. This time, I'll have to kill them. Shinji calculated. At this distance, even using the single-use assassination dagger I got from Hugh. Divine inventory, you have taken out a single-use assassination dagger. Quantity remaining 29. He circled around the tree, not noticing him hiding on the other side. Kenji seized the right moment, reached out, and grabbed his head, catching him completely off guard. The warrior was quickly dragged behind the tree, struggling, unflailing. He clamped out on his neck, activating strongest physique. Arm strength increased by 120%. Damage bonus, while Stephlet, damage increased by 30%. Fatal blow. 1-hit kill. After dealing with 1, he silently observed and chose his next target. Next one. Kenji clung to a vine and skillfully moved to another safe position. System notification, you have safely passed the hidden wrap. A large boulder has been triggered. He landed softly, quietly hiding behind a bush to observe his target. The priest squinted. Where is he? The guard said. Don't take this opportunity to be lazy. Are you trying to find a chance to sleep again? He grumbled and moved forward. I'll go drag him back. This kid always likes to be lazy. The priest rummaged for something and said, seriously, if the boss finds out we're slacking off on guard duty, we'll be punished again. In the hazy night, the deep, quiet night, thinking of a beautiful woman. After waiting for a while and not seeing the 2 return, he started to get anxious. The priest shouted, Hey, where are you? Playing hide and seek. It turned out the guard had also been taken down by Kenji. One last one. He shouted angrily, Hey, you 2, stop messing around. Come out and play with me, right? The priest was anxious. Answer me. If you don't, I'll activate the mechanism. He was scared. What's going on? This terrifying sense of pressure. Could there really be an intruder? Kenji quickly rushed up from behind. I can't let you activate the trap. That would be a huge headache for me. The priest screamed in horror. Ghost. This surprise attack left him no time to react. The cold, sharp blade slid across the priest's neck. Shadow Blitz strike. With a single stroke of his blade, he took him down. The system's voice rang out, activating strongest physique. Left arm strength increased by 130%. Damage dealt. Surprise attack. Damage bonus 30%. Weak point attack. Attack weak point from behind for a 1-hit kill. After eliminating all obstacles, Kenji calmly adjusted his sleeve. Okay, just like that. The entrance is safe. So many manually activated traps. The system's voice rang out again. Divine Eye. A total of 6 manually activated traps are placed on the 2 main paths at the entrance. They can be disabled by destroying the railing. Having witnessed the scene, was so shocked his mouth hung open. So strong. Kenji finally remembered him. Wait a moment. I'll come get you. There are many other hidden traps on the way. Be careful not to trigger them. As he led the way, he instructed, you can't step on this spot. There's a tripwire here. Remember to duck. Hugh was amazed. You know the location of all the traps? And you conveniently killed all the guards. System notification Divine Eye has marked trigger point 7 for you. As he climbed up behind him, he said, I also dismantled all these traps. He quickly grabbed Yu's hand. No, leave these traps. We'll use them later. He cried out in pain. Okay. My hand. Your grip is so strong. Oh my god. His tall figure led the way. Let's go. Follow me. Let's save the little girl. Hugh trembled and followed behind. Okay. Expert. The two arrived before a chasm filled with sharp, gleaming ice spikes. Kenji went first, while Hugh was still shooting arrows at the cold corpse of the guard. Suddenly, a large wall rose up in front of him, blocking his path, causing him to stumble backward in alarm. Heavy Armored Beast Warrior. Level 24 Heavy Armed Warrior. Hugh spoke up. This is the end of the line. Quinin's daughter is probably here. They all look very experienced in combat. If we get surrounded, something bad might happen. He clasped his hands in gratitude. But this whole way has been extremely dangerous. Without you here, I don't know how many times I would have died. Expert, my life is yours. He replied, no need to thank me. I'm just doing what I should. Then, I'll need your help here. Help me lure these people away. Hearing his assigned task, his face fell, and a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. Hugh stood up dejectedly. Expert, it's been a great pleasure to coordinate with you all this way. I'll be leaving now. Seeing his attitude, he found it strange. I'm not asking you to go die. Do you remember the locations of the traps on the way? Hugh finally understood. That's right. The traps you didn't let me destroy are to deal with those heavily armored beast men. Right? You're too brilliant. I remember you marked all those traps specially. Right? He replied. Right. This kind of camp will almost always have a large combat force. Otherwise, they couldn't defend this place so securely. System notification Divine Eye. Based on tracks and clues found everywhere, the current scale of this camp is about 24 people. Among them are 4 archers, 5 mages, 8 warriors, 6 heavily armored warriors, and 1 leader. Other detailed information will be provided and stored during observation. He thought, all right, all this information was observed, compiled, and analyzed by Divine Eye during the search? Kenji said, those traps are very difficult to defend against, even for their own people. You just need to lead them to the trap area and avoid the marked positions I gave you. Even if they aren't completely wiped out by their own traps, they will be killed or injured. As for the leader, leave him to me. It's almost dawn, so we can save a lot of time this way. He was in awe. So that's how it is. No problem, Expert Kenji. You've put so much effort into our guild's commission. On behalf of the entire guild, I, Hugh, the vice president, am extremely grateful to you. The warriors were suspicious. Why does it feel so quiet tonight? The person down there isn't usually this well behaved. Just as he finished speaking, a volley of arrows shot out from nowhere, caught off guard. The warriors were struck in their thick kind backs by the arrows. Hugh appeared and shouted, "You're 6 big, full of shelves. I'm going to level your camp today. Do you hear me? Chase me. You 6 amateurs." The warrior angrily broke a handful of arrows. It's the archer who led the team a few days ago. They charged forward. Amateurs, what gives you the nerve to call the 6 of us brothers amateurs? War cry. Roaring warriors. Today, you will die by our hands. Attack together. Skin him alive. Blood rage. Drink his blood. He was stunned by the overwhelming force in numbers. He quickly ran, luring them. Chase me. If you 6 boars can't catch me, you're definitely 6 amateurs. Shinji, hiding behind a tree, couldn't help but whisper, if you get caught, you're really dead. Huh. Taking the opportunity while Hugh lured away all the warriors, Kenji quickly snuck into the territory. He lifted the curtain and observed, confirming if the little girl was inside. Inside the room, An unusually warm scene unfolded. The leader, Zeta the Fierce, a level 25 berserker, was asked by an innocent girl, "Uncle, did the princess eat the apple the evil old woman gave her?" Zeta gently replied, "Well, little one, you tell me, can you eat things a stranger gives you?" He was speechless at this scene. This is not the situation that should be happening in this context. The little girl excitedly said something, but Zeta had already sensed something unusual. "You can't eat things strangers give you. You'll get sick." He covered Nunu with a blanket. "Good girl, don't look." The little girl was excited. "Uncle, you want to play a game with me?" "Okay." He quickly moved towards the door to attack. He remarked, "Fast reaction speed." As expected of a leopard, Zeta didn't stop his attack, kicking him backward. Eye-shattering blow. He spoke. "You don't look like someone from the Pest Guild. Who are you? At least let me know your identity before you die." He asked, "What was that story you were telling that little girl? Aren't you a kidnapper?" Kenji stood up straight to face Zeta. Level 10. Current profession assassin. Equipment shapeshiftish dark armor. Beastman suit. Weapon blood mist sable day. Skills chain lightning. Copy. Shadow blitz strike. Combat power 150. Zaro. He thought to himself, if he was just trying to coax the child. The gentle expression on his face just now was a bit much. "What's going on?" Zeta roared. "An assassin. Huh? So, you're an expert. Not only did you bypass our traps, but you also silently dealt with my subordinates." Zeta the Fierce. Level 25 berserker. He spoke up. "I represent the guild to rescue Quentin's daughter, who was kidnapped by you. Can you hand the little girl over to me? I'm just doing my job. If possible, let's not make things difficult for each other. How about it?" He quickly charged forward to attack him without hesitation. Impossible. He agilely dodged. As expected of a berserker, he doesn't waste time with words when fighting. This berserker class goes crazy in battle, getting more ferocious the more they fight. Shinji calculated. It seems I can't drag this out. If his comrades return, it will be troublesome. He was thinking while quickly observing Zeta's movements to dodge in time. Twin Mountain Horse Strike. His eyes flashed, gathering information. Divine Eye activated, analyzing movements. Each of Zeta's attacks landed in empty space. Kinji controlled his body to dodge agile eye. He remarked, "Fast reaction." He charged to attack from behind. Shadow Blitz Strike. Zeta's reaction was too fast, and he managed to dodge, forcing him to jump back. Kenji thought to himself, that last move was the best opportunity according to Divine Eye's analysis. Yet he still reacted in time. The innate sharp senses of a leopard are no joke. Zeta assessed him. Such a fast and powerful move to get behind me. My hand is even cut. This human assassin is not only incredibly fast, but his strength is also not weak. And he's very good at seizing opportunities to attack. His speed is definitely not inferior to mine. He must be a very experienced assassin. He's clearly an assassin, yet he uses a large blade. Actually, Kinji is only level 10. He said, "Let's end this quickly." The system's voice rang out. Strongest physique activated. Your arms have been enhanced. He also quickly charged forward, his body full of fighting spirit. "Then let's fight." Just then, Nunu came out. "Uncle, what are you guys doing?" Zeta was so surprised to see the little girl appear that his mouth hung open. He quickly hid his injured hand behind his back. "Nunu, didn't I tell you not to come out? Go back inside." He was surprised by this scene. Again? Isn't he a kidnapper? Why is he so gentle with this little girl? No, it's more like affection. Nunu came forward and took Zeta's injured hand. Fretting. "Uncle, why are you hurt?" He stammered. I was just, how should I put it? I was just playing with a knife and was a bit careless." The little girl's eyes filled with tears as she turned to question him. "Mister, why did you hit him? He's a good person. You're not allowed to hit him." Zeta was a bit embarrassed. "Nunu, the situation is a bit complicated." Kinji quickly waved his hands and explained, "No, I came to save you. I'm not a bad person." The little girl looked at him and thought, "All right, Xiao Han used to make that face to make me soften up." Nunu shouted, "I don't need you to save me. I'm very happy here. Uncle treats me very well. I don't want to go back." He patted her head to comfort her. "Okay, we won't go back." He let his hands drop, a little confused. "Hey, are you going to explain what's going on? Looking at your attitude towards this little girl, it seems there's a hidden story. Are you still going to continue fighting?" Zeta gently picked up the little girl and said, Let's talk inside. I'll put her to sleep while we're at it. She'll be scared if I don't tell her a story. In the warm room, the candle on the table flickered gently. Zeta sighed in relief. She's finally asleep. Kenji, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, asked, "The little girl let you alive. You're not just a kidnapper, are you?" He looked at the sleeping girl and said softly, "I am a subordinate of Quenin. Or you could say, his secret bandit." He was surprised. "Huh? You're a subordinate of that wealthy merchant, Quenin? Then why did he order the kidnapping of his own daughter?" He lowered his voice. "For money. To cheat other guilds out of a huge compensation fee." He suddenly understood. A huge compensation fee. So that's what it was, he thought. I felt something was strange back then. So it was all just a play they staged themselves. Zeta continued his story. "My gang are all secret bandits raised by Quenin. I'm in charge of the kidnapping. While Quenin posts quests with attractive rewards, ordinary adventurers wouldn't dare to accept a quest where they have to face an entire gang like this. As for the strength of the guilds in this area, we've already assessed them and are completely confident they can't break into our mountain stronghold. All the traps and mechanisms were specially installed by people Quentin hired." Kenji leaned against the wall and said softly, "I see. You set up layers upon layers of traps and mechanisms, knowing full well the local guilds couldn't get through. Then you drag it out until the deadline's so Quent and can personally demand compensation. Very interesting. But I want to know, after you get the compensation, won't this little girl have to hide for the rest of her life? You can't let people see her return safely to Quentin's side, right?" That would arouse suspicion. As if suddenly realizing something terrible, he exclaimed, "Wait, could it be?" Zeta could only say sorrowfully, "Quentin secretly adopts a few newborn children and raises them under the guise of being his own. It's all for this purpose. To him, a child that has been used once has lost its value and has no reason to continue existing." Upon receiving this cruel information, his eyes filled with extreme anger. "Meaning, he kills them," he said. "There are no words to describe the depravity of this. So why this little girl?" He replied, "Because this child was secretly brought back by me, and I was the one who quietly took care of her." Zeta lowered his voice sadly. "The more I watched her grow up, the deeper my guilt towards her became." He said grimly, "If Quentin achieves his goal this time, will the little girl's fate change? With your abilities, taking her and leaving this place shouldn't be difficult, right?" He recounted, "When I had no home and was on the verge of starvation, it was Quentin who saved me. He gave me food and clothing, and the opportunity to train and become a strong warrior. I never thought of betraying him." He advised, "In this world, there is no such thing as freedom, right? Everyone lives for a purpose. You can see that Nunu has no affection for her nominal father, Quentin. She sees you more as her real father, doesn't she? For Nunu's sake, you should leave that bastard Quentin. Take the girl and leave." Zeta was conflicted. If Quentin hadn't saved me back then, I probably would have starved to death on the streets long ago. But Nunu, to me, Kenji turned to leave. "Over all these years, you've repaid Quentin's kindness. Take Nunu and leave. Give her a new life, and give yourself a chance to." Zeta suddenly raised his voice. "You don't understand. If I betray him, you won't spare us." He reassured him, "Don't worry. I understand your predicament." He comforted him as if recalling his own story. Relying on each other to live is very difficult. But don't give up hope. Something good will happen. He hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. "Then, what about Quentin?" He reassured him, "Let me help you with what you can't do. A piece of trash worse than scum like Quentin will no longer be a threat to you and Nunu." Hugh was waiting for him outside. Seeing his figure emerge, he aptly rushed over. "Expert, you're out?" He excitedly recounted. "I made those big oafs run around in circles, just as you predicted. They couldn't even handle their own traps and mechanisms. But with your markings as reminders, I dodged all the traps. They were so mad." Hugh laughed endlessly. You should have seen the look on those idiots' faces. He just replied flatly, "Good." Suddenly, Hugh noticed something was wrong. "Wait a minute. Expert, where's Quentin's daughter? You haven't saved her yet? Why did you come out alone? Did you fail? Oh my god. It can't be. We're doomed." Kenji placed a hand on his shoulder and calmly replied, "No, it was a success. I've arranged for someone to take the girl to safety." He instructed, "Phew. Go back to the guild first and tell your guild master the good news. I'll go find Quentin to demand the reward. Then I'll come to your guild." Hugh jumped for joy. "Really? You've sorted everything out? Oh my god. You're amazing. Expert, He ran off in a hurry. If the boss finds out, he'll be so happy he'll jump for joy. He's been losing sleep over this for days. I have to go back and report this good news quickly. In a lavishly decorated palace, the light from the chandelier brightened the entire room. Hugh was overjoyed. Expert, I'll be waiting for you at the guild. Thank you so much. His eyes darkened. It's time to talk to Quenin. Quenin, sitting in his room, heard a noise and turned around. Who's there? Kenji was already sitting in a chair, his hand resting on his blade, which was pointed at the floor. He said grimly, "The one who has come to take your life." The old man scrambled away in panic, repeatedly calling for his subordinates. Guards. Kenji advanced with an imposing aura. Don't bother calling. While you were busy counting your money, your subordinates have all been assassinated by me. Meanwhile, at Quentin's villa in the valley, the lights were still on. The corpses of the slain guards lay scattered on the ground. Quentin's trembling voice echoed down the hallway. You're from the Pest Guild, aren't you? What is this? The guards are all dead? In his room, he was trembling like a leaf on the ground. He stammered. They were all skilled warriors, over level 15. And you killed them all by yourself? Kenji shrugged and calmly answered his question. This mansion has been peaceful for too long. They've lost their sense of danger. I just needed to sneak up and cut their throats before they could react. Kenji was currently level 10. Assassin class. Equipment black camouflage armor. Beastman suit. Weapon blood mist Solvade. Skills chain lightning kick. Copy. Thunderclap ambush. Combat power 15,000. Quentin's face was filled with rage. He growled. Useless fools. I feed them every day, and this is how they repay me. If you want money, just name your price. I promise I won't let this go any further. Kenji sat down in front of him and said, As for the money, I hope you'll return the 5 Zaro gold coins you owe to the Pest Guild. Do you remember our bet? Technically, we completed the mission. Your daughter has been taken to a safe place. Kenji looked at him with cold, sharp eyes and continued. I heard you're raising children? Kenji drew his knife and held it to Quentin's throat. Saying this, he froze, not daring to utter another word. Kenji continued. Do those children earn money for you? I'm curious. With a knife at his throat, Quentin was terrified and raised his hands in a gesture of peace. Let's talk this over. His voice trembled as he answered the question. Curious. Of course. They do. If my plan goes smoothly, they'll earn me a huge sum. If you're willing to help me, I can make them even more useful. I can fake kidnappings and sell their organs on the black market for a high price. We'll split it 50-50. If you spare my life, I'll transfer half of my fortune to you. What you want is money, right? Hearing him mention the word organs, Kenji growled. Organs? You're even planning to take the children's organs? He didn't hide it and told Kenji the truth. Yes, it's faster and less risky than kidnapping. Hearing this, Kenji just replied coldly. I see. Quentin, seeing his lack of expression, quickly added, Is that not enough? All right, take it all. You can live in luxury for the rest of your life. That should be enough to satisfy you, right? Hearing this, Kenji smiled and replied, No, I am a bit greedy. There's still one more thing I want that I haven't gotten yet. Quentin immediately told him, Name it. If it's within my power, I'll give it to you. What do you want? Just as he finished speaking, Kenji ended his life with a single strike. He used the skill of Thunderclap ambush and uttered his final 3 words to him, your life. The next morning, a crowd of beastmen had gathered in front of Quentin's villa, whispering among themselves. No signs of a struggle. It must have been a surprise attack. The neck, the back, all fatal blows, wiped out in a single night. Quentin was found in his bedroom, but the state of his corpse was truly gruesome. Who could be so brutal? Quentin had evidence of being stabbed through the heart from behind. A stab through the heart. A very painful death. The killer must have hated him to the bone. Highguard said he had a confession letter. After all the crimes he committed, being killed is no surprise. The culprit must have made him write that letter before he died. The letter detailed all his crimes, including faking kidnappings and many other illegal activities. In the crowd, a figure was hiding. Hearing the whispers, he thought, a single stab through the heart from behind. I'm more familiar with that kind of wound than anyone. This person was the one-armed cat beastman, Naradu, level 21, Night Assassin. He replayed the hypothesis in his head. All the fatal wounds have the characteristics of the ambush skill, especially on Quentin's corpse. Ambush is a unique move of the Assassin's Guild. I was once a member, but according to my investigation, Quentin was not targeted by the guild. So who could it be? Connecting the dots. He suddenly remembered. Could it be that human warrior? I clearly remember his final move in the arena. It was almost identical to my ambush skill. But he's not from the guild. He's clearly a warrior. So why? Who is he? Really? He had another realization and continued to think. Could he have stolen my skill? If I report this to the branch chief, I might be able to return to the guild. The Assassin's Guild never forgives traitors or those who dare to steal their techniques. This could be my chance to atone for my mistakes. He turned and left the crowd, still thinking, I must report this immediately. Meanwhile, in the Pest Guild's meeting room, Bess was overjoyed. You really got the 5-0 gold coins back? Inside the room, Kenji placed a chest of gold on the table. He opened the lid, and a dazzling light shone forth. Both the guild master and vice president of Pest were present. Vice president of Pest Guild, level 26 archer. Bess, guild master of Pest Guild, level 28 hammer lord. A-Dog Beastman in the room looked at the pile of gold and said, I knew it. The moment I saw you, I knew you would succeed. Bess, still unaware of the full story, said nonchalantly, I just heard about Quentin's assassination. It happened right after you left. If you hadn't gotten the gold in time, we would have lost that reward. Standing beside him with his arms crossed, said, even so, considering his crimes, death was too good for him. Shinji, hearing their discussion, just said calmly, I don't mind. The mission is complete, and I even leveled up. Kenji was thinking. After dealing with Quentin and his lackeys, the system gave me a bonus. Killing enemies seems to generate more EXP than just defeating them, which also increases the chances of leveling up. When he killed Quentin in the house, the system had displayed level 11. Class Warrior. Equipment Black Camouflage Armor. Beastman Suit. Weapon Blood Miss Sable. Skills Chain Lightning Kick. Copy. Thunderclap Ambush. Combat Power 15. 500. Bess clapped his hands in praise. You leveled up? Congratulations. You not only protected the guild's honor but also helped us earn a large sum. We'll split this 5 gold coins evenly. Kenji removed his mask, rubbed his head, and said, I don't need 500 gold. I only intended to take 250. You can consider the rest a donation for the homeless children and families in need. The three people in the room stared with wide eyes and said in unison, A donation? Kenji held a small bag of money in his hand. He tossed it up and said, Yes, there are many people who need that money more than I do. I'll take the 250 gold as we agreed. After speaking, Kenji turned to leave, waving goodbye. See you later. You watched him go and remarked, He's insane, not just in skill, but in heart as well. Bess quickly added, Truly. Donating such a large sum without any hesitation. He announced to everyone, As he wished, donate the rest. His subordinate immediately followed the order. Kenji left and wandered the streets, thinking, I've reached level 11. Just a little more to reach my goal of level 12. Sakura must be around here somewhere. But where exactly? She'll definitely be surprised to see me now. This black camouflage armor makes me look completely different. Kenji arrived at the Adventurers Guild, still thinking, maybe I should wait for her at the Adventurers Guild. Arriving, Kenji saw a crowd gathered at the entrance and grew curious. He moved closer, thinking, why are so many people gathered here? Is something going on? He looked inside and saw a portly beast woman shouting, Do you know who I am? I'm the wife of the president of the Northern Beastman Raiding Company. I have blood like you dares to bump into my son. Apologize. Now, it was Sakura. She tried to explain. Ma'am, I've already explained clearly. It was your son who ran into me first. I was just standing here waiting for someone. The woman, named Silas, grew even angrier. How dare a disgusting half-blood like you lie so blatantly? Are you saying we're framing you? We wouldn't even want to get near your kind. You half-bloods are all a bunch of sluts. Her son, Raph, seeing his mother's tirade, pointed at Sakura and nodded vigorously. That's right. There's no way I would run into someone like you. You liar. The city guard standing nearby also pointed at Sakura. Hey, if you really did bump into the young master, just apologize. It's for your own good. Beastkin girl. Sakura lowered her head in silence for a moment. Then she raised her head and said firmly, No. If even you are going to doubt me, then I won't be polite anymore. There are so many people here. Surely someone witnessed what happened. The onlookers behind her all looked away. No one wanted to step up and help. Seeing this, Sakura could only sigh and say, "So no one is willing to speak up for me?" Silas, seeing this, grew bolder. She raised her hand and slapped Sakura hard across the face, shouting, "You filthy half-blood. Apologize quickly, or I'll have you thrown in jail." The guard, seeing her being hit, just put a hand to his head and sighed, "What a pain. Don't be so stubborn. Know your place." Sakura, having been slapped, sat on the ground but remained resolute. "I will absolutely not apologize to you." Silas became even more enraged. "Huh? Are you defying me? I have the power to make sure you never see the light of day again." "You stupid half-blood." Her son arrogantly chimed in, "That's right. My father is the president of this city's trading company." The guard, seeing Sakura touch the sword at her side, shouted, "Hey, drop your weapon. Even if you're a high-level adventurer, there are still laws here." Sakura's eyes were filled with anger, but she told herself, "Sakura, endure. You can't let the master's plan be ruined." She clenched the hilt of her sword but didn't draw it, still holding back. "Endure it. You've endured so well. You can't let this ruin everything. Endure it." While she was still faking, Kenji pushed through the crowd and strode forward aggressively. Before Silas could react, Kenji punched her in the face. Ruff, seeing his mother get hit, screamed, "Mommy." Kenji stood before the boy, his aura terrifying him into silence. Kenji also swung his hand and slapped him, sending the boy spinning to the ground. Both the guard and Sakura were stunned by the scene. Kenji cracked his knuckles. He said, "You dare to humiliate Sakura, and you dare to lay a hand on her. I don't care who you are. You'll have to bear the consequences you brought upon yourself." Kenji stood protectively in front of Sakura. The system displayed his information again. Level 11. Class Warrior. Equipment Black Camouflage Armor. Beastman Suit. Weapon Blood Mist Sablde. Skills Chain Lightning Kick. Copy. Thunderclap Ambush. Combat Power 15. 500. Scene change. Meanwhile, Naruto was walking down a dark, damp corridor. He thought, "It's been 3 days, and this place is still so dark and cold." Suddenly, several hands holding daggers were pressed against his neck. "One more step and you're dead." The one with the knife under his chin asked, "What do you want?" Naruto immediately recognized them. He raised one hand and said, "It's me, Naruto. I was once a member of the Assassin's Guild. I've come to provide information." The human in the hooded cloak, J&K, lowered his knife and said, "Naruto, you are no longer a member of the guild. If you're not here on a commission, don't come here." System display human. Level 30 assassin. Northern branch chief of the Assassin's Guild. A long-haired man jumped down from above. This was Reizo, a level 27 human assassin, also from the northern branch of the Assassin's Guild. As he landed, he said, "So it's you, the one who skimmed money from a client and was found out by the guild. That's why you had one hand cut off and were kicked out. If you're planning a reunion, I'm afraid I have to decline." Naruto quickly raised his hand in denial. "That's not it. I discovered a warrior in the city who stole a guild technique. I thought you would be interested." J&K, hearing this, asked, "Stole a guild technique? That can't be overlooked. Are you sure? Be clear." Reizo also chimed in excitedly. "There's someone like that in the north, and we didn't even know about it?" Naruto stated firmly, "Trust me, I'm at least sure about the ambush technique. I fought him before. I want to provide information. But if my information is accurate and I help you to eliminate a thief, I want a chance to return to the guild." J&K, hearing his conditions, sounded a bit displeased. "Making demands? Are we? But your proposal is reasonable. If the information is accurate, I will submit your request to the higher-ups. Now, let's see what you have to say." Scene change. Meanwhile, Sakura, seeing it was Kenji, called out, "Master." Sakura looked at the man in front of her. Level 11. Class Warrior. Equipment Black Camouflage Armor. Beastman Suit. Weapon Blood Mist Sablde. Skills Chain Lightning Kick. Copy. Thunderclap Ambush. Combat Power 15. 500. The guard was now terrified, his face turning purple and blue as he trembled. "Are you crazy? Do you know who they are? You just hit the son and wife of the president of the trading company. You won't get away with this." Silas, after Kenji's slap, was on the ground with her son. Wailing, she threatened loudly, "I'll kill both of you. This is the first time anyone has dared to hit us. Prepare yourselves, you little brat." Her son also rolled on the ground, crying and screaming, "It hurts. Silas shouted angrily. Guards, assemble. Arrest them immediately. If not, I'll have my husband cut off funding to this city. The guard, hearing her threat, immediately comply. Yes, ma'am. He ordered his subordinates. Arrest both of them. If you surrender peacefully, we'll be lenient. Kenji was now squatting beside Sakura, calmly saying, they started it first. Isn't this just self-defense? The guard could only stammer. Well, Silas sat up, pointing at Sakura and twisting the truth. When did I ever hit that filthy half-blood? Who's your witness? I would never hit a half-blood like that and get my hands dirty. Kenji lost his patience. He glanced at her and warned. Say one more word, and I'll break all your teeth. There are plenty of witnesses here. Sakura finally spoke up. Master, no one will dare to be our witness. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Hearing this, Kenji just told her, don't give up. Sakura, she thought about how no one had dared to step forward earlier and said to Kenji, but just now, I also thought someone would step up to be my witness. I'm a half-beast, and she's the wife of the trading company's president. No one would dare to go against someone as powerful as her for a half-beast like me. Silas crossed her arms, still arrogant. Who would bother to be a witness for a lowly half-beast into human? How foolish. Just then, Harvey's group passed by, recognizing him. He went over to greet him. Captain Kenji? Victor also said cheerfully. It really is you. What's going on? Luke, standing nearby, also spoke up enthusiastically. I heard you just helped the Pest Guild with a huge matter, as expected of our captain. Kenji, seeing his acquaintances, scratched his head and smiled. It's you guys. It was nothing. I just did what I could. Silas, seeing the scene, could only stand there frozen. She mumbled to herself, what's going on? Members of the Pest Guild also arrived. Hugh saw him and greeted him warmly. You're still here. We just finished donating the money. Just as you wished. Kenji helped Sakura up and said, I was about to leave, but my partner ran into some trouble. Sakura whispered, Master, you know them? They seem to respect you a lot. Hearing him, Victor's group asked, what's the problem? Hugh also rolled up his sleeves and said, who's causing trouble here? Causing trouble for you is like punching the Pest Guild in the face. The boy was still crying in Silas's arms. She finally asked, who is that? The guard stepped forward and said, Sir, these two are in a dispute with the president's wife and need a witness. If no one can prove that the lady struck first, we will have to arrest them pending trial according to the law. The crowd behind them immediately erupted. You're going to arrest Captain Kenji? Are you serious? Do you know how much money he donated to the poor in this city? If anything, he should be given an award. What trial? I'll be a witness. Me too. I'll be a witness too. Me too. Luke crossed his arms and looked at the guard. Is this enough? The whole guild is willing to be witnesses. Miko also stepped out and said, I'll be a witness too. I saw the lady strike first. Sakura is a gold badge adventurer, and I can guarantee her innocence. Silas, seeing the situation turning against her, sat on the ground and wailed, You fools! I am the wife of the president of a trading company. I will. Just then, an ordinary beast man in the crowd raised his hand and said, I also saw the lady hit her first. The person next to him also raised his hand. If so many people are witnesses, then I will be too. Me too. The guard, seeing the situation, gave a forced laugh and waved his hand. That's enough. Ma'am, please come with us. Kenji spoke up again. Shouldn't you apologize to my friend first? Otherwise, you're not leaving here. The crowd behind him started chanting, Apologize. Don't you know how to speak? Even if you're the wife of the trading company's president. Our guild won't let this go. Luke also rolled up his sleeves. Did you hear that? Apologize. Overwhelmed by everyone, Silas could only stand up, walk over to Sakura, and apologize. All right, I was wrong. Please forgive us. Her son also came over and said, I'm sorry. The guard following behind them said, Then, ma'am, please come this way. Kenji turned to everyone and said, Thank you all for your help. Luke replied, It's nothing. Captain Kenji's business is our business. Hugh also spoke up. If you run into any more trouble here, just mention the Pest Guild. After thanking everyone, Kenji called out to Sakura, who was talking with Miko on the other side. All right, let's go. Sakura. She turned her head and replied, Yes, master. Before leaving, she also bowed her head to everyone. Thank you all so much. As they walked, Sakura said to Shinji, You look so different. Master, I almost didn't recognize you. Kenji turned to her with a smile. Really? I found some equipment that helps me change my appearance a bit. The clothes you made for me got torn during a mission. I'm sorry. Sakura just replied cheerfully. It's okay. It's not just your appearance that has changed. You seem more mature too. Your aura. You've leveled up. Kenji answered her question. I helped resolve a conflict between a team and a guild, which is how I met those people earlier. I managed to level up and earn some money. He took out the bag of gold and gave it to Sakura. This is 250 gold coins. Please hold on to it for me. Sakura opened the bag and was astonished to see so much gold. 250 coins. Amazing. We can buy some nice equipment at an auction with this. Kenji looked at her and said, I was planning to buy you some new equipment. But an auction, you say? Sounds interesting. Let's try it when we get to the next town. Sakura blushed and smiled. You don't need to spend money on me. If you're interested in the auction, we'll go. The next town has a medium-sized auction house. It's also where the genius mage, Kevin, lives. Hearing Sakura mention him, Kenji suddenly remembered. He thought, I almost forgot I have to meet him. I have to see him. After the recent battles, I feel like there's stagnant blood weighing me down. Like a rock inside me. It might be a side effect of using sacrifice. I need Kevin to heal me. The two walked and talked cheerfully. After walking into the forest for a while, Kenji immediately sensed something was wrong. Leaves flew towards them like throwing stars. Kenji exclaimed, What's that? Leaves. Sakura also immediately drew her sword. She slashed away the leaves and said, Come out. A figure was hiding in the darkness, casting some kind of spell. So there's another one. Seeing the person in front of them, Kenji and Sakura were slightly taken aback. A black crow flew down and perched on a branch. J&K spoke again. Just as I thought, you're not a member of the Assassin's Guild. If what Naruto said is true, then you're the one who stole our guild's internal techniques, right? Reizo licked his finger, his tone a bit crazed. The girl with you looks pretty good, doesn't she? Both of you are hiding your levels, huh? But according to what Naruto said, the boy's level isn't very high. The girl seems a bit stronger. Maybe around level 20? It doesn't really matter. He saw Sakura and licked his lips provocatively. Oh, a half-beast. Interesting. Seeing their hostile intentions, Kenji and Sakura prepared for battle. Kenji had been quietly observing Sakura from behind, thinking, this is the first time I've seen Sakura radiate so much killing intent. Sakura glanced at Kenji and said, Master, please be careful. These two are stronger than anyone we've faced before. I can sense a killing intent that only those who have killed countless people possess. If they are truly from the Assassin's Guild, they will be difficult opponents. She added, the Assassin's Guild is an underground organization rooted in the East. They are all cold-blooded assassins, famous for taking the head or a body part of their target as a trophy. Even the major guilds are afraid to provoke them. Once you're targeted by them, the outcome is extremely grim. Kenji moved to stand beside Sakura and told her, the Assassin's Guild. Huh? I'd meet a beastman warrior who said he was kicked out of that guild, but I have no connection with them, and I've never met these people. Suddenly, he remembered something. Wait, he thought to himself, they said I stole their technique. I see. The ambush skill I copied is a unique move of the Assassin's Guild. That's why they're targeting me. Sakura, seeing him fall silent, glanced at him with confusion. J&K, observing from above, said to Reizo, I know your type. I'll let you have the half-beast girl. But be careful. She seems quite strong. As he performed a hand sign, he said, I'll handle the thief. If I bring back his head and hands, the guild will have no further questions. Reizo also raised his hand, preparing to cast a spell. I like feisty women. No matter how strong they are, they can't beat me. So it's settled. The two cast their spells in unison, shouting, Now, taste the ultimate combo of the Assassin's Guild. Endless night combination. Numerous lines of darkness immediately appeared. Kenji, on the ground, began to use his divine eye. The system informed him endless night combination, a unique capture technique of the Assassin's Guild. This move traps the enemy in darkness, restricting their vision and making it easier to capture and attack. Sakura immediately recognized it and warned Kenji. This is their signature move. Stay close, or we'll be separated. Kenji froze for a moment, then muttered, Separated. Then, Kenji said to Sakura, It's better if we split up. That way, we can fight them one-on-one more effectively. I also want to see how strong they really are. Suddenly, Jay and Kai and O swooped down from the sky, both saying, "Oh, neither of you is planning to run." Sakura gripped the hilt of her sword and warned, "Be careful." J and K circled around Kenji. "How arrogant. Do you really think you can steal our guild's techniques and live happily ever after?" Naradu said, "You stole the ambush technique. I'll show you what a real ambush is." With that, J and K ambushed Kenji from behind. As he struck, Kenji immediately drew his blade to block. Without even turning around, he said, "Level 30 assassin." Kenji glanced back at him and continued, "If you want to beat me, you'll need more training." J and K was shocked that he had blocked it. He gritted his teeth, thinking, he blocked it. How did he predict my attack? And how does he know my exact level? J and K ended on the ground. He frowned and asked, "What's your level?" Kenji slung his sword over his shoulder and replied nonchalantly, 11. System display level 11. Class Warrior. Equipment black camouflage armor. Beastman suit. Weapon blood missabled. Skills chain lightning kick. Copy. Thunderclap ambush. Combat power 15. 500. Hearing this, a vein bulged on J and K's forehead. Level 11? Impossible. Are you playing with me? There's no way you could have reacted like that if you were really level 11. Unless you're a genius. Kenji just shrugged. Believe it or not, seizing the opportunity, he immediately charged forward, shouting, arrogant to the point of stupidity, "Let's see if you can block this." With that, he summoned 3 giant snakes, each with 2 sharp fangs. Kenji immediately used his divine eye and understood. Snake dance, a movement skill that confuses the opponent, involving snake-like movements to approach and attack from tricky angles. Speed increases by 30% while moving. Kenji thought, an incredible body technique. Without divine eye, I would have been done for. No body technique includes agility, movement, and tactical application. J and K, seeing Kenji distracted, lunged forward with his dagger, stabbing down from above. "Let's see how you handle this. Even my own comrades can't fight back against it." System display surrounding assassination or take capture technique of the Assassin's Guild. Creates multiple copies from the shadows to surround the enemy and attack continuously. The copies disappear after the attack ends. Kenji immediately pointed his sword forward and activated the system. Activate ultimate physique. Concentrate all strength into the upper body, enhancing defensive capabilities for a limited time. J and K stabbed down, but his dagger only created sparks against him. Seeing Kenji's ability, he shouted again, "Such incredible defense. Is it because of your equipment? What's your level? Who are you?" Seeing his disbelief, Kenji had no choice but to show his level. Display level. Kenji looked at him with cold, sharp eyes and repeated, "I told you, level 11. Kenji swung his sword down, forcing J and K to quickly dodge. A little slower, and Kenji's sword would have pierced his throat. J and K thought, how can he possibly be level 11? J and K looked away. He covered the wound on his chest and said, "Wait, you're a strange one. If your level is really 11, then you must be a natural-born genius. Any guild would want to recruit you. I am the branch chief of the northern branch of the Assassin's Guild. I have a proposal for you. Would you like to join our guild? With my recommendation, the high-ranking members will take notice and focus on training you. With your talent, you could stand among the ranks of the guild's geniuses. This is a rare opportunity to join the Assassin's Guild." Kenji calmly replied, "I'm not interested in that sort of thing, and I'm not a good fit. Besides, why should I trust the words of someone who came to kill me and then tries to recruit me?" Seeing his response, J and K began to cast another spell. His entire body was suddenly enveloped in a blue flame. J and K continued, "Is that so? But I won't give up that easily." He then brought his hand to his mouth and chanted something, and one of his eyes glowed red. His dagger transformed into a double-bladed weapon. As he channeled power into his weapon, he said, "You should be honored. It's been a long time since I've used this move. Now, let's play." Kenji was stunned by the sight, thinking, he's channeling his killing intent and aura into his weapon. So incredibly powerful. J and K slashed out and said, "Take this. Crystal of Killing Intent." The system provided information, a capture skill of the Assassin's Guild. Concentrates all killing intent and aura into a weapon, creating a powerful attack that cannot be blocked or parried. Kenji immediately used the system. Activate Ultimate Physique. J and K single slashed through a hole through Kenji's armor. He cursed internally. "Damn it. My right arm. Even a body enhanced by ultimate physique can't withstand this blow? His power's too great. If that move had hit my heart, I would have been finished. J&K had now tied his hair up neatly. He told Kenji, "Don't underestimate me, kid. This is my ultimate skill. My level is 30. No matter how talented you are, you're still only level 11. Your skills can't compare to mine. Anyone below level 30 is no match for me with this move. If you refuse to join the Assassin's Guild, then you can I." With that, he charged forward, swinging his second slash. As he rushed towards Kenji, he said, "You won't escape this time. I'll kill you and crush your skull." Kenji thought, if ultimate physique and a normal weapon are useless, then I have to try that. He immediately put away his weapon. One of Kenji's hands was now crackling with lightning. J&K, seeing this, was caught off guard. He thought, what kind of aura is this? Kenji's entire body was now covered in lightning. The system also sent him a notification: Sky King's hammer has been retrieved from the divine inventory. Notification due to incompatible conditions on level. The Sky King's hammer cannot unleash its full power. Forcing activation will consume a large amount of energy. Activation time 1 second. Kenji looked at J&K with eyes full of killing intent and said, "Now, let's see if I can block it." System display level 11. Class Warrior. Equipment black camouflage armor. Beastman suit. Weapon blood mist Sablday. Skills chain lightning kick. Copy. Thunderclap ambush. Combat power 15. 500. Note weapon has changed. Likely to the hammer. Lightning bolts converged in the sky above Kenji's head as he hovered in the air, radiating an aura that overwhelmed his enemy. Kenji thought to himself. His entire body was now covered in lightning. The system also sent him a notification: Sky King's hammer has been retrieved from the divine inventory. Notification due to incompatible conditions and level. The Sky King's hammer cannot unleash its full power. Forcing activation will consume a large amount of energy. Activation time 1 second. Kenji looked at J&K with eyes full of killing intent and said, "Now, let's see if I can block it." System display level 11. Class Warrior. Equipment black camouflage armor. Beastman suit. Weapon blood mist Sablday. Skills chain lightning kick. Copy. Thunderclap ambush. Combat power 15. 500. In the sky, lightning bolts converged above Kenji's head as he hovered in the air. His entire body radiated an aura that overwhelmed the enemy. Kenji was thinking to himself. His entire body radiated an aura that overwhelmed the enemy. Kenji was thinking to himself, to take down an opponent this strong, I have to seize the right moment to land a fatal blow. The key is to be fast. This hammer can only be used for exactly 1 second, but that should be enough. J&K stood on the ground, still observing Kenji. He spoke up, asking, "That last move, what kind of weapon was that to have such immense power?" Kenji, holding the hammer, looked down from above. He said to him, "You came to take my head, right? Let's see if you can withstand this next attack." Hearing this, J&K laughed loudly, mocking him. "A pathetic level 11 warrior like he dares to challenge me. Don't make me laugh. I won't fall for your childish tricks." As soon as J&K finished speaking, Kenji immediately brought the hammer down from above. He told him, "Prepare to die." After Kenji swung the hammer down, a massive, heaven-shaking explosion erupted from the ground below. System now displays malevolent aura. Spirit Demon Crystal. Malevolent Spirit Demon Crystal, a high-level assassination technique of the Assassin's Guild. A stronger version of the aura crystal. It fuses the assassin's weapon and body with their killing intent to unleash an unstoppable, deadly attack. Kenji still held the hammer in his hands. He knew the time had come, thinking to himself, "This is it. The 1 second I need." Meanwhile, in another part of the Dark Zone, Sakura, who was observing Kenji, remarked, "Master is using that power again. It seems the outcome of this battle has already been decided. I don't need to worry about it anymore." She looked at the battered Raze-On kneeling before her with a hint of pity. Back with Kenji, J&K also flew up to face him head-on. Kenji immediately used the system, activating the Sky King's hammer for a duration of 1 second. Instantly, J&K was blasted down to the ground. He crashed into the earth, creating a massive explosion. J&K was now completely exhausted. He gritted his teeth, his voice trembling as he said, "What is this? Such terrifying power. There's no way he's level 11. He raised his hand again, beginning to mumble some kind of incantation before saying, "Damn it. If it's come to this, He summoned a blue-eyed bat and immediately let it fly away. Kneeling on the ground, J.A.N.K. continued his threat. If you kill me, you'll become the Assassin's Guild's next prey. The usage time for the Sky King's hammer was up. He could no longer unleash its full power. He landed on the ground, looking utterly drained. Kenji panted heavily, thinking, the hammer's power feels even greater than last time. As I get stronger, it evolves with me. Huh? Before collapsing, Kenji's last thought was, I need to drink a recover potion. Sakura arrived just in time, catching him and saying, Master, are you alright? Let me handle the rest. She supported Kenja against her and took out a potion for him. She continued, defeating that one-eyed assassin in a single blow must have taken a huge toll on your body. Sakura brought the potion to his lips. As Kenji drank, he complained, it still tastes as awful as ever. Sakura heard this and teased him. That's why I don't drink them often. Sakura let Kenji rest his head on her lap. She began to nag him. That last attack was incredibly powerful, but please don't use it too often. If something like this happens when I'm not around, it'll be a huge problem. You know? Kenji, hearing Sakura. Agree. You're right. But he was a formidable opponent. If I didn't go all out, I wouldn't have been able to win. Sakura continued. That's true. He was a high-ranking member of the Assassin's Guild. Ending the fight quickly was a wise choice. Speaking of which, do you remember the story you told me about a level 10 warrior whose single-handed action faced dozens of enemies? With your current strength, you have nothing to fear. Hearing this, Kenji sat up abruptly. You even remember some random story I told you ages ago? Your memory is amazing. Sakura replied, Of course, Master. Kenji was now thinking to himself, I've been in this world for quite a while now. I'm about to reach level 12. Maybe it's time to go back to my own world. I'll take care of everything quickly. For Karina. Last time, I ran into Mina's group when I dealt with the jerks bullying Karina. And Mina's boyfriend's father is the vice leader of the Blueson gang. When I go back, I'll make the first move. Just then, Sakura took out the potions and handed them to Kenji, saying, Oh, Master, these assassins were carrying high-grade potions. They might be useful. System note experience point potion A-grade potion. Increases the XP gain by 45%. A rare and hard-to-find item among adventurers. It is extremely expensive and very difficult to find on the market. Seeing this, Kenji cheered up. Experience point potions. Awesome. I might even hit level 12 before we get to Kevin's town. He thought to himself, Alright, as soon as I hit level 12, I'm heading back. I want to see Karina. Kenji held the two potions. His body filled with renewed energy. I'm fully recovered. Let's get moving. Sakura replied cheerfully. Yes, Master. Along the way, they encountered a swarm of small monsters and ran into a mini-boss. Kenji and Sakura quickly dealt with the monsters and continued on. They also came across a party that had failed their quest. Kenji joined their party and almost single action completed the quest for them. Thanks to helping them with the quest, Kenji leveled up instantly. Level 12. Class Warrior. Equipment Black Camouflage Beastman Fox Set. Weapon Blood Mist Edge. Skills Lightning Chain Strike. Copy Thunder Ambush. Combat Power 16,000. The two continued their journey. As they walked, Sakura said, We're almost at the town where Kevin lives. Upon arriving in town, Sakura said to Kenji, Let's rest here for the night. Just then, a beast man stepped out with a warm smile. Are you looking for a room? Esteemed guests? Our inn has one high-grade room left. He was the innkeeper. Kenji stepped forward and asked the owner, do you have any two rooms available? They don't need to be high-grade. Regular rooms are fine. The innkeeper looked at the two of them, smiled, and said, I'm so sorry. We only have one room left. You're both adventurers, right? I assume you're heading to the refining tournament hosted by Kevin and Camp Neo? Almost all of our guests right now are adventurers. So, you're lucky to find even one vacant room. Hearing the innkeeper, Kenji asked, What's this refining tournament hosted by Kevin? The innkeeper looked at him with suspicion. Are you two really adventurers? You don't even know about Kevin's tournament. It's been held many times before. Sakura stepped in with a smile to smooth things over. It's a large-scale alchemy event organized by the reigning Grand Wizard. There will be competitions, exhibitions, and many excellent potions being made. It's a very famous tournament among adventurers. I've already looked into it. We'll be arriving on the very first day. We can go look around or buy any necessary potions. Kenji agreed. Sounds interesting. Let's go check it out when we get there. The innkeeper asked Kenji's group again. So, will you be taking the room? Kenji scratched his head thoughtfully. Well, sharing a room. If you don't mind. Sakura then turned to him and said, If it doesn't bother you, Master, they said in unison to the innkeeper. We'll take the room. Suddenly, another couple approached from behind. The man announced, We'll take a high-grade room. He was Vincent, the Azure Sorcerer, level 15. Seeing him, the innkeeper's face lit up as if he'd struck gold. Ah, Sir Vincent, please, come in. We will prepare the best high-grade room for you. Vincent replied, Lead the way. Hearing this, Kenji was displeased. He stepped forward, placing a hand on Vincent's shoulder. Hey, if you came last, you should wait in line. He turned back with an arrogant expression. Wait in line. Do you not know who I am? Don't make me laugh. The last high-grade room will be mine. Ordered it. Innkeeper. The innkeeper immediately bowed and scraped. Of course. Sir, Sakura, standing behind, spoke up. But we arrived first and we wanted to book that room. You should reconsider. The innkeeper was stunned. You two really don't know who he is? That's Sir Vincent, the disciple of the genius Kevin, the Azure Sorcerer Vincent. He's a very influential figure. Not only is he skilled at refining, but even level 30 adventurers have to show respect to his master, the great wizard Kevin. It's best not to cause trouble. The woman in Vincent's arms, Mira, chimed in her why. You don't even know who Vincent is. Where did you people crawl out from? Just ignore them. Once they hear my master's name, they'll understand. Hearing this, Kenji cracked his knuckles and said, So you're one of Kevin's disciples? Huh? So what? That room is ours. Lead the way. Vincent and the innkeeper were surprised by Kenji's determination. Vincent's face twisted in anger. He laughed loudly and repeated, Interesting. You don't know who I am. Didn't you hear me clearly? I am Vincent, the Azure Sorcerer and a disciple of the genius Kevin. Are you really trying to take a room from me? After this, don't even think about setting foot in Camp Neo. Kenji grabbed him by the collar and shoved him away. He said decisively, I already told you. So what? The innkeeper panicked at the situation. The woman, Mira, also rushed to her lover's side, calling out, Vincent. Vincent immediately sat up. Furious, you'll regret this. I'll make sure you can never step foot in Camp Neo. Kenji paid his words no mind and spoke directly to the innkeeper. Innkeeper, show us to our room. The owner had no choice but to point the way. Why yes, this way. Vincent remained sitting there, seething and muttering to himself, How dare you disrespect me? You will pay the price. Sakura followed Kenji upstairs, her eyes filled with worry. Master, are you sure about this? He's Kevin's disciple. Kenji simply replied calmly, However others treat me, I will treat them the same. I see no reason to respect someone who looks down on me, whether he's Kevin's disciple or not. I don't care. I won't just lie down and take it like I used to. Hearing the words like I used to, Sakura thought to herself, like he used to. Night fell, and Sakura was already asleep. Kenji sat on the bed, looking at the glowing ring on his finger and whispering, Karina, I'll be back soon. He opened the system and activated the endless pathway. Kenji used the dimensional gate and quickly returned to his original world. As he landed, he said, I'm home. He sat on the bed, looking over at his sleeping sister, thinking, Good, I didn't wake her. He walked over to pull the blanket over her legs when he suddenly heard Karina talking in her sleep. Big brother, I can't feel my legs at all. Will I ever be able to stand again? It's okay if I can't. Don't make that sad face anymore. I won't give up, just because I can't walk. I don't want to be a burden to you. He looked up and saw that the repaired crutch was there, thinking to himself, That crutch, wasn't it broken? Did Karina fix it herself? She's even protecting those things. Kenji let out a soft sigh. As he tucked her in, he whispered, You're so strong. I've made you suffer so much. I've gotten stronger now. I won't let anyone bully you anymore. You won't have to live a hard life like before. He placed a hand on her head and continued to murmur, I will definitely heal your legs and bring back the smile you used to have. Kenji didn't go to sleep. Instead, he opened his system to review it. Lying in bed, he fiddled with it and muttered, Glad I could fit it into one slot. It feels weird not wearing it now. My equipment from this world is still intact. I need to find a chance to upgrade it. Now that I'm back, I'll deal with things one by one. The next morning, on the way to school, Karina felt something was off. She asked, What's wrong? Brother, what's with you? As they walked, she said to her brother, it's only been one night, but you seem like a different person. Shinji just smiled at her and replied, I just got a haircut and worked out a bit. System display level 12. Class warrior. Equipment black camouflage beastman fox set. Weapon blood mist edge. Skills lightning chain strike. Copy thunder ambush. Combat power 16,000. Hearing her brother, Karina praised him. I knew hairstyle really changes a person. You look so mature. And taller too. Kinji just laughed it off. No way. Don't worry about me. Just take care of yourself. Don't wander around. And wait for me in the classroom after school. Okay? Karina remembered the bullying incident from the other day and quietly said, I know. About what happened. At school, Mina and Vivian saw the two approaching and glanced over. Karina saw them and was too scared to say anything. Kenji shot the two a deathly cold glare. Vivian said to Mina, Isn't that Karina's brother? Why does he look so fierce? Mina snapped at her. Shut up. You idiot. Kenji looked down at his sister and reassured her. It's okay, Karina. From now on, no one will dare to bully you again. Hearing her brother, she obediently replied, Okay, she thought to herself. Is it because you've become a hero? Big brother is so different now. As Karina walked past, she saw the two of them with their heads bowed low and found it strange. Seeing how they weren't acting like their usual selves, she wondered, what's wrong with them? Mina glared at them, her heart filled with resentment. How dare they humiliate me like this? I'll use Billy's family's power to teach them a lesson. I'll make them kneel before me. Kenji and his sister continued past the crowd and into the classroom. Inside Kenji's classroom, Rayleigh's group was there. Kazama spoke first. Rayleigh, they told us not to mess with Kenji anymore. Man, last time I thought he was actually going to kill me. Sirius sat on a desk, puffing out his chest. So now you're going to make peace with him? Rayleigh, hearing their bickering, thought about being beaten by Kenji and shouted, Shut up. You're all a bunch of cowards. This whole mess happened because you underestimated him. I'm not afraid of some guy who used to be my errand boy. In his heart, he was still thinking, I was to care less then. Next time, I'll show him. Sirius rambled on. Wasn't it because our surprise attack plan went sideways? Rayleigh angrily yelled. I said it was because I was careless. So, it was because I was careless. Kazama suddenly pointed towards the classroom door. Really? It's Kenji. They looked out and saw Kenji talking with Miss Lily in the hallway. Sirius broke out in a sweat. He looked so different. What the hell? Rayleigh looked at him and could only remain silent. Miss Lily was now in the classroom, standing at the blackboard. The Future Star Tournament is coming up soon. Is anyone participating? She turned to the class and said, This event is a collaboration with many nearby schools. Our school strongly encourages students to participate. This is a chance for you and our school to shine. Rayleigh, sitting in his seat, said wearily, Are you kidding us, miss? The Future Star Tournament is only for students from the hero class. What's the point of regular students participating? Every year, regular students join. But has any of them ever won? The hero class students always take all the top spots. It's just a waste of time and a way to get humiliated. Sirius chimed in. She's right, miss. And with other schools participating, we don't stand a chance. Last year, Rayleigh joined the marathon. Our school's runners hadn't even finished half the race when a hero class student from another school had already crossed the finish line. The class started to buzz. Do we really have to participate? I don't want to go just to lose, miss. We'll only bring shame on ourselves. Just let the hero class students represent the school. The homeroom teacher continued. Well, but the prizes this time are huge. Even as teachers want to participate. This tournament is being hosted by the Hero School organization. So famous hero guilds will be paying attention. Leaders from the Hero School organization will be there too. The winner gets 10 million yen. Hearing the prize was 10 million yen, the class erupted like a hornet's nest. 10 million yen? And leaders from the Hero School organization will be there too? Awesome. The Hero School organization is part of the Hero Federation. They focus on recruiting and training young heroes. If we catch their eye, we might get straight into the Hero Federation and have a bright future, right? Kinji, sitting and listening, thought to himself, 10 million yen. I borrowed 600 Zaro yen at high interest from the Blues and gang. If I win, I can pay off the debt and move Karina to an apartment with an elevator. And the Hero School organization. I don't know much about hero-related systems, But if they notice me, I might get more support. Kenji's eyes were firm, a smile playing on his lips as he thought. The money here is more valuable than the gold coins in that other world. Karina and I need money for a better life. I'll take that 10 million yen and the chance to be noticed by the hero school organization. Rayleigh put his hands behind his head and said dejectedly, "Hold on. What's the point of getting all excited? That prize money won't go to us. The genius hero class students will win anyway." Sirius chimed in. "Exactly. How can regular students beat them?" The class grew despondent again. People started whispering, "What's the point of hoping? We don't have a chance. The homeroom teacher could only offer encouragement. Just participating is what's important." Someone else spoke up. "If hero class students from other schools are participating, we have no chance at all." Suddenly, a hand shot up. In that case, it was Kenji. He raised his hand, adjusted his tie, and said, "I'll participate." Hearing this, Rayleigh slammed his hand on his desk and laughed mockingly. "Just because you beat us once, you've gotten this arrogant? I thought you had changed, but you're still as delusional as ever. You think you can fight against hero class students?" The whole class burst into contemptuous laughter. "Kenji, are you kidding? Fight hero class students. Hero class students from other schools will be there too. Are you stupid?" The teacher, standing at the podium, had to ask again. "Kenji, are you really going to participate?" Kenji didn't waste words. "Yes, please sign me up." Rayleigh, twirling a pen, continued to jeer. "Look at him. He's actually serious. Don't come crying later." Kenji immediately turned around. He looked at him with a sharp, cold gaze and said sternly, "Rayleigh, want to make a bet? If I lose, you can do whatever you want. But if I win, you all better drop that 'I'm better than you' attitude with me." Rayleigh's entire group was stunned into silence. Rayleigh flew into a rage, shot up from his seat, and slammed the desk. "You're on. This whole class is our witness. You better do well. We'll be watching to see how you crash and burn." Kenji just replied calmly, "Fine. Be my guest." From the podium, the homeroom teacher reminded them, "Quiet down. I'll submit Kenji's application. This afternoon, there's a pre-tournament screening for all participants. Everyone who signs up must attend." Hearing this, Kenji asked, "A pre-tournament screening? I understand." In front of Karina's classroom, Kenji was there. When Karina found out her brother was joining the competition, she cheered. "That's great. Big brother. Good luck." Kenji patted her head and reminded her, "Yeah, I might be late picking you up tonight. Remember not to go home alone." In the hallway, a few other girls passed by and couldn't help but gossip about Kenji. "Is that Karina's brother? I didn't get a good look before, but he's really handsome. He used to look so scrawny, but now he looks so cool. I'll ask Karina later. I bet he doesn't have a girlfriend." After they finished talking, Kenji turned to leave, not forgetting to wave goodbye to his sister. Inside the classroom, students started gathering around Karina's desk. Vivian and Mina sat to one side. Seeing the scene, Vivian said with some annoyance, "Look, everyone's starting to flock around that Karina girl again." Mina, playing on her phone, told her friend, "I heard her brother's joining the tournament. He's got guts. I already told Billy about this." She was texting her boyfriend. Billy replied instantly, "I know. My dad knows some hero class students from other schools. We'll use this chance to teach that guy a lesson." After reading the message, she said smugly, "Perfect. I can't wait for that day." Looking at Karina surrounded by people, she said spitefully, "After we deal with her brother, we'll bully that Karina girl even worse than before. She should enjoy these last happy moments while she can." In the principal's office, he stood by the window with his hands behind his back, giving instructions. This Future Star event is very special. On paper, it's an event to foster friendly relations between students, but in reality, it's a power assessment set by the Hero Federation and major guilds. Simply put, the strength of the hero class students represents the strength of the school, which determines how much support we receive. He turned around and continued seriously. "Our goal is to get at least one student into the top 5. That's the only way to guarantee our school gets investment." The person on the other side nodded. "I understand. As you've instructed, all hero class students will participate, while regular class students can choose whether to join or not." The vice principal, standing before the principal, also broke into a sweat. As expected, almost none of them have signed up. The principal sighed. "That's not surprising. The regular students aren't fools. They know how big the power gap is. Alright, so all hero class students are participating. And no regular students, correct? Representatives from the Hero Federation will be attending the screening this afternoon. Make sure preparations are thorough. There can be no mistakes. The vice principal wiped sweat from his forehead, his face pale. The preparations for the screening are fine. But there's one thing. A student from the regular class, Shinjitsuki Shiro, has signed up. Hearing this, the principal turned back in astonishment. A regular class student. Afternoon arrived at the pre-tournament screening area. All the contestants were gathered here. Everyone was warming up. Someone suddenly said, "It looks like a regular class student is participating this time." And he even volunteered. The pink-haired girl, Kako, heard her friend and remarked, "What an idiot. Does he really think he can compete with us? Does he want to humiliate the entire school or something?" Toshio, still warming up, replied, "Either way, he has zero chance of passing this screening. This is a trial test for us demi-heroes." System note: demi-hero are a young person with innate talent. They are usually placed in the hero class in high school, granted special privileges, and fight for the honor of their school. Toshio then looked up and said, "Look, there he is." Kako's cheeks flushed slightly. "Oh, he's pretty good looking." Toshio continued to watch Kenji intently while warming up, muttering to himself, "Really? Compared to the hero class, there's nothing special about him." Kazuo, holding the student list, grumbled when he saw a regular class student on it. Why is a regular class student participating in the screening? What a waste of time. This man was the teacher in charge of supervising the test. Toshio overheard and added with a smirk, "Even the teacher says so. In a place like this, a regular class student has absolutely no chance." Cutscene. A group of people are observing. One of them speaks. "Thank you for taking the time to visit our school's second-floor observation room." The principal was speaking, trembling slightly. "Chairman Suzuki, down there are our school's hero class students. The test will begin shortly. We look forward to your guidance." Hearing the principal, Suzuki replied calmly, "The organization has high expectations for your school's hero class. I'm just here to observe." This man was Suzuki, the chairman of the hero school organization. The principal followed behind him, saying cheerfully, "We are greatly honored. It would be wonderful if our students could meet your expectations. The results will be displayed here. Please feel free to watch from up here." Then, the principal glanced at the vice principal and urged, "Let's begin." The vice principal, holding his phone, replied, "Yes, sir." Down below, Kazuo received a message on his phone. He thought, "The vice principal has contacted me." Putting his phone away, he raised his hand and shouted to all the students, "All right, let's begin the screening. The content is the same as we discussed before. Form your teams and enter the simulator." Kazuo walked up to the simulator in front of him, pointing at the glowing screen. "These three are basic machines. The program will run rank and de-rank trial tests. With your abilities, most of you will run the rank program in a ranked dungeon. So, don't worry. Form teams in the designated order. The results will be displayed afterward. A score of 60 or higher is a pass." Kenji, standing below, raised his hand. "Excuse me, sir. I didn't know we had to form teams. I only knew we had a screening this afternoon." Kazuo scratched his head and thought. A contestant from the regular class was unexpected, but it doesn't really matter. He'll probably fail right away. After a moment, Kazuo spoke up. In that case, you'll take the test last. By yourself." Hearing the teacher, Kenji just thought, "By myself? I'm used to this from the other world." He replied aloud, "Yes, sir." Toshio, standing on the other side, was still glancing at Kenji. Looks like the teacher is just ignoring him. This trial test won't hurt anyone. But the dark energy and the actual difficulty are immense. Kako, hearing her friend, put her hands on her hips and added, "Even a team of demi-heroes struggles with it, let alone a regular student fighting alone. How long will he last? This is ridiculous." Suzuki, along with the principal and vice principal, watched from above. Group by group, students were entering the simulator. Suzuki crossed his arms, observing silently. He thought, this screening is entirely to find potential demi-heroes, and the Hero School organization exists to recruit these geniuses for the Hero Federation before anyone else. In times like these, even powerful guilds have to fight and compete for promising demi-heroes. If you're careless for a moment, a promising candidate will be snatched away. Down below, after the groups entered one by one, The system displayed students entering simulator. As soon as Toshio stepped into the forest, he exclaimed, "I've heard a lot about this, but seeing it with my own eyes is insane." Everyone started opening their system screens. Toshio continued, "Oh, we get to choose basic equipment too?" After selecting his armor, he turned and said, "Ready? Let's go. To pass this test, we need to get over 60 points. Remember to be careful." A while later, outside the testing area, groups were still lining up for their turn. When Toshio's group came out, the system displayed party size 5. Trial test level F rank. Time elapsed 24 minutes. All 5 members passed. As he stepped out, he let out a sigh and turned to Kako. "That was tough. We almost." Suzuki, watching from above, saw their group. He was deep in thought. The results are in. Rank difficulty. Max score of 100. Most teams scored around 70-80. No one got above 90. It seems there are no potential top-tier demi-heroes in this school's hero class. They are still too young. In recent years, the highest score achieved was 93%. From an E-rank trial test by the person team, they've since been promoted to full-fledged heroes. Although it's only 1 rank apart, the talent gap between E-rank and D-rank is huge. If someone passes an E-rank test, they can enroll in any hero training school they want. And if they get a high score, major guilds will also take notice. But geniuses like that are rare. Will I be able to find anyone like that here? He pointed down and said to the principal with a smile, "Wonderful. With just a little more training, they have a bright future ahead of him." "Is the screening over now?" Hearing his question, the vice principal struggled to say, "UHM, there's still 1 more student from the regular class. He's still preparing." The principal, seeming displeased, cleared his throat as a warning. Suzuki, however, clasped his hands behind his back and said cheerfully, "Oh, a regular class student signed up? That's brave. Since he's the last one, let's stay and watch. Even if he fails, he's still just a regular class student." Below, Kazuo was writing something on a clipboard. Without looking up, he said, "Congratulations. You all passed. Now, it's the regular class student's turn. Hurry up. If you get too scared once you're inside, you can withdraw at any time." Kenji heard the teacher and replied softly without another word, "Yes, sir." The crowd behind him started whispering when it was his turn. Toshio and a few other students stood to one side. He crossed his arms and started to provoke. The dark energy from the simulator might just make him wet his pants. "Don't you think? How long do you guys think it'll take before he comes crawling out?" Another student in the group chimed in. Kenji had now stepped into the simulator. The system immediately displayed a notification: trial test difficulty set to rank dungeon. Please select your class and equipment. Seeing this, Kenji muttered to himself, "Class and equipment? I already have everything I need, so I'll just start." System display level 12. Class warrior. Equipment black camouflage beastman fox set. Weapon blood mist edge. Skills lightning chain strike. Copy thunder ambush. Combat power 16,000. Kenji quickly began to eliminate the monsters. A swarm of level 1 black burrowers suddenly jumped out, their eyes glowing red as they charged at him. Seeing them, he remarked, "Level 1, huh?" A trial test for demi-heroes is bound to be simple. Without much effort, Kenji quickly dealt with the monsters. He walked forward leisurely, saying, "Karina's waiting for me. Let's finish this quickly." Inside the simulator, a light suddenly appeared, and Kenji looked up. The beast was quickly defeated by him, its corpse lying on the ground. Kenji swung his sword and muttered, "This is ridiculously easy. Only 6 minutes and I've already made it this far?" Level 3 Great Black Burrower. The system immediately displayed complete. Suddenly, the system flashed a red warning. Data error. Your abilities far exceed the difficulty level of the trial test. Commencing Drank Trial Test. Kenji read the notification and said aloud, "There's a Drank Dungeon Trial Test too. I thought passing the rank 1 was enough." The system's red notification flashed: Drank Dungeon is ready. Please begin the test. Seeing this, Kenji didn't hesitate and stepped in, saying as he walked, "Whatever. At my current level, there's no difference between Drank and Drag." The people outside saw that Kenji hadn't come out yet and started gossiping. "Still not out? Did he get scared to death in there?" Toshio also spoke up softly. "Sir, maybe you should try opening the machine. He might be too scared to come out because he wet his pants." Kazuo looked at the system display, a bit worried. It's been 12 minutes. That's a long time for a regular student. Did something actually happen? This is such a hassle. Suzuki was still standing above. He clasped his hands behind his back and said, "It's impressive that the regular class student has lasted this long. When he comes out, Mr. Principal, you should praise him for his courage and give him some form of commendation." The principal immediately agreed. "Of course. Even though we don't know his score yet, I will certainly praise his bravery." Suddenly, the simulator began to vibrate. The door opened, smoke billowing out as the machine announced, "Test concluded." Kenji stepped out from inside. The system immediately displayed, "Congratulations. You have passed the test with a perfect score. Party size 1. Trial test Sef rank and D rank. Total time 12 minutes. Score 100. The crowd below stared, their eyes wide with astonishment. Kenji stepped out and muttered to himself, "So, that's it." The 3 people in the second floor observation room were also startled. Suzuki had to exclaim, "Is he really a regular class student?" Below, Kazuo looked at the simulator's display. He was sweating bullets. "What is this? 100 points. And he even cleared the drank trial test? What's going on? There must be some kind of mistake." Toshio couldn't believe it either. His face flushed red as he pointed on and shouted, "It must be a miscalculation. There's no way a regular class student could pass both tests in 12 minutes. It even says he passed the drink test. That's impossible." Kenji walked past Kazuo and said, "I don't care about the score. Sir, as long as it's enough for me to pass. I have to go pick up my sister, so I'll be leaving now." The teacher just nodded dumbly. UHM. As Kenji was about to leave, someone called out, "Hey, student, wait a moment." Suzuki walked up and stood before him. "You just passed both the rank and drank trial tests, correct?" Kenji simply replied, "Yes." The vice principal standing beside him stammered, "Impossible. How could that be? The default setting is clearly the lower level dungeon. There's no way a drank test could have been included, and you passed both in just 12 minutes. As a regular class student." Suzuki ignored the vice principal's words. He continued, "Your name is Kenjitsuki Shiro, right? Can you tell me what the final boss of the drink test was?" Kenji turned to leave, shrugging nonchalantly. "It was a level 6 black worm. It was fast. But wait a week. I only had to slash it a few times and it was dead. If that's all, I'm going to pick up my sister. Goodbye, sirs." Suzuki was speechless. Suddenly, the principal spoke up. "Suki Shiro isn't lying, is he?" Suzuki immediately cut him off. "Go on and pick up your sister." Kenji turned his head to look at him and said, "Thank you, sir." The principal tried his best to explain. "Chairman, Suki Shiro's results must be some kind of error." Suzuki immediately cut the principal off again. "Mr. Principal, let Suki Shiro participate in the tournament and keep his score and what happened today a secret." The principal, though confused, nodded in agreement. All right." Suzuki stood there, not leaving yet. He was thinking. He couldn't have been mistaken. The final boss of the drink test is indeed a level 6 black worm. According to what he said, it was fast. But wait a week. You wouldn't know that unless you fought it. That score is real. A hidden genius. No, he's a monster. I regular class student passing both F and drink tests in 12 minutes with a perfect score. He's broken the record. I must keep an eye on him. If my guess is correct, I absolutely must recruit this genius for the Hero Federation." Kenji walked down the hallway, the afternoon sun shining down on him. System display level 12. Class Warrior. Equipment Black Camouflage Beast Man Fox Set. Weapon Blood Mist Edge. Skills Lightning Chain Strike. Copy Thunder Ambush. Combat Power 16,000. In the blink of an eye, the day of the future star tournament arrived. A bright red banner hung over the school gate, and students were flocking to the competition area. A student carrying a bag on his shoulder confidently walked through the crowd. The other students saw him and began to whisper, "It's Kurozu and saw I Higher High, the 2 top-ranked schools with incredibly high scores. They're participating too?" Another person chimed in, "I heard they have many hero class students who are already skilled enough to be real heroes. We don't stand a chance against them. The top 5 will probably all be from those 2 schools. Our school has no chance of reaching the top." A hand raised a megaphone. Cutting through the chatter, the announcement blared, "Attention all contestants. Please make sure to register here before gathering at the arena." Kinjar, with his bag slung over his shoulder, walked up to the registration table. The guide saw him approach and asked, "You're from the hero class, right? What's your name?" Kenji replied, I'm Kenji Tsukishiro, from the regular class of Seishin High. System display level 12. Class Warrior. Equipment Black Camouflage Beastman Fox Set. Weapon Blood Mist Edge. Skills Lightning Chain Strike. Copy Thunder Ambush. Combat Power 160,000. The person at the registration desk watched him leave and said to his colleague, regular class, huh? Your will is as strong as iron, isn't it? Don't push yourself too hard. The students from the hero class are formidable opponents. In the stadium, the opening ceremony had begun. The vice principal approached and said, Mr. Principal, Chairman Suzuki has arrived. The principal and vice principal immediately went to greet Suzuki. As soon as he saw him, the principal bowed and said, I apologize that no one was here to greet you. Suzuki, with his hands behind his back, replied, There's no need for that. Have all the regular students register? The vice principal quickly stepped forward to answer. Yes, they've all registered. They should be in the arena by now. Suzuki nodded in satisfaction. Good. In the arena courtyard, students were busy warming up. Suzuki was still thinking to himself. So, Tsukishiro registered. That means he's serious about this tournament. If his power is real, then there's no doubt. He is an outstanding genius. If the major guilds take notice, they might try to snatch him away. I can't let that happen. In a corner, the vice principal turned and whispered to the principal. The representatives from the guilds have all arrived. It's time to start the opening ceremony. The principal nodded. Yes. Make sure everyone is well taken care of and that there are no breaches of etiquette. The vice principal continued to whisper to him. Chairman Suzuki probably already knows. This year, both Kuroziyu and Sai Higher High have sent their best students. The principal looked up and asked, Wait, they sent even better students than usual. The vice principal looked worried, his brow furrowed in a difficult expression. It seems both schools are very determined to get good results this year. Meanwhile, our school falls behind every year. We probably won't be able to achieve any outstanding results this year either. The principal could only put a hand to his forehead and sigh. I know. It's the same as always. We'll just have to do our best. Just then, in a room filled with contestants, a bell rang out. The practical combat ability test will begin in a few minutes. Please gather in the testing area. Everyone in the room was busy warming up, Kenji included. He was thinking, combat ability test? Shouldn't the tournament just start already? The screens on the machines displayed the rules. Combat ability test rules minimize movement while unleashing maximum power. Physical and power scores will be projected on the screen. The maximum score for each category is 100. Kenji understood. So, the competition starts from here. The smaller the movement, the greater the power. The power displayed will accurately reflect each contestant's true ability. And since everything is calculated by machine, there can be no cheating. The crowd behind saw someone step forward and began to whisper. A student from Sai Higher High? I wonder what score he'll get. The Sai Higher student stood before the scoring machine, concentrating fully. He wound up and threw a powerful punch. The screen immediately displayed physical 72, power 74. Seeing his score, the student just smiled and muttered, Nice. The group of contestants behind him immediately started buzzing. Both over 70. Over 70 is above average. But if you get over 80, you can definitely compete for the top 3. One person turned to the one next to him undashed. What did you get last time? The other replied, Physical 76, power 66. The movement restriction didn't let me unleash my power very well. His friend reminded him. You need to practice controlling your power first. Kenji overheard their conversation and thought to himself. So, over 70 in both categories is pretty good. I wonder what I'll score. The students took their turns being tested. The system continuously displayed testing in progress. Seishin High Physical 62, power 16. Sai Higher High Physical 73, power 65. Seishin High Physical 76, power 72. Sai Higher High Physical 78, power 68. Seishin High Physical 56, power 62. When it was a Seishin student's turn, the group behind them started jeering again. Is that the best a Seishin student can do? 56 points. How average? The crowd behind them couldn't stop laughing and mocking. I heard a regular class student from Seishin High is competing. I'm curious to see their pathetic score. The crowd whispered, Poor Seishin High. They have to add regular students just to fill the spots. Huh? At that moment, in the stands, Representatives from various guilds were seated, each with their own calculations. It seems Kurozu High is in the lay. With diligent training, those kids could definitely become bright heroes. I'll add them to my recruitment list. That student from Sae Hira is also quite impressive. Saishin High. No potential. They're falling behind. Standing in the observation room, the principal covered his face with his hands. He sighed and muttered, "What an embarrassing score." Suzuki, on the other hand, was thinking, compared to the other schools, they are clearly being left behind. I have high hopes for Tsuki Shiro. In the stands, Kenji's class was watching. Rayleigh's group was there too. Sirius spoke up. The other schools even know about that. How humiliating. Rayleigh smugly added, "Where's Kenji? Is he not planning to compete?" Karina's watching. Whispering. Big brother. Karina's class was watching from the stands. Mina crossed her arms and mocked. "Karina, is your brother planning to embarrass the whole school in front of everyone?" Vivian chimed in. "Yeah, if he's really that strong, he should be able to fight students from other schools. Right? He was so sarcastic to us that day." Hearing this, Karina immediately turned around and retorted, "I believe in my brother." Mina, seeing her reaction, became furious. "You and your brother are both idiots. When he fails, I'll send him a thank you note for the laugh." In the arena, Suzuki was watching intently. He frowned slightly, thinking, so far, no one has scored above 80 in both categories, but the strongest contestants usually appear last. He pursed his lips in anticipation. When will Kenji Tsukishiro go up? Will he be able to stand against the best from Kurozu and Sae Hira? Just then, a scuffle broke out among the contestants. Someone bumped into another student. The student who was bumped angrily shouted, "Hey, watch where you're going." The other student turned around, and everyone immediately took notice. He is Vince Love, a hero from Sae Hira High, passed the D-level hero exam. Combat power 580. Someone immediately recognized him. It's Vince. He saw Hira's ace. He even passed the hero exam. He's a seed contestant aiming for the championship. Then he's definitely a top contender. The student who got bumped immediately bowed his head. If I'd known, I would have kept my mouth shut. Vince walked up to the testing machine. He reached out and touched the sphere in front of him. Gathering all his strength, he punched the testing sphere. The screen immediately displayed Sae Hira High physical ITchus. Power 90. The crowd behind him was filled with admiration. Incredible. Such a light movement. Yet he unleashed so much power. So skilled. Suzuki saw it too and judged. Sae Hira is indeed the strongest. It seems he is the strongest student this year. I'll go talk to him after the event. Down below, the student saw someone else enter and immediately spoke up. "Hey, Kurozu's ace is up." He walked in and started shouting, "All you brats who can't even hit 80. Shut your mouths. Open your eyes and watch Kurozu's true ace in action." He was Boniface Love, a hero from Kurozu High. Passed the D-level hero exam. Combat power 620. Boniface also walked up to the testing machine. He just lightly touched it, and the sphere immediately spun wildly. The screen immediately displayed Kurozu High physical 89. Power 92. The crowd below stared with their mouths agape. Then erupted. He was so close to getting over 90 in both categories. He barely even moved. Kurozu is on a different level. It looks like this year's winner has already been decided. Suzuki saw this as well and thought, immense potential. As expected of Kurozu's top student, I will definitely speak with him after the tournament. Vince, seeing Boniface's score, looked a bit downcast. Boniface walked past, smirking at Vince. "You're the only one who's a real rival to me, but the championship is definitely mine." Suddenly, someone stepped forward, cutting them off. "Excuse me, but it's my turn." The crowd behind saw it was Kenji and started to heckle. "Shinji Tsukishiro. Seishin High. Regular class. I can't believe he actually showed up. Don't embarrass the school. You hear? How dare he stand behind Boniface like that?" Kenji walked up to the testing sphere. He was still thinking. "So I just need to use the least amount of movement and unleash the most power, right?" The crowd behind him saw he hadn't started and laughed, urging him on. "Hurry up." Mina, sitting in the stands, smirked as if watching a comedy. "So he finally shows his face? Great. You're just going to embarrass yourself. Don't get so scared you can't even move." Karina, in the stands, was worried for her brother. big brother. You can do it. Suzuki saw that Kenji had finally stepped up, his heart filled with anticipation. Here we go. Let's see what he can do. If he gets over 70 or 80, it will be very impressive. The principal even covered his face, unable to watch. It's that regular class student. He's done for. Kenji stood below, let out a soft breath, and thought, if that's the case, I'll just use my transcendent physique in the heavenly selection system alone. With that thought, he activated the system and lightly touched the sphere with one finger. The transcendent physique has been enhanced. For a short time, defense and shock resistance have greatly increased. His finger unleashed an immense power, and the system displayed it. Heavenly selection system 60% of body strength is concentrated into the middle finger. The strength of other body parts is significantly reduced. Middle finger strength increased by 600%. The moment Kenji's finger touched the sphere, a massive burst of light and power was released. The students standing nearby were all blown back, shielding their faces. Everyone watching was left with their mouths hanging open in shock. The screen immediately flashed in succession: Seishin High Physical 100, Power 100, Seishin High Physical minus undefined, Power minus undefined. Kenji saw the result and thought, I might have overdone it. The testing sphere immediately flew off the machine and shot into the air. Kenji thought with a sigh, this is a pain. I'm going to have to pay for the damages. The sphere Kenji had flicked flew into the air for a moment before crashing back to the ground. Then it in smoking. What was that? The stands erupted into chaos. Whispers and shouts filled the air. The ball just flew off. Is he really that strong? No way. The machine must have malfunctioned. Or maybe he cheated? Among the guild representatives, people were shouting, who is that student? What was the score? If the machine didn't malfunction, does that mean his power surpasses every other student here? He definitely cheated, right? A high school student can't possibly have that much power. Down by the testing machine, a teacher was inspecting the damage. The teacher spoke into a phone. I'm going to confirm with the school. Please wait a moment. Kenji, standing nearby, spoke up. As long as it's not a 0, I'm fine with it. I have no objections. Boniface still couldn't believe it. He shouted, impossible. The machine is definitely broken. Or he used some equipment to cheat. Vince crossed his arms and added, I don't know. Let's see what the school decides. Just then, the principal pushed through the crowd. Let me through, everyone. We need to inspect the machine. Suzuki also came down immediately. He stood before Kenji and said, Tsukishiro, let me see your hands. Kenji held out his hands. Suzuki looked at them and thought, at first, I thought he must have enhanced his strength with equipment, but there are no signs of equipment use or cheating. His hands are covered in calluses. At such a young age, he frowned and asked the boy, why do you have so many calluses and scars on your hands? Kenji answered frankly, I've been working part-time jobs to make a living for almost 10 years now. Hearing this, he could only blurt out, what? The inspection team had finished. Naoki, the technician, approached and said, there's nothing wrong with the machine. After restoring the data, we remeasured the impact force. Both scores are a perfect 100. The principal, as if not believing his ears, asked again, 100 points in both categories. Shinji Tsukishiro, from Seishin High. The crowd behind them erupted. His power was so great it broke the machine? He obviously cheated. He must be lying. The organizers at Seishin High must be playing dirty. The technician, Naoki, seeing the intense backlash, asked nervously, Mr. Principal, is there a problem? The principal turned to Suzuki and said, Chairman, I don't have the authority to change Tsukishiro's score. Suzuki then stepped forward to speak on behalf of the organization. As a representative of a hero school organization, I acknowledge Tsukishiro's result. I have personally inspected him, and there are no signs of cheating. Once again, I declare Kenji Tsukishiro of Seishin High has achieved 100 points in both categories. Both Boniface and Vince, hearing the announcement, couldn't believe it and exclaimed in unison, 100 points in both categories. A surge of jealousy rose in Boniface's heart. He gritted his teeth, thinking, I didn't even pay attention to that Shinji guy before. Is this why that Billy kid begged me to deal with him? Is he for real? Billy's father is the vice leader of the Blueson gang, our partner. I have to fulfill Billy's request at all costs. I'll take care of him in the next round. The group of demi-hero students started whispering. One spoke up, I can't believe the chairman of the hero school organization said that. Another added, if the chairman said it, the score must be real. So, Kinji Tsukishiro, from Seishin High, a regular class student, is ranked first in the test with 100 points in both categories. The test results were in. The announcer immediately made the declaration as his photo was projected onto the large screen. Kinji Tsukishiro, Seishin High, 100 points in both categories, ranked first. Everyone was in an uproar. In the stands, Rayleigh's group was sweating bullets. He yelled, "Rank 1? That's insane." Sirius next to him said with his mouth agape, 100 points in both categories. The person next to them also chimed in, 100 points in both? That's a historical record. What is he? Karina, in the stands, cheered with joy. Big brother, you're amazing. Vivian's jaw dropped. Everyone around was buzzing. See? His score is insane. Karina turned and stuck her tongue out playfully. My brother is amazing. Mina couldn't stand and gritted her teeth in anger. How could they let him win like that? What the hell are they doing? She immediately took out her phone and started texting her boyfriend, Billy, in a frenzy. Over here, Suzuki stood with his hands behind his back. He announced to everyone, Tsukishiro is the only student from Seishin High to make it into the top 10. The top 3 will receive 10, 5, and 3 points respectively, while the rest will each get 1 point. He thought to himself, if Seishin High plans to rely on Tsukishiro to get into the top 3, the next round will be very difficult. Kurozu and Yahello are not opponents to be taken lightly. After a while, the arena bell rang again. Schools are free to form teams for the next round. The second match will be a team competition. A loudspeaker continued the announcement. The second match is the Destruction Race. Teams will enter a simulated dungeon to see which team can eliminate the most dark creatures in 10 minutes. The students on the field heard this, and someone spoke up. If it's a team competition, we still have a chance. We'll do our best to get our team ranked as high as possible. A teacher on the field was holding a monitoring board. He said to Kinji, Tsukishiro, according to the rules, you need at least 3 people to form a team. So you'll be sitting this match out, okay? Kinji nodded in agreement. Yes, sir. He looked at the scoreboard. Seishin High was in the lead with 10 points. That should be fine, right? Elsewhere, Boniface was seething with frustration. Damn it. I can't do anything in this match. I was planning to teach him his place. I still have other chances. I need to focus on winning this second match. As Boniface warmed up, he told his teammates, we've done this 100 times at school. We are the strongest team from Kurozu and have been specially trained for this situation. We will definitely take first place. His teammates replied in unison, yes. On the other side, Vince was also gathering his team members. He said, Kurozu and Yahello have both formed their strongest teams to fight for the top spot, but we are not weaker than them in terms of power. We can win too. His team members responded in unison. Right, we'll do our best. Yahello. Over here, the Seishin High team was talking amongst themselves. The teams from Kurozu and Yahello are insanely strong. First and second place are basically guaranteed for them. We'll try to get as many points as possible and aim for the top 10. A member of the Seishin team then spoke up. So this is what the power gap looks like. Huh? Our team is so much weaker than theirs. The loudspeaker blared again. The match begins. Each team will enter the simulator in turn. On the field, the teams entered one by one. In the stands, Rayleigh was laughing with his legs crossed. Hey, look at Tsukishiro, standing all alone. Sirius, sitting next to him, also laughed. Looks like no one wants to team up with him. Kinji was standing in a corner with his arms crossed. The other students started to mock him again. See, who would believe some random regular class student could have such a high power score? In the stands, Mina and Vivian were also teasing Karina. Your brother doesn't even have any teammates. How pathetic. Karina looked annoyed and mumbled. Everyone looks down on my brother. Kenji was also standing in line with his arms crossed, thinking, the ultimate star will be decided by the final total score. Additionally, the contestant with the most outstanding performance who scores in a match will be honored as the MVP. A proud honor. I'll take it easy in the second match. My goal is to become the MVP. If I can get a good score in the individual rounds, the 10 million yen prize will be mine. After entering the simulator, all the schools were trying their best inside the simulation. Teams from other schools. The system displays the current number of dark creatures eliminated 18. So Yahello minus Vince's team. The system also displays the current number of dark creatures eliminated 48. Kurozu minus Boniface's team. The system displays the current number of dark creatures eliminated 62. Outside, everyone in the stands was watching on the big screen. Someone in the crowd commented, halfway through. As expected, Kurozu High's team is leading with an incredible number. Another person remarked, both Kurozu and Saihira have excellent teamwork. Suzuki was also watching, his hand on his chin, and thought, I was expecting Tsukishiro to do something interesting. But in team matches like this, he can't do much. Regular class students are often isolated by hero class students. That's the reality. Just then, a team from Seishin High emerged from the simulator, their faces etched with exhaustion. The group could not continue the simulation. Simulation terminated. Time 6 minutes 39 seconds. Dark creatures defeated. The person in front was supporting Toshio. He said, why did everyone pass out? It's just me and the vice captain left. At this rate, we won't even make it into the top 10. The person behind him replied, Captain, even though this is just a simulated dungeon, we're still taking real damage. We can't go on. As they came out, the captain of the Seishin team looked at the ranking screen and broke into a sweat. Damn. Kurozu's strongest team has already defeated Itix's monsters. How many more can they get in 10 minutes? Toshio heard this, turned his head to look at the scoreboard, and said, Saihira has 63 kills too. The gap between us and 10th place is only 8 kills. Damn it. They went to the support desk to meet their teacher. Excuse us. Can we continue? The vice captain and I can still fight. The teacher heard them and replied, but you need at least 3 people to form a team. The others are already exhausted. And even if someone joins you now, there won't be enough time left. The captain yelled in frustration. What a bunch of useless bums. We just need one more person. Suddenly, Toshio grabbed his arm. There is someone. He pointed to Kenji, who was standing in a corner with his arms crossed. The regular class student, Tsukishiro. Seeing this, the captain went over and pulled Kenji in front of the teacher. We need 3 people to make a team. You're coming with us. Don't let the points go to waste. Hearing the captain's words, Kenji replied, I'm fine with that. Immediately after registering, the 3 of them entered the simulator. The captain slung an arm over Kenji's shoulder and said, now that there are 3 of us, we're good to go. The teacher watched them enter and said, but I don't think you can make much of a difference in the 3 minutes you have left. They went inside. The captain immediately said to Toshio, 3 minutes left. Vice captain, let's go. Toshio, holding his sword, said, we've taken down 33. If we can get 10 more, we might make the top 10. Without turning around, he said to Kenji, hey, Tsukishiro, I don't know how capable you are, but if you can help, you better help. In front of the 3 of them was a horde of one-eyed monsters. Kenji stepped forward. He said calmly, you 2 should close your eyes. Toshio, not understanding, asked, huh? Close our eyes? Kenji immediately unleashed his power and said, it'll be better for your eyes this way. Just close them. Kenji opened a dimensional space. System display summoning forth weapon netherlight blade. System display level 12. Class warrior. Equipment black camouflage beastman fox set. Weapon blood mist edge. Skills lightning chain strike. Copy thunder ambush. Combat power 16,000. The 2 behind him immediately covered their eyes. Oh, okay, got it. But we don't have time for this. We need 10 more kills to get into the top 10. Kenji heard them and reply, leave it to me. His entire body was now covered in crackling lightning. With a single downward slash, the ground exploded. Kenji charged forward, cutting down monsters frantically. He thought, let's go. I'll tear right through them. Kenji used the system to activate Transcendent Physique. His strength now enhanced. He unleashed a single slash, activating lightning chain strike. Thunderbolts struck everywhere. The system notifications kept popping up. Defeated 43. 53rd, 73. 103. 180. 240th, 330. He slaughtered the monsters relentlessly. When he felt he had done enough, he stopped. Kenji slung the blade over his shoulder and said as he walked, this should be enough. The 2 in front of him were utterly shocked by the scene and screamed, wait, in a single blow? Did you really take down 300 of them? Just then, the bell outside rang, signaling that time was up for all teams. The screen immediately updated. First place minus Seishin, high 330 defeated. Second place minus Kurozu high 100 to defeated. Third place minus Saihira high Itixis defeated. The 3 of them stepped out of the simulator. In the stands, the crowd, not expecting this, was buzzing. Saishin High? Suzuki had appeared on the field at some point. He ran up to Toshio and asked, "Impossible. Did he really defeat 300 monsters right before the match ended?" Toshio, trembling, said, We don't know what happened either. Tsukishiro told us to close our eyes. So, the captain also scratched his head and continued. After that, all we saw were bright flashes of light and felt thunder and tremors. Then, Tsukishiro wiped out all the monsters in front of us with a single attack. Toshio, standing beside him, testified, "We didn't do anything wrong. I swear." Suzuki immediately looked at Kenji in a new light. He thought, so it was all thanks to Kenji. He is definitely a hidden genius with overwhelming power. No, he's a monster. A prodigy who will shake the entire hero community. Once this tournament is over, I will talk to him. I can't let someone like him be snatched away. The entire stadium erupted like a beehive. A 3-person team? They definitely cheated. That makes them several times stronger than Kurozu's best team. It's that Kenji guy again. The organizers at Saishin must be manipulating the data to avoid embarrassment. Using such despicable tricks is even more shameful. If they dare to manipulate data so openly, they'll be found out sooner or later. Just then, Yokai Ade also came down to the field. He approached the principal and said, "Mr. Principal, we are from the Off-Campus Judges Association. We find this result highly suspicious. We would like to inspect the data." The principal, rubbing his head with a troubled look, replied, "We are also very confused by this situation. But of course, you may inspect it. I'm sure there's nothing amiss." Seeing the situation, Rayleigh, in the stands, crossed his arms and laughed smugly. The Off-Campus Judges Association is checking the data. This is getting interesting. Sirius, next to him, didn't forget to add, he definitely cheated. There's no way he's that strong. A student in front of them covered his eyes and said, "If he really did cheat, this will become a huge scandal." Over with Mina. She couldn't sit still for a second. She continued to taunt Karina. "Karina, your brother cheated, didn't he?" Karina scowled and retorted, "My brother would never do something like that." Back down below, Suzuki also approached. He asked from a distance, "Yokai-ade, what's the data say?" Yokai-ade's group, after a thorough examination, could only scratch their heads. UHM, after checking the data from right before the match ended, I saw a sudden spike in the values. Although it's hard to believe, I couldn't find any signs of external tampering. So it doesn't seem to be cheating. The principal was overjoyed. So Kenji is completely innocent. Saishin High has always played fair and square. Someone else spoke up, but I've never heard of a 3-person team achieving numbers like that. Just then, Shinji, along with Toshio and the captain, walked over. He made a proposal. "How about this if we don't take first place in the following matches? You can consider it as us having cheated. But if we continue to hold first place, then there will be no room for doubt." The principal, hearing this, quickly said, "Tsukishiro, calm down. First place in all matches is a bit." Before he could finish, Kenji cut him off. "Don't worry, sir." Boniface, hearing this, smirked. "Putting on such a show. The rest are individual matches, right? Let's see if you can keep your word." Vince, standing nearby, clenched his fists. "I thought this would be a battle for the championship between just me and you. But now, we've already passed the hero exam. Yet, we're being surpassed here. Well, I quite enjoy fighting overly confident people like this." Yokai-ade, thinking it wasn't a bad idea, said, "If that's the case, then go ahead. We're not forcing you. If you don't get first place in any of the subsequent matches, we will assume you cheated." Kenji immediately gave a thumbs up to show his agreement. "Yes, sure." They immediately moved on to the individual tests. The first event, the long jump. Boniface went first. He skillfully executed the jump with ease. System display Boniface. Hero class. Kurozu High. Past rank Hero Jam. Level 4. Combat power 620. Next up was Kenji. He immediately activated the system Transcendent Physique. Both legs were enhanced, their power increasing significantly. Kenji barely had to push off the ground to complete the jump. Boniface watched in amazement. System display long jump minus first place Saishin High. Kenji Tsukishiro. Second event, the short dash. As soon as it started, Kenji left Boniface and Vince far behind. System display short dash minus first place Saishin High. Kenji Tsukishiro. Third event, the discus throw. When it was Kenji's turn, he quickly activated the system. Transcendent Physique. Both arms have been enhanced. Arm power has increased significantly. He threw the discus with all his might. The discus instantly vanished into the air. The system announced again, discus throw minus first place Saishin High. Kenji Tsukishiro. The judges sitting outside stared with wide, astonished eyes. He broke the record. Karina sat in the stands, cheering non-stop. Though, big brother, Mina and Vivian, sitting above, had extremely sour expressions. Mina kept complaining. Is Karina's brother really that strong? Vivian quickly chimed in. He took first in every event. He must have broken the record, right? Over here, Rayleigh Sirius's expressions were no better. Sirius's forehead was beaded with sweat as he stammered. Rayleigh, what's wrong with that guy? Rayleigh had to admit. Damn, he's a total monster. Just then, in the hallway, a figure stood watching from a distance. It was Billy. His face was pale, his eyes bloodshot with hatred. He thought, what is this? I don't care if he cheated or not anymore. This can't be happening. What the hell is Boniface doing? He held his phone, sending an urgent message to Boniface. In the competition arena, both Boniface and Vince were drenched in sweat. Panting heavily, Boniface gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, when did Saishin High train a monster like this? Vince was also worn out. He's so hard to beat. Just then, Boniface checked his phone and saw the message from Billy. After reading it, he thought to himself, I know, Billy. I want to, but I can't do it. Damn it. As he was holding his phone, Vince spoke to him again. Boniface, the next match is the last one. I'm going to do something. You just wait and see. We've trained for so long. I'm confident. I'm going to have a fair fight with Kenji. Hearing Vince, Boniface suddenly remembered something. He thought, that's right. For that match, Billy's father secretly gave me the P2P mind invasive device. It's an expensive item sold on the black market. I was planning to save it for later. But if I don't use it now, I'll have no other chance to defeat Kenji. The device has been adjusted down to only 10% power, so using it won't cause any real harm. Just then, the arena loudspeaker blared. Next up is the final event of the day, the weight pull. This is a traditional and much-loved final event. System note: weight pull. The player uses a rope, strength, and willpower to lift a chosen female student from their school. When the bell at the top of the pulley rings, the lift is complete. The female student must then pull down the school's nameplate to win. The announcer's voice boomed again. Each school will have 3 students participating. Let's begin the final match. Just then, someone approached Kenji. He said to him, Tsukishiro, the principal wants you to participate. Please get first place again. Kenji scratched his head. But there are no female partners. He thought to himself, Karina's legs aren't well. The teacher heard this and immediately said, let me find someone for you. Don't worry. The teacher immediately found a megaphone and made an announcement. Kenji Tsukishiro of Saishin High will participate in the weight pull. However, there are currently no female students who wish to partner with him. Any volunteers, please come down to the competition area. As soon as the announcement was made, many female students in the stands began to whisper, I want to help, but I'm not sure if his first place wins workily. Another person chimed in. Kenji seems more outstanding than the hero class students, even though he's from the regular class. I want to help, but it's too embarrassing. Yeah, I don't want to be the center of attention. Just then, in the stands, Karina raised her hand and shouted, I'll do it. Her friend sitting next to her panicked and grabbed her arm. You can't. Your legs. You can't. Vivian, sucking on a lollipop, spoke up. No one's going down. It's fine. Our school will probably just pick someone at random to participate. Suddenly, Mina spoke up. I have an idea. With a sly look on her face, she said, I'll participate. I'll intentionally mess things up. Even if we don't get first place, it'll be because that Tsukishiro guy isn't capable enough. It won't be my fault. Vivian, hearing her friend, asked, Oh, you're going yourself? She stood up and headed down to the field, smirking as she walked. I can't just rely on Billy anymore. I can't stand it. Vivian couldn't stop her and just said, All right, be careful and do your best. Kenji was warming up on the field when the teacher came over. We have a volunteer. You two, go ahead and introduce yourselves. He stood up and turned around to greet her. Kenji Tsukishiro. It's a pleasure to meet you. He was a bit stunned when he saw who it was. Mina approached with a smile and said, Let me help you. The teacher left the two of them their turn to leave. Before leaving, He didn't forget to add, "You to discuss your strategy. I'm going to do a final check before the match starts." Kenji replied, "Yes, sir." Kenji looked at Mina and said, "What are you doing here? You're definitely up to no good." Mina, fiddling with her hair, told him, "I came down because no one else would. You should reconsider your attitude." Just then, the loudspeaker blared again. "All contestants, prepare yourselves. The final weight pull match will begin shortly." The contestants heard the announcement and got into position. Mina, brushing her hair back, climbed onto the lifting platform. As she climbed, she said, "So this is the lifting platform. I've seen it before, but this is my first time on it. Hey, Tsukishiro, you better pull me to the top and help our school keep first place." Kenji ignored her, silently preparing for the competition. Mina, seeing that Kenji was ignoring her, felt a pang of anger. How dare he ignore me? Fine, have it your way. Over with Vince. He was flexing for his teammate. "All right, let's go. I'll pull you to the top. Then you ring the bell and pull down the nameplate." His teammate replied, "I believe in you." On Boniface's side, his teammate also said, "Boniface, I'll do my best." He didn't reply. He gritted his teeth, his mind solely focused on one thing. "Just you wait. Kenji, I won't let you win this match." The announcer's voice rang out again. "All players, take your positions. Assistants, check the ropes." The technicians checked and gave a thumbs up. System note assistants. Each player has a pair of assistants to help pull the rope. They are responsible for taking over if the player runs out of strength or in case of an emergency, like a sudden platform drop. Everyone was in position. The announcer shouted, "Now, all players, ready, pull." As soon as the announcement ended, all the players began pulling with all their might. On Kenji's side, he held the rope in his hands, thinking, "So light. The transcendent physique in my legs makes this easy. But going up too fast will look suspicious. I'll slowly increase my speed and aim for first place." In the stands, everyone was cheering for their school. "Go, Kurozu, take first place." Hira, go Vince. Boniface was pulling the rope, his eyes red with hatred. "First place? I don't care anymore. My only goal is to stop Tsukishiro from getting first place. It's almost time. Once I use this, no one, no matter how strong, can withstand such a sudden headache." Just then, he let go with one hand, reaching down to touch his pocket, still thinking, "I can't wait to see the look on his face when he comes in last." In the stands, the students were cheering loudly. "Go on, pull. You're halfway there. Go on, pull. You're almost there." Among the contestants, two were starting to get tired, sweating profusely. One said, "It's getting heavier." The one next to him, also struggling, said, "Damn it, I can't take it anymore. Come on, over with Vince." He saw everyone struggling and laughed loudly. "Look here, you chickens." With one powerful pull, he lifted his teammates straight up. The girl waved and cheered. "Vince, we're in the lead. Keep going." On Kenji's side, he was just starting to make his move. Kenji opened the system, activating Transcendent Physique, arm enhancement. He was still slowly pulling his rope, thinking, "I'll maintain a steady pace and pull up slowly before reaching the top. Then I'll add more power with each pull." Mina, standing in the lifting cage, looked down with a furious expression. She gripped the railing and thought, "He's completely expressionless. Damn it, I can't give up." Suddenly, she started jumping around inside the cage, shouting, "Kenji, pull faster." In her mind, she thought, "Maybe I should add a little more force." She continued to yell, "Pull with all your might." Below, Kenji could feel the rope shaking violently. He quickly regained his composure, gripping the rope tightly and thinking, "So you really have no intention of helping." An assistant saw Mina jumping around and warned her, "Hey, miss, stop moving. It's dangerous." Up in the stands, Billy had arrived. Mina's boyfriend, Billy, saw the scene and laughed slyly. He thought to himself, "That's my girl. Well done. You volunteered to go up just to do this, didn't you? That's right. Jump with all your might. No matter how dangerous it is. We can't let that guy win." Mina finally stopped, gripping the railing and looking down again. She thought, "There. Serves you right." But she suddenly froze, seeing Kenji still standing calmly below. She broke into a cold sweat. Just then, Kenji shot a warning glare up at her. A cold aura emanated from him. Kenji was furious. "Are you done causing trouble?" Mina saw the look in his eyes and her legs went weak. Only now did she feel fear. That look. He's really going to kill me. The announcer's voice rang out again. The match is coming to an end. All players, give it your all. Fight for yourselves in the honor of your school. Boniface heard the words the end and a wicked smile spread across his face. The end. Huh? It's about time. He looked at Kenji's back, still thinking, if I don't get first place in even a single match, you can consider me a cheater. What an arrogant fool. He remembered, right before the match started, I've secretly set the target to Kenji. I just need to press the button. I can't wait to see the look of agony on your face. You won't be getting first place in front of me. He reached into his pocket, took out the activation chip, and pressed the button to activate the device. System No P2P Mind Invasive Device. A high-level psychic item. When used on a target, it transmits a powerful neuro shockwave to the head. The target will experience a moment of intense headache. Extremely dangerous. It is a prohibited item not allowed for circulation on the market. As soon as he pressed the button, a wave of energy began to spread through the contestants' area. Immediately, the students were affected by the wave. They clutched their heads in agony. Boniface was no better off. He held his head, his eyes bloodshot. He growled, "What? Why is there an area of effect? My head is about to split open." Only then did he realize, something's wrong. The item Billy's father gave me is faulty. Kenji saw the state of the people around him and thought, what's wrong with everyone? Suddenly, the headache hit him. Only then did Kenji feel it. The system immediately alerted him, warning neuroshock detected. Activating neural protection mode. By now, most of the other students had been knocked unconscious by the wave. With no one holding the ropes, the other partners began to fall uncontrollably. People screamed in panic. The crowd in the stands finally noticed what was happening and started to buzz. What's going on? Why has everyone collapsed? Even the assistants? The girls are in danger. If they fall, they won't survive. Someone, help them. The principal also saw the situation. He yelled for people to run and help. Everyone, go. We have to at least save one person. As they ran, someone said, we're too far away. We can't get down in time. A fallen girl was screaming. Suddenly, a hand grabbed the rope. Mina opened her eyes and looked, exclaiming, huh? It stopped. She ran to the railing to see, wondering who did it. Mina immediately saw that the person holding the rope was Kenji. Down below, his eyes emitted a faint glow. He thought, I can't let this happen. If I do nothing, those girls will be in danger. Tsukishiro immediately said, activate Transcendent Physique. Maximize power in both legs. The system instantly received the command activating Transcendent Physique. Power in both legs has been enhanced. Seeing the girls all falling and screaming, Kenji immediately ran a circuit, grabbing all the unattended ropes. He thought, I have to grab all these ropes at once. I can't miss a single one. In the stands, seeing this, someone shouted, oh my god, that Kenji guy. He stopped all the platforms from falling. After one lap, Kenji had finally gathered all the ropes. He was still thinking, I can't let anyone fall. This is so heavy. The combined weight is no joke. Focus all physical strength into both arms. The system announced activating Transcendent Physique. All strength focused into both arms. The pressure on the legs is immense. Suddenly, all the girls cried out, hang in there. Don't give up. Keep going. Mina, standing above, saw the sight before her and had to admit, Shinji, he's pulling all of them by himself. The crowd in the stands was agape. People started discussing. Each one must weigh 50 kilos. There are over 10 platforms, plus the weight of the girls. What kind of insane strength is this? Shinji, you can do it. Kenji was using every ounce of strength he had. He gritted his teeth, thinking, so heavy, I have to hold on. His gloves were. Suzuki saw this and shouted his name, Tsukishiro. He thought, he will undoubtedly become a legendary hero. No matter what, I must recruit him into the elite hero team. Just then, the principal and the others arrived. He yelled, hurry, help him. Only then did Tsukishiro dare to let go. Two people came to support him, while others helped. Someone shouted, we've got it. Tsukishiro, you did well. Everyone, grab a platform. Hurry. Everyone quickly grabbed onto the ropes. Kenji still held his own rope. I'll keep this one. The supporter saw him and asked, are you sure you don't need a break? After what just happened? Just then, Kenji said again, the match isn't over yet. I said I would win first place in every event. Mina, watching from above, muttered to herself, "He's planning to continue? He must be completely exhausted by now." She blushed, thinking to herself, "That's amazing." Kenji forced himself to stand up, his body trembling. He thought, "My arms feel like they're about to fall off. I might get cramps. I have to hold on tight. I have to win first place." System display warning: muscle endurance has reached its limit. In the stands, everyone held their breath. "Come on. You can do it." He's still pulling. Karina clasped her hands together and whispered, "Brother, hang in there." The crowd in the stands was now roaring, cheering for him. "Go, Kenji. Give it your all. First place. Go." Kenji heard the cheers. He gathered his spirits and continued to pull his rope. Seeing that the bell was not far off, someone in the stand said, "Now all the girl has to do is pull down the school's nameplate and it's a success." Billy saw this and screamed nonstop, "Mina, don't pull it down. If you pull it down, we won't get first place. Don't move." Mina was hesitating, muttering to herself, From her high vantage point, she saw the sight of Kenji giving his all to hold the rope. She made her decision. Mia turned around, grabbed the bell rope, and pulled. Billy, sitting in the stands, clenched his fist and screamed, "Hey, Mina!" Kenji, standing below, saw this and smiled. The banner was released. On a word-to-word Seishin High. The crowd in the stands witnessed the scene uninterrupted in cheers and shouts. Seishin High. Kenji Tsukishiro. First place. The announcement echoed throughout the arena. First place goes to Kenji Tsukishiro of Seishin High. Rayleigh and Sirius were stunned, whispering in disbelief. First place? Vivian, in the stands, said admiringly, "That's insane." Karina's eyes welled with happy tears. "Big brother, you did it." The guild's monitoring room. The room exploded into chaos. It's been so long since a genius like this has appeared. We absolutely cannot let other guilds snatch him up. Gather all the information you can find on Kenji for me. Now, we must recruit him into the guild at all costs. Blues and gang. A woman whispered into the ear of the man on the sofa. "Boss, that Kenji Tsukishiro has been an eyesore for the young master lately." The incident just now was also caused by an item the young master gave to a contestant. The man asked, "The young master?" The leader of the Blues and gang rubbed his forehead. A headache coming on. Making an enemy of a genius like that. He trailed off, then stood up and grabbed his coat. "Let's go. Tsukishiro is beyond our ability to handle. I need to have a talk with your young master." In the competition area, a man in a suit spoke up. "Congratulations. Your school has produced a talented hero, and he even helped the school win the championship." The principal replied happily, "Thank you, sir. Winning the Future Star Scholarship is a proud honor for my school." Suddenly, someone approached, their voice urgent. "Mr. Principal, Chairman Suzuki, we have something to report." The principal turned and dashed. "What is it?" The newcomer was Iosio. He said, "We found a PvP device on one of the contestants. It seems the incident just now was caused by this device. According to our investigation, it has been listed as an extremely dangerous item. What should we do now?" Suzuki was startled. "An item?" The principal also panicked. "It's not one of my school students, is it? Which contestant was it?" Iosio replied, "It was Boniface from Koro GUI. He's the school's ace. At first, we thought our investigation was wrong. Boniface has already been apprehended. Chairman, will you take charge of the rest of the investigation?" Suzuki's voice was low. "Why would Koro GUI? Let the staff continue the investigation. I will contact Koro GUI myself later." Beside him, the principal sighed in relief. "Thank goodness it wasn't one of my students. I almost thought our results would be nullified." Kenji walked over, sweating lightly, and asked, "Principal, what's going on?" Suzuki said, "You've come at the right time." The principal grabbed his hand tightly. "You are the star of our Seishin High. You have completed the competition brilliantly. From now on, the school will support you with everything we have. If you need anything, just let me know. First of all, your tuition? No, all of your expenses will be waived. Your sisters too." Kenji quickly pulled his hand back, declining. "Thank you for waiving my school fees, but I don't need any special treatment." Suzuki then spoke up. "Kenji Tsukishiro, on behalf of the Hero School organization, I officially invite you to join the elite hero team. There has never been a precedent for a high school student joining the team, but you are more than capable. Please think it over carefully. Furthermore, as the Future Star Champion, You'll be rewarded with prize money and an apartment in the hero residence now. First, it's a prime location. Kenji and the principal were shocked. He asked, I even get a residence? The principal's face was serious as he thought. The chairman is really determined. Recruiting this genius into the association would be a huge achievement. No wonder he's willing to pull out all the stops. Just then, up in the stands, a girl was walking up the stairs, not saying a word. A hand suddenly grabbed her collar, a voice filled with anger. Get over here. She struggled and said, Billy, you're hurting me. Billy gripped her collar tightly, dragging her along and shouting, Why did you pull down the nameplate? Why did you let that Shinji guy win? Furious, he shoved her against the wall, screaming, Have you forgotten how he humiliated us? You promised you'd help me defeat him. Both you and Boniface are useless. Mina, covered in sweat, retorted, He saved my life. He saved everyone else, too. If it weren't for him, I'd be dead. He didn't care, his eyes glaring back. So what? That guy stole all the spotlight and attention. What a useless piece of trash. Mina was silent for a long moment. Her eyes filled with disappointment as she looked at Billy. She pushed his hand away. Billy, we're breaking up. Don't ever talk to me again. His face flushed red, veins popping on his forehead as he stared at her in disbelief. Speechless, like an enraged animal, his hand suddenly swung up. You bitch, you've got some nerve. Mina was terrified and quickly raised her hands to block, but her voice was firm. Go ahead and hit me. After you do, don't ever expect to see me again. At the critical moment, an arm in a black sleeve grabbed his wrist. The hand, with veins bulging like a vice, stopped his movement in Midra. It was Kenji. He looked at Billy calmly and said, So it was you. He was startled, his face now pale. He retorted, Tsukishiro, let go. What do you think you're doing? Mina's face flushed red as she stared at him in shock. Kenji's eyes were filled with a sharp aura. I wasn't going to interfere, but if you're the one behind this, I can't just stand by and watch. With that, he easily flipped him to the ground with one hand, as if squashing an ant. He slowly knelt down, his eyes as cold as ice. Do you have any idea how many people would have been hurt if I hadn't acted in time? This isn't some childish grudge between students anymore. These are people's lives. Billy broke into a cold sweat, stammering a threat. I'm the young master of the Blues and gang. If you don't let me go, I'll. Kenji cut him off with a punch that seemed to shake the heavens. He said flatly, So, you're just beyond saving, aren't you? The guy was sent flying like a stone, blood spraying from his nose and mouth onto his shirt. Mina was startled by the scene. Horrified, Billy scrambled to his feet, terrified, saying, You dare hit me? You'll regret this. I'll make you pay double. Kenji watched him scramble away in a hurry. He didn't care. Bring it on. As he finished, Vivian ran over and quickly asked, Mina, are you okay? That psycho Billy was looking for you. She was startled to see the person next to Mina and said, Kenji, why are you here too? Kenji's eyes were ice cold as he glanced at her. Even though you pulled down the nameplate, don't expect me to thank you. I still haven't forgiven you for bullying my sister. Vivian, terrified, pretended not to hear and ran over to ask after Mina. As he turned to leave, a voice from behind called his name, Tsukishiro. Kenji turned his head slightly. What else do you want? Vivian was startled. Mina, what's wrong? Mina knelt on the ground. I'm sorry for how I treated your sister. I deeply regret my actions. I'm sorry. Vivian didn't understand why she was doing this. Mina, what's gotten into you? Mina didn't answer, continuing to plead. I swear I will never bully Karina again. No, I'll never bully anyone again. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Apologize. Vivian also bowed her head. I know. I'm sorry. Please forgive us. Kenji spoke slowly. Apologizing doesn't change the fact that you bullied my sister and hurt her. Just because you say you're sorry doesn't mean Karina, and I have to forgive you. His face was emotional as he asked, If I hurt you and then said sorry, would your wounds heal instantly? A long silence fell between the three of them. Mina and Vivian didn't know how to answer, but just then, he suddenly said, Even so, I've heard your apologies. Get up. In the locker room, taking off his shirt, Kenji said, After I change, I'll go get Karina. He was thinking, Tomorrow, I'll get the prize money in the mansion. It will have an elevator, right? Just then, the locker room door was slammed open. It seemed someone outside wanted to force their way in. The door flew open, and a crowd of people surrounded him. Rayleigh's gang. Kinji, unconcerned, slowly put on his shirt. What? You want to fight? This time, I'll definitely. Before he could finish his sentence, the group dropped to their knees, bowing their heads. We're sorry for treating you like an errand boy all this time. Kinji suddenly felt annoyed, a headache coming on as he thought, why is everyone kneeling before me today? Outside the school gate, a crowd followed him, cheering. Rayleigh said, you were amazing today. I really admire you. Someone from behind added, especially that last match. I almost cried for you. Kenji thought, so annoying. Serious. Beside him, said excitedly, that jump was insane. Even Boniface's face went pale. Karina watched her brother being surrounded by the crowd and said, he's so popular now. Karina's friend saw Genji approaching and also greeted him. Hi. Just then, Mina and Vivian came running up. Out of breath, Mina shouted, Kenji, run! Billy is bringing his gang here. Before she could finish, a hand grabbed her collar and yanked her aside. Move, bitch. Vivian, seeing this, cried out in fear. Mina. Just then, Billy arrived with a large group of followers. He glared at Kenji with pure hatred. Kenji, don't you look down on me. Even without my dad, I have plenty of followers. Come and get me. You poor trash think you're so tough. I'm going to tear you to pieces. Rayleigh broke out in a cold sweat. It's Billy. He's the young master of the Blueson gang, right? You really made an enemy of him. He's not someone you can mess with. Although he was trembling, he still showed a sense of righteousness. But hey, because I admire you, I'll back you up. Bring it on. Kenji's face was expressionless. No need. Stay out of it. Just watch my sister for me. He tilted his head and cracked his neck. After today, there's no reason to hide it anymore. It's obvious, isn't it? That I'm a hero. His eyes gradually turned purple. A murderous aura rising. He glanced at Billy. I'll show you the difference in our levels. As he spoke, his battle armor materialized on his body, his personal information appearing. Level 12. Class Warrior. Equipment Black Camouflage Beast Man Fox Set. Weapon Blood Mist Edge. Skills Lightning Chain Strike. Copy Thunder Ambush. Combat Power 16,000. Billy's followers were terrified. Billy was no better, trembling as he tried to reassure himself. Don't be scared. I'll pay you double. There are way more of us. One of his hesitant followers said. Opposite them, Kenji stomped his foot. The ground cracked under the immense force. Let's go. A fat guy didn't even have time to react before he was taken down in an instant with a single punch. Kenji moved as if through an empty field, his speed like a phantom. No one he passed could withstand him. Billy, like a scared lamb, yelled at his followers behind him. Don't just stand there. Swarm him. A guy mustered all his courage and charged at Kenji. Don't you look down on us, you bastard. Without even turning his head, he just glanced over his shoulder. Armor function activated, activating transcendent physique. Just then, the guy swung his club down, his face ferocious, staring intently at Kenji. Seeing that he had landed a hit, the guy cheered. I did it. Suddenly, his mouth fell open in shock, looking at the bent and shapeless club in his hand. Speechless. The iron club, Kenji's voice, like death itself, whispered in his ear as he clenched his fist and threw a punch at the guy. He said slowly, too slow. The unstoppable fist, eyes filled with killing intent. He shouted, take this. A powerful punch sent the guy flying like a rocket, straight into the ringleader, Billy. Without stopping, Kenji, like a god of war, swept through the surrounding riffraff. Rayleigh was mesmerized, saying in awe, amazing. Kenji is the real deal. Sirius, standing beside him, added, at this rate, he could take over all the school gangs. Karina watched her brother, thinking, Big Brother is like a different person. Her friend, watching Kenji, couldn't help but ask, Karina, your brother is so cool. What's his type? Over here. The battle continued. Billy's followers were being taken down one after another. Looking around, he saw there were still quite a few left. Still more. Huh? I'll end this in one blow. As he spoke, he raised an iron pipe to the sky. Purple lightning began to crackle around it. The followers saw this and broke out in a cold sweat. Elsewhere, two figures appeared on a rooftop, seemingly observing the conflict below. One of them evaluated. So fierce. His precision and power. Kenji's abilities are on a completely different level. An old man smiled. the leader of the Final Glory Guild, one of the 3 great guilds. An S-rank hero, level and combat power unknown. The man next to him, leaning on a cane, was Sander, the Dragon Guardian, leader of the Raging Dragon Gang, one of the 5 great gangs, and rank hero, level and combat power unknown. Sander spoke. Very impressive. He might be the best rank hero I've ever seen. We must recruit him for our Final Glory Guild. Sander scoffed in response. Don't even dream of it. The Raging Dragon Gang hasn't competed for talent in a long time. But this time, we definitely won't back down. He continued. There was abnormal data during his awakening test. The entire area experienced a temporary blackout. I suspect he was the cause. A truly bright talent. The old man spoke slowly. He's made such big waves this year, winning the Future Start tournament and preventing a major accident. Not just anyone can do that. The Supernova tournament is coming up soon, and he's the talent everyone is after. This year's Supernova tournament will be even more intense than previous years. The rankings will directly affect the allocation of resources for the year. Even the Hero Alliance is sending their best rookies. What a bunch of greedy fools. In other words, every guild eligible to participate is frantically searching for potential rookies. The old man smiled. Now that Kinji Tsukishiro's abilities have been revealed, our purpose here today is complete. With that, the dark figure vanished, leaving behind a wisp of blue smoke that slowly dissipated. Watching the person beside him leave, Sander crossed his arms. What a crafty old man. I will definitely go seek Enji Tsukishiro in person. After speaking, a pair of large, dragon-like wings sprouted from his back. He flapped them unsoared into the sky. Down below, massive pillars of lightning appeared before everyone's eyes. Lightning chains strike. Kenji shouted, Everyone, get down. All of Billy's followers were hit by his ultimate move, screaming in pain with no power to resist. On the sidelines, Billy, looking like a drowned rat, sat on the ground, thinking in terror, is this the difference between a regular person and a hero? Kenji slowly walked up to him, looking down at the prancing clown who was now like a dog with its tail between its legs. Not daring to make a sound, he swung his arm, and the iron pipe in his hand shot towards the guy's face. His face had turned purple, drained of all blood, as he watched the pipe zip past his face in speechless terror. The force was terrifying. The iron pipe pierced through the ground. He panted, not daring to imagine what would have happened if it had hit his face. Kenji's face was emotional as, get lost, and don't ever show your face here again. His voice trembled as he replied, Why yes. Mina watched Billy flee in panic, then approached Kenji. Tsukishiro, are you okay? He looked at her and said, Thanks for the warning. Mina shyly covered her face. It was nothing. Just then, Rayleigh and Sirius led a crowd over, shouting, Shinji, let's form a gang. We'll be invincible for sure. Yeah, let me be a boss too. Kenji is awesome, he replied with annoyance. A gang? Just go home. All of you. The sun was gradually setting. Now it was just Iman Karina. She said, Brother, you've gotten so much stronger. Even your classmates are jealous of you. He explained, everything has its good and bad sides. Power attracts attention, and not all attention is well-intentioned. He suddenly remembered something. By the way, because I won, the chairman of the Hero School organization gave us a bonus prize, 10 million yen and a house. She was surprised. 10 million yen. And a house too? Really, brother? He honed an affirmation. I'm not lying. It's a gift from the chairman of the Hero School organization. If the apartment has an elevator, you won't have to climb the stairs every day anymore. Karina looked at him happily. Big brother, you're always thinking of me. Thank you. Kenji didn't say anything, a fond smile playing on his lips as he looked at his sister. He gently flicked her forehead. You're my little sister. Taking care of you is my responsibility. You don't need to thank me. A voice suddenly called from a distance. Tsukishiro. It was Suzuki. He looked at him and asked, Can we talk for a bit? I wanted to see you soon to discuss the upcoming Supernova tournament. At Kenji's house, he handed him a cup of water. Chairman Suzuki, please have some tea. He accepted it. Thank you. You've been living here with your sister all this time? He replied, Yes. Ever since our parents passed away, I've lived here with my sister, Karina. But the stairs are a big obstacle for her legs. The mansion you mentioned earlier, does it have an elevator? Suzuki replied, Of course. I came today to confirm the moving day. How about moving in tomorrow? No, let's move in immediately. It's a fully furnished mansion. There's nothing to worry about. Kenji hesitated. I appreciate your kindness, but we can wait until everything is properly prepared. Suzuki didn't press the issue and turned to look at Karina. He asked softly, what happened to your sister's legs? He replied, she was injured by the darkness a long time ago. Our parents also died in that incident. Both of her legs were crushed, and 98% of her nerve cells were damaged. Her chances of walking again are almost zero, according to the diagnosis at the time. But Karina is very resilient and has fought to live life to the fullest every day. Suzuki said sorrowfully, I'm very sorry. The darkness has caused too many tragedies for many families. But I heard that the rebirth elixir will be auctioned next month. If we can get it, her legs will have a chance to recover. Hearing this, Kenji shot up in surprise. The rebirth elixir? Are you serious? Suzuki replied, that's what I heard. But there are 2 conditions to participate in the auction. Rebirth elixir A rare, golden liquid capable of restoring lost bodily functions. It only occasionally appears when high-level heroes defeat special dark creatures in A-rank dungeons. It is extremely rare and highly valuable. Suzuki stroked his chin thoughtfully. First, you need to achieve the rank of a C-rank hero. And after that, he quickly asked, and after that, what else? Tell me quickly. Suzuki's expression darkened slightly as he looked at him. You also need at least 1 billion yen in cash. Hearing this, Kenji was stunned into silence. He stammered in disbelief. 1 billion? He confirmed. Yes. All auctions have strict requirements regarding rank and power for participation. You can achieve the C-rank hero title by getting into the top 3 of the Supernova tournament. If you make it into the top 3, you can apply for a promotion. But financially, even as the chairman of the Hero School organization, I can't provide such a large amount of support. This number far exceeds the usual prize money of 10 million yen. Looking at the suitcase full of money in front of him, he thought, money isn't everything right now, but it's something I can't do without. How could I possibly earn 1 billion yen in just 1 month? He suddenly remembered a conversation with Sakura. This potion's effect is amazing, but the taste is horrible. If only I could combine it with a capsule. She had asked. Confused? A capsule? He thought to himself, that's right. This world has convenient capsules, but the potions from the other world are far more effective. If I can recreate the potions from the other world here, I might be able to earn 1 billion yen in just 1 month. Seeing him staring into space, Suzuki asked with concern, Tsukishiro, are you alright? He replied, it's nothing. So, if I get into the top 3 of the Supernova tournament, I can apply for the C-rank hero title, right? He replied, yes. The Supernova tournament is a major event for new C-rank and D-rank heroes, and it attracts a lot of attention. Guilds and associations with eligible members, including our Hero Alliance, all send their most talented rookies to participate. A good performance also helps gain more influence in the allocation of dungeon resources. You understand the importance of resources, don't you? Kenji placed a hand on Suzuki's shoulder and said sternly, I understand. Please allow me to participate. I'll go right now. Suzuki was taken aback. So suddenly? Are you serious? This isn't a high school competition. It will be very dangerous. He ignored the warning, asking impatiently, no matter how dangerous. I'm ready. Where do I sign up? Suzuki was dragged along like a piece of cloth, his eyes wide. He tried not to spit out his food. At the Hero Alliance headquarters, I'll arrange a car for you. So, just take it easy. Sitting nearby doing her homework, Karina looked over, not understanding what was happening. Looking at the now empty room, she wondered blankly, what just happened? At the Hero Alliance headquarters, Kenji stared at the building in front of him, amazed. It's huge. By the way, Chairman, why did you come to me for this? He scratched his head. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement. As the chairman of the Hero School organization, I'm under pressure to produce results. It's been a year since we found any promising talent. Meanwhile, powerful guilds and associations outside not only offer special treatment to young talents, but also many young heroes dislike the strict rules of organizations like ours and instead prefer the freedom that the guilds and associations offer. Kenji replied, I see. That explains everything. I will do my best not to disappoint you. A woman's voice suddenly appeared. Tsukishiro, you currently don't meet the requirements to participate in the Supernova tournament. The registration officer, Mitsuko. Suzuki was surprised. What? I thought there was still one of the 3 reserve spots open. What am I missing? She replied. It's true there's one reserve spot. But Kenji Tsukishiro does not have a sufficient record in the system for consideration. To participate in the Supernova tournament, you must have achieved a top 3 ranking in at least 2 public dungeons. I've checked. Besides one time in a trial dungeon, Tsukishiro has no other achievements. He does not meet the condition. Suzuki frowned. His fists clenched. I was too careless. The tournament is only a week away. Competition in public dungeons is extremely fierce. Achieving a top 3 rank in a public dungeons in just a few days is nearly impossible. Kenji suddenly spoke up. Chairman, please calm down. What are these 2 public dungeons and top 3 achievements you're talking about? Suzuki said. My mistake. It means there's no way to participate in the tournament anymore. There are a total of 6 public dungeons, 3 rank, 2 rank, and 1 rank, which is the most difficult. To qualify for the Supernova tournament, you and your team must achieve a top 3 ranking in any 2 of these public dungeons. However, many rivals are trying to qualify, so the competition in these 6 dungeons is incredibly intense. And with less than a week left, even forming a strong team takes time. Hearing this, he said confidently, It's fine. I will achieve a top 3 ranking in at least 2 public dungeons before the tournament. Suzuki asked in disbelief, Are you serious? Mitsuko didn't believe it. You're bluffing. How could you possibly do that? You idiot. Turning to leave, he said calmly, I'm going now. Just make sure to hold that last spot for me. You'll soon see whether I'm an idiot or not. A notification appeared, endless corridor activated. He thought to himself, perfect timing. I need to go to the other world right now. I'll get the formulas from there, unlevel up to 15 before I return. A blinding light appeared, accompanied by a swirling vortex of space-time, leading to a distant, unknown place. The other world, in Camp Neo, the city of the genius Kevin. Kenji's thoughts emerged. Level 15. I will conquer all 6 dungeons by myself. He was reading a notification. Important notice: due to an unstable debugging system, you cannot stay in the other world for more than 3 days. Staying longer will result in being permanently unable to return to your original world. He said, Why now of all times? So I can't stay for more than 72 hours. Going from level 12 to 15 in 3 days will be tough, but I can manage. Sitting on the bed, looking out the window, he sighed. It seems things are about to get a lot harder. The next day, Sakura's lovely voice appeared. Good morning, Master. He replied. Good morning, Sakura. It's been a while, she asked, confused. A while? He didn't explain. We have a lot of work to do. Hearing this, Sakura replied energetically. Yes, I'll prepare for our departure immediately. On the road, looking at the scene before him, Kenji said, This place is as bustling as ever. That's to be expected in Kevin City. Sakura replied, Indeed. Kevin is currently hosting a refining tournament with generous prizes, attracting young wizards and adventurers looking for rare potions. He asked, A refining tournament? Adventurers must be looking for good potions too. What are the prizes? She replied, I already checked. Since it's hosted by Kevin, the prizes are extremely attractive. 3rd place receives a basic potion formula. 2nd place includes an internship, 1 common potion formula, and 1 advanced formula. And 1st place gets to become Kevin's direct disciple, along with 1 basic formula into high-grade formulas. Just the formulas alone are incredibly enticing. For wizards, they are extremely valuable. A single basic potion formula can sell for up to 300 gold coins. Kenji was shocked. The prizes are formulas? He thought excitedly, perfect. If I can get my hands on enough formulas, I can easily make back 1 billion yen in my original world. Sakura looked at him unconfirmed. Yes. 1st place includes 1 basic into high-grade potion formulas. Are you interested, Master? A slight smirk played on his lips. Definitely. I will participate in this refining tournament and take 1st place. Sakura asked, I thought you came here to meet Kevin? He replied, I can't just meet him and brazenly ask for formulas. That wouldn't be right. I will win fair and square. Let's go register. Sakura looked at him on thought. So Master is going to participate in the refining tournament. It seems our plans are delayed again. At the refining tournament registration desk. Name FULN. Class Mage. White Sorcerer. Race? Nightcat tribe? She said unhappily. What is a weak mortal doing here? Are you really planning to participate in the refining tournament hosted by my master? Kenji asked with a look of ignorance. And who are you? She said angrily. It's me. I was sitting right next to you during the wizard exam. Because of you, I lost 1st place. He laughed, placating lie. Just kidding. I remember now. I want to join the refining tournament. How do I register? FUL and turned away sharply. You really don't know anything. This refining tournament is nothing like that exam. Even blue sorcerers are participating. My senior brother, a talented blue sorcerer, is also competing. If you don't want to embarrass yourself with a miserable loss, you should just give up. Seeing the man in front of her ignore her, FUL said angrily, "Don't ignore me. I'll guide you there." He had already turned to lead Sakura elsewhere. This is the registration form. Right? Sakura, let's go. A voice suddenly rang out. FUL. You're making a scene. The person who spoke then saw NG standing next to her, smiling and talking. Azure Sorcerer Vincent. Level 15. The newcomer was Vincent. He shouted, "You again? How dare you show your face here?" FUL hid behind him and said, "That weak mortal. You know my senior brother? Just because you're the master's top disciple, you act so arrogant?" He replied, "Yeah, I know him. So he's your senior brother, huh?" Vincent glared at him, threatening. "I told you I'd make it so you couldn't stay in Camp Neo. And now you've walked right into the lion's den?" After speaking, he shouted, "Boys." Figures appeared. "Yes, Vincent? What do you need?" FUL said worriedly, "Senior brother, please stop this. This guy may be weak, but he's not a bad person. He's just trying to join the tournament." Vincent roared, "Silence. You, FUL. Not only did you disappoint Master in the exam, but now you're siding with this weakling. I'll deal with both of you at the same time." Watching the figures charging to attack, Kenji said calmly, "If that's the case, then I'll consider this self-defense." At the tournament registration office, Kenji stood protectively in front of Sakura. "Sakura, stay out of this. You'll only get your hands dirty." FUL looked at him, about to face the crowd alone, and asked worriedly, "Are you really going to fight all of them by yourself?" His armor's info panel appeared level 12. Class Warrior. Equipment Black Camouflage Beastman Fox Set. Weapon Blood Mist Edge. Skills Lightning Chain Strike. Copy Thunder Ambush. Combat Power 16,000. A man holding a gleaming dagger looked at him and said, "Don't underestimate us. Putting on a strong front in front of a girl when you have no real power. How pathetic." Someone stepped out from behind. "Move aside. Vincent's enemy is my enemy. Let me show them the consequences of messing with us." Boar Tribe. Gillette. Level 18. Berserker Warrior. The people beside him were shocked. "Are you really going to step in, Gillette?" Vincent clapped him on the shoulder happily. "All right, Gillette. I'll leave this fool to you. He thinks a lowly mortal can join a refining tournament? How ridiculous. As for that half-beast girl, if she's willing to cooperate, you can do whatever you want with her." Kenji and Sakura looked at the despicable group in front of them without a word. Kenji's expression was slowly changing. Gillette replied crudely, "A half-beast girl is too lowly to catch my eye. But that little one, FUL. She looks interesting to play with." FUL said angrily, "You're disgusting. I'll tell Master about this." Vincent stood in the middle of the crowd, looking at her. "Don't worry, Gillette. I'll handle my master." FUL shouted angrily, "Senior brother." She thought to herself, "He always bullies me just because he's the senior brother." Gillette laughed sinister lie, lifting his spiked mace. "Is that so? Huh. Little girl, I'll make you mine tonight, after I deal with this piece of trash mortal." Kenji stood like a solid wall in front of her. "Don't worry." His eyes were now filled with a deep, murderous intent. "That pig-headed beast and your animalistic senior brother. Not a single one of them will escape." With that, he shot forward like a bullet. Gillette was stunned, thinking, "He's charging at us alone?" Before he could think further, a powerful explosion of energy and a brilliant flash of light erupted, radiating outwards. It was the shockwave from the clash between his blade and Gillette's spiked mace. He broke into a sweat, thinking, "What overwhelming power." Kenji stared at him intently. "Back off, you beast." A notification appeared: Transcendent Physique activated. Arm has been enhanced. A massive surge of power erupted, wrapping around his body and forcing him back step by step. Gillette's comrades were shocked and terrified, exclaiming, "What?" FUL, standing on the sidelines, was equally surprised. So strong. Sakura, beside her, added, "Master's power is beyond imagination." Vincent was now sweating bullets, continuously backing away, his eyes wide with disbelief. Even Gillette, with his high level and strength, can't touch that mortal. Who is this man? Meanwhile, Gillette was struggling to defend himself. I can't accept this. I can't humiliate myself like this. I have to turn the tables, even if it costs me my life. He roared, his eyes blood-red, glaring at Shinji. The center of the battle suddenly erupted with bolts of lightning. An aura rose up, terrifying the surrounding enemies as he counterattacked with the power of thunder. Vincent, seeing this, shouted with joy. No. Gillette, attack. Kill him. I'll ensure your safety. Don't be afraid. Hearing this, Gillette, who was attacking frantically, replied, All right, if you say so. Vincent, Kenji's expression was unreadable. He backed away, watching him intently. Just then, a blackish-purple energy emerged from his body like a living creature and shot towards Gillette. Enveloping him, he seemed to realize something. Saying in terror, This is an isolation field. It can only be created with high-level skills. By now, he was tightly surrounded. The oppressive atmosphere stunned Gillette, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed, signaling the start of a new attack from Kenji. Then, hundreds, thousands of bolts of lightning appeared like ghostly apparitions, shooting straight at Gillette, leaving him no time to defend. Danger was everywhere, he thought in fear. It's hopeless. I can't defend or counter in time. Am I really going to die? Just at that moment, a stream of energy like a blue flame shot forward with incredible speed. The energy collided with the barrier field created by Kenji. He was stunned and looked back in surprise. The barrier had been pierced by the energy stream, leaving a large hole. On the ground, the strange flame was still burning. Kenji thought to himself, blue flames, and it neutralized my skill. What a terrifying source of power. A voice suddenly rang out. The tournament is about to start. Stop causing a ruckus. Vincent, FULN, don't cause trouble at the entrance. Hearing this, the two of them turned in surprise. A beastman appeared, a blue flame flickering on his fingertip. Name Kevin. Class Genius Wizard. Wielder of the Law of Earth and Wind. Level 36, Red Wizard. He said, You are embarrassing the wizard community. Vincent froze, staring at the man before him, stammering, Master Kevin. At a time like this? Kevin cut him off. Why are you here instead of preparing for the tournament? FULN, seeing her savior, ran to him in tears. Master, senior brother Vincent keeps bullying me. Sakura's expression hardened. Kevin, he's finally appeared. Shinji, standing at a distance, mused. Kevin, could he be the one who created that blue flame just now? Meanwhile, Vincent was trembling as he explained. I was just teaching this insolent mortal and FULN a lesson on your behalf. He looked down from above, his eyes icy. Teaching others on my behalf at a time like this? You must think very highly of yourself. Vincent grew even more terrified and pleaded. No, Master, I wouldn't dare. Please forgive me. Kevin didn't answer him, but looked at the two greens skied him. And you too. Leave immediately. Gillette and his men broke out in a cold sweat and obediently replied. We're sorry for the trouble. We'll leave right away. Yes, sir. Kevin then looked towards FULN and asked calmly. And FULN, what are you still doing here after failing the wizard exam? FULN didn't know how to explain, stammering. Master, I wasn't doing anything. I was just guiding the mortal wizard who defeated me in the exam to the refining tournament. Hearing this, he glanced at Kenji, who was standing beside her. The mortal wizard who defeated you is participating in this refining tournament. Kenji looked at him and spoke up. I didn't expect to see you here. Kevin, I came with a letter of recommendation from President Dak. This is the letter from him. I heard there was a refining tournament going on, so I thought I'd try my luck. Hearing this, he was slightly surprised. A letter of recommendation from President Dak? I see. So, your body still has some lingering issues. If it's a letter of recommendation from my respected senior, President Dak, I will not treat you lightly. Follow me, and you. Go prepare your materials for the tournament. Don't embarrass me as my top disciple. Yes, Master. I will do my best. He turned his head, looking around for Sakura. Wait, where's Sakura? Kevin looked at him and said, According to Dak's letter, you've been afflicted by the darkness and are using a forbidden elixir to alleviate the symptoms. Is that correct? To maintain both your mental and physical strength under those circumstances, you must be refining some kind of special potion, right? Kenji replied, Please, call me Kenji. Maybe it's because my body is strong. Or maybe I was just lucky enough not to be completely consumed before I dared to challenge it. I ventured into the dark zone alone. It was a reckless act on my part. His steps halted. He asked in astonishment, "You ventured into the dark zone alone?" He scratched his head with an innocent expression. "Yes, I'm a warrior. But, at the time, I had a favor to ask of President Dak, and coincidentally, there was a wizard exam, so I thought I'd give it a try." He was even more astonished. "You just happened to participate and defeated FUL and to win. Shinji, how much have you studied potion refining? Who is your mentor?" He replied shyly, "I've never studied it formally. I don't have a mentor. I just rely on my intuition." Hearing this, he looked at him seriously, thinking, this mortal, could he be a genius even greater than myself? At this point, Kevin said, "I see. Impressive. Shinji, follow me," leading Kenji away. Kevin silently decided, "I must witness this for myself. I cannot accept the existence of a genius greater than myself." As they walked, Kevin asked him, "Did President Dak introduce you to me because I possess the law of earth and wind? The potion I refine carries the power of the law. It can eliminate the darkness in your body." Kenji scratched his head in reply, "Yes, I trust you." At that moment, the two of them stopped before a massive door. Above the door, waves of magical energy shimmered. Kevin pushed the door open and said, "This is my refining room." Inside was a magnificent, opulent room filled with medicinal herbs. He explained, "I enjoy collecting herbs, and I love studying them even more. I pride myself on understanding herbs better than anyone else." Kenji looked around in admiration. "This refining platform is amazing. Does it also enhance the efficiency of refining?" Kevin replied thoughtfully, "It probably does." Glancing at him, he smirked to himself. Am I just worrying for nothing? He can't even distinguish high-grade herbs or understand the value of a high-grade refining platform. If this is the limit of his ability, then there's nothing impressive at all. Kevin looked at him and said, "However, I've never considered myself inferior to anyone when it comes to refining, especially after obtaining the law of earth and wind. Allow me to take a drop of your blood. I need to check the condition of your body." Kenji replied, "All right." Fresh blood from the cut on his hand dripped into the bowl held by Kevin. Just then, blue streams of wind rose around him, his eyes glowing brightly, a staff levitating in his palm. Shinji, watching the scene, thought, "A blue wind? Before it was a blue flame. Is this the law of earth and wind?" A deep blue magic circle appeared behind Kevin, the blue wind being drawn into it, swirling around. The drop of blood fell, splattering. Kevin thought in astonishment, there really are traces of darkness that have invaded. Looking at the man standing peacefully before him, he found it hard to believe. It's incredible that he's completely normal, even though the darkness has penetrated deep into his body. If this dark girl were inside an normal adventurer, they would have lost their mind long ago. Seeing Kevin's silence, Kenji scratched his head innocently and asked, "Is my condition really bad?" He glanced at him and replied, "I now have a clear understanding of your condition. Potions will no longer be effective. I must use the power of the law to eliminate the dark aura in your body. Turn your back to me," he said happily. "Sorry to trouble you." Kevin then spread his palm, and a bright blue energy appeared, emitting a beautiful, magical light. As he held out his hand, the energy transformed. A runic circle appeared around Kevin's wrist. He pushed his hand forward towards Kenji. The energy flowed from his hand towards him. He didn't resist, letting the energy enter his body. "This hurts a bit. My body feels like it's starting to burn." Kevin frowned, thinking, "This dark aura is more difficult to remove than I thought. I need to use more power to completely destroy it." He informed Shinji, "The dark energy in your body is quite stubborn. I'm going to transfer more power, but it will be quite painful. Endure it," he replied. "Painful? I understand." Kevin's hand applied more force, and energy continued to gather in his palm. He pressed it against his back. As the magic circle spun continuously, the dark energy in his body was rapidly being drawn out. Kenji gritted his teeth, his body drenched in sweat, whispering to himself, "Compared to what I went through before, this is nothing." Behind him, Kevin thought, "Even I couldn't endure this pain without taking a potion beforehand. Just think of the pain as a training session." He said aloud, "If you can't take it anymore, let me know." Just then, his body was reaching its limit. "This is bad. I'll counteract it with Transcendent Physique." Transcendent Physique activated. Internal defense is now active. With the Physique activated, Kenji let out a sigh of relief. Much better. Kevin was stunned, looking at him in astonishment. "What is this?" A strange power in his body is resisting the power of my law. How ridiculous. This person could be trouble later on. I need to be careful. With that thought, a blackish blue flame flickered at his fingertip. Secret art, a form of high-level magic. It uses the caster's immense magical power to inscribe a seal onto the target's body. When activated, the seal will detonate, leading to the target's death. The flame quickly vanished. He thought, the removal of the dark energy is complete. Kevin walked up beside Kinji and asked, "It's all done. I've erased all traces of the darkness. How do you feel?" Feeling the change in his body. He thought happily, as expected of Kevin, a genius pharmacist, to eliminate such a persistent dark energy so easily. It must be due to the incredible power of the law of earth and wind. The 12 laws. The one Kevin possesses is the 12th in the legendary series of destruction laws. So, what is law number 1? What kind of power does it hold? I'm really curious. He looked at him and replied, "Yes, I feel much better. Thank you so much. If you don't mind, I'd like to offer you some gold coins as a reward." Kevin refused. There's no need. Since President Dak recommended you, this is a matter of course. I heard from FULN that you have an interest in the refining tournament. Do you still want to participate? Kinji's face lit up. Of course. Can I? Kevin replied. If you took first place in the pharmacist exam, you are certainly qualified. The tournament is about to begin. If you don't need any special preparations, you can join right away. But, let me be clear. Even with President Dak's recommendation, I will not go easy on you. Even my own disciple, the Azure Sorcerer Vincent, receives no special treatment. He replied, just being able to participate is enough. I don't expect any special favors, Kevin said softly, participating in my tournament without any preparation. As expected of the man who defeated FULN. This time, really shine and show everyone your talent. This way, the tournament is about to start. Kinji quickly followed, "Yes, sir," to the main venue of the tournament. By now, the competition venue was packed with hundreds of thousands of people. The noise was deafening. In the center stood a person in a robe that swept the floor. In front of him were various flasks and a few books. FULN lead Kinji out. Master has entrusted me with guiding you, so you must follow my instructions strictly. Your registration is complete. Where is the woman who was with you? Did she abandon you? He looked at her and replied innocently, "Thanks, FULN. Sakura probably had some personal matters to attend to. She wouldn't abandon me." FULN blushed, flustered and angry. "Don't call me by my name so casually. Only Master is allowed to call me that. You pathetic human." He held up his hands in surrender, smiling placating why. "I understand. FULN." She turned and continued walking. All the mages participating in this tournament are confident young people. It won't be as simple as the basic assessments from before. Even my senior brothers, who are much more talented blue mages, you don't stand a chance. But it will be a good learning experience for you. Kenji asked, "Are you participating?" FULN, you're Kevin's disciple too, right? And a white mage, no less. FULN explained. Master said that if I didn't get first place in the exam, my qualification would be revoked. Besides, my senior brother is also participating. It wouldn't look good if outsiders started saying that Kevin's own disciples were monopolizing the top spots. But it's okay. I'll have other opportunities. He scratched his head. Sorry, I didn't mean it like that. FULN, feigning nonchalance, said, no need to apologize. A loser is a loser, and you are really impressive. Kinji didn't say anything more, silently looking at FULN. A slight smile tugged at the corner of his lips. The competition stage was now fully prepared, with 5 giant stone pillars and 5 tables. 3 figures had already taken their positions. On the other side, FULN touched the refining platform in front of her. This is the refining platform I prepared for you. It's mine, so don't break it, don't waste it, and make sure to clean it thoroughly after the tournament. Kenji replied, all right, I'll be careful. FULN began to explain the competition format. This tournament is an elimination match. Half of the contestants will be eliminated in the very first round. You're a weakling, but since you're using my refining platform, don't embarrass me. He replied seriously, I'll do my best. Up in the stands, the crowd was whispering, a human, or is he a mage? Lately, even strange people like him are joining this noble refining tournament. He's probably just here to watch. What a waste of a spot. He probably bribed the registration official. Down below, Kenji frowned at the crowd. Ellen, standing beside him, said, "Don't pay them any mind. To them, the presence of a human here is unusual." She suddenly pulled his collar down and whispered, "Most of the talented contestants in this tournament are blue mages. Even though they're your rivals, observing them carefully could be very useful for someone like you." Kenji smiled softly, looking at her with a fond expression. "Got it. Thank you." Ellen, a shout echoed throughout the stadium. The refining tournament will begin now. Contestants, please prepare. The first match will be the herb test. 2 participants, holding test tubes, smiled at each other. For the first match, you will demonstrate the basic abilities of a mage by selecting herbs as ingredients for potion brewing. This is my specialty. Standing beside him was the participant Drax, a level 17 beastman blue mage, staring at the flask with suspicion. Is there anyone in this tournament who can't even select potion ingredients? He squinted, thinking, no way this is just a simple ingredient selection contest. This must be about evaluation skills. A great mage must have excellent evaluation abilities. Drax scanned the participants in front of him, silently assessing them. Among the contestants, only a few blue mages are capable of facing me. In his eyes, Vincent's silhouette appeared. The biggest threat is probably Vincent, a genius disciple of Kevin. He specializes in advanced refining. Kevin must have taught him many secret arts. Drax glanced contemptuously at the remaining crowd. As for the white mages, they are no match for me. Suddenly, a strong force from behind slammed into his back. The person quickly apologized. "Sorry." Drax snorted angrily. "Bumping into me in a place this spacious? Where were you looking?" Kenji waved his hand apologetically. "I'm sorry. I was trying to find my spot and got distracted." On the screen were his details. Level 12. Class Warrior. Equipment Black Camouflage Beastman Set. Weapon Blood Mist Edge. Skills Lightning Chain Strike. Copy Thunder Ambush. Combat Power 16,000. Drax crossed his arms, looking down on him with contempt. "So you're the rumored human contestant? With that physique, you're a warrior, not a mage. Interesting. Maybe you'll get a consolation prize." Vincent appeared out of nowhere, interrupting the conversation. "He's only here because he knows my master. He should have quietly focused on killing monsters instead of coming here to be a clown for everyone." He widened his eyes in surprise. Looking at Vincent, Drax stared at him with an unfriendly gaze. "So you got him through connections? How shameful." Vincent added, "Potion brewing isn't something you can achieve with just muscle power." Kenji's face hardened, his voice chillingly cold. "If this wasn't a competition venue, I would have punched you by now." The guy trembled with anger, pointing a finger in his face. "Shut up. Don't cause trouble here." Drax added with a sneer. "Hey, watch your attitude, or you'll lose your right to participate." Kenji walked away coldly, clenching his fists with confidence. "So you should be grateful for these rules. Just you wait. Don't come crying to me at the end." The announcer's voice rang out. "The first competition." Then he winked and said, "The herb test will begin now. I will now explain the rules." She held up a wooden board with gold leaf in the middle. "We will announce the name of the potion to be brewed, and participants must identify the necessary ingredients and collect them within the time limit. Failure to collect enough ingredients within the time limit will result in disqualification. Contestants will be judged based on the quality of the selected ingredients." Beautiful women walked onto the stage in rows, carrying baskets of ingredients. In the stands, people were buzzing. I heard Kevin himself came up with the question. "This is going to be intense. You have to identify the ingredients quickly and also assess their quality. I wonder who will dominate the first match." Ellen crossed her arms, leaning against a wall and thinking, will that weakling be okay? His performance in the exam was very impressive, but competing against these experienced opponents, those blue mages are truly formidable. Kant turned to the person next to him and struck up a conversation. "What a young genius. Kevin, this refining tournament is truly special. I'm glad my disciple, Drax, is participating. This will be a valuable experience for him." Kevin refuted his words. "No, I just want to create opportunities for talented young mages to showcase their skills." The man's eyes were deep as he stroked his chin and asked, "Hey Kevin, who do you have your eye on? Your best disciple?" "Vincent is considered quite outstanding." Kant, a level 33 Ray Beastman mage. He sipped his wine, his eyes giving the man a meaningful look. "Vincent certainly has talent, but what matters is whether he can perform in the tournament." Drax, on the other hand, is a promising newcomer among the blue mages. An info panel appeared. Name Kevin. Title Genius Mage. Wielder of the Law of Earth and Wind. Level 36. Red Mage. Conch replied. Thank you. By the way, I heard there's a human contestant this time. I've never seen a human mage before. As soon as Kevin heard this, he knew who he was talking about. You must be talking about Shinji, the one recommended by President Dak. His eyes lit up, a smirk on his lips. He's a warrior, yet he's never trained as a mage. And yet, not only did he participate in the mage exam as a human, but he also defeated my female disciple to take first place. I'm actually quite curious about him. He asked with great suspicion. Someone who has never been trained as a mage, and still got first place in the exam? Did the president make some kind of mistake? Khan rested his head on his hand, a look of amusement on his face. If that's true, even I would pay attention to him. Below, Kenji stood tall at his competition station. He thoughtfully examined the baskets full of herbs. So these are the prepared potion ingredients. No wonder half the participants are eliminated in the first round. These baskets only contain enough ingredients for half the contestants. In other words, the other half won't be able to get the ingredients they need. Kenji stroked his chin, thinking about the scramble that would ensue. Also, potions require a variety of ingredients. So contestants need to pick the right ones from these baskets. If the contestants are too hasty and grab random ingredients, or waste time searching, they'll be eliminated immediately. He clenched his fists, his spirit rising. Interesting. This tournament is much harder than the mage exam. The challenge here is to select ingredients quickly and accurately. It's time to use my divine eye. Venti announced loudly. Right now, I will announce the name of the potion. She tore the gold leaf off the wooden board. The first potion is a basic cooling agent. The participants rushed forward to fight for the ingredients. Kenji was stunned by the stampede. They're so fast. As expected of real mages, they've memorized the necessary ingredients for basic potions. He began to activate his skill. But I'll rely on you, Divine Eye. The system's voice rang out. Divine Eye is analyzing. Analysis result for basic cooling agent. 3 required ingredients minus spirit blossom grass, heartwood, withered vine. Kenji also rushed forward to compete. All right, only 3 ingredients. Looking at the dense crowd fighting over herbs, he broke into a sweat. Oh no, is it too late for me to get in there? Vincent had easily collected his ingredients and was looking smug. I could do this with my eyes closed. Behind him, Drax was still competing. Get out of the way. This is child's play. He was surprised to see the rabbit in the person's hand. Not bad. It seems these blue mages aren't just for show. Kenji clenched his fist with determination. There's no way I'm losing here. His sharp eyes narrowed. It's time to show them the power of a warrior. Kenji unleashed the skill under ambush. The first ingredient is over there, targeting the mage in the front row. The guy was utterly shocked by his action. This is a skill wave. Hey, is that foolish human causing trouble because he knows he's about to lose? In the observation area, Kant was equally surprised. What is he planning to do? A warrior skill? Kevin frowned in annoyance. What is the meaning of this? A participant broke out in a sweat, looking up at the sky. Why did the sky suddenly turn so dark? Kenji suddenly appeared behind the person like a shadow. This made the participant jump and scream. What are you doing? The person rumbled, cautiously asking, what's going on? He ordered in his mind, cancel the skill. The system immediately responded. Thunder ambush has been canceled. Looking at the terrified participant on the ground, Kenji thought to himself, no need to push it any further. This move was enough. He reached out and took the herb from the basket. Good. Found the spirit blossom grass. The system screen displayed Divine Eye highlights the highest quality spirit blossom grass. Kenji placed a hand on the person's trembling shoulder. Thank you. Kant never thought he would act so boldly. Using a warrior skill to move quickly to the ingredients and then canceling. What an interesting young man. Kevin didn't respond, his heart pounding in shock. Not only that, but he also got the best quality spirit blossom grass. Did he really identify the right ingredient? Or was it just pure luck? Kenji, having obtained the ingredient, walked out with a fierce aura. The system announced. Heartwood collected. Another participant was also sweating under the pressure around him. The system announced. Withered vine collected. Venti winked playfully. Time's up. Potion brewing judges, take your positions immediately. Please evaluate the accuracy and quality of the ingredients the contestants have chosen. She continued. The necessary ingredients for a basic cooling agent are spirit blossom grass, heartwood, and withered vine. One by one, the potion brewing judges stepped onto the stage. A judge walked past a participant, coldly assessing. Wrong ingredient selected. Disqualified. One by one. The assessments were identical to the first. A participant slammed his hand on the table, feeling helpless. The judge stood before his table and assessed. Drax. Ingredient selected correctly. Total quality score. Then he announced, 84 out of 100. Excellent quality. Drax crossed his arms, looking extremely pleased. Of course, Kevin said politely, as expected of Kant's disciple. Both his speed and accuracy are astonishing. He replied humbly, he's pretty good. Down below. Venny continued her report. Ingredient selected correctly. Total quality score is 94 out of 100. Superb quality. Vincent looked up at the sky smugly. In this match, no one but me has a chance of getting first place. This time, it was Kant's turn to stare at the person next to him. As expected of a genius disciple, he was praised and smiled with satisfaction. Thank you. With this score, it's obvious that Vincent will take the lead in the first match. Ellen was still clenching her fist tightly. That weak human. You better keep up. The judge had reached Kenji's table. Venti announced. Ingredients selected correctly. Total quality score is. Muzian silently looked up at him. So this is the human mage. Kenji, the ingredients are correct. But what about the quality? The magic stone on his staff suddenly began to vibrate violently. Muzian's eyes widened as he looked at the object in his hand with suspicion. What is this? Is the evaluation device malfunctioning? Kevin stood up abruptly and ordered. Don't hesitate any longer. Announce the results. He announced, trembling. Why, yes. For Kenji, Venti immediately complied and made the announcement. Ingredients selected correctly. Total quality score is. Muzian held up the board with the number 100 on it. 100 out of 100. Perfect quality. Error. Was stunned upon hearing the result. What? And of course, the audience in the stands erupted. No way the human got a perfect score. Even Vincent and Drax lost to him. Ellen covered her mouth, also in complete shock. That weakling. I can't believe it. Kenji looked at the palm of his hand with satisfaction. Divine, I analyzed everything perfectly. There's nothing to criticize. I'm looking forward to the next match. The other participants heard the announcement and grabbed their heads, screaming. A perfect score? Unbelievable. To get that, every single ingredient has to be perfect. How could he possibly pick out perfect ingredients in a situation like that? The judge held a staff with the number 100 high to prove. All contestant scores were measured accurately by the analysis machine. There's no error with the score. That is all I can say. Kant gradually accepted the truth. It seems he has an outstanding talent for selecting ingredients. I wonder how it will fare in other areas. Kevin said cryptically. Indeed. His eyes turned sharp. I'm also quite curious. Then he held up the wooden board again to announce. Round 2 of the refining tournament has begun. The remaining contestants, please return to your refining stations. You will now be required to refine an intermediate level invisibility potion. We look forward to seeing your skills. A childish voice rang out. Hey, newbie. Ellen crossed her arms, glancing at Shinji. You did well just now. Round 2 is primarily about refining. A crucial skill for evaluating a mage's level and most important talent. He looked at her and nodded. The previous round also focused on that. Ellen asked suspiciously. By the way, where is your staff? Hurry up and take it out. How can you start without it? Kenji was startled, scratching his head in embarrassment. I forgot it. He broke into a sweat as he recalled past memories. Initially, President Dak lent me a staff out of pity, but now most of my stats are for the warrior class. If refining requires a lot of mana, I definitely don't have enough. She saw his expression and guessed what happened. She snapped. You forgot your staff? What kind of mage are you? He scratched his head awkwardly. I just forgot it by accident. I'll figure something out. Ellen's face flushed red as she avoided his gaze. Honestly, she reluctantly handed Kenji her staff. Here, take mine. You idiot. You're lucky I'm here. He reached out and took the staff. Thank you. Ellen. Kenji said with full confidence. With your staff and this refining platform, I can definitely win. She pretended to be aloof and turned to walk away. You'd better. Venti announced loudly. Grind your ingredients and begin refining. You only get one attempt. The time limit is 30 minutes. After those words, a buzz went through the stands. Only one try in just 30 minutes? That's tough. Intermediate invisibility potions are very difficult to make. Only blue mages can create them. So, everyone only gets one chance. Caught, looking serious, stroked his chin in thought. One chance, limited ingredients, and a time limit. These are certainly difficult conditions. Kevin wasn't surprised. If you want to win a refining tournament, you should at least be able to handle this much. His face was extremely serious as he calculated in his head. They have to succeed on their first try. Let's see how Kenji does. Does he really have innate talent? Or was that just luck? The girls carrying herbs approached the contestant stations. Now then, contestants. First is contestant Drax. Beastman Blue Mage, level 17. Next is Vincent. Blue Mage, level 15. Kenji accepted the herbs and said politely, "Thank you." Ayla blushed shyly in reply. "It's nothing, sir. I'm just doing my job." Venti announced loudly. 30 minutes. Begin. Start refining now. An impatient contestant yelled. "Hurry up. Use slowpoke." Kevin's eyes were partially hidden. His face emotional as. This test will reveal whether you can remain calm and operate precisely under harsh conditions. Those who lack skill or mental fortitude will make mistakes immediately. A pale-faced contestant trembled, thinking to himself, "Damn it. I panicked and poured in too much mana. Now all the ingredients are ruined." Another contestant angrily threw his tools at a girl. "You ruined the ingredients when you brought them here, didn't you?" The girl, terrified, shot back, "Absolutely not. I would never." Drax held the glowing potion in his palm. Refining was a sacred act for mages, and it was also incredibly exciting. On the other side, Vincent was controlling the flow of the potion. Kenji looked at the two of them, thinking to himself, they've started refining. He observed Drax's refining method and analyzed it. The ingredients must be ground into a powder with one's own mana. The stronger and more precise the mana control, the better the powder will be. Then Kenji looked over at the other guy. The final and most crucial step of refining is combination. The system screen appeared again. Vincent. Blue Mage level 15. Mana capacity 1060. Kenji concluded, a person's mana capacity is the key to this process. He glanced to the side, sighing internally, as expected of Kevin's disciple. That mana wave. His capacity must be over 1,000. Card exclaimed, "This wave. So, your disciple has been hiding his true strength until now." His face turned sinister. His mana capacity is over 1. Zereth, with numbers and skills like these, it will only take him a few years to level up to a red mage. A smirk played on Kevin's lips. His voice filled with pride. Vincent's talent is a gift from nature, but his mental strength still needs improvement. Cod spoke up, looking puzzled. "Now that you mention it, where is Kenji?" He was also confused. "I don't see him anywhere. Come to think of it, I can't sense his presence either." Finally spotting Kenji's figure, he asked doubtfully, "Is he just standing over there?" Khan narrowed his eyes and assessed the situation. If he doesn't start now, he won't be able to finish in the allotted time. Kevin was skeptical of Kenji's actions. Is he delaying? I can't sense any mana waves for him. Kenji silently speculated. It seems this round will belong to the two out there competing. He used a skill, Divine Eye Analysis Drax. Blue Mage, mana capacity 800A. Currently refining intermediate invisibility potion. Quality analysis 96% degrade. Refining process 36.3% C grade. Divine Eye Analysis Vincent. Blue Mage, mana capacity 1060. Currently refining intermediate invisibility potion. Quality analysis 70% C grade. 28% B grade. Refining process 40 to 0.6%. His gaze sharpened as he calculated in his head. Their mana capacities are 880 and 1060, but mine is only 510. It looks like Drax is creating a C-grade potion, while Vincent is making a B-grade one. As expected of Kevin's disciple, intermediate potions are nothing to him. Fu Allen's face flushed with anger. "Hey, rookie, there are only 20 minutes left. Stop spacing out." Venti, sweating bullets, tried to stop her. "You shouldn't distract him like that." Kenji gripped his staff and began to refine. "That's right. Since I started as a warrior, my mana capacity is naturally insufficient." Both Drax and Vincent were surprised that he had finally started. One of them sneered. "Is that the limit of his mana wave? It's no different from a mid-level white mage." The other smirked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. He was a bit impressive in the first round, but it looks like his luck has run out. Up above, Count Sprout furred. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Huh? Is that all the mana Kenji has?" His capacity must be less than 600. What a pity for someone so talented at selecting ingredients. Kevin's lips curled in contempt for the boy. Have I been overthinking things? If this is all he has, then he's not worth paying attention to anymore. He said aloud, but the fact he mustered the courage to participate in this competition is truly commendable. FUL and looked at Kenji with disbelief. Huh? Is that all the mana he has? No way. He wasn't like this during the mage exam. What on earth are you doing? Drax's mana swelled. That's right. It's time to use the skills my master taught me specifically for this tournament. A stream of red power erupted from his mouth. That was high-grade mana enhancement. Mana capacity 300. Current mana capacity 1180. High-grade mana enhancement temporarily increases mana capacity significantly but reduces the user's HP by half. HP negative 50%. Mana capacity 300. Drax smirked at his competitor, thinking, now my mana capacity surpasses yours. Vincent, you probably thought I could only refine a C-grade potion, but this time is different. He raised his staff high and commanded. Come on. A spectator's eyes widened, covering their mouth in astonishment. For real? Could that be a B-grade intermediate invisibility potion? A brilliant golden light shone from within the test tube. Drax gasped, looking at his own creation. A nearly perfect B-grade potion. Come and see mine. Everyone. Kant laughed as if he were the victor. Nearly perfect. Even his disciple can only manage a passable B-grade potion. This tournament's champion will be my disciple. If he wins this round, his overall score will be practically unbeatable. Kevin, I won't let you stay on top forever. Kevin remained expressionless, thinking silently. High-grade mana enhancement is a difficult skill. Trading life for mana. It's not something an ordinary mage or apprentice can use. It seems Kant really cares about his disciple. Still, high-grade magic is high-grade magic. In the shadows, a corner of his mouth lifted. But, does he really think he can win with a B-grade potion? How foolish. Kevin's brow furrowed. Did you think I wasn't prepared for this, you old fool? He had great expectations for his disciple's performance. Vincent, show them what you've got. The young mage held the potion vial in his palm. Suddenly, Vincent's eyes lit up with a knowing smile. The blue potion in his hand vanished. A blue flame, an earth phoenix flame, blazed in Vincent's palm. Kant shot to his feet, stunned. That is, he broke into a cold sweat. Looking at Kevin, a blue flame extracted from earth and wind? How rare. Kevin gave a cunning smile, his eyes filled with calculation. I gave it to Vincent not long ago. He can use it however he wishes. Internally, Kevin was immensely satisfied. That's right. This flame is imbued with the power of a law. It takes 7 days to extract just a small amount. But, with this, I can preserve my honor. Down in the arena, Vincent steeled his resolve. Master taught me to add this flame during the combination step. The power of a law will instantly raise my mana capacity. There's no way I can lose. The power of a law has been imbued. Current mana capacity 1530. The blue flame converged into a large orb in his hand. The crowd buzzed with excitement. This is an even greater supernatural phenomenon. Is it another B-grade potion? No, with a phenomenon of this magnitude. Vincent looked at the potion vial, his voice growing more arrogant. An A-grade intermediate invisibility potion. Who else here can create a better one? Shinji nodded. I see. So they had skills to upgrade their potions in a single step. If I hold back my power, I can't compete with that A-grade potion. System emergency notification warning. Insufficient magic points. Do you wish to use optimal form to enhance your mana capacity? Current mana capacity 510. He finally made his decision. Alright, I'll use optimal form to push my mana capacity to its limit. His staff emitted a white and purple light. The system announced optimal form activated. Mana capacity has increased. The system calmly reminded him current mana capacity 9,660. It added, S-grade potion has been received. A supernatural phenomenon is occurring. Please assume a defensive posture. Seeing the dense lightning gathering in the sky because of Kenji, the crowd broke into shocked whispers. Is that another supernatural phenomena? That's the third one already. This one is stronger than the previous two. Moreover, with such intensity, FULN was equally astonished. That weakling's mana wave has gotten stronger than before. With these waves in this phenomenon, just how much mana does he have? Vincent witnessed the lightning elements surrounding Kenji, bewildered. Just a moment ago, his mana capacity was average. How did it suddenly increase so much? Is he using some special technique? There's no mana enhancement skill that powerful. He broke into a sweat, gritting his teeth. Even the laws of nature can't create an effect like this. I've never heard of anything like it before. Beside him, Drax's body was trembling. Can a supernatural phenomenon like this really happen? A colossal lightning dragon appeared and roared with dominance. Vincent's eyes widened in shock. What is that? He stumbled back in fear. It can't be real. It's real. He couldn't believe his eyes. This feels like a supernatural phenomenon of S grade. The system explained S grade supernatural phenomenon, the highest level of supernatural events. It profoundly affects heaven and earth, manifesting externally. However, it comes with a powerful divine punishment. It typically occurs when crafting an S-grade potion. Kenji used his staff to control the lightning element, connecting it with the herbs to refine them. The system appeared warning mana adjustment for grinding ingredients is complete. Please release your mana. The herbs work rushed into dust. The system announced again warning grinding of ingredients is 1100% complete. He shouted a command. Begin combination. Venti's eyes flew wide open, his pupils shrinking in absolute shock and terror. No way. Divine lightning punishment. Without prior preparation, he'll take massive damage. Kevin's pupils contracted, his gaze fixed on the lightning dragon. The rarity and difficulty of refining an S-grade potion stem from this trial. Refiners need special skills and high mana to withstand the divine punishment from the process. Usually, you'd use a protective potion before taking this punishment. Is he trying to kill himself? The system's screen appeared before Kenji. Do you wish to use the Sky King's hammer to absorb all damage? He didn't choose immediately, calculating silently. My plan was to take the lightning with my optimal 4. But I didn't expect the Sky King's hammer could also absorb damage. That makes refining the potion much easier. He finally made his decision. The Sky King's hammer itself emits lightning. With this hammer, this is nothing. Reveal yourself. Sky King's hammer. A massive golden hammer appeared in the sky. Before he could recover from one shock, Kevin was hit with another. What is that? Kant was also stunned. What is this overwhelming aura? The colossal lightning dragon swooped down from the sky. It was completely absorbed by the Sky King's hammer. The system displayed the information Sky King's hammer has absorbed the lightning strike. Shinji commanded mentally, store the Sky King's hammer. He told the system, begin combination. Instantly, a stream of golden light flowed from the staff into the glass vial. The entire bird's nest-shaped arena was enveloped in a golden light. Kenji planted his staff on the ground, standing tall and straight. It seems the process is complete. He thought with satisfaction. The result is an S-grade intermediate invisibility potion. The system didn't disappoint, providing the result immediately warning intermediate invisibility potion has been successfully refined. Quality assessment has grade. Kevin's face was beaded with sweat, his teeth clenched in astonishment. An S-grade intermediate potion. I can only create that by pushing the laws of nature to their limit. How can someone like him be more talented than me? I cannot accept this. Finally, Kant couldn't take it anymore and shouted, Master Kevin, forgive me, but that human definitely cheated. He leapt down from the stands onto the arena floor. Please come with me for an inspection. Kant was adamant. It's absurd. There's no way a white mage could create an S-grade potion. Kevin followed him down. The system explained arrow are TAFE flight skill exclusive to mages, allowing them to levitate and move by enveloping their entire body with mana. Vincent also believed Kenji couldn't have done it. You definitely cheated. What kind of trick did you use? Even my master can't create an S-grade intermediate potion that easily. The crowd also stood up to criticize him. A human cheating in the refining tournament is truly disgusting. A human shouldn't have been allowed to participate in the first place. Cut off his limbs to make sure he can't wander anywhere else. Ful crossed her arms, her voice firm. No, he didn't cheat. During the mage exam, he proved his abilities. I can testify to that. Venti smiled awkwardly. But if you ask me, I think it's best to let Master Kevin decide. Hearing the insults from all sides, Kenji spoke calmly. You think I'm cheating? I only used my own power, just like everyone else here. Fine. Investigate all you want. I'm used to it. Kant walked up to him. Mage Kenji, you used some method to cheat, didn't you? Master Kevin on Die observed your mana wave. At most, your mana capacity is only 600. With that level of mana, you couldn't possibly create an S-grade intermediate potion. He raised his staff, proposing, will you allow me to check your mana? If you claim it's your own power, Then prove it. Kant's voice was stern. Answer me now. System note mana measurement, a spell used to measure another person's mana capacity. The greater the mana capacity, the stronger the light emitted. Kenji remained silent, thinking, a mana measurement. If I can't control my enhanced mana capacity, they'll think I cheated. My actual mana capacity is indeed low. He gave a slight, confident smirk. However, I have no reason to hide it. Kenji slammed his staff on the ground, agreeing nonchalantly. Go ahead and check. If it'll shut you people up, I'll allow it. Kant looked determined. Let's see if your ability is real. I will measure your power. Kant brought his staff before Kenji. He chanted, release your mana. Show us your true level. System notification, optimal form has been activated to 100% power. Mana capacity enhancement has reached its maximum level. Kenji smirked. Alright, make sure you measure it properly. The mana meter continuously emitted a blue light. That light spread throughout the entire arena. It was so bright that Kant had to shield his eyes. It didn't increase gradually. It just shot up to this level. Just how large is his mana capacity? Kenji said proudly. I have released 100% of my mana. Kant looked at his trembling staff. The staff is shaking. The orb couldn't withstand the power and began to crack. The blue light escaped the arena. Looking at the shattered pieces of the orb, Kant was stunned. My staff. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Kenji rubbed his sore neck. Are you satisfied now? He glanced at Kant. That should be enough to prove my magic level, right? Kevin answered for him. Impressive. He spoke politely. I apologize for doubting you. This is the first time I've seen someone so talented. I hope you can understand why I couldn't believe it at first. Kevin clapped Kenji on the shoulder. In the presence of such a young and talented individual, even I have been outshone. Truly, you are a genius. I am honored. Kevin smoothly took the S-grade potion from Kenji's hand and said to Kant, Master Kant, I don't think we need to ask any more questions about his performance just now. He looked at the golden liquid. This S-grade intermediate potion is more than enough to declare him the champion of this tournament. Do you agree? Kant was speechless. Indeed, there's no room for argument. Kevin looked around the stands. Does anyone else here object? If you're not satisfied, feel free to step forward and challenge Kenji yourself. Drax bowed his head slightly. No, Vincent said frankly. I admit my defeat. Kevin clenched the vial. Then it settled. He held the vial high, announcing, Kenji is the champion of this tournament. Fu blurted out, her face flushing with excitement. Amazing. He did it. Sensing something, Kenji glanced in her direction. Kenji smiled gently, giving her a friendly wave. Thanks. Fu. Her face turned bright red with shyness, and she raised her hands to her mouth in a flustered gesture. Undeniable admiration showed in Fu's eyes. She waved back, sticking out her tongue playfully. It's because I helped you. Kevin silently observed Kenji's actions. His sharp eyes narrowed. A young human who is a genius mage. I can't help but admire him. Kevin stared at the vial in his hand. The potion he created is magnificent. Have I, Kevin, really lost? That thing is an S-grade intermediate invisibility potion. He turned and walked away coldly. I wonder how much he'll grow in the future. A dark aura radiated from Kevin as countless wicked plans formed in his mind. I will use all my connections and power to ensure he doesn't leave this city alive. Kenji, you will die here. Fu presented a chest. This is the prize for winning the tournament. Take it. For a mage, this is a reward worth risking your life for. Kenji opened the chest. Inside were many items. I finally have it. Basic circulation enhancement potion formula. Potion boosting recover potion formula. Advanced mana recover potion formula. He looked down at his winnings with satisfaction. With these formulas, I'll make a fortune in my world. I can earn the 1 billion yen needed for the auction fee myself. Fu was skeptical of Kenji's decision. But, have you really thought this through? You're turning down the chance to become Master Kevin's disciple. You have immense talent at refining and a huge amount of mana. If you study under him and build connections, you could become a great mage. He smiled, his eyes crinkling. He patted her head comfortingly. It's okay. I'm a warrior. Fu blushed, looking at Kenji as he continued. Even if I were to become a mage, I'd still want to find my own path. That suits me better. Fu then avoided Kenji's gaze and asked, So you're really leaving? Where are you going? He stroked his chin, thinking seriously. My body has recovered, so there's no reason to stay. I'll rest a bit. Meet up with Sakura, and then head out. Kenji had already made his plans. Now that I have the formulas, I just need to go back to my world, earn 1,000,000,000 yen, and then return. Ellen pouted and looked away. You're always talking about her. What's your relationship with this Sakura? He asked back, bewildered. Sakura? Shinji calmly explained. She's my friend and my comrade. She might be away for some reason, but she should be back soon. Ellen was no longer pouting, but she still didn't turn to face him. I see. A comrade. Make sure to visit me before you go. I have something I want to give you. Kenji scratched his head in confusion. Give me something? Why not now? She shot back. It's for when you're leaving. Ellen crossed her arms angrily. You'll understand then. See you later. You idiot. Watching her retreating back, Kenji wondered, why did she suddenly get so angry? A while later, in his enro, he sat on the bed, thinking, I've never had a chance to examine this infinite ring properly. Ever since I got it, it feels like I haven't rested for a second. An emergency system notification appeared. Warning due to an unstable debugging error. You cannot stay in this world for more than 3 days. If you exceed the limit, you will not be able to return to your original world. Warning, you also cannot use the endless corridor until 3 days have passed in your original world. Kenji lowered his head, calculating. So that means I can only stay here for 3 days at a time and have to wait 3 days to come back. Interesting. I'll have to plan carefully. But what does debugging mean? He opened the system panel. Well, it doesn't matter now. A mechanical voice echoed in Kenji's head. Warning, a wooden box has been stored in your psychic sense inventory. A corner of his mouth lifted. This is getting more and more interesting. System notification endless corridor activated. Kenji said excitedly, I just need to bring these 3 formulas back. He leapt into the endless corridor. 1,000,000,000 yen. Wait for me. Time passed. One day, Suzuki was enthusiastically advertising. This villa isn't as luxurious as a hero's villa, but I've prepared the best room for you. Karina's eyes lit up as she looked around the space. Kenji looked at the room in surprise. Thank you so much. This villa is even better than I imagined. The little girl clasped her hands, exclaiming, It's so gorgeous. I can't believe I'm really going to live here. Suzuki smiled and patted his shoulder. The Hero Guild doesn't hold back. Besides, you're worth the investment. Your sister will surely be comfortable here. Do you need anything else? Kenji scratched his head sheepishly. Actually, if possible, I'd like to turn one of the rooms into a small laboratory. I want to try making potions. Suzuki asked in surprise, Potions? That requires specialized knowledge and skills. Are you sure you want to do that? Suzuki readily agreed to the request. If you want to, then of course. I have plenty of rooms. I'll renovate one and prepare the necessary equipment. It'll be done by this afternoon. Kenji replied joyfully. That's great. Thank you so much. You've been a huge help. His eyes, filled with hope, looked toward the future. So, I can start tonight. A line of ants carrying food marched back to their nest. A foot in a sneaker stepped over them, at a place with a sign that read Blue Snake Gang. Yukiya said arrogantly, Hey kid, do you know where you are? Toru added mockingly, Don't come crying to us if you get beat up for wandering in here. Shinji calmly replied, I know exactly where I am. I'm here to see the Blue Snake Gang. Is the boss here? I want to talk about repaying a debt. The thug laughed scornfully, acting all high and mighty. Huh? Coming to pay back money with that attitude? If you've got the guts, step inside. What's your name? Without a hint of fear, he introduced himself. Kenji Tsukishiro. The sound of hurried footsteps approached. An arm pushed Yokio aside. Mr. Tsukishiro is here. Get out of the way. Takashi and his subordinates appeared, looking tense. Mr. Tsukishiro, we've been waiting for you. The boss told me to come and greet you. Recognizing the face he had once punched, Kenji was surprised. It's you. Seeing their respectful attitude towards him, Kenji was confused. What's going on? The man led the way. This way. Please. Takashi announced to the person inside the room. Sir, Mr. Tsukishiro has arrived. Lamze raised a hand in greeting. Hiro Tsukishiro. Welcome. Lamze, leader of the Blue Snake Gang. Level 24. Class Warrior. Combat Power 14. 100. Kenji placed a briefcase firmly on the table. His face emotional. It's hotter in here than I thought. He opened a briefcase full of money. Here is 600. Jaro yen. Principal and interest. Check it. Lamze approached obsequiously. Why be so formal? You could have sent it through someone else. I really appreciate it. Let me introduce you. He pointed to a man with a reluctant expression. This is the vice leader of the Blue Snake Gang. The system displayed his info. Vice leader. Blue Snake Gang. Level 10. Class warrior tank. Combat power 2. 300. He then gestured to a man with half golden teeth. And this is the president of the Mad Wolves. Leader of the Mad Wolves. Level 21. Class warrior. Combat power 11. 200. The system announced Divine Eye is analyzing. His eyes sharpened as he read the numbers. Combat powers of 2. 311. 214. 100th not bad. Kinji glanced at Lamb's eye and asked, "So, what's this all about?" Silver and Mad Wolf flinched. Lamb's eye broke into a cold sweat. Thinking, he saw through all 3 of our power levels in an instant. Does he have some special item? Things like that are incredibly rare and expensive. No one can get them easily. This kid is so hard to read. He walked over to the other 2. I'll be direct. Lamsey placed his hand on a stack of books on the table. Both the Blue Snake Gang and the Mad Wolves owe you a favor. He clasped his hands in front of him, his gaze somber. We want to put the past behind us and be on your side. What do you say? Kinji was stunned. Huh. Silver stood up and continued. First, I apologize for my son's insolence. He spoke with a fawning tone. I've sent him to another city for retraining. He won't cause any more trouble. I hope you can forgive him. Mad Wolf also stood up with a remorseful expression. My men also acted disrespectfully, although it wasn't my order. As their leader, I take responsibility. That spatial ring had a tracking magic on it, but it has been removed. You can use it without worry. Kenji's eyes lit up, focusing only on the information about the ring. Kenji looked at the gleaming ring on his index finger. Now that you mention it, the ones who attacked me the other day were from the Mad Wolves. So the spatial ring I took from that mage had a tracking spell. How careless of me. He spoke calmly. I've already settled things with Billy at school. However you punish him has nothing to do with me. Those 3 from the Mad Wolves tried to kill me but were eliminated instead. You probably already know that. Now that they're all dead, the matter is closed. Lamsey placed a hand on the briefcase of money and gave a strained smile. That's great. Then please take this back. Kenji's voice was firm, with a hint of suspicion. I don't like being in debt. Repaying what I owe is a matter of course. Take the money. But why the sudden change in attitude? I don't like getting involved with gangs and guilds. Lamsey explained nervously. News of your victory at Future Star has spread everywhere. There isn't a single major player who doesn't know your name. Chairman Suzuki is even trying to recruit you. Everyone sees you as a young talent, and every faction in this area wants to build a relationship with you. Mad Wolf quickly added, We're just a small group. No one would dare cause trouble for a genius like you. Silver nodded in agreement. That's right. Since we've been so direct, we're allies now. Kenji pointed at himself in disbelief. I'm that famous. He silently prayed. If it's just in this region, that's fine. At least I won't run into more trouble. Later, Lamsey cheerfully saw him off. Kenji-kan, be sure to visit again. Silver added warmly. You're always welcome here. Kenji was speechless. This kind of reception is a bit much. Shinji turned and walked away with the briefcase. All right, business is done. Time to get back to work. I'll buy some ingredients and start brewing potions. System notification: you have retrieved a box from the dimensional space. At a shop with no sign. Sadao was taking inventory in his ledger. These herbs have been hard to come by lately. Better to stock up while I can. And there are these items too. Kenji approached. Hello. I'd like to buy some potion ingredients. The shopkeeper waved him off. Just grab them from the storeroom. He grumbled internally. What a bothersome kid. Kenji replied. That won't be enough. I heard this is the biggest potion ingredient shop in the area. Kenji passed a list of ingredients through the gap. I'll take all 15 types on this list. Sadao took the paper and exclaimed in shock. What? He pushed up his glasses, his eyes wide as he looked at the list. 15 types? All of it? Are you serious? That's not enough. Kenji affirmed. I'm completely serious. He placed the briefcase on the counter. Kenji opened the lid. Is this enough? 9 million yen in cash. And I want to sign a long-term supply contract. Sadao's voice rose in surprise. 15 types? All of it? He drooled at the sight of the cash in the briefcase. If this is real, this kid is a massive VIP customer. Buying all 15 of these types would cost at least 6 million yen. Kenji smirked himself after showing Sadao the money and closing the lid. After paying off the debt to the Blue Snake Gang, including interest. I still have about 9 million yen. According to the calculations I did with my divine eye, this is more than enough to buy the basic potion ingredients. But I have other plans. The shopkeeper joyfully slapped Kenji's arm. Please, have a seat. I'll prepare the ingredients you need right away. Now, tell me the details of this deal. Sadao handed a piece of paper to Emiko and ordered, get all the ingredients on this list from the main storeroom and pack them up. She was surprised. All of this, it's going to take a while. The shopkeeper's hand, holding a teacup, trembled as he asked, you want to buy these same 15 ingredients for next month as well? Sadao said very respectfully, our warehouse is restocked every week. And how do you plan to pay? Kenji asked, how much for today's ingredients? Sadao pointed to the paper on the table. At the current price, it's about 6.6 million yen, but since it's a large quantity, I'll round it down. You can pay 6.6 million. Kenji pushed the briefcase of money forward. Here's 9 million yen. Consider the remaining 2.4 million as this month's deposit. Remember to hold it for me. I'll pay the rest in full at the end of the month. Kenji picked up a document and read it. If necessary, we can sign a contract. I've already prepared the paperwork. But for this entire month, you must supply the ingredients at this exact price and not sell them to anyone else. This is clearly stated in the contract. Sadao replied with ease. I have no problem with that. This deposit is sufficient. However, the price of those 15 ingredients has always been stable. Our shop has a reputation for integrity. We don't arbitrarily raise prices. Kenji nodded. Understood. Then I look forward to working with you. He thought happily. As long as I have the ingredients, I can start my experiments tonight. But the price of potion ingredients is sure to skyrocket in the future. With this contract, I have nothing to worry about. The sky had turned to the yellow of late afternoon. Kenji opened the door to the brand new laboratory and exclaimed, this looks really professional. Not bad at all. Karina spoke up. I heard Chairman Suzuki even paid a large part of the cost out of his own pocket. We should really thank him. I didn't know you could make potions. Big brother, what are you planning to do in this lab? Kenji knelt in front of her and replied, of course. I plan to repay Chairman Suzuki even more. He told Karina the reason he built the lab. Kenji's gaze fell. It's to fulfill an old promise. He looked sorrowfully at her small, injured leg. I promised I would make you smile again, just like before. Karina stopped him. What are you talking about? Kenji gave a strained smile. It's nothing. Just wait until it's done and you'll see. I'm starting now. You should go over there. The little girl didn't understand what was happening. Karina tried to stop him. Come on, brother. He firmly closed the laboratory door. That's it. I need to concentrate. Kenji smirked. All right. He snapped his fingers. Kenji said enthusiastically, let's begin. System notifications popped up continuously. You have retrieved a wooden box from the psychic sense space. You have retrieved prepackaged potion ingredients from the dimensional space. A test tube held a yellow liquid over a small, burning flame. He said, I need 3 main ingredients for the basic circulation enhancement potion. And the other 2 potions each require 6 different ingredients. Kenji focused intently on his work. Divine Eye is truly overpowered. It automatically analyzes the optimal ingredients in this world and even shows the refining process. System notification Divine Eye analysis complete. He narrowed his eyes. Let's see. Kenji read the paper carefully. Final step, mix the ant grass extract and green vine in a 1:3 ratio. He licked his lips, excitedly pouring the green and yellow liquids together in a 1:3 ratio. Kenji placed the beaker in a round holder and heated it. This equipment is quite simple, but it'll do for now. His eyes showed a hint of disappointment. In this world, the normal refining process ends here. Once it's heated, I can test its effectiveness. But during the heating process, the chemical reaction might fail. The success rate of the mixture is quite unstable. His brows furrowed sharply. However, Kenji began to calculate. I will use a mage's technique to promote fusion and transfer mana into it. This will greatly increase the success rate and enhance the medicinal effects. System notification, you have retrieved the basic staff from the psychic sense space. He looked at the staff, both ends crackling with lightning. Finally, a chance to use the basic staff I bought before coming back. I left the Sky King's hammer at the inn in the other world, but time is stopped there, so it should be fine. Kenji raised the staff high, beginning to cast the spell. Begin fusion. This is a refining technique only I know in this world. The system chimed continuously, warning. Fusion progress 30%, 40%, 60%, 90%. This surprised even him. Science and magic combined. What an incredible fusion speed. The system voice rang out warning fusion complete. Kenji exclaimed happily. Great. The first batch is done. Let's test the effect. He picked up the test tube and shook it a few times. Circulation enhancement potion. Huh? Doesn't look bad. Let's give it a try. Kenji tilted his head back and drank the potion. A golden light radiated from around him. The system appeared refining rate 100%. Circulation enhancement potion increases blood and stamina recovery speed by 45%. Reduces damage taken by 12%. Lasts for 10 minutes. He marveled. The effect is so overpowered. Kenji clenched his fist. No potion in this world can achieve that level. As expected of a formula from another world, the potions here can't even compare. He looked at the test tube with disappointment. But the taste is awful. I'll compress it in 2 capsules. As he said that, Kenji's eyes sparkled brightly. On the lab table were several capsule pills. 2 worlds. Countless paths waiting for me to explore. With his chest puffed out, he controlled nearly 10 test tubes. Alright, now, let's start mass-producing the basic circulation enhancement potion. If the market reaction is good, everything will proceed according to plan. Time passed to the next day. At the entrance of a certain dungeon, a group of people stood around, complaining. This is exhausting. This shrunk dungeon has a lot of loot, but it's too big, and we can only afford shoddy potions. So we have to be careful. In the end, we're still weak. Kenji appeared silently, wearing a cloak of concealment that hid his identity and made his face hard to recognize. A common item used to hide one's identity. Kenji had covered his face. He pushed a rectangular cart forward. This spot should be good. This dungeon has the most adventurers. Someone noticed Kenji and said, Look, a wandering merchant. Is he really planning to sell potions like that? What an idiot. The adventurers laughed scornfully at his actions. The potion industry is monopolized by the 3 major corporations. It's safer to buy from official stores. Probably fake goods. He took out a pill and introduced it. Everyone, if you're not satisfied with your current potions, try our new booster potion. A box of 6. Perfect for adventurers. First come, first served. The adventurer stared thoughtfully at the pill in Kenji's hand. A new potion. Is it from one of the 3 major corporations? No, I go to the potion shop often. So, I definitely know if there was a new product. One of them walked up and took a box. A contemptuous smirk on his face. Hey, potions are an adventurer's lifeline. No one buys stuff from an unknown source. Are you saying this is more effective than the potions from the 3 major corporations? What kind of potion is it? How much? What does it do? Kenji patiently explained its effects. This is a basic circulation enhancement capsule. It helps recover health and stamina and reduces damage taken from attacks. The details are on the box. One box contains 6 capsules and costs 24 yen. Each person is limited to 10 boxes per day. The man's veins bulged on his forehead as he hissed. 24 yen for 6 capsules. Limited quantity? Are you insane? The circulation enhancement potions from the 3 major corporations are only 20 yen for 10. Kazumi slammed his hands on the table and yelled. What a joke! Get lost! It's obviously useless. The adventurers started cracking their knuckles, aggressively wanting to punch Kenji. A blatant scam. This is infuriating. That shady stuff costs more than the products from the big 3. This is such a rip-off. Just watch. Some hot-headed hero is going to flip his stall. He didn't argue. Just smiled to himself. Kenji pointed to a few capsules. I have free samples. If you're not satisfied with the effect, feel free to flip my stall. He held up a capsule, his voice taking on a sinister tone. But if you're impressed, you have to buy a whole box. Kazumi's face flushed with anger. He yelled, Fine, I'll try. If it's low quality, don't even think about running. Kazumi snatched the pill from Kenji's fingertips. Give it here. The adventurers jeered at his action. Falling for that? How ridiculous. Let's see how embarrassed he gets. He's a hero. 24,000 yen is nothing to him. Kazumi popped the pill in his mouth. Let's see what it does. He swallowed the pill. Instantly, the potion's effect activated. The system announced it. Health and stamina recovery speed increased by 45%. Damage taken reduced by 12%. Effect lasts for 10 minutes. Kazumi was stunned. What? He gave a knowing half smile. It increases health and stamina recovery by 45%, reduces damage taken by 12%, and lasts for 10 minutes. See? The price is completely worth it. An adventurer shook him. No way. Is it true? Is it really that effective? The crowd's noisy chatter filled Kazumi's ears. If that's true, it's many times more powerful than the potions from the 3 major corporations. The circulation potions on the market only increase health recovery by 10% and stamina by 12%. This one is several times stronger in both aspects, and it even reduces damage. He held the box of potions and said in a low voice to Kenji, "This. Give me the whole box. I can buy a maximum of 10 boxes, right? Here's my hero card. Scan it. I'll take 10 boxes." Kenji quickly took the card and swiped it through the scanner. 240. Zaro yen has been deducted from your hero card. Here are your 10 boxes. Thank you very much. System explanation payment device exclusively for heroes. Money is loaded onto the card and payments are processed. Kazumi quickly hid the 10 boxes in his bag, looking around furtively like a thief. Yeah, thanks. Will you be here again tomorrow? You'll be selling here again, right? What time will you arrive? He turned around to see dozens of pairs of wide eyes staring at him. The adventurers rushed forward, clamoring for the potions. Hey, let me try one. You have free samples, right? Me too. That guy was probably an actor you hired. Let me try too. If it's a scam, you'll pay. Kenji announced calmly. There are 5 free samples left. One adventurer hesitated, not putting the pill in his mouth yet. The person next to him had already swallowed it. The 3rd person swallowed it reluctantly. The 4th person's face was just as grim. And the last pill was snatched by another adventurer. A golden light enveloped the 5 of them. Kazumi shouted, "Well, see for yourselves now." Seeing this, the crowd fought to present their cards. I'll take 10 boxes. I'll take 10 too. Me too. Here's my hero card. Scan mine first. Me as well. 10 boxes. People scrambled to get the remaining potions. Is this potion really that effective? I'll buy 1 box. Hurry up. Give me another box. No. Make it 10 boxes. Me too. A devilish smile spread across Kenji's face. Please form a line. A maximum of 10 boxes per person. The adventurers were all on their phones. With this effect, it would sell out even at double the price. Hurry up and buy. It's a limited supply. Whoever gets it will profit big time. Send the signal. Call the whole team. Get as many as possible. Then resell them. I don't care. Kenji's eyes lit up as he thought to himself. Everything is going according to plan. Of course, I can turn the 1 billion yen participation fee just from this. But this pill is more than enough for the first phase of the plan. With its incredible effect and limited supply, the frenzy is about to begin. Looking at the long, winding queue, Kenji thought excitedly. And when that happens, the 3 major corporations will definitely come looking for me. One day, at the headquarters of Red Tier Pharmaceuticals, one of the top 3 pharmaceutical companies. In the conference room, a market report meeting was underway in the production review department. Fumio pointed to the LED screen. This week, the price of 3 of our products has continuously dropped on the market, falling to less than half of their previous value. He broke into a cold sweat and pushed up his glasses. As you all know, this is due to the appearance of a black market drug of the same type. Noboru continued. It has been confirmed that these products do not belong to the other 2 pharmaceutical companies. He opened a briefcase containing 3 plastic boxes of capsules. The 3 products in question are the circulation-stimulating capsules and the mono-recovery capsules. We have invested a vast amount of resources to develop them. It's hard to imagine that these 3 types of capsules are now so popular among heroes. Noboru nervously presented a test report. Furthermore, after conducting rigorous pharmacological tests, we discovered that these capsules could only be manufactured by a group possessing extremely advanced technology. With such high quality, I don't understand why they are being called black market drugs. System explanation: black market drugs capsules produced by small factories or individuals instead of specialized companies or large corporations. The shareholders began to murmur amongst themselves. That's right. It's clear all 3 types are produced by the same company, with similar production methods and high efficacy. Luckily, they aren't products of our competitors, or they would have monopolized the market long ago. They sighed endlessly. Even with our machinery, we can accurately determine the ingredients. We don't know which genius is behind this and why no one has heard of them until now. The conference room door opened, and a firm female voice rang out. If all these capsules are black market drugs, then the products of the 3 major companies must be considered failures. The men shot to their feet, bowing 45 degrees. President. She walked calmly past them. Have we identified the group producing these capsules? The other two companies must have already started to act. That person was the president of Red Tier Pharmaceuticals, Misa, and beside her was her butler, Tommy. Misa crossed her arms. We cannot afford to fall behind. Fumio sighed. Ma'am, no one knows who is producing these capsules, and they change their sales location every day, making it even harder to track them. Noboru spoke up to salvage the situation. However, we have launched a comprehensive investigation and will report the details as soon as possible. Her fox-like eyes narrowed. Too slow. The company's situation is extremely critical. Misa stood up again, heading for the door. Prepare the car immediately. Tommy received the order. Yes, ma'am. One day, at the entrance of a dungeon, the voices of adventurers echoed. I'll pay 10 times the normal price. Give me the last 3 boxes. Get out of the way. I'll pay 20 times. I'll pay 30 times. Please. Ichiro was stunned by the competition. This is insane. The level of competition has multiplied. Now there are people offering 30 times the original price. Who is this mysterious potion seller? Osamu stared at the pill and replied. They must be very knowledgeable about pharmaceutical formulas. The effectiveness of this potion is on a whole other level. No wonder everyone is fighting over them. I'm so lucky. I managed to get some today. Kenji looked at the chaotic crowd in front of him and thought, a week has passed. Everything is proceeding according to plan. A corner of his mouth lifted secretly. The hook has been set. Now, I just have to wait for the prey. A firm voice cut through the noise. I will pay 100 times the original price. Sell them to me. An adventurer exclaimed in shock. 100 times? Misa put one hand in her pocket. If you agree, I will pay 100 times the price for just 10 precious minutes of your time. What do you say? Kenji grinned. I've hooked a big one. The luxury card or closed. With guards standing on either side, Misa swirled the wine in her glass. Thank you for giving me 10 minutes. Let's introduce ourselves. I am Misa, president of Red Tier Pharmaceuticals. He replied politely. A pleasure to meet you. Kenji was surprised. So the president of one of the 3 major pharmaceutical companies is such a young woman? Misa was also surprised by the sound of his voice. Her voice is also very young, despite her hiding her identity. I thought she would be at least middle-aged. Who is she? She got straight to the point. I will be direct. I want to buy the formulas for the 3 types of capsules you are selling. Kenji held up 5 fingers. 10 billion yen. Misa was taken aback by the demand. She set her wine glass aside, getting serious. 10 billion yen. That's a bit much. It exceeds our budget. Aren't you going to discuss this with your partners? Red Tier Pharmaceuticals came here to show our sincerity. Every word Misa spoke was sharp. The amount we can offer is 3 billion yen. Even for such excellent formulas, this is still a very substantial sum. She narrowed her eyes, calculating internally. He's deliberately driving up the price. With 10 billion yen, I could buy 50 other average formulas. Is he the leader of the group? Shinji replied calmly. No. 10 billion yen. No more. No less. And I have no partners. All 3 types of capsules were created by me alone. He looked up, his bright eyes meeting Misa's directly. You understand, don't you? These capsules will give your company a decisive competitive edge in the market. Isn't Red Tier currently facing its biggest crisis? She was shocked by this information. No partners. If that's true, then this person is a formidable genius of potion making. Misa asked skeptically. Biggest crisis? What do you mean? Kenji showed her a chart on his phone and analyzed the 3 major pharmaceutical companies. Red Tier Pharmaceuticals and Matsui Pharmaceuticals occupy almost the entire capsule market. But according to the data I've collected, Red Tier's market share has dropped from a peak of 26% to 12% over the past 23 years. The reason is that your products have lost their competitive edge. They are less effective and cannot compete with Ozum and Tatsumi, brands that are growing in both quality and price. Misa was stunned by Kenji's solid argument. He prepared this thoroughly? Was my appearance here also part of his calculation? As he said, Red Tier was in a critical situation, and its market share continued to decline. She asked further, what else? Misa smiled with narrowed eyes, but her voice exuded a sharp aura. Tommy, stop. She strode back into the luxury car. We've got the formulas. Now it's time to counterattack. Head back to the company immediately and summon the entire executive board. We need to formulate a large-scale marketing strategy right away. The man nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, President. At a cafe somewhere. A panicked voice rang out. How did you do it? Suzuki was so startled he spilled his coffee. You managed to get the 10 billion yen participation fee? But it's only been a week, Kenji said helplessly. Chairman Suzuki, please lower your voice. Everyone in the cafe turned to look at their table, murmuring. Did he say 10 billion yen? That kid just casually got 10 billion yen? Could it be? He presented a card. I just happen to have a valuable formula, so I made a small deal. This card holds 10 billion yen. Can you reserve a spot for me at the auction? Suzuki suggested. Next time, can I come along on one of your small deals? You're becoming more and more mysterious. Kenji recalled that moment. He exuded a sharp aura, every word confident. Misa, surely you already know the superior effectiveness of my capsules has reshaped the market. If Red Tier can produce these 3 capsules, you can dominate the market. Furthermore, Azuma and Tatsumi are also interested in my formulas. Do you still think 10 billion yen is too expensive? She remained silent, quietly sipping her wine. Misa felt a sense of dread. A profit analysis combined with a threat. A shrewd strategy. If he's really as young as his voice sounds, he's a monstrous genius. In the end, she accepted Kenji's demand. All right, 10 billion it is. However, since this is a transparent transaction, I would at least like to know your name. He thought to himself, I'm only hiding my identity to avoid unnecessary consequences too early. But if it's just her knowing, it shouldn't be a problem. Kenji told Misa, of course, but please keep it a secret. He took off his cloak and politely extended his hand. My name is Kenji Tsukishiro. I look forward to working with you. Ms. Misa. She was startled by his appearance. He really is young. Misa shook Kenji's hand. A pleasure to meet you. He put his hood back on and stepped out of the car. Tommy held the card with both hands. Here is the 10 billion yen card. Your information has been linked to it. Please accept it. Kenji took the bank card. Thank you. Tommy looked doubtfully at his retreating back. Are you really all right with giving him 10 billion yen? Ma'am? Misa crossed her arms, replying seriously. It's a huge sum. Indeed a massive investment. But just by looking at his face, I was certain that this 10 billion yen is the most worthwhile investment we could make. He possesses extraordinary pharmaceutical skills despite being so young. Who knows how far he will go in the future? A genius like that must be held onto at all costs. If this deal succeeds, he could become the savior of Red Tier. Tommy's voice was full of loyalty. Of course. I trust your judgment, President. His eyes behind his glasses were narrow and deep, filled with calculation. Since you were a child, you have always been wise and decisive. That is why your father could entrust the company to you with peace of mind. Back in the present, Suzuki tucked the 10 billion yen bank card into his jacket. Kenji held up the fingers. This meets one of the conditions for participating in the auction. Now for the second condition, I need to achieve the rank of C-Class Hero. If I'm in the top 3 of the Supernova tournament, I can apply for a promotion to C-Class. Right? He nodded. I thought you had given up. To participate in the Supernova tournament, you need to place in the top 3 at least twice in public dungeons. But don't worry too much about it. The registration deadline for the Supernova tournament is tomorrow. To get into the top 3, you'd have to update the rankings multiple times over several days. You won't make it in time. Kenji's expression was calm and unreadable as he lifted his coffee cup. No. One day is enough. Can you take me to a public dungeon tomorrow morning? Night? Fell at Kenji's residence. Karina happily hugged her pillow. Good night, big brother. I'm going to bed early. Don't stay up too late. He watched her through the small crack in the door. Kenji gently closed her door. Good night, Karina. He went into his own room. Tomorrow, Chairman Suzuki will take me to the public dungeon. I need to get stronger before then. Kenji stared at the golden ring. I've been stuck at level 11 for a long time. I have to level up. The system voice rang out warning endless corridor has been activated. His voice was filled with determination. When I come back, I will win the rebirth elixir for you at the auction. Karina, the system chimed endless corridor has been opened. Due to an unstable debugging error, you cannot stay in the other world for more than 3 days. Kenji stepped into the endless corridor, his eyes blazing. I will definitely help you stand again. Back in the familiar magical world, he had returned to his usual warrior appearance. Sakura still hasn't come back? I'll plan to level up over the next 3 days until she returns. Kenji's detailed information appeared level 12. Class Warrior. Equipment Black Camouflage Armor Set. Fox Beast Man Set. Weapon Blood Mist Sword. Skills Chain Lightning Strike. Skill copy Thunder Peak Ambush. Combat power 16. 0. His face darkened. In this world, I can't do anything without her. Kanji threw open the window. Sakura must have heard that I won the refining tournament. She'll probably be back by morning. Looking at the scenery outside, he felt a deep sense of doubt. But come to think of it, where did she go? Does she have friends around here? A flock of shadow crows flew by, cawing. Suddenly, the lead crow turned sharply to look at Kenji. He dove, trying to attack him. Kenji was stunned by the sudden series of events. A massive explosion occurred, its blast and impact spreading far and wide. Kenji thought, bewildered. A surprise attack with magic? Who is it? A mysterious voice echoed. I thought one blow would be enough to finish you. The one who appeared was Norio, a member of the Harpy race. Mage, level 32, combat power 51. Zaro, I didn't expect you to dodge. I underestimated you. It seems capturing you will be a bit troublesome. He summoned his weapon from his inventory, wondering in confusion. What is going on? Kenji looked at them suspiciously, assessing the situation. Why are they targeting me? Could it be the Assassin's Guild from before? Norio looked at him with amusement and praise. Such sharp eyes. Annoying. As she finished speaking, he cautiously glanced behind him. A simultaneous attack. The one ambushing Kenji was Seiji, a human assassin. Level 30. Combat power 30. 500. He was extremely surprised. There's another one? The assassin's attack was blocked by his sword. The system displayed ultimate physique activated. Muscle flexibility increased. Reaction speed improved for a certain period. Kenji thought, a level 30 assassin with 500 combat power. His sharp brows furrowed in annoyance. If it weren't for ultimate physique, I probably would have been hit. The eyes behind Seiji's mask stared at Norio. She flinched for a moment. Kenji was knocked out of the room. Facing the higher level enemies in such a confined space is a huge disadvantage. In the end, he still managed to land on both feet. The system announced, ultimate physique activated. Power of both legs has been enhanced. Norio and Seiji stood on the rooftop, looking down at him from above. Shinji gripped his sword tightly, a plan forming in his mind. They said they want to kill me. Were they hired by someone? In any case, escaping them won't be easy. He pointed his blade at the two of them. I don't remember offending you, she explained. Don't worry. We were just hired. You're just unlucky. Human kid. The man added, hey, you, answer me. Seiji's eyes narrowed dangerously. How did you dodge my blindside attack? It has a 100% success rate. You're just a level 12 warrior, but your reflexes and strength don't match. Norio shrugged with amusement. Yes, and you even dodged my magic. Fine. As long as we capture you, the mission is complete. Suddenly, the two of them vanished, leaving not even a shadow behind. He attacked Kenji from the right flank. She attacked him from the left. Kenji once again managed to dodge all their moves with ease. Norio was astonished. Blocked again? Seiji thought in disbelief. He dodged it again? Fire blazed in Kenji's eyes as he held his sword firmly. You think I'll surrender obediently? Kenji pointed his sword to the sky, and lightning struck down. She returned to his side. Both of them were surprised by this. As the lightning struck, Norio quickly created a defensive shield. Seiji grunted softly. Thunder Peak. If your level were a bit higher, perhaps I wouldn't have escaped unscathed. He released his power, charging forward with his dagger. Too bad you're only level 12. Struggling will only cause you more unnecessary pain. Sparks created by Seiji flew towards Kenji, but he deflected them. Norio appeared unexpectedly on the other side. Don't forget about me. Unfortunately, he was hit by her attack. His face contorted in pain. Kenji angrily gritted his teeth. Is it really impossible to fight to higher level opponents at the same time? Seiji was surprised by his resilience. It's amazing that you've lasted this long at level 12. Norio offered sincere advice. You should put down your weapon and surrender obediently. He replied without fear. Who would listen to you? Kenji wondered. Should I use the Sky King's hammer and fight with my life on the line? The system issued a warning summoning Sky King's hammer. She shielded her face from the blinding light. What is this energy? He was utterly bewildered. The pressure is increasing. He stepped forward confidently, the Sky King's hammer protecting his back. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, Kenji, you're hiding something. Aren't you? He looked up at the sky in surprise. That voice. Kevin pointed at Kenji and unleashed a technique. Explode. My seal. The deadly attack pierced his chest. Kenji coughed up blood. His face was covered in blood. His teeth clenched in disbelief at what had just happened. Kenji clenched his fists, looked up at him, and screamed in rage. Master Kevin. The moon was high, and below, the sounds of battle echoed. Dust and smoke filled the air. Kevin descended from the sky. When I removed the darkness from your body, carving that seal into you was the right choice. That mysterious energy radiating from you. Kenji, is that the source of your extraordinary talent? He clutched his wound, his body trembling as he asked, was everything you did for me just empty words? He looked down at Kenji with contempt. Did everything for you? You foolish human. So naive. In this cruel continent, I thought you were pretending to be harmless, but it turns out you're just a complete idiot. Norio looked at Kevin and immediately spoke with reverence. Master Kevin himself has appeared. I truly did not expect this. Seiji spoke to Kenji with extreme satisfaction. With those wounds, you won't be able to escape anymore. He humbly bowed his head, replying to the two of them. Thank you for your help. I will prepare the boundary-breaking potion you requested by tomorrow. Normally, you would be responsible for providing the ingredients. Upon hearing this, the man and woman became obsequious. They replied like meek dogs. Of course, the ingredients are already prepared. We will send them over later. The system explained boundary-breaking potion, an extremely rare elixir with ingredients that are very difficult to collect. It is a precious item for adventurers, allowing them to easily break through their level limits. Kevin smirked internally. Just the promise of a high-grade potion is enough to make these fools willingly become my pawns. Brimming with confidence, he looked down from above and said, Kenji, don't struggle. The seal has been carved into your chest. I let you live when you were completely helpless. Kenji's voice rang out, filled with an unconceivable sense of injustice. Why did you do this to me? I've done nothing wrong to you. Kevin knelt down, his eyes meeting Kenji's. It's not about you, Shinji. His face turned sinister as he enunciated each word. Your talent for refining is a threat to me. That is why you must die. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for lacking the strength to protect yourself. Kenji's smile was more painful than a sob. I see. So, that's the reason. How ridiculous. He spoke in a taunting voice. The great master Kevin, hailed as a genius, is afraid of me? How cowardly. That sentence made Kevin's blood boil. Rage was evident in every feature, and blood vessels popped in his eyes. He created a beam of light. Go to hell. I'll smash your brain into pieces. Shinji clenched his teeth, clutching his wound tightly. Ellen rushed over to stop him. Master, please, let him go. Kevin glanced at her with an unfriendly look. Ellen, you followed me here? She trembled as she pleaded. Someone like you, Master, getting into a conflict with a nobody like Kenji. What did he do to you? I will apologize on his behalf. So please. He obviously didn't accept Ellen's suggestion. Surprising. Do you truly pity this human? But Ellen, you are too young to understand. This doesn't concern you. Leave now. If not, you will face severe punishment. Her face beaded with sweat as she answered hesitantly. But Kevin showed no mercy, launching an attack at Ellen and drawing. Leave. He unleashed his strongest move, called Annihilation. Kenji didn't care who came. Today was the last day he would live. System note Annihilation, a cruel magic that floods the opponent's brain. A massive surge of magical energy will shatter it from within. Ellen cried her eyes out, looking helplessly at him. No. Shinji. Seiji stood outside, arms crossed. Annihilation. I don't know what he did to make Master Kevin so angry. That kid's brain will be torn apart and shattered into pieces before he dies in agony. Norio said calmly, that has nothing to do with us. Any fool who dares to provoke someone as powerful as Master Kevin is just unlucky. Kenji showed no fear, standing his ground. Is that so? Kevin bent his knees, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. The system popped up at that moment warning Divine Selection System Update. Progress to N% complete. Absorbing surrounding energy to repair the user's body. A purple light enveloped him. A violent gust of wind erupted, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Kevin shielded his face, looking on in shock at what had just happened. What's going on? My magic was drained in an instant. Norio flew in to provide support. He's still alive? How is that possible? Ellen was equally stunned. Shinji. His wound was gradually healing. Thanks to Ellen. You bought me just enough time. Kenji thought to himself. When the seal in my chest detonated, the Divine Selection System triggered an emergency alert. The system screen glowed bright red. Divine Selection System Warning. A life-threatening situation has been detected. Beginning new version update to proceed with damage repair. He breathed in. Thanks to that, my body can recover. Kenji thought back to that life or death moment. During the update, the system must continuously absorb energy. If it's interrupted, it will vanish, and I'll return to my previous state. A lightning bolt pierced through Kenji's body. A charred corpse struck by divine lightning. He said coldly, in other words, I have no choice. System notification summoning Sky King's hammer. Kenji roared, either you die, or I die. The colossal lightning dragon appeared above his head again. No matter how much pain I have to endure, even if my body is destroyed. A golden light shone from Kenji's palm. I will kill all of you right here. The Sky King's hammer was summoned by him. Kenji gripped the hammer tightly. Despite the system's repeated warning due to insufficient level and conditions, the true power of the Sky King's hammer cannot be fully unleashed. Forcing its activation will consume a massive amount of energy, causing severe damage. Warning because the system update is still in progress. The Sky King's hammer will continuously repair the user's body. All muscles will be constantly destroyed and regenerated, causing extreme pain. Kevin stared at him. His mind and body are being torn apart by that immense energy. Yet, he's continuously regenerating. This aura, it's unstable but incredibly powerful. How is he doing that? And that hammer? It can't be. Seiji rushed to his side. Master Kevin, that kid is not normal. We should team up to destroy him, Norio said with a hint of panic. My magic flow is being disrupted by him. I can't wait any longer. System notification warning 10% of the Sky King's hammer's energy has been released. Damage calculations to the body are changing. Now, Kenji's form looked like a demon holding a hammer, turning disaster into fortune. The hammer tears my body apart, and at the same time, the system continuously repairs it during the update. The system warned again, release duration unknown. He charged forward like a mad dog. Then let's just smash everything. Sensing danger, Kevin activated a spell. Shield. Fortunately, he managed to create an energy shield, blocking Kenji's attack. Inside, Seiji sneered. You fool! No matter how strong you are, there's no way you can break through a dual-layered energy shield. As soon as he finished speaking, Kenji shattered Kevin's shield. The three inside were stunned, watching the supposedly impregnable defense being easily broken. Kenji looked down at them as if they were ants. I told you, I'll tear you to pieces. A beast man! His body covered in injuries, rant rumbling from the forest. The night wind blew dry leaves, rustling in the late-night silence. Sakura walked calmly after him. Full of confidence, the beast man begged in fear. Please, spare me. I'm so sorry. Please let me go. Sakura pulled down her hood. Her voice scolded. Let you go? You didn't spare my father back then, did you? The man frantically denied it. I wasn't the mastermind. I always thought you wouldn't. Suddenly, spirits flickered behind her. Their eyes glowing red, had already departed this world with the old Beast King. Sakura's face darkened, but her eyes remained sharp. Even if you weren't the mastermind, you were still an accomplice. Every single one of your names is written here. I will take revenge on all who insulted and plotted against my father. The beast man immediately waved his hands, trying to justify himself. Miss, I was threatened. I had no choice. Your father's enemy was the current Beast King's father. He threatened to kill me if I didn't obey. She smirked, her hand on the hilt of her sword. Don't worry. I'll make sure your comrades follow you soon enough. Instinctively, the man drew his sword to defend himself. If you're really going to kill me, then be prepared to be killed. The beast man clutched an old wound in pain. I suffered a deep wound in my chest during that battle. Damn it. I have no choice. Sakura eddied her weapon. The way you keep calling me, miss. Then she instantly rushed forward like the wind, using the Blossom Storm technique. She was disgusted by the man before her, her own dripping with contempt. It really gives me the creeps. The man was overwhelmed by Sakura, his eyes rolling back. You've truly mastered your father's Blossom Storm. She took out a notebook and jotted something down. And the rest of you can just sit tight and wait your turn. Sakura approached and examined the beast man's body. I didn't expect to run into him while planning to kill Kevin, the gatekeeper from that year. He was the one who secretly opened the gate for them to invade. Obtained 6 gold coins. Obtained for medium mana potions. Obtained 8 medium recover potions. Obtained intermediate item. He was weak, but his legs were fast. It took me a while to catch him, but none of those who betrayed my father will escape. Suddenly, her eyes widened as a chill ran down her spine. Sakura looked towards the capital city in confusion. What is this feeling? She quickly flew forward. Master is in danger. The night skies seemed to be in turmoil, with thunder and lightning crashing down. Cutscene. Kenji was groaning in pain. It hurts. It hurts so much. His whole body trembled violently. My bones are being constantly crushed. My soul feels like it's on fire. Just how strong is the Sky King's hammer? Can the divine selection system even fix this damage? Warning: bodily damage is approaching the collapse threshold of 60%. If it reaches 100%, my body will be completely destroyed. Witnessing Kenji's power, Norio and Seiji were bewildered. Master Kevin, who is that kid? This pressure. There's no way he's really level 12. What's his real level? Kevin answered them nonchalantly. You idiots. It's just a special skill. Can't you see he's constantly taking heavy damage? It's probably a life-sacrificing secret move. Nothing surprising. Follow me. Both of them obediently complied and charged towards Kenji, who was wielding the dragon hammer. Understood. Seiji warned him. Kid, I'll crush your throat with a single blow. Don't hold it against me. Kenji didn't reply, but a cunning smile appeared on his face. Paralyzed, his eyes widened. I can't move. At this moment, the system warned danger of the Sky King's hammer, a supreme divine weapon that controls lightning. Its wielder can silently release powerful electric currents around themselves. Any enemy who approaches without high lightning resistance will be easily paralyzed. Kenji mocked Seiji. You want to get close to me? Are you trying to die? As he finished speaking, he struck the man directly. Lightning enveloped them. Instantly, Kenji had dealt with these small fry opponents. Enemy defeated. Target human. Class assassin. Level 30. Combat power 30. 500. The system asked for his input. Warning: do you wish to use the energy of the defeated enemy to upgrade the system? He agreed to continue, but things were getting worse. Warning: energy has been used for the system. Completion 48%. Warning: bodily damage is approaching the collapse limit of 66%. Kevin observed the battle and reminded himself, avoid close combat. Seeing Kenji approaching him, he grew wary. There's something wrong with the energy around him. Norio was also terrified by him. An assassin taken down in one hit. There's no way the kid is only level 12. Master Kevin, I don't need the potion. I surrender. Kenji laughed with amusement. Surrender. The system continuously blared red alerts. Warning: bodily damage is approaching the collapse limit of 70%. But he still tried to act fine. You're not going to try to kill me anymore? A brilliant golden light shot up, splitting the night sky. Even if you surrender now. Kenji waved through to confront Norio directly. It's too late. Her eyes reflected his image. What is this? This speed is like a lightning flash. Kenji swung the dragon hammer, sending Norio flying several meters away. Due to his excessive energy use, the system sent out a signal warning: energy has been used for the system. Completion 63%. Veins bulged on Kenji's arm. Warning: bodily damage is approaching the collapse limit of 76%. Kevin was not pleased with this sight. Useless fools. I was going to let them hold Kenji down and wait for an opportunity. That bastard is trying to use that strange power to drag me down with him. Suddenly, he broke into a buzz or smile. But Kevin flew up, a spell formation behind him. You think someone like you can drag a genius like me down with you? Impossible. You know the power of the laws. Kenji looked up, observing his opponent. The laws of earth, wind, and thunder are carved into the legend of the law of destruction, carrying with it the destructive power of ancient times. He drew his staff, his words filled with hidden meaning. I didn't expect you to force me to use the power of a law. Impressive. Kevin immediately used his technique. Law of earth and wind. Roar. The entire space was enveloped in a blinding green light. Kenji was unfazed, mustering his strength to continue fighting. Should I take it? Show me. But his body was reaching its limit. Warning: attempting to release higher power from the Sky King's hammer. Bodily damage is approaching 86%. Kenji assessed the situation. So, this is the power of Allah. He raised the dragon hammer with all his might, roaring into the air. I will offer this life to further strengthen the Sky King's hammer. His system seemed on the verge of exploding. Warning: 30% of the Sky King's hammer's energy has been forcibly released. Warning: bodily damage is approaching the collapse limit of 93%. Will reach 100% in 30 seconds. Warning: system upgrade process is 63% complete. In the middle of the village, a tornado suddenly appeared, roaring and destroying everything around it. Faced with this dangerous situation, Gas Sino shouted anxiously, "Grandpa, get inside the house." But Onigo B remained unusually calm. This lightning, I heard my great-grandfather talk about it. It appears when the heavenly king of our beast-man race descends. Kevin used his staff to create magical spears that rained down like a storm from the sky. He seemed to be able to see through others' thoughts. That fighting spirit, challenging me at level 12. I must kill him and take the secret technique within his body. Kevin's face was filled with contempt. You think using a secret technique will help you defeat the power of the law of destruction? Look at your battered body. It's useless. You foolish human. Be honored to die by the power of my law. Kenji was still focused on channeling more energy into his body. Warning, releasing 30% of the Sky King's hammer's accumulated power. Warning, bodily damage is about to exceed the safety limit of 93%. Will reach 100% in 30 seconds. Notification version update is 63% complete. Meanwhile, FULN, growing exhausted, was unintentionally pulled into the tornado. The system announced the consequences of excessive energy charging. Warning, bodily damage is about to exceed the safety limit of 94%. Will reach 100% in 26 seconds. He had not given up on his true purpose, no matter how difficult. FULN, it's all your fault for being here, but I must destroy that human. Even with you here, I can't use my transformation spell. The more furious Kevin became, the more he intensified his magic, wanting to completely annihilate Kenji. Die, Kenji. Kenji's body was enveloped in a mysterious magic, his eyes flashing with fire as he faced off against him. He awakened his power and swiftly grabbed her. FULN, stunned by the earthquake, quickly warned, Kenji, behind you. Warning, bodily damage is about to exceed the safety limit of 95%. Will reach 100% in 21 seconds. Wave after wave of magic created massive explosions that shook the very ground. Kevin was very smug about his superior ability, possessing a nearly infinite body. Even if I'm hit by that, it won't matter. It's over. She lay in Kenji's arms. Dazed after the earthquake, I'm alive. The magical tornado shot like a rocket straight into his back, as if wanting to pierce through Kenji's body. Yet he stood firm, protecting FULN. Warning, bodily damage is about to exceed the safety limit of 95%. Will reach 100% in 18 seconds. He was astonished by that persistent strength, his resistance to the power of the law. It's getting stronger. It didn't stop there. The two continued to clash with immense energy. Kenji stood strong, a powerful figure in the eye of the raging storm. That supernatural power terrified Kevin. Impossible. You surpass the power of the law? How can a level 12 do that? And this strange power, why does it make me tremble like this? Kenji's magic gradually gained the upper hand as it slowly expanded. Thus, his magical vortex was swallowed by Kenji, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. My law's power has been broken. Seeing his exhausted state, she asked with concern, Shinji, are you all right? But Kevin had not yet given up and stubbornly wanted to attack again. The system warned of Kenji's alarming condition. Warning, bodily damage is about to exceed the safety limit of 96%. Will reach 100% in 16 seconds. He mustered a source of energy while Kenji was exhausted. Kevin was never short of surprises in this battle. He took the hit. Why can he still move? His body should have reached its limit by now. Though his body was at its breaking point, Kenji was determined to use his power to fight back. Weapon nullification in combat. The enemy's weapon will be nullified or destroyed. These forced actions occur based on the adventurer's power and the timing of the situation. He even nonchalantly complained with a haughty attitude. What a troublesome spell. Kevin was shocked by Kenji's lightning-fast movement. Koa, damn it, he's too fast. Now it was his turn to counterattack. Kenji swiftly landed a series of punches on Kevin. The force was so strong it seemed to embed him in the ground. Kevin coughed up blood, bewildered. He made me make a mistake and nullified my staff. How can he remain so calm under this much pressure? Who is he? He stood there, offering very sincere advice. Whether you're a mage or a sorcerer, don't even think you can win against a warrior in close combat. If you want me dead, I will strip the flesh from your bones, even if I have to trade my own life for it. Warning, releasing 30% of the Sky King's hammer's accumulated power. Warning, bodily damage is about to exceed the safety limit of 98%. Will reach 100% in 9 seconds. Notification version update is 72% complete. Kenji's face gradually contorted. The power of a law. How is this possible? He stubbornly refused to believe the truth before his eyes. You think you can drag the genius Kevin down with you? You fool. Even if you nullify my staff, the power of the law will continue. This time, Kevin was enraged to the extreme and used his trump card. Law of Wind and Earth Twin Ice Dragons. Die! A mighty magic dragon roared before the venomous snake. Warning: bodily damage is about to exceed the safety limit of 99%. Will reach 100% in 6 seconds. Notification version update is 75% complete. The confrontation became more intense as a giant serpent now faced off against a magnificent thunder dragon. He swung his axe down with powerful force. Don't think that's enough to fight this thunder dragon. Instantly, the serpent was easily split in two. Overwhelmed, he was stunned into silence. Ah! I lost? The powerful impact, like a falling meteor, shattered everything. Ful uncovered her face, shocked by the current situation. Master. Flashes of light, like jewels about to explode, lit up the heart of the town. The dragon scales gradually dissipated with the wind, leaving a broken Kenji. My body has reached its limit. He collapsed, his entire body motionless as the damage level reached its threshold. Warning: current bodily damage has exceeded the 100% safety limit. Notification version update is 80% complete. Enemy has been defeated. Notification using the power of the defeated enemy to upgrade the system version. Kenji lay gasping on the ground. He opened his eyes, sensing his surroundings. I'm not dead yet. The mission was considered complete, though Kenji's injuries were extremely severe. He was transported to another dimension. Notification: player is near death. Notification: divine selection system update complete. Restarting system to provide enhanced functions. Notification: an unexpected power has been detected. The power of the law of ice, wind, and earth has been absorbed. Notification: power used for version update is 100% complete. Notification: regenerating body. Leveled up due to excessive power usage. LV12 to L, EVE, L18. LEV L18. Current class warrior. Equipment: black camouflage armor set. Vox Beastman headwear. Weapon: black radiant sword. Skills: chain lightning strike. Skill copy: law of ice, wind, and earth. Combat power 25. Zaro. The scene changed to the next morning. The sky was unusually clear and blue. The early morning sun peeked through the window frame, shining directly on Ful, as if to warm her. Ful woke up, her eyes bleary. Kenji. Master. Beside her was only Sakura. You're awake. Ful sat up, very confused. Who are you? And Kenji. Where is this? What about Kenji and my master? Sakura asked, puzzled. You mean Kevin? Her face darkened, her eyes sharp. He's dead. Ful was shocked to hear this, unable to believe her ears. Master. Sakura slowly explained it to her. When I arrived, his body had been crushed by my master's own hands. Kevin must have been jealous of his potential. He probably attacked to seize the strange power inside my master's body. In any case, it proves he was a despicable villain. Ful bowed her head, her whole body trembling. Master. Dead. He's really dead. Suddenly, her eyes widened and she looked up. Then where is Kenji? His body had vanished then. Sakura stood up coldly and replied, that is not your concern. If you hadn't helped my master, I would have sent you to follow him. You are not trustworthy. If you're awake, then leave. The door suddenly opened, and a voice called out, Sakura, she's not at fault. Ful looked towards the door. Hopefully. Kenji. He leaned against the door, his voice weak. I'm fine. But the sight before her stunned Ful. Kenji appeared before her with a completely unfamiliar appearance. Level 18. Current class warrior. Equipment: black camouflage armor set. Fox Beastman headwear. Weapon: blood mist sword. Skills: chain lightning strike. Skill copy: law of ice, wind, and earth. Combat power 25. Zaro. Ful vaguely recognized it. That's my master's law of ice, wind, and earth. Why? Kenji? He gave her a brief answer. When I woke up, I was like this. Misfortune turned into a blessing. Thanks to the law of ice, wind, and earth, my energy system was upgraded, and I was able to escape death. Kenji stared at his hand. With the remaining energy, I gained 6 levels. As expected of Kevin, my skill has also changed to the law of ice, wind, and earth. A rich source of energy is flowing through my body. He looked up and asked her curiously, Ful, Where were you last night? She clutched her chest, feeling hurt. You don't trust me because of my master, so you can't trust me anymore, right? Sakura maintained her stern expression. According to my investigation, that master of yours didn't order anyone to that area last night. Was it perhaps a setup to ambush my master? You are his student. You should have known what kind of person he was. Hearing all the scorn, Ellen decided to leave the room. Her eyes darkened as she stepped closer to Kenji. He didn't flinch, facing Ellen directly. But before things could go further, Sakura stepped in to stop her. What are you doing? Ellen took out a small handkerchief. Item retrieved. She shyly offered it to Kenji. Last night, I wanted to give you this. Sakura was surprised. A white handkerchief. He held the handkerchief, silent. From that day, she had said. Ellen confessed shyly. I thought you would leave without saying goodbye, so I came to see you last night. I'm not good at sewing, so I used a little magic on it. If you don't like it, you can just throw it away. Kenji softly called her name, stopping her from saying more. Ellen, stop. But she was already sobbing, tears streaming down her face. I don't know if my master understood you or not, but for as long as I can remember, he raised and trained me to become a mage. I can't forget that debt of gratitude. Even if you killed my master, I don't want to be someone who can do nothing about it. Let's just say we were strangers from the start. Faced with this fragile display, Sakura looked at him with concern. Kenji looked up at the sky and took a deep breath. He watched Ellen's small figure disappear into the forest. Thank you. In that case, Sakura was still lost in her own thoughts. That Kevin dared to touch my master. I was careless. The power my master possesses. When I found him, his body was recovering at an astonishing rate. How could he defeat Kevin when he was only level 12? Suddenly, Kenji called her name. Sakura. It broke her out of her thoughts and back to reality. Yes, he said. Last night, Kevin injured me with baseless hatred, nearly killing me. But you treated me. I thought we were all friends. Thanks to that, I learned a profound lesson: never trust anyone easily. Sakura looked at Kenji with a mix of confusion and curiosity. Master. His voice was even. I don't know what you plan to do from now on, but when I was facing divine punishment and was almost in despair, you encouraged me to live. Kenji's handsome face softened slightly. Perhaps your past still cannot be revealed, but when that time comes, I will be ready to listen to your story. Sakura's body tensed, her hands nervously clenching. She blushed and slowly agreed. Kenji turned and ordered Sakura. All right, let's go down. His hand cherished the handkerchief like a treasure. Kenji even imagined Ellen's enthusiastic, engrossed face as she finished the handkerchief. He treasured it and gently wrapped it around his neck. Sakura followed behind, busy searching for something in her bag. She took out an old notebook and crossed out a line. Thank you, Master. The two of them walked side by side into the forest, with many challenges awaiting them. Cut to near a dungeon entrance, where many people were gathered. Suzuki chased after Kenji, talking non-stop. Are you really planning to go into that dungeon alone? Once you submit the application, there's no turning back. It's dangerous. Look around. Even the guilds have at least 3 people. He used his ability to take the documents from Suzuki's hand and reassured him. I'll be fine. Suzuki stared in disbelief as the papers flew out of his hand. Kenji arrogantly glanced at him. I'm strong now. Level 18. Current class warrior. Equipment black camouflage armor set. Fox Beastman headwear. Skill chain lightning strike. Skill copy law of ice. Wind and earth. Combat power 25. Jaro. Sander spoke awfully into the phone. That day, did Chairman Suzuki recruit Tsukishiro Kenji? He slowly stepped out of the spell formation. One of the 5 main gangs, president of the Raging Dragon. The Dragon Tamer, Sander. S-Class hero. Level. Combat power unknown. It seems we've underestimated the Hero Alliance's move. One of the 3 great guilds. Guild Master of the Final Glory. The Smiling Old Man. S-Class hero. Level. Combat power unknown. On the other end of the phone, someone laughed coldly. Everyone's trying to find young talent these days. Sander, what are you busy with? I can't hear you clearly. In the midst of a fierce battlefield with steel flying everywhere, Sander stood in a corner creating a protective barrier, replying casually, just some trivial matters. If he joins the Alliance, we'll see his talent in the rookie tournament. The strongest warrior of the Raging Dragon gang. Luca, S-Class hero. Level. Combat power unknown. Luca approached Sander, excitedly showing off his achievement. Captain, we're done. He was still focused on the phone call. We should investigate further. Sander turned his head and looked at him coldly. For the rest, just wait until the tournament begins. I'm hanging up. The person on the other end was not pleased, holding a hookah hand asking, "You call that a trivial matter? You're working hard to expand your influence, aren't you?" Luca grabbed a gasping man by the head, forcing him to stay conscious. Sander looked at the man and greeted him. "Rasu, long time no see. If you had accepted our conditions back then, things wouldn't have come to this." Rasu's entire body trembled uncontrollably, but his voice was still firm. "Sander, no matter how you try to force us, you won't get anything. I've been doing this job for years. I'm ready to die." Sander was not pleased with that answer. He grunted and delivered the final blow. "Then die." After dealing with Rasu, he softly instructed Luca and left. "Luca, I'll leave the rest to you." He took on the task and replied, "All right, don't worry." Amidst the desolate scene, he slowly departed. Outside, a shocked voice cried out, "Alone?" At the dungeon information counter. "Don't be ridiculous and go home. A level 18 trying to enter a dungeon alone? You won't make it out alive, let alone rank in the top." Kenji casually replied to the receptionist, "There's no rule against soloing, right? I'm in a hurry. Can you just register me?" His preliminary profile level 18. Class Warrior. Skill Chain Lightning Strike. Skill Copy Law of Ice. Wind and Earth. Combat Power 25. Zaro. Mamorai shouted at Shinji in frustration. "Do you want to die that badly?" Hikari, hearing the commotion, stepped forward and said gently, "If he wants to go, you can't stop him." She took Kenji's file, pressing her curvaceous body against his arm as she scanned the pages. "Your name is Kenjitsuki Shiro, correct? We have registered your request. We currently have 6 dungeons, 3 shrunken to drank. There's also a brank dungeon with the highest difficulty. The record for these dungeons is a group of 3. Go in by yourself. There will be no medical services once you're inside." Kenji didn't pay any attention to Hikari's antics. He just took back the file and replied curtly, "I understand." Mamoru was a bit surprised by his attitude towards her charms. A beautiful girl like me, who is always admired by so many heroes, got ignored by him? He has no taste. Hikari, seeing her trick fail, couldn't hide her anger but still managed a fake smile and said goodbye. "Good luck." He looked at the thick stack of quests in his hand and calculated. There are 6 dungeons, but I only have today. Suddenly, Kenji noticed a noisy group in front of the dungeon gate. Tatsuo complained, "You lost the staff. To get it back from another guild, we'd have to spend a lot of money." Hana sat on the ground, crying guiltily. "I didn't mean to." The monster appeared so suddenly. I panicked. Hideo asked worriedly, "What should we do?" It was very expensive. It was sold for 21 million yen at auction. It could have been used for many more years. Losing it is a huge loss. Tatsuo sighed helplessly. "We're exhausted and out of potions from the last adventure. It's too dangerous to go back inside. Let's try rating the reward and asking another guild if they have the staff." Kenji was blocked by them at the gate. He spoke politely. "Excuse me, could you please move aside?" Tatsuo awkwardly stepped aside to let Kenji pass. "Sorry, are you planning to go into the Srark dungeon?" Hideo gently tapped his shoulder. "He looks unfamiliar. Probably a rookie. Are you thinking of teaming up with him?" Tatsuo signaled him to speak quietly. "I know, but don't be so quick to judge." While the two were talking, Hana had already approached Kenji and pleaded with him. "We lost our staff in there. Could you please help us get it back?" The two behind her were stunned. She already asked him. Tatsuo quickly ran over, pulled the girl back, disciplined her, and then apologized to Kenji. "I'm so sorry. Is your party planning to enter the dungeon? We dropped it near the exit. If you happen to find it, we'll give you an item as a reward," he said coldly, with no expression. "I'm going alone. I don't have a party." His soft words shocked the entire party. Tatsuo stammered, "Into the dungeon. Alone?" Hideo also quickly questioned, "What level are you? Are you a B-class hero? But you look so young." Before stepping through the portal, Kenji answered his question in a low voice. "Level 18. D-class hero." Suguru also voiced his concern. "Level 18. A D-class hero going in there alone is no different from suicide." Tatsuo quickly added, "This isn't a dungeon to be underestimated." Yahello chimed in, "With that level, you'll be swallowed whole soon." Tatsuo introduced his party awkwardly. "We're a party of 5, a mage, a priest, a rogue, a tank, and a warrior. All around level 20 on average. He advised him warmly, just one small mistake is enough to get you killed in a Shrark dungeon. You have to be careful. So, Kenji didn't wait for him to finish and hurriedly stepped through the portal, not forgetting to thank them. Thanks for the advice, but I don't have much time. Goodbye. He had entered the Shrark dungeon, ready for battle. Yahello sighed helplessly. So reckless. I guess we'll have to rely on other parties. Hideo looked at his retreating back and sneered. He's just a rookie who scored high in the dungeon evaluation and got overconfident. Only Tatsuro noticed something unusual. He thought deeply, but he seems so calm. He doesn't look like a novice. Current status entered Shrark dungeon. On the other side of the portal, Kenji was standing in a dark cave. He changed into his combat gear while observing his surroundings. I've never seen a stalactite dungeon like this before. The notification board activated skill. By skill, activating divine eye analysis. Terrain limestone cave. Related attributes darkness. Limestone. Water. Monster level 2025. Darkness appearance rate 30%. Recommended skills fire. Light. Holy. Then, Kenji put on his combat gear. Ready to start the mission. The divine selection system has been upgraded, but I don't see much of a change. He summoned his lightning sword. Level 18. Current class warrior. Equipment black camouflage armor set. Fox Beastman headwear. Weapon blood mist sword. Skills chain lightning strike. Skill copy law of ice. Wind. And earth. Combat power 25. Asura. The system board displayed compatible items would be more convenient. Items from all worlds can be used without limit. Not long after, Kenji encountered a monster. Its silvery body trembled in the darkness. It turned its head, revealing eyes as red as hellfire. Other monsters awakened. T-Suchigamo, level 22. Kenji looked at these insignificant monsters and smiled coldly. This house seems more peaceful than the ones in the other world. Perfect for seeing how strong the law of ice, wind, and earth is. He swung his sword. The law of ice, wind, and earth was infused into the weapon. Blood Mist sword has received the abnormal wind at reboot. Law derivation, the power of the abnormal law can be released through the weapon. A crazed T-Suchigamo charged at Kenji. Law derivation tempest. He swung his sword in a single motion, and the slash turned into a fierce storm. Its body instantly vanished. Kenji witnessed the power of the sword and his face turned cold. So this is the power of a law. So strong. I might just get into the top 3 in all 6 dungeons at once. In the end, I could only obtain the legendary law of destruction. If I can get more laws, I can challenge higher levels. 15 minutes later, outside the dungeon, Hideo lamented. This is bad. It looks like no other parties are entering this dungeon today. Tatsuo clicked his tongue. If someone else gets it, we're done for. Hearing this, Hana could only feel guilty. I'm sorry. Sugawara looked towards the dungeon gate and mentioned Kenji. Well, it's been 15 minutes. He's probably gone to meet his maker. Yahello agreed. Probably. I've been an adventurer for a while, so I'm used to it. As he finished speaking, the gate suddenly reappeared. The whole group was stunned, unable to believe it. As the announcer's voice boomed a new record, Mamoru read the document, unable to believe it. A Shrark dungeon. A new record set in just 3 months? Hikari quickly asked. When? He replied, handing her the file. It wasn't a party. It was the first solo applicant. The guy from just now. The system continuously updated hero Kenji Tsukishiro has cleared the dungeon. Completed in 15 minutes and 33 seconds. The shortest record for this cave, 19 minutes and 54 seconds, has been updated. This is the first clear by a solo player. The current shortest completion record is 15 minutes and 33 seconds. To the astonishment of the entire crowd, Kenji walked out coldly, without a single scratch. Tatsuro couldn't help but exclaim. Hana noticed the staff he was carrying. The staff. He cast a cold gaze over the group and asked in a soft but powerful voice. Is this your staff? I didn't get a reward for breaking the record. After all, seeing Kenji come out, Mamoru and Hikari rushed to greet him. Is that really Kenji Tsukishiro? The level 18 from before? We need to confirm. Please make way. Tatsuo was impressed. You really got the staff back. Hideo was shocked. And you cleared the dungeon in record time? How was that possible? Hana, holding the staff, innocently suggested. Do you want to join us? We could go on adventures together. He replied without a change in expression. Is this yours? I found it while fighting the level 3 Tsachigamo boss, so I brought it with me. Hearing Kenji speak so casually, Tatsuo was stunned. You found it while fighting the boss and just picked it up? Who are you? He wondered silently. If he's really only level 18, then this is the strongest D-class hero I've ever seen. Is he really D-class? Tatsuo was still in a daze, unable to believe his eyes. He's a rookie, so how did he surpass them like that? Now having a chance. Mamoru spoke up hesitantly. Excuse me, who here is Shinji Tsukishiro, the one who just broke the record? Hikari added, please let me confirm your identity. Shinji, feeling annoyed, urged them on. Do you really need to confirm my identity? I have things to do, so please make it quick. Hikari still couldn't believe it. It's really you? I thought it was someone else with the same name. Mamoru didn't beat around the bush and got straight to confirming the information. Hiro Kenji Tsukishiro. Guild record for C-Rank Dungeon 3 updated. A new solo record has been established at 15 minutes and 33 seconds. After updating the information, Mamoru extended an invitation. Could you come with us to the Hero Alliance headquarters? It's not just the guild record. You'll receive a special reward for updating the solo record as well. But Kenji paid no mind to his words, simply waving his hand as he walked towards the next dungeon. Not right now. I have to enter another dungeon. Later. Once again, he stunned the crowd. Tatsuo called out, another dungeon? Don't you need to rest? Hana also voiced her concern. That's right. You don't even have a priest to heal you. If you overdo it. Kenji touched a scratch on his face and replied nonchalantly. No need for recovery or anything. I just wanted to warm up a bit. His words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Tatsuo's jaw dropped. Warm up. The record just now is just a warm up? 20 minutes later. Inside a Srarg dungeon. Terrain, ruined structure. Attributes in the dungeon: earth, spirit, rock. Monster level 20 to 28. Darkness occurrence rate 36%. Recommended skills with attributes: water, ice, earth. 20 minutes. Kenji hurried himself. I have to be faster. I want to clear all the dungeons here today. But after the system update, I'll probably have to figure out its functions on my own. I won't figure it out right now. I need to experiment and research carefully. After walking for a while, he reached the entrance to the boss area. Kenji opened the gate, thinking tiredly. Ever since I got the divine selection system, I haven't truly rested even once. The gate opened, and the real battle began again. He encouraged himself. Let's go. Suddenly, Kenji froze. A female figure with an elegant posture stood there, wearing a dress made of rock and stone from the battlefield. Boss Dark Lady. It was as if she had been waiting for him for a long time. He tilted his head in disappointment. Not a shadow type? What a letdown. So there are human-full monsters here too? I read that there are 30 types of cave monsters and 60 types of shadow monsters here, with new types appearing every year. The lady gently raised her arm. Then, illusory magic poured out. She spoke with empathy. Brave hero, you have worked hard. Kenji was momentarily stunned, looking at the lady's magic shooting towards him. That wave is. Kenji immediately activated his ocular ability. Analysis with divine elemental type attack that makes the enemy see illusions for a short period. The intensity and duration of the illusion depend on the level difference between the parties. He calmly analyzed her technique. I definitely felt a wave of mental attack. It's similar to the magic waves from the other world. She must be a monster skilled in mental attacks. She tricks heroes with illusions and then kills them. Kenji observed the terrain and then looked at the lady, who was gathering magic. The skeletons around here must belong to the heroes who were deceived. Without letting him prepare, she launched her next attack. Divine Eye activate automatic small-scale defense against low-level non-physical attacks. Duration 3 hours. Cooldown 24 hours. The lady was surprised to see that he was completely unaffected. No effect? She wondered. Could it be? Let's try increasing the frequency then. Kenji smiled coldly, unthanked the system. Is this one of the new features? I can use a passive skill this strong now. In that case, you are no longer a threat. After saying that, he swung his greatsword. The lady's dark, gem-like eyes reflected the blue magic as her form dissipated with the attack. She was indignant. Why didn't it work? Outside, Mamoru received the news and was shocked. For real? He broke the records for 2 strong dungeons. As soon as he came out, he went straight into the third one. Not a party, but a solo player. He's setting a new record for solo players. Hikari was flustered, answering another call. Sorry, we don't have any information on Kenji Tsukishiro's previous achievements. He doesn't come from a famous family or a major guild. The only information we have is that he used to live in a slum. That's right. His sponsor is Chairman Suzuki. We will continue to monitor Kenji Tsuki Shiro. Tatsuo's group was still waiting for his results. He said in admiration. Within an hour, he and Avshan broke the party records for 2 dungeons. He'll probably conquer the C-rank dungeon record next. Scary. What does that mean? It means the remaining D-rank dungeons are nothing to him. More and more people gathered to wait for Kenji to emerge from the portal. Near the final S-rank dungeon, someone in the crowd remarked, "That D-class hero named Kenji is getting a lot of attention." A moment later, he stepped out again. The residual blue magic still surrounded him, and the system was constantly updating new record. Hero Kenji Tsuki Shiro has cleared the dungeon, completed in 36 minutes and 28 seconds, updating the shortest record for this dungeon 46 minutes and 54 seconds. First solo completion. Current shortest dungeon record 36 minutes and 28 seconds. The witnesses swarmed him, showering him with offers. He continuously broke the new records of 3 S-rank dungeons. "Mr. Tsuki Shiro, we are from the Desert Guild. Please join us. We will give you whatever you desire. We are the One-Eyed Guild. You just need to break dungeon records with us." Kenji politely declined the invitations from the guilds. "I've just left the Hero Guild. Sorry everyone, I'm used to acting alone." Someone asked, "Are you still going to continue?" He explained, "I have no intention of joining the Two Banners Guild. I'm in a hurry, so please make way." Another person had to admire him. "Aren't you going to recover your stamina? If you're too tired, let the priest from my party heal you." The priestess also offered, "I am a priestess. Let me restore you. Can I join you in the dungeon?" Kenji slowly walked through the sea of people, rejecting their offers. "No need." He curled his lips slightly, a triumphant smile flashing across his face. "Thanks to the new passive skill, fatigue reduction, I don't feel tired at all after clearing these dungeons. The next rank dungeon should be tougher." Effect of the passive skill fatigue reduction, a permanent passive skill that allows the user to reduce stamina consumption based on the level difference when their overall combat power exceeds that of the enemy. Next were the narrow victories in the Drank dungeons. A new string of records. Record-breaking notifications continuously popped up. In the Drank dungeon, a new string of records. Mamoru looked at Kenji's back as he approached the next dungeon and asked, 2 Drank dungeons in 10 minutes and 33 seconds, and 1 minute and 6 seconds. Have you reported this to the higher-ups?" Hikari answered him with mixed feelings. "I've reported it. It seems he's for real." The final Drank dungeon is also his target now. Outside the dungeon agency, Suzuki was anxiously calling, getting no answer. "Tsuki Shiro." He stared at his phone screen, scolding, "You could at least tell me what's going on. If I were a hero, I would have gone in there already." So frustrating. The dungeon agency will close in 3 hours. Suddenly, Suzuki turned and saw the people whispering as they ran inside. "Hurry up. He's in there." "Really? I just heard about this." He tapped one of them on the shoulder and asked, "Excuse me, I'm Suzuki, president of the Hero Association. What's going on inside?" The young man enthusiastically recounted the events to Suzuki. "You don't know? A D-class hero just broke the records of 5 dungeons in a row. He's soloing, entering the dungeons by himself. There's a rumor he's hiding a powerful new skill. We came to see this person named Kenji Tsuki Shiro with our own eyes." He hadn't fully processed the information and was lost in thought. Right. Maybe he was sent by some powerful force. Then it finally dawned on him. Suzuki shouted in alarm, "Kenji Tsuki Shiro." Back inside, Kenji shouldered his greatsword and continued on his dungeon-clearing journey. The people around were buzzing with excitement. That's Kenji Tsuki Shiro, a D-class hero. He's about to enter the final Brank dungeon. Outside the Brank dungeon, Kenji stepped through the gate before the astonished eyes of the onlookers. The air was dead silent as everyone watched him intently. Keisuke, with an arrogant tone that showed he didn't take Kenji seriously, spoke contemptuously. "Isn't that D-class adventurer named Tsuki Shiro Kenji just messing with everyone? A solo player successfully breaking the records of 3 Sranken to Drank dungeons. Now he's even going into a Brank dungeon? Is he trying to die or what?" Jumpme, standing beside him, agreed. "Exactly. He clearly went in there alone without forming a party. How can a D-class adventurer fight alone in a Brank dungeon? If he really had that kind of skill, the big guilds would have found him long ago. Not have him show up in a place like this." Takeshi offered another theory. Maybe some guild or fan sent him to break the records. He's definitely using illegal items or forbidden substances to temporarily boost his abilities. Otherwise, how could he do it? Tachishi heard this undadded. That's right. D-class adventurers like us know how difficult rank dungeons are. He's definitely hiding something. Sunji, Samus, smugly uttered a malicious remark. In my opinion, he won't come out of there alive. Kiyoshi awkwardly spoke up to defend Kenji. Don't say that. I saw him come out of the Shrark dungeon completely unscathed. So I don't think he's ordinary. The man who was refuted turned back and shouted at him. Shut up. What do you know? If he was talented, why would he be a D-class adventurer? Keisuke shared Sunji's view and agreed. That's right. He's either lying about his level or has someone backing him up. For normal adventurers, even a Shrark dungeon is scary, let alone charging into a rank one. Kiyoshi wanted to argue, but his body trembled uncontrollably. But the results were evaluated and processed by the system. If he didn't have the skill, how could he? Suddenly, the sound of synchronized footsteps approached. It caught the attention of the lively group. One person recognized them and shouted, "It's the Wild Rose Guild." Wild Rose Guild. Level 35 C-Class Adventurer. Vice Captain Edric. Level 38 C-Class Adventurer. Captain of the Wild Rose Guild. Lauren. They had apparently just finished clearing a dungeon and slowly approached, joining the crowd. The Wild Rose emblem was printed on a member's shirt. Simple yet powerful. Hajim, seeing them for the first time, was amazed. Hey, that's the Wild Rose. They're the strongest rank guild in this area, right? Their captain is a very strong level 38 female warrior. Jin's eyes sparkled as she introduced them enthusiastically. That's right. They're the guild that set the 47 minutes and 15 seconds record in the Brank dungeon last time. Breaking multiple records in dungeons to compete for the title of the strongest isn't just for show. Plus, they're an independent guild, not from any major guild or faction. So admirable. Tachishi, on the other hand, clicked his tongue mockingly, acting all high and mighty. But what are they doing here? Don't tell me they also heard the rumors about Tsukishiro Kenji. Lauren stepped in front of the crowd and gestured for them to part. Then she turned her gold face and asked, I heard the D-class adventurer Tsukishiro Kenji is fighting alone in this Brank dungeon. Tatsuo stepped forward from the crowd to confirm. Yes, that's right. He broke the records in 3 Shrark dungeons consecutively. Everyone here feels something is strange. Edric found it strange and spoke up loudly. A D-class adventurer challenging a Brank dungeon alone. It doesn't matter. The problem here is that he's probably using forbidden substances or has a force behind him supporting him to enhance his power. Lauren couldn't help but wonder. Breaking a record solo. If that's true, he's not ordinary at all. Still, for a D-class adventurer to be able to do that is very strange. The man, seeing her deep in thought, said nonchalantly, Why think so deeply? He's definitely cheating. Whether he dies in there or survives, his lifespan will be shortened from using forbidden substances anyway. The record for this Brank dungeon was set by us, the Wild Rose. How can a puny D-class adventurer break it? The crowd was swayed and immediately became agitated. If he used stimulants, his adventurer's license will be revoked, right? When he comes out, have him tested. Amidst the agitated crowd, one person turned and whispered to his comrade, a D-class adventurer. I don't know. I saw him come out of the Shrark dungeons, and he looked calm and showed no signs of using forbidden substances. Edric overheard this and felt annoyed. Someone like him dares to challenge me? These weak D-class adventurers want to compete with us C-class? Well, I'm free right now, so I might as well play with you guys for a bit. Lauren spoke up to defend Kenji again. Whether he's cheating or not, entering a Brank dungeon alone is already an impressive feat. If he comes out alive, we'll have to reevaluate our assessment of him. The man saw Hurst Anson retorted, Captain, he definitely won't. Lauren didn't want a written cut Edric off. I'm just talking about the assessment. In the case that he really is skilled, I would also like to get to know him and show him what the Wild Rose can offer. The debate ended, leaving only the sound of hushed whispers in front of the dungeon gate. Inside the Brank dungeon, the scene was covered in a grim haze of smoke and dash. The system provided a summary of Kenji's current information. Level 18. Current class warrior. Equipment black camouflage armor set. Fox Beastman headwear. Weapon blood mist sword. Skills chain lightning strike. Skill copy law of ice. Wind. And earth. Combat power 25. Oh, Juro. He scanned the surroundings and clicked his tongue. Bigger than I thought. so rank dungeons and above are on a completely different level of size and difficulty compared to the lower rank ones. Then Kenji began his journey, talking to himself as he walked. Those other records are enough for the Supernova tournament, but I still want to test my strength in a rank dungeon. This is getting interesting. As he was walking, a notification from Divine Eye popped up. Analyzing. Divine Eye analysis. B rank. Terrain dungeon. Grassland. Area approx. 12 SQ. Meters. Monster level 30-35. Darkness appearance rate 45%. Recommended skills with attributes wind, thunder, earth. Kenji remained unfazed and snorted coldly. Level 30. All the weak monsters are at this level. Pretty impressive. Though, if the boss is a shadow type, it'll be even better. Then Kenji stopped and carefully observed his surroundings. Let's see, which world shadows are tougher? My original world or here? I'm looking forward to it. The aggressive youth immediately charged forward to attack. Come at me, monsters. The greatsword swept down, and space itself seemed to tear. Everything was sent flying in the destructive onslaught. Everything shattered like a torn spatial membrane. The territory shook, and the monsters smelled the intruder. Stepping out from the darkness, monster in formation appeared Guardian Wolf. Level 30. Attributes wind, dark. Characteristics super agile. Can slice through armor with sharp claws. Weakness abdomen. Recommended attacks involving thunder. Earth. Having achieved his goal, Kenji said with satisfaction. Perfect. With another downward slash of his sword, the wolves were struck by his lightning attack and convulsed repeatedly. Thunder chainfall. One struggled, swiping its sharp claws towards Kenji, while the others bared their fangs and charged in a frenzy. He praised their attack power while delivering the final blow. You're very fast indeed. With a downward slash, one monster was instantly crushed, its form dissipating into ash. The remaining monster counterattacked, lunging forward but was immediately blocked by a magical shield. How about this? It didn't give up and was about to charge again, wanting to tear Kenji to shreds. Earth Window. With just one counterattack, the monster was sent flying, its body crashing into the rocks, motionless. After dealing with them, Kenji still wasn't satisfied and clicked his tongue. He sighed thoughtfully. I might need to replace my equipment and weapons from the other world. They are definitely stronger than the low-level monsters before. But that's what makes it interesting. Is that all you got? Come on, give me some more weak rank dungeon monsters. As if on cue. Just as Kenji finished speaking, the ground began to rumble. A horde of monsters charged out of the smoke and fire, attacking like a tidal wave. The sword was already soaked in monster blood. Kenji looked down at the pile of dead monsters. He was finally satisfied. It's been a long time since I've had a good fight like this. Suddenly, a roar echoed, immediately drawing his attention. Stone Rhinoceros. Level 32. Elite Monster. Attribute Turf. Darkness. Characteristics strong defense. A layer of stone covers its entire body, giving it extremely high defense. This strong defense cannot be broken unless it is truly injured. Very good at changing attack patterns. Weakness Eyes. Recommended attacks involving thunder. Elemental magic. Poison. The rhino stomped, its every step shaking the ground. Kenji was skeptical but quickly launched an attack. An elite monster. He swung his sword down on its head, but it was blocked by a golden helmet, nullifying the attack. Kenji now felt a real challenge. He exclaimed, "Tough one." As soon as it landed, the rhino targeted and charged at Kenji. He quickly used his magic to block its massive attack. The block cost Kenji quite a bit of magic. Yet he smirked. A big body that moves so fast. Huh? Still charging? The rhino didn't intend to rest, gathering momentum for another attack. Kenji quickly regained his fighting spirit. Still charging? The rhino's eyes were cloudy and fierce as it charged forward. This time, he easily parried its attack. I'm not in the mood to play with you, big guy. Kenji quickly found its weakness. He decisively delivered the final blow. Your weakness is your eyes, isn't it? A decisive slash, and the system immediately announced. Strong defense has been broken due to attacking a weak point. His emerald green eyes glowed as Kenji gave the command in a low voice. You're done for. Lightning strike. Tear its body to pieces. The rhino, struck in its weak spot, roared in pain, shaking the heavens and earth. The lightning strike pierced through every cell, and it couldn't hold on any longer, collapsing. Finally defeating it, Kenji was also quite injured. Fighting an elite monster. My equipment is also reaching its limit. Fighting with just a weapon and without the divine selection system is really tough. He looked at his greatsword and quickly calculated. I need to speed up and upgrade my equipment in the other world. Otherwise, I'll run into trouble when I face the boss. A notification from Divine Eye. Divine Eye weapon evaluation current compatibility with host 46.3%. Insufficient power output. Monotonous effects. Received a high-level weapon with a swift passive skill. Kenji had to sheath his sword for now. He thought, if a rank dungeon is like this, I wonder how much harder the higher ranks will be. Even without a weapon, his excitement for high-level monsters didn't wane. But if the boss is a shadow type, I'm really looking forward to it. Outside the Brink dungeon, everyone was in an uproar. Still not out? Keisuke couldn't hide his contempt. If he's not out after 20 minutes, he's probably met the king of hell. I told you, a D-class trying to solo a Brink dungeon is just suicide. Jupma yawned and joined in mocking Shi. Exactly. He's so arrogant. Attacked by a horde of level 30 monsters. He probably lost his corpse too. The dungeon supervisor will soon announce the challenger's death. Edric implicitly affirmed his failure. When the Wild Rose first fought in the Brink dungeon, it was a historic film. 7 level 30 rhinos in the final boss. It was hard to succeed even within 1 hour, 5 minutes, and 15 seconds. No one in this area can break that record. Amidst the admiring glances towards the Wild Rose, someone still spoke up for Kenji. That Tsukishiro guy is something else. Maybe this Brink dungeon too. He was immediately cut off by Edric, who raised an eyebrow and asked in a low voice, Are you saying we're not as good as him? A puny D-class who hasn't come out after 20 minutes. He's definitely dead. If he comes out, I'll request a stimulant test from the Adventurers Alliance. If he used forbidden substances, he'll pay the price. Takeshi pushed up his glasses, agreeing with Edric. Right. If he used forbidden substances, he wouldn't last long anyway. No matter what he used, one person can't defeat all the monsters in a Brink dungeon. Forget the record. His life is probably in danger. The crowd was convinced, and murmurs of agreement spread. A Brink dungeon is completely different from C and D ranks. If a D-class adventurer hasn't come out after 20 minutes, isn't the result obvious? Lauren was unmoved. She stood firmly in front of the gate, waiting for Kenji to emerge. The system board displayed the information current challenger Kenji Tsukishiro. D-class adventurer. Status in combat. Time 20 minutes 17 seconds. Shortest record Wild Rose Guild. 1 hour 5 minutes 15 seconds. Mission log achieved shortest solo. Record for C-rank dungeon 1:15 minutes 33 seconds minus Kenji Tsukishiro. Achieved shortest solo record for C-rank dungeon to 26 minutes 12 seconds minus K. ENJ. ITSUKISHIRO. Achieved shortest solo record for D-rank dungeon 3:36 minutes 28 seconds minus Kenji Tsukishiro. Achieved shortest solo record for D-rank dungeon 1:10 minutes 33 seconds minus Kenji Tsukishiro. Achieved shortest solo record for D-rank dungeon to 11 minutes 6 seconds minus K. ENJITSUKISHIRO. After reading the system board, Lauren fell into deep thought again. AD class adventure. Kenji Tsukishiro. Whether it's a C or D-rank dungeon. To clear it alone in such a short time, she considered a possibility she didn't even want to believe. It's been 20 minutes. A normal D-class adventurer would be dead. But maybe. Edric saw through Lauren's thoughts and called out, Captain, what are you looking at? She replied softly, Nothing. Lauren read the notification board carefully, wondering, this strange power. Could it be that he's still alive and fighting? Current challenger Kenji Tsukishiro. D-class adventurer. Status in combat. She couldn't accept it and clenched her fists, reassuring herself, impossible. A D-class adventurer couldn't possibly. Deep inside the Brink dungeon, amidst a swamp with aquatic plants, Kenji finally reached the final boss's lair. This is it. Before him was a giant stone door, heavy with ancient aura, carved with many ancient symbols. Kenji was also intimidated by the pressure from it and hesitated for a moment. The surrounding statues reminded Kenji of the presence of darkness. But he still resolutely reached out and opened the door. Let's go. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Just as it creaked open, a thick wave of deathly aura surged out like a tide, pulling Kenji inside. In a flash, he had set foot in the final boss's territory. Boss area. Terrain deep darkness. Moon Sith. The demonic sword. Level 45. Shadow boss. Upon seeing Shinji, he was a little surprised and spoke up. You came alone. That's a first. Divine Eye and Alice's Moon Sith. The demonic sword. Level 45. Shadow boss. Attributes intelligence. Shadow. Ice. Characteristics: high intelligence and strong defense. Extremely agile. Weapon can inflict mental attacks and expand a freezing territory. Weakness: hurt. Recommended attacks involving thunder, light, fire. The demonic sword smirked, observing him intently. A tiny adventurer dares to fight me alone. Kenji stood silently, his body trembling in the wind. Saying this, he spoke mockingly. You're trembling. Scared? You must be terrified. If you're scared, just kill yourself. It'll save me the trouble. After he finished speaking, Kenji retorted, No, I'm not scared. The demonic sword looked at him with confusion. Kenji looked up to face him. Full of fighting spirit, he declared, I'm not scared of you. My blood is boiling. To be able to kill a shadow attribute like you, I can't wait any longer. Besides, I want your weapon. I just lost mine. The demonic sword was momentarily stunned. He had never been spoken to like that, especially by a solo player. The demonic sword stood up, his eyes glowing with excitement as he looked at Kenji. Interesting. A small human with such courage. He praised him generously but didn't forget to warn Kenji. Your courage is commendable. But to take this weapon. As soon as he finished, a wave of icy aura shot out, freezing the space. Kenji bowed his head, a cold smile on his lips. Excellent. The grates were erupted with magic as the thunder raged. He declared, For Karina, and for my parents, I will cut down everything myself. In the Brank Dungeon's boss area, Moon Sith stood before Kenji and asked directly, Deep Darkness, you want my weapon, don't you? He confirmed without hesitation. I'll take it after I tear you into 100 pieces. Moon Sith raised an eyebrow in contempt. You dare challenge me alone? He was annoyed and swung his sword at Kenji, scolding, You foolish human. With just one slash from Moon Sith's sword, the surroundings were shaken by the aftershock. Kenji quickly used his divine eye to analyze mental shockwave. Area of effect attack. Radius 15 meters. Damage type mental erosion. Additional effect 10% chance to cause dizziness for 3 seconds. Recommended counter dodge the attack. His eyes lit up, and a corner of Kenji's mouth curled up in amusement. An area of effect attack. Huh? He jumped back, dodging the shockwave from Moon Sith's sword. He calculated, then I'll use the wind attribute from the law of ice. Wind and earth too quickly create distance. In a flash, Kenji had moved to a safe position. Seeing that his attack had no effect on him, Moon Sith was a little surprised. He looked at him with a bit more caution. You managed to dodge it? Interesting. But that was just to warm up. He plunged his sword into the ground, then activated freezing territory, casting it instantly. The ice beneath Kenji's feet quickly cracked. He calmly used his divine eye to analyze. The information appeared instantly expanding freezing territory fixed area of effect attack. Radius 30 meters. Effect reduces target's movement speed by 30%. 5% chance to freeze for 5 seconds. Recommended counter use lightning strikes to break the ice or leave the territory quickly. Kenji pondered. So it reduces movement speed. Then his expression became distant as he retorted. Don't think you can suppress me that easily. Kenji's grip on his sword tightened, veins popping on his fingers. Countless lightning bolts immediately struck down around him. Summon lightning strike. A notification appeared expanding freezing territory has been destroyed. The sister reported skill has been cancelled. Chain lightning strike cooldown 30 seconds. Kenji charged forward, thinking to himself, I've destroyed the territory and nullified his skill. Now's my chance. His great sword slashed straight at Venom Blade, but the tip of the sword slid right past his body. Kenji watched in amazement as Venom Blade's health bar barely budged. He thought in confusion, just a tiny scratch? Venom Blade's expression was cold, his tone mocking. Fool. As he swung his sword, he sneered. Your attack is no different from a mosquito bite. Kenji leaned back, dodging the surprise attack. He reactivated his divine eye analysis, and a description appeared. Target possesses extremely high defense. Physical resistance 75%. Dark attribute resistance 90%. Recommended attack target the heart weakness. Use lightning or light attributes. Kenji dodged to the side, muttering, Your physical resistance is that high? In that case, I'll aim for your weakness. He put all his strength into the balls of his feet and leapt up from the melted ice. Seeing Kenji recklessly charge in again, Venom Blade sneered. Arrogant fool. He swung his sword down. Kenji dodged to the side again as the blade grazed past his face. Venom Blade was slightly surprised. How could he predict my attack so accurately? Before he could react, Kenji had teleported behind him, ready to unleash his ultimate skill Thunderclap Kick. Kenji's hand gripped the sword tightly, veins bulging on his skin. He unleashed the law of glacial earth, his tone challenging. Let's see how you like this. The attack struck Venom Blade squarely in the chest. His health bar dropped rapidly. A pained cry echoed through the chamber. Kenji smirked, taunting lie. Turns out you're not so invincible after all. Venom Blade's eyes changed completely, now filled with caution. You're tougher than I thought. Human warrior. However, he raised his sword high and roared in anger. You're getting too confident. Divine Eye Analysis activated. What description appearing? Aura of the Ice Blade, a single target block on attack. Damage type ice. Physical. Additional effect, 20% chance to slow for 5 seconds. Recommended counter dodge. Kenji tried to dodge but felt a surge of panic. A lock on attack? I can't dodge that. Finally, he made a decision. If that's the case, I'll use symbols to absorb the aura. However, the attack still caused Kenji's health bar to drop. He frowned, looking at the panting Venom Blade and calculating. He absorbs most of the damage and has immense attack power. This guy, his agility is terrifying too. Kenji charged forward, attacking while yelling, "Don't just stand there to fight." His sword pierced Venom Blade's chest, and purple blood sprayed from the existing wound. Venom Blade quickly swung his sword to push him away, rage boiling inside him. How can a lowly human push me this far? Divine Eye Analysis helped Kenji again. Kick Shockwave plus Physical Sweep. Combo attack. 120-degree frontal AoE. Damage type Psychic plus Physical. Additional effect, 30% chance to cause knockback. Recommended counter retreat behind the boss. He immediately followed the suggestion. Another sword strike pierced the same wound, causing Venom Blade's health bar to drop further. His eyes widened in disbelief. Again? How? How do you keep predicting my attacks? Kenji stood calmly. Maybe it's because your movements are too predictable. I can tell just by looking. Venom Blade seemed to have been provoked to the point of insane laughter. Getting cocky now. Are we? Human warrior. He officially exploded with power, roaring. I underestimated you. You're clearly no ordinary fighter. Kenji watched in alarm as Venom Blade began to transform. 2 wing stumps suddenly sprouted from his back. A description appeared: Venom Blade Moon Sith. Final form. Divine Eye Analysis was used. A detailed explanation appeared as transformed into the final form of Venom Blade Moon Sith. Combat power 50%. Speed 30%. Defense 20%. New skill acquired: Lunar Ice Prison. AoE. Ice. Mental debuff. Weakness remains unchanged. Kenji smirked. You're already forcing yourself into your final form? He raised his sword, challenging why. Bring it on. Let me show you a real surprise before you die by my hand. System notification: Sky King's Hammer is on standby. At the same time, outside the B-rank dungeon, a massive crowd had gathered. Lauren sipped a cup of hot tea, pondering. If Shinjitsu Kishiro really breaks our record, she began to worry. The guild record will be taken. That could affect our prestige and our resource allocation. It would cause a huge change for the guild's future. Just then, AJ walked over, refilled Lauren's tea, and asked, Captain, what are you thinking about? Startled, she said, Oh, thank you, with a somber expression. Lauren asked, What do you think of the hero named Kenjitsuki Shiro? AJ gave an answer that mirrored her own thoughts. He's very strong. It's possible our record will be broken. Lauren asked in surprise. Why do you think so? AJ answered honestly. I've never met him, but I heard about the situation when he entered the dungeon. Even when everyone around him was mocking and harassing him, he just glanced at them and walked away. Recalling Kenji's emotionless face at that moment, he asserted, if he were just some reckless fool or an addict, he wouldn't have acted like that. Lauren agreed, murmuring, calm and composed. Suddenly, AJ noticed a commotion nearby. Edric, surrounded by a crowd of admirers, was talking loudly. Using powerful stimulants shortens your lifespan. Even if he makes it out alive, he'll be a wreck. I swear I'll eat this staff if he walks out of there alive. AJ looked away from them unstated. Personally, I find the quietest beasts to be the most terrifying. Back in the B-rank dungeon's boss area, the abyssal darkness of Venom Blade's final form confronted Kenji. His body was enveloped in crackling yellow lightning. Venom Blade raised an eyebrow. Wary. That power? It doesn't seem to belong to this world. Could it be from another world entirely? He fixed his eyes on Kenji and said, I'll admit, you're not the strongest hero I've ever faced, but you've surprised me more than any other. Kenji calmly provoked him. Don't worry, you're about to be even more surprised. Is that so? Venom Blade roared, charging forward. Then show me. The two quickly clashed, their movements so fast that no one could follow them. Their speed reduced the scenery to a blur of colorful streaks. Kenji used his divine eye analysis. A description appeared: perfect form, speed 30%, combat power 50%, current attack method speed plus mental invasion combo, effective range target locked, 10 meters radius, recommended strategy: use law of glacial earth to maintain speed while moving on, wait for an opportunity to counterattack. As he dodged, Kenji thought, so fast. He calculated, a head-on confrontation with this form will be tough. With this power difference, I won't get out of here in one piece. With that thought, he charged forward to attack with the law of glacial earth. Kenji swung his sword to block the attack, but his blade couldn't withstand the force. The attack grazed past Kenji's face. He fell back, his health bar now at half. Kenji smirked. Not bad. He immediately jumped and teleported behind Venom Blade. Kenji continued to strike at him. However, the slash did no damage. Venom Blade laughed triumphantly. Your weapon feels like an ant bite. He used his giant hand, raising his claws to slash at him. Let's see how long you can keep that tough talk up. Despite his taunts, Venom Blade was still impressed as he watched Kenji move with incredible agility. Even though he was completely suppressed and constantly losing HP, he showed no fear, remaining strangely calm. But aware of his thoughts, Kenji calmly dodged each attack. Venom Blade furiously unleashed a barrage of attacks. How much more can you take? Countless ice spikes surrounded Kenji. Divine Eye Analysis appeared: Lunar Ice Prison. AoE attack. Effective range 50 meters radius. Damage type ice plus mental invasion. Additional effect: 30% chance to freeze for 5 seconds. Recommended strategy: find shelter immediately. An ice spike grazed his face, leaving a long scratch. Kenji assessed. The attack range is too wide. He quickly noticed a spot and concentrated all his strength into his abdomen to push his defense to the limit. A massive ice pillar shot out, sending Kenji flying. His health bar dropped sharply, and a system notification followed: strongest body efficiency reduced by 60%. Venom Blade frowned slightly. You're still alive after that, but with that little HP left, how can you possibly win? Finishing his words, he gripped his sword and charged, wanting to end it now. I'll cut you in two. Blame your own recklessness. Suddenly, Kenji threw away the sword in his hand, muttering, it's time. A golden light emanated from his hand, blinding the surroundings. He thought to himself, using Divine Eye Analysis, I'll use the impulse from the boss's attack as a launching force. Kenji's hand firmly gripped a hilt as he thought, and when his guard is down, summon the Sky King's hammer. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes, cold and determined. Seeing Kenji charge forward, Venom Blade sneered. You still have strength left? You can't kill me. From Kenji's weapon, the silhouette of a monstrous beast emerged. He calculated. Because the divine selection system was upgraded, the power I can draw from the hammer has increased from 3% to 10%. Now I can even infuse it with the law of glacial earth to add wind and lightning attributes. Kenji thought, I've channeled the power of the law into it. System notification: law of glacial earth has been transferred to the weapon, temporarily granting the wind attribute. Unable to withstand the energy of the Sky King's hammer, both hands are nearly destroyed. Kenji gripped the weapon's handle with determination, focusing strongest body into both arms. System report: strongest body has been applied to both arms. Current damage neutralization 68%. He put all his strength into the lunge. Watch closely. This is my finishing blow. Venom Blade was sent flying. He screamed in panic. Impossible. How did my HP drop so much? Shinji brought down the final blow, and Venom Blade's body split in two. His sword was flung away, embedding itself in the ground. Kenji landed safely right next to the sword. The backlash from the finishing move caused Kenji to cough up blood. He quickly chugged a recovery potion, restoring his health bar. With trembling hands, Kenji grabbed Venom Blade's sword. He looked at the boss's fading body and taunted. What's wrong? Surprised? System notification: Hero Kenjitsuki Shiro has completed the challenge. Completed in 45 minutes and 36 seconds. Previous record 1 hour, 5 minutes, and 15 seconds. A golden pillar of light flashed as a mechanical voice announced first solo clear achieved. Current fastest completion time 45 minutes, 36 seconds. Rewards received: Moon Cutting Blade. Weapon attribute: Spirit, Dark, Ice. You have leveled up. Experience bonus gained from solo clear and level difference. You have leveled up from level 18 to level 20. Current class warrior. Equipment black camouflage armor. Beast man fox set. Weapon moon. Cutting blade. Skills thunderclap kick. Law of glacial earth. Copy skill none. Combat power 27. 600. Outside the B rank dungeon. The crowd stared anxiously at the gate. Just then, an announcement echoed Hero Kenjitsuki Shiro has cleared the B rank dungeon. Completion time 45 Thirtiskis, breaking the previous record of 1 hour 5:15. First solo clear. Current record for this dungeon 45 Thirtiskis. The line 45 minutes, 36 seconds. Kenjitsuki Shiro was displayed right above 1 hour. 5 minutes, 15 seconds. Wild Rose Guild. Edric was stunned. Impossible. The people around him were also slack-jawed. 45 minutes and 36 seconds. Solo? No way. Lauren shot up from her seat. She stared at the gate in disbelief. They actually did it. The surrounding staff were also whispering in shock. Where is Tsuki Shiro? Hasn't he come out yet? 45 minutes and 36 seconds for a solo clear. This data. Suddenly, the gate flared with light. A strong gust of wind blew out from within. The crowd hurriedly shielded themselves. What's happening? Kenji's silhouette slowly emerged from the gate. He walked out majestically, carrying his prize venom blade sword. His powerful aura uncoiled expression left the onlookers speechless. A few people couldn't help but whisper, "Look at that! Is that the boss's blood on him? Maybe his own blood too." Terrified, Kenji said nothing, his mind filled with disdain. So crowded. I can't waste time here. I have to meet Chairman Suzuki and register for the Super Rookie Tournament at the Hero Association headquarters immediately. Suddenly, someone in the crowd raised their hand and shouted, "Over here, you used a banned substance, didn't you?" Edric chimed in, shouting, "Of course he did. How could a normal person do that? A D rank beating a B rank dungeon boss alone is impossible." Hearing this, the crowd immediately turned on him. He must have used stimulants. It's suspicious. The vice captain is right. You owe us an explanation. Kenji remained calm and replied, "Sorry, but someone is waiting for me. I have to get back to the association headquarters. I don't have time for this." Edric raised his weapon to block him. How convenient, putting on a show to run away. If your power is real, fight me one-on-one. If you beat me, your record will be acknowledged. Kenji gave him a cold glance and sneered. Nonsense. Edric seized the opportunity to accuse him. Nonsense? Everyone. Look, he's panicking and trying to flee. Kenji thought. Vice captain of the Wild Rose Guild. A level 35 mage with 18. 0 combat power. You're going to regret talking to me like that. Just then, a figure appeared in front of Kenji. Lauren declared sternly, "Wait, Hero Kenjitsuki Shiro. If you achieve this result through true strength, then I sincerely respect you. But it's hard for anyone to believe a D-rank hero could do this. Even I find it hard to believe." He asked coolly. "So?" Lauren proposed. "I want you to prove your strength. What you've just done is extremely suspicious and requires an explanation to the heroes who have fought here. I hope you understand. For everyone here, results are what matter." Kenji asked a staff member next to him. "What time is it?" The person quickly replied, "Around 5 p.m. He nodded and gave them all a cold look. "Then I still have some time. One match is fine." The crowd gasped. "Really? You just beat a B-rank dungeon boss. And you still want to fight? Are you crazy? That's the vice captain of the Wild Rose Guild." Edric thought scornfully. "Fool. Fighting a duel right after a boss fight is suicide. And I've just mastered a new powerful skill. Elemental Burst." He thought confidently. "A type of magic my guild won at a high price in an auction. It immobilizes the enemy, channels elemental power, and then creates a huge, high-damage explosion. Even if he's lying and is actually C rank, or the same level as me, I'm confident this skill can take him down in an instant. At the same level, a mage's burst is unbeatable." The dawn light shimmered on the lake's surface, accompanied by an announcer's voice. "The rule is no killing. Both sides. Please get ready." The two faced each other, waiting for the signal. A small note appeared. "No kill rule, one of the official rules for a hero duel. The objective is to determine a winner without causing bodily harm or death." Edric, holding his weapon, introduced himself. "Wild Rose Guild. Vice Captain Edric. C-rank mage. Level 35. Combat power 18. Asura." Kenji also introduced himself nonchalantly. Kenjitsuki Shiro. Warrior. Level 20. Then he added silently, my combat power is 27,600, but revealing that here would complicate things. Edric scoffed. Not going to state your combat power? Is it so low you're afraid we'll know you use drugs? What kind of drug has such a great side effect? Impressive. Kenji said quietly. You'll be stunned when I reveal my true power. Edric swung his weapon contemptuously. Tough talk. Let's see if you still dare to speak like that after you're crushed. Lauren stood by, observing thoughtfully. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. That is. Kenji calmly rested the giant sword on his shoulder. Lauren remembered AJ's words. A fool or an addict couldn't have such a calm demeanor. The staff member nervously raised his hand and shouted. Begin. Edric raised his axe and arrogantly declared. I lend this quickly. Light radiated from the head of the axe. He shouted triumphantly. Witness the difference in class between us. Edric thought excitedly. I'll crush this fool with this technique. The damage from the explosion will leave him unable to fight. Lauren seemed a bit troubled. Elemental burst. Using that right away seems a bit unfair. Kenji stood calmly, the shadow of his still glowing sword cast over him. Suddenly, his entire body flickered and vanished from the spot. The people around him, not noticing Kenji, were still marveling at Edric's technique. Elemental burst. He's using that already. Where does he get so much stamina? He's been fighting all day and still isn't tired. Edric was concentrating his power, summoning a magic circle. Suddenly, Kenji appeared right in front of him, making him freeze. System notification, strongest body 36%. Energy concentrated in the right hand. Kenji swung his fist, his voice dripping with contempt. I'm only D-rank because I haven't had a chance to rank up yet. Edric tried to say something in terror, but his words were cut off by Kenji's fist smashing into his face. Edric was sent flying in front of the entire crowd. His body slammed hard onto the ground, and he was knocked unconscious. The system immediately announced while Rose Guild Vice Captain Edric. C-rank mage. Level 35. Combat power 18. Ajo has been defeated instantly with a single blow. Lauren was horrified. One blow. It's over. What would have happened if it were me? Could I have dodged that? The muscles on Kenji's arm were still bulging, his eyes filled with killing intent. He gave the crowd a cold look and asked, Does anyone else want to try me? The people around him were terrified, quickly covering their faces. That was Edric, with 18. Zero combat power, and he was sent flying with a single punch, without a weapon. Lauren was also terrified, a deep worry in her heart. That's not ordinary strength. If he's really at level 20 now, then in the future. At that moment, AJ calmly walked over and said, That's why I said he was strong. I just didn't expect him to be this strong. Hurry and get Edric to the medical ward. A few people immediately went to help Edric up and carried him away. By now, Lauren had regained her composure. She stood calmly before him and confirmed, Hero Kenjitsuki Shiro, your strength is real. On behalf of the Wild Rose Guild, I acknowledge you. Kenji replied coolly, Thanks. Suddenly, a staff member shouted an announcement. Everyone, Kenjitsuki Shiro's comprehensive data has been verified by the system. His results are considered valid. Combat power, level, record, everything has been confirmed as normal. Any objections to this matter will not be accepted. The crowd buzzed with discussion. He's a true monster. AD rank whose soul ought to be ranked dungeon and blew away Edric with one punch. He has to be at least as strong as a C rank, right? I was just mocking him earlier. How embarrassing. Kenji paid no attention to the noisy crowd and left coolly. Lauren couldn't help but think with admiration. Maybe he'll become an S-rank hero one day. If only I could form a guild with him. Outside the dungeon agency, a luxurious black car was already parked by the road. As soon as he saw Kenji emerge, Chairman Suzuki's face lit up with joy. He was so happy he was moved to tears, praising him endlessly. Well done. Clearing a B-rank dungeon solo in 45 minutes and 30 seconds. I was the first to be notified of your result. I found a true talent. Suzuki clapped him on the shoulder, his eyes filled with anticipation. The Super Rookie Tournament starts tomorrow. Today is the last chance to register. I was so worried something had happened to you. Now I can rest easy. You not only survived but also achieved an unbelievable record. Let's go to the Hero Association headquarters. Kenji nodded in reply. Yes, sir. The car carrying them sped away from the location. Scene changed to the Hero Association headquarters. That evening, a shocked voice exclaimed, In just one day, he's updated all the records of the Dungeon Authority. The staff member couldn't hide her astonishment as she processed the data. 45 minutes and 35 seconds. Clearing a B-rank dungeon solo. That's truly incredible. Suzuki urged. Please confirm the information and register him quickly. He will participate in this year's Super Rookie Tournament as a substitute. The staff member bowed hastily. Yes, sir. Please wait a moment. A little while later, the staff member reported. The confirmation and registration procedures are complete. Kenji Tsukishiro's application to participate in the Super Rookie Tournament as a substitute has been approved. Please be at the venue on time tomorrow. Kenji thought to himself, she's speaking to me so respectfully. Whether in that world or this one, power is the most important factor. Outwardly, he remained calm and replied, understood. Suzuki's eyes gleamed. He clapped Kenji's shoulder and laughed. You did it, even as a substitute. This tournament has a lot of competition, so it's all up to you now. The future of our Hero Association school depends on you. Kenji smiled faintly and muttered, the Super Rookie Tournament. That's right. I need to win it and apply for a C-rank hero license. He told himself, that's probably the fastest way to become a C-rank hero. If I become C-rank, I'll have a chance to get a rebirth elixir at one of the auctions. Karina's legs can probably be healed. Back at Kenji's apartment that evening, light from outside streamed through the window, illuminating the room. He gently tucked the blanket around Karina, who was still sound asleep. Kenji looked at her with gentle eyes and whispered, Karina, I'll help you walk again soon. He slowly closed her bedroom door. Returning to his room, Kenji collapsed onto his bed, too tired to even change his clothes. He checked the system. When I reached level 20, a new reward appeared, but I was busy with the duel, so I didn't check it. Sure enough, the screen displayed the words reached level 20. The reward will be quite appealing. Kenji exclaimed happily. There it is. He immediately clicked on the compatibility system. Looking at the screen, a notification read level 20 reached. You can receive a reward from the compatibility system. He wondered, do I get a reward every time I level up? 2 new notifications appeared instantly. Reward 1, apply a divine selection version update to one of your possessed skills. Significantly enhances the skill's effects. Reward 2, update the strongest body version. Automatically increases the defense of the entire body, including a 60-fold increase in defensive power, while allowing you to adjust the focus of where strongest body is placed. Kenji's eyes lit up. I can choose which skill to update. Perfect. I haven't been satisfied with my skills lately, especially when fighting high-level opponents. It's been tough. He remembered the previous battle and sat up immediately. Reward number 2. Increasing defense up to 60 times for the whole body. This will solve my physical weaknesses in combat. I've been seriously injured several times. With this, I can endure more injuries in the future. Kenji quickly pressed accept, and a blinding light flashed. System notification, second reward received. Strongest body has been updated. Kenji quickly lifted his shirt to test it on his abdominal muscles and marveled. Hey, this is amazing. 60 times the defense. I always get hurt when I unleash my power. This will help me a lot. At the same time, the system displayed first reward received. Please select the skill you want to update. Thunderclap Kick. He calculated. Let's go with Thunderclap Kick. It's the only one I have right now. I need to find stronger skills. A golden light shone again. Thunderclap Kick has been updated by Divine Selection to become Divine Thunder. Divine Thunder area of effect increased 100 times from the original. Originally 3 meters. Now 300 meters. The limitations of Thunderclap Kick have been removed. Can continuously attack an enemy for about 10 seconds within a 5-meter radius. Kenji was stunned. The area of effect increased 100 times, and I can use it freely, attacking continuously in a 5-meter radius for 10 seconds. This is insane. I've gotten even stronger. He lay down comfortably and told himself, tomorrow is the Super Rookie Tournament, so I need to sleep early. It's been a while since I've had a good night's sleep. Suddenly, an image of Sakura appeared in his mind. An unnamed anxiety rose in Kenji's heart. Sakura seemed to be worried about something. He closed his eyes and comforted himself. Once things are settled here, I'll return to that world. With my current strength, maybe I can help her. Scene changed to the outskirts. Early the next morning on a deserted road, Suzuki, while driving, advised him, in this Super Rookie Tournament, resource restrictions will be decided. So, don't hold back. Ranking is the top priority. There will be many talented individuals risking their lives to fight. Don't let your guard down. Kenji replied coolly. Understood. while faking sarcastically, risking their lives. Since becoming a hero, I've gotten used to things like that. Seeing his demeanor, Suzuki worried. The boy seems to have matured and become colder. He tried to find a topic to chat about. Oh, that's right. This year's tournament is held in a dungeon inside a large mountain. It's huge inside. I heard that a legendary S-rank hero once carved it out with a single blow. That's why the mountain is called One Strike Mountain. He was an incredibly outstanding S-rank hero. Kenji was slightly curious. One Strike Mountain? A legendary S-rank hero? Sounds strange. Are they different from normal S-rank heroes? Seeing his interest, Suzuki said, I've only heard bits and pieces, but even among S-rank heroes, there are different levels of power. The car moved towards the mountain ahead. Suzuki mused again. Whether that warrior still exists in this world is a mystery. I've only heard the legends. The car stopped. He announced, We're here. Kenji got out of the car and looked at the scene in front of him in amazement. This is the tournament venue. One Strike Mountain. A massive cave appeared in his line of sight. Kenji muttered, One Strike Mountain? Huh? He couldn't help but think. The power of a legendary S-rank hero. No matter how many times I hear about it, it still sounds incredible. Suzuki introduced. Impressive, right? It's even bigger on the inside. The first time I saw it, my jaw dropped. I'll take you to the entrance. But for the matches after that, you're on your own. A staff member waiting outside checked. You're contestant Tsukishiro, right? Follow this way. Suzuki advised. Tsukishiro, be careful when you go inside. No matter what, you have to come back alive. Kenji walked inside with a calm expression. Don't worry, I understand. At the event area for the Super Rookie Tournament, countless warriors were standing in the waiting area. Kenji held a map and looked around. The Hero Union is over here. He scanned the area with his divine eye analysis. Member Moses, level 36, C-rank hero, class warrior, combat power 16, 500. Member Sherry, level 36, C-rank hero, class battle priest, combat power 15, 500. Member Fabian, level 36, C-rank hero, class rogue, combat power 16, Zaro. Kenji pondered. They're all young C-rank heroes with outstanding combat power, as expected of the elite from various factions. Finally, he approached them and started a conversation. Hello, I'm Kenji Tsukishiro, a level 20 warrior, participating as a substitute for the Hero Union. Jace said contemptuously. Level 20? 80 rank? Why would the Hero Union send someone with such a low level? Fabian mocked. Shouldn't you at least be C rank? Sure, substitutes can participate, but we don't want to carry dead weight. Sherry speculated. Maybe he got in through connections. We'll just have to work hard so the substitute doesn't have to play. Kenji didn't bother with their sarcastic remarks and calmly walked towards a seat. Well then, good luck, he thought to himself. The goal of this tournament is simple: help the guild win and allow me to get a D-rank hero license. I need that license to participate in the auction and get the rebirth elixir so Karina can walk normally again. Kenji recalled an image of himself and Karina and thought, no matter what, I have to win. Just then, a triumphant laugh echoed through the room. Trash. A level 20 D rank as a substitute. Is the Hero Union that short on manpower? They must be desperate. Jace's group looked angrily towards the entrance. The Sea Serpents Guild, one of the 5 major factions and a longtime rival of the Hero Union, entered. There were 4 of them. From right to left: Viper, level 37, C-rank hero, class rogue, combat power 17. Zerith Blade, level 37, C-rank hero, class warrior, combat power 17,500. The substitute, Gant, level 36, C-rank hero, class warrior, combat power 16,000. Blaze, level 36, C-rank hero, class mage, combat power 16,500. Kenji silently assessed them. Their combat power is higher than ours. No wonder they're so aggressive. Sherry whispered a reminder. The 5 major factions and 3 great guilds have constantly opposed our Hero Union. The higher-ups ignore it. But when it comes to benefits, conflict is inevitable. Fabian bluntly scolded. Because of the D-rank substitute. You're being laughed at. Blade crossed his arms and sneered. Bringing it to rank as a substitute is a joke. You guys are going to die. A pathetic death this time. Fabian gritted his teeth in anger. So arrogant. The Hero Union is the largest organization, specializing in evaluating hero levels. Today's outcome is not yet decided. Watch your mouths and stop acting so high and mighty. Gant cracked his neck and stepped forward to retort. High and mighty? Nowadays, hero evaluations are the same everywhere. He smiled sinisterly and suggested, how about we have a practice match before the tournament starts? Don't worry. It's just friendly competition. The tournament organizers approve of practice matches. The only rules are both sides must agree. No weapons. And no killing. What do you say? Gant glanced at Kinji and mocked. Of course. If you're scared, you can just run. When the real match comes, if you lose, you can just blame it on the D-rank kid. Fabian immediately agreed. Deal. C rank versus D rank. You guys better not run either. He then stepped forward and instructed Kenji. AD rank like you can't handle him. Let me go, Gant requested. So, shall we start right now? In the temporary arena preparation area. The crowd was buzzing. Looks like the Hero Union and the Sea Serpents Guild are about to have a practice match. Fabian stepped forward with his stats displayed. Hero Union. Fabian. Level 36. C rank hero. Broke. Combat power 16. Zaro. Opposite him. Gant also cracked his knuckles and stepped forward. Sea Serpents Guild. Gant. Level 36. C rank hero. Warrior. Combat power 16. Zaro. The two looked at each other as the signal sounded. Began. Fabian was the first to charge and attack. He thought to himself, even without a weapon, my hands are enough. Gant casually leaned back, dodging the attack with a disdainful tone. Teddy tricks. Fabian quickly stopped, gritting his teeth. What is this speed? Gant raised his leg high, smiling sinisterly. I'm used to fighting rogues like you. I don't intend to play gently with you. Slow pro. With that, he brought his leg down, breaking Fabian's bone. He cried out in agony, clutching his leg. His two teammates called out in horror. Fabian. He clutched his injured leg and moaned. My leg. System notification, right leg broken. Unable to participate in the tournament. Gant sneered. You trash from the Hero Union are all talk. Weak as a sardine. He raised his leg again, intending to cripple Fabian's other leg. I don't care if I get penalized for violating the rules. Jason Sherry rushed forward, shouting, Stop it, you bastard. However, another figure moved faster than them. Kenji quickly teleported to Fabian's side. He blocked a blow with his hand. Gant was terrified, his face pale. He thought, so strong? He asked, trembling. Who are you? Kenji looked at Gant coldly. Are you trying to kill me? He asked with a deep voice. Only then did Jace's group react, shouting, What was that speech just now? Kenji turned to the staff. Excuse me, please take him to the medical room. The two staff members, startled, replied, Yes. Before being helped away, Fabian worriedly advised, You have to be careful. Kenji replied calmly, You're the one who needs to be careful. He pulled down his collar, challenging lie. I'll continue the practice match. If you're scared, get lost. The huge, imposing figure stood facing Kenji. You? Fine. Substitute versus substitute. He laughed contemptuously and sneered. Even a scrawny Durank like you knows how to act tough. His feet began to move powerfully towards Kenji. Well then. I fist carrying immense power flew towards him. Here I come. Jace couldn't contain himself at the big guy's cowardly act. He and Sherry ran forward. Coward! He's trying to eliminate us by injuring our members so we're shorthanded. A stream of bright blue energy suddenly shot past Gant. Surprise quickly appeared on his face as Kenji dodged the blow. This is. Kenji expertly read Gant's move and countered with a kick to his leg. Gant rolled on the ground, screaming in pain. My right leg! Before he could recover, Kenji rushed over, grabbed his head, and asked coldly, Does a broken leg hurt? He smashed his head into the wall, causing it to crack and shatter. His body lay crumpled on the cold ground. The system panel displayed a notification lost consciousness. Unable to fight. Cannot participate in the tournament. Kenji's victory left everyone around stunned and unconvinced. But, isn't he a Durank? In front of everyone, he brushed off his clothes and replied calmly, Now we're even. His sharp eyes scanned them. Still want to continue. The three people behind him jumped in shock. Feeling guilty, the group quickly turned and left. Blade managed to say a warning. Remember this. The other contestants, though worried, couldn't help but admire Kenji's ability. What incredible power. Breaking a leg with one kick and sending him flying. I can't believe he's a D rank. Scene change. Sherry faced Kenji, offering her sincere gratitude in the Hero Union's preparation area. Thank you for avenging Fabian earlier. What is your true strength? How can a D-rank hero possess such an ability? He maintained his cold expression and replied honestly to Sherry. I just couldn't stand there and ignore it. I really am D-rank. Since Fabian is injured, you will have to participate. Kenji accepted without hesitation. His resolve firm. Understood. I cannot lose this tournament. Jace whispered praise for him behind Sherry's back. He's full of spirit. She approached him and put a bracelet on his wrist, adding instructions. This is a communication bracelet used in the tournament. A shimmering silver light appeared on the bracelets of all three. The system panel appeared, showing the rules and event details. Let's see. Contestants, please check the detailed information. Hearing him, Kenji asked in confusion. The first event is an elimination contest. A simple tactic to eliminate half of the participants. An elimination contest? Sherry explained, imagining a contestant fighting a monster. All contestants will have to defeat monsters in a mock dungeon. If you score 150 points in an hour, you pass. Otherwise, you fail. However, there are some rules. The big names appeared one by one as she explained. There are currently 120 contestants. If more than half are certified to pass, only the top 60 based on score will advance to the next round. Those who passed but are not in the top 60 are still considered to have failed. This means that even with 155 points, you're not guaranteed to pass. So we have to fight a lot of monsters to get more points. Jace, standing beside him, added, you could choose between two difficulty levels, normal and dark mode. In normal mode, one monster is worth 1 point. In dark mode, only dark monsters appear, and killing one gives you 5 points. Every 30 seconds, the number of monsters automatically doubles. In other words, it will be a tough fight. Stay on high alert, he specifically emphasized. Don't be tempted by the points in dark mode. Choose the normal one. The monsters are generated according to the player's level. You're at level 20, so the monsters in both modes will also be level 20. But even at the same level, the dark monsters are much stronger than the normal ones. Many contestants in the past chose Arc mode and were defeated. The explanation continued passionately. Sherry tried to add as much as she could. That's right. Even normal mode isn't easy. The number doubles every 30 seconds. No matter how eager you are at the beginning, your stamina and energy will eventually drop, and you'll easily get surrounded. Basically, it's a test of endurance and killing skill. An hour of fighting like that will be exhausting. Kenji wanted more information and asked immediately, what's the highest record? Sherry and Jace said in unison. Slightly surprised. The highest record for this basic stage? They quickly answered, a hero with an incredible aura emerging from their story. A long time ago, a contestant from the Hero Union chose Dark Mode, took 45 minutes, and scored 500 points. That means they had to defeat 300 same-level Dark monsters in 45 minutes. 300 Dark-type monsters? It's truly unbelievable. Now, that contestant is the youngest S-rank hero in the history of the Hero Union. Our pride. Jace and Sherry couldn't help but sweat. Faced with that great achievement, if I chose Dark Mode, I wouldn't last 10 minutes and probably couldn't kill the first 20. Every 30 seconds, having to fight double the number of Dark monsters alone. It's a nightmare. Agree. Moreover, I'm a frontline priest, so I probably wouldn't last 5 minutes. The Dark monsters are very strong. When they double, we have no chance of winning. Kenji found it very interesting and smiled faintly. 45 minutes, 300 monsters, 1,500 points? Sounds fun. In a giant circular space filled with purple light. The Super Rookie Tournament venue. Kenji looked on with some surprise. It's a real dungeon, not a virtual one. Sherry continued her explanation by telling stories. You've heard the story of the legendary S-rank hero who created the dungeon in the mountain with a single punch, right? This dungeon still contains mysterious energies that even modern science and S-rank heroes can't figure out. One of them must be what creates the dungeon. The golden ring on Kenji's hand suddenly glowed. It caught his attention and raised his curiosity. What's wrong with the ring? The contestants in the hall were slowly entering the dungeon. Standing before it, Sherry carefully instructed her teammates. As I said, we will fight in normal mode for as long as possible. When the enemy suddenly increases while we're fighting, don't push too hard. Keep your distance and eliminate them one by one. She firmly voiced her encouragement. 1 hour of careful fighting. Even at level 20, the dark side's power is much greater. If they double, we're dead. Our guild has already lost 1 person. The 3 of us are the only hope left. Let's do our best. Jace also showed his support by patting Kenji's shoulder. Let's work together and rise to the top. His ring still hadn't stopped vibrating, increasing Kenji's curiosity. It's trembling again. What is this ring reacting to? The system panel appeared, surrounded by purple lightning. Select difficulty normal mode. Dark mode. Normal mode would be easier. Jason Sherry watched his choice. Normal mode is safe. Kenji quickly chose a mode and pressed the system panel. His face was cold and excited, ready for what was to come. Difficulty confirmed. You have selected dark mode. Too bad. My opponents are all dark types anyway. A new mountain landscape appeared before his eyes. The mock dungeon at the Super Rookie Tournament venue. Dark mode. Kenji was surprised by the vastness of the dungeon. I didn't think it would be this big. Level 20. Current class warrior. Equipment black camouflage armor. Beastman fox set. Weapon moon. Cutting blade. Skill divine thunder. Copy skill none. Combat power 27. 600. He looked at the system panel and began to consider. Mock dungeon has been created. Difficulty dark mode. Current contestant level 20. Dark monster level 20. The first monster will appear in 10 seconds. Every 30 seconds, the number of living monsters will increase. Please prepare for battle. Every 30 seconds, the number of living monsters will double if I don't kill them quickly. After 30 seconds, it will double. 30 seconds later, it will quadruple and continue to double. Kenji felt a flicker of joy as a puzzle in his mind was solved. No wonder dark mode is called a nightmare. A normal contestant wouldn't be able to survive in here. Then, his surroundings were enveloped in golden lightning, and a powerful green light emanated from his palm. But I'm not a normal contestant. This is the perfect time to test my new skill. The system panel signaled the appearance of the first monsters from the dungeon gate. Countdown 10 seconds. 5 seconds. 3 seconds. 1 second. A hideous creature slowly emerged. Darkness. Level 20. Combat power 8. Zereth. Attributes dark. Spirit. Trade hard scales defense 20%. Causes mental debuffs. Attacks include damage to the spirit. Divine eye analysis darkness. Level 20. Combat power 8. Zereth defense 20%. Attacks include damage to the spirit. Recommended strategy: maintain distance to avoid spiritual damage and prioritize elimination. Kenji looked at it thoughtfully, his eyes showing a hint of acknowledgement. Normal monsters really can't compare. Kenji continued to look at the data panel, absorbing the information. Actually, it's pretty great. Skill Divine Thunder. Single strike. Skill details range 300 meters. For 10 seconds. Continuously attacks an enemy within a 5-meter radius. Unlimited uses. 300 meters in 10 seconds. Huh? He carefully planned his moves. Using the new skill at this distance is still feasible, but with only a few meters between me and it. The opponent will target me and move out of the effective range. Step by step, building a larger plan, Kenji began to act. I'll try attacking it from the edge and see its reaction. His eyes marked a target on a mountaintop. The system panel continued to update. Divine Eye analysis target on the mountaintop is 283 meters from the space below. The flat terrain is suitable for using the skill. Kenji prepared to jump forcefully. 283 meters from there. He leapt up as fast as a black lightning bolt. The number of monsters was constantly increasing. 30 seconds have passed. The dark monsters will double. Facing them, Kenji felt a surge of energy. 2 of them. I'll destroy them both at once. Lightning enveloped his sword. Kenji approached them with an overwhelming killing intent, wanting to devour the hideous creatures. Law of Earth. Divine Thunder. Wipe them out in one go. A burst of lightning suddenly thundered across the sky. He swung his sword up and delivered a powerful blow. Take my new skill. The monsters looked around in shock. A fierce thunderbolt struck down immediately after. The monsters were hit and immediately writhed in pain. There's no sign that they've noticed me. Kenji continued to ponder the problem. I'm outside their attack range. At this distance, I'll be safe and undetected. The system announced as the powerful lightning bolt had not yet completely disappeared. 10 seconds of using Thunder Strike. The 2 defeated monsters gradually faded into the ground. Defeated to level 20 darkness monsters. Points received 10. Kenji was a deep thinker who liked to thoroughly consider his actions. By maintaining distance and adding the power of the law to the attack for 10 seconds, I can defeat same level dark monsters. He felt himself being drawn in. This is getting interesting. On to another discussion space. The evaluation area of the Super Rookie Tournament. The faces of prominent figures, intently observing, gradually came into view. judges representing the guild factions. I-rank heroes. According to the rules, judges are selected by lottery from each faction to ensure fairness and allow each faction to observe the potential of young talents. Everyone gathered around a large cube displaying data. Koji was the first to speak. The basic stage has begun, and all contestants have entered the mock dungeon as usual. This stage will eliminate half of the contestants, Tada replied calmly, also wanting to discuss the issue. If things go smoothly, it should end in about 30 minutes. According to current data, only 18 out of 100 contestants have chosen ARC mode. Misako, sitting next to him, explained without hesitation. It's understandable. Assessing their abilities is what's important. It would be great if half of them chose dark mode to do so. EOS found a valid point in Misako's words and agreed. That's right. Most young, honorable people underestimate dark mode. The enemies double every 30 seconds, and their power far exceeds that of normal monsters. It's normal for contestants in dark mode not to last more than 10 minutes. The data panel showed a list of contestants. The elimination process has begun. Fumiko observed intently and commented, 10 minutes have passed, and those who haven't scored enough are starting to appear. At this rate, more people will be eliminated soon. Kiji suddenly jumped up in alarm, causing a stir among the people around him. This is Motoki, looking puzzled, asked with a probing tone, "What's wrong? A contestant from your faction got eliminated. Take them back for more training." Kiji hurriedly explained, pointing to the data panel. "No, it's not that. Look at the data for this contestant. Kenjitsuki Shiro. There must be some mistake, right?" The system panel displayed Kenji's personal information. Contestant Kenjitsuki Shiro. Affiliation Hero Union. Level 20. Dronzer. Rank Hero. Selected difficulty Dark Mode. Current result 98 Dark Monsters defeated. Points 490. Still in disbelief, Shiji recounted. In just 10 minutes, he scored 490 points. And in Dark Mode no less. Everyone in the room couldn't believe their ears and exclaimed in unison. "What?" Soji and Asahi questioned in disbelief, their words overlapping. "Impossible. AD rank hero? What trick did he use?" Representative of a hero union, please explain. Did that contestant use a secret weapon? Shizuka broke out in a cold sweat as she scanned her data panel. As the judge representing the hero union, I have never heard of an official member named Kenjitsuki Shiro. She paused at the photo showing his portrait. She couldn't help but tremble at Kenji's extraordinary achievement. He registered last as a substitute member of the hero union. The whole room buzzed with discussion over this information. A substitute. Ridiculous. AD rank substitute playing in dark mode and scoring 490 points in 10 minutes? Kyuji Ichi firmly stated his own theory. He must have used a high-grade item. The room continued to buzz about Kenji. However, this data is incredible, and they all agreed on a seemingly plausible theory. This means Kenjitsuki Shiro will break the record of the youngest S-rank hero. Would he? Kenji gripped his blade tightly, standing silently in the dark space. In the sky, thunder rumbled, and lightning flashed ceaselessly. The dark monsters all looked up at the sky. He raised the blade in his hand, and small sparks of electricity spread around it. Immediately after, a storm of lightning rained down from the sky. It attacked the dark monsters on the ground. A large energy sphere formed from the converging lightning. Kenji wiped the sweat from his chin. Panting, the system panel displayed a notification defeated 12 level 20 dark monsters. Points received 60. Current total score 98 dark monsters defeated. 490 points. Time remaining 48 minutes. With a tired expression, he recalled, I cleared the third wave at once. Defeating 13 monsters using Divine Thunder is the limit. But after activating it 3 times in a short period and using the power of the law, I can't maintain my energy anymore. I need to recover. Then Shinji took out a recover potion and drank it. Energy is recovering quickly. Setting his sword aside, he sat down to rest. While recovering, I just need to wait for the next wave of monsters. It's still easy overall. The record of the youngest S-rank hero from the Hero Union is 300 monsters in 45 minutes for one. 500 points. Closing his eyes, Kenji made a resolution. I will break that record. 50 minutes after the start, a figure slowly emerged from the gate outside. Jace stepped out, his face showing clear relief. The system displayed his information again. Name Jace. Affiliation Hero Union. Level 36. C-rank hero. Class warrior. Combat power 16. 500. Selected difficulty normal mode. Current result 560 monsters defeated. Points 560. Status completed. Completion time 50 minutes. Remembering the image of Kenji slaughtering monsters, he sighed, surviving for 50 minutes and killing 500 monsters. Good job. Chase calculated in his head. In the first 30 minutes, I used my warrior's stamina to defeat 12 monsters per minute. After that, even when my energy decreased, I defeated 10 monsters per minute. With this result, I should be in the top 5. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, he was still quite confident. If I win, I'll receive great treatment from the Hero Union. Maybe I'll even be guided to become an S-rank hero. Looking back at the gate behind him, Jace was a bit curious. Kenji Tsukishiro and Sherry should be out by now. Where are they? He looked around and, seeing no one else, became even more puzzled. No one at all. Suddenly, Jace realized everyone was gathered in front of the monitoring board. Confused, he walked over to see, why is everyone gathered in front of the ranking board? Can't you see the results? Recognizing a familiar figure, Jace called out to Sherry. He smiled and approached her. You're out too. How did it go? She didn't reply. Just stated. 30 minutes. 300 ITXS points. Jace immediately comforted her. For a frontline priest, that's really good. You'll pass. Don't worry. I got 500 points in 50 minutes. Great. Right? How did that kid, Shinji Tsukishiro, do? Sherry replied with a stunned look. He chose dark mode. Hearing this, Jace immediately became worried. That idiot. I told him not to choose it. If he gets eliminated, our team will only have 2 members. That will be a huge disadvantage in the remaining rounds. Where is he? Has he been eliminated yet? She reluctantly said, he's still fighting. Astonished, he turned sharply to her. Still fighting? What do you mean? Jace looked up in the direction she was pointing. On the big screen, Kenji sat firmly in first place. Contestant Kenji Tsukishiro. Affiliation Hero Union. Level 20. To rank hero. Selected difficulty dark mode. Current result 588 dark monsters. Points 2940. Status ongoing. 53 minutes have passed. His face turned pale. His voice filled with disbelief. 588 dark monsters. 2940 points. First place. Unbelievable. Sherry couldn't hide her surprise either and explained. Everyone has been gathered here since Kenji Tsukishiro broke the record of the youngest S-rank hero. Staring intently at the screen, Jace became even more amazed. He broke that record? His voice trembled as he read the words aloud. 45 minutes, 300 dark monsters, 1,500 points. That legendary record, the one that inspired so many young heroes. Jace was utterly astonished, and now it's been broken by a level 20. The ranks substitute hero. Sherry continued. There are 7 minutes left. Everyone is waiting to see how many more he can handle. 7 minutes later, Kenji slowly walked out of the gate, covered in dust. Seeing him emerge, everyone was too stunned to speak. As soon as Jace saw him, he called out, "Joe, Tsukishiro, over here." Sherry, still in shock, stared at Kenji. "Do you know your results yet?" He replied casually. "Of course." Jace clapped him hard on the shoulder, half praising, half scolding. "You bastard. I don't know how you did it. But you broke the record and achieved an unbelievable score." On the evaluation screen, his information was prominently displayed. Contestant Kenji Tsukishiro. Affiliation Hero Union. Level 20. The rank hero. Selected difficulty dark mode. Final result 648 dark monsters. Points 3. 240th. Status completed in 60 minutes. Jace was overjoyed when he saw his final score. 3,240 points. So cool, Sherry murmured. This record might never be broken. Looking up at the screen, Kenji lamented, "If I had more time, I could have killed more." Then the judge's voice echoed. The basic stage is complete. 75 eliminated. 45 passed. The holder of the highest record in this tournament is Kenji Tsukishiro from the Hero Union. In dark mode, he defeated 648 monsters, achieving 240 points. A completely new record. Everyone around him turned to look at him, their eyes filled with resentment. Sherry said worriedly, "You are now the pride of the Hero Union. But be careful. You've also become everyone's biggest enemy." Kenji calmly turned away, showing no signs of worry. "I expected that, but it will be fine." Jace leaned down and whispered to Sherry, "Is he really the hidden ace the guild sent?" She replied, I don't know. But to achieve such results, I've never even heard his name before. The watches on everyone's wrists simultaneously beeped with a notification. Information for the second event quickly appeared. Event to all contestants from the same guild must enter designated dungeons with their guild members. If only one person remains, they are considered a guild and must complete the mission. Guilds that fail to complete the mission will be eliminated. In the Hero Union's private practice arena, named Kenshin Hoshimiya, S-Rank Hero. Affiliation Hero Union. Level and combat power undisclosed. Kenshin let out a long sigh. A notification panel appeared. Practice match with a level 60 dark monster completed in 12 seconds. Suddenly, someone entered the practice arena. Even a level 60 dark monster can't last 12 seconds against you. An S-Rank hero is on another level. The person was Sesko, one of the 4 elders at the Hero Union. He asked, "This year's Super Rookie Tournament has started. Aren't you participating?" Kenshin wrapped his wrists. Looking bored. It's the same every year. Just attending the final award ceremony is enough. However, Sesko's next sentence made him pause. Your basic stage record has been broken. Kenshin's expression didn't show much surprise. I'm not surprised. Records are made to be broken by newcomers. With a slight smile, he asked, "What's the new record score in time?" He calmly stated, "In dark mode, 3,240 points in 60 minutes. As soon as he heard it, his face immediately darkened. In disbelief, Kenshin asked with a deep voice, "How many points?" Sesko handed him a file. "See for yourself. He just broke the record and is the center of attention." Looking at the information inside, he was still in disbelief. 3,240 points in dark mode in 60 minutes. And a D-rank hero? He's from the Hero Union? Shinjitsu Kishiro. A name I don't know. Who is his direct S-rank supervisor? He spoke slowly. Interestingly, this D-rank kid isn't guided by any S-rank supervisor. Just a substitute kid recommended by Chairman Suzuki of the Hero Association School. He was utterly astonished. A substitute. This has to be confirmed. Could he be a spy from another organization? Cases like that have happened before, right? Sesko said again, "We've investigated, but there's nothing." Returning the file to Sesko, Kenshin asked, "Can you continue to observe this Tsukishiro? If he's a real talent, he might be able to open that gate." The file slowly vanished in his hand. That door. We can't miss this moment. I'll watch his every move. Continuing to wrap his hands. He then said, "I want to nominate him for the award ceremony. I wonder who would be stronger, him or me in the past." The tournament's combat zone for the Super Rookie Tournament. A judge's voice, full of anticipation, announced, "The guild battles will begin shortly. Each guild, please enter your prepared dungeons." Quickly, the participants immediately entered the gate. Sherry ran while reminding them, "This is related to the new location. Guilds will be randomly moved to a dungeon and receive a mission immediately. So that means we have to fight for a good spot first. A difficult location and a hard mission could lead to defeat or elimination." Shinji quickly dashed ahead, then used a speed skill to enter the gate in front of them. In the monitoring room, a few people looked down thoughtfully. Masayuki I spoke slowly. "This is where the Super Rookie Tournament truly begins." Tomoko frowned seriously. "I hope everyone is ready." After the 3 of them entered the gate, they appeared in a dense forest. Sherry carefully observed the surroundings. Complex terrain with strong dark monsters. We need to quickly determine our direction. Suddenly, a mission screen appeared before them. Within 3 hours, obtain 6 dark crystals from the bodies of specific dark monsters. Failure within the specified time will result in elimination. Jace explained, "Dark crystals. A special type of crystal found in the bodies of certain high-level dark monsters. Very valuable for crafting, sharpening weapons, and strengthening armor. They're sold at an extremely high price on the market." Sherry looked around, a bit worried. "Rare dark monsters. Collecting 6 of them in 3 hours will be difficult. We're in a large forest, so they could be anywhere." Tenji silently looked at the mission information. Suddenly, she gestured for the 2 of them to be quiet. Just as Jace was about to ask, Sherry whispered, "The spiritual domain I set up earlier is wavering. Not far away." A few excited voices rang out. "Just got here and we already get to harvest. All our efforts so far haven't been in vain." A team was happily rummaging through another person's backpack on the ground. "It means as long as we don't die, ranking doesn't matter. It's quite beneficial, leaving the unconscious person behind." They quickly left. "Let's go." Their figures gradually disappeared. Let's keep looking for smaller guilds. Jace and Kenji watched this scene silently. Sherry quickly reminded them, let's leave this area first. As they walked through the forest, the three of them remained vigilant. He recounted with annoyance, I heard that among the volunteer contestants, there are some who are just looking for profit. The items contestants carry are all valuable. I didn't think we'd run into them so soon. She wasn't comfortable with the situation either. No hero should die. The rules of this tournament are wrong. Kenji spoke up then. No, it's designed for them to fight each other. Sherry and Jace looked back at him, confused. Designed? Kenji rubbed his chin and began to explain. The mission isn't what's important. It's about how to stay alive. The real intention of putting all the guilds in the same dungeon is to eliminate contestants through mutual killing. I don't understand the specific purpose, but guild battles are essential for survival competition. He was a bit surprised. Survival competition? She also quickly realized the issue. The mission is just a part of it. Huh? Suddenly, he sensed danger and said, many people are reacting to it now. Immediately after, sharp rocks tore through the air, rushing towards them. Jace reacted instantly, drawing his weapon and shielding the other two. As the rocks flew towards him, he accurately swung his sword, cutting them in half. Jace roared angrily. A cowardly surprise attack. Are you even heroes? Show yourselves. Quickly, a team revealed themselves. The information panel displayed them one by one. Blaze. Level 36. Mage. Combat power 17. 500 Viper. Level 37. Rogue. Combat power 17. Zereth Blade. Level 37. Warrior. Combat power 17. 500. Blade stepped forward, laughing and mocking. I told you to remember this. Shinji remained silent, a faint smile on his face. They've come for me. Blade's eyes glinted with killing intent. Hero Union. We've been looking for you since we got here. Let's settle things right here and now. That substitute who broke the record. What item did you use? As he spoke, his face showed a greedy expression. How could a D-rank hero achieve such a record? You must be secretly using some treasure, right? I want it. It'll probably sell for a high price. Gripping his blade tightly, Jace outlined their strategy. All three of us are fighters. When the battle starts, Sherry, stick close behind me. I don't know Kenji's true abilities, but can you handle one of them? Don't let that rogue get away. His main target is Sherry, the battle priest. Then, he took a step forward angrily. All right, we of the Hero Union aren't afraid of anyone. Let's see who falls first. He smirked and snapped his fingers. You think it's just the three of you? A 3-on-3 would be suicide. We're not that stupid. Quickly, a few others rushed out from the bushes. Their information appeared. Level 36. Warrior. Combat power 15. 200. Level 35. Mage. Combat power 15. 0. Blade confidently announced. These two from another guild also want to give you dogs from the Hero Union a lesson. Jace's expression soured. So they have other allies, Sherry said worriedly. Another rogue and the mage. We'll have to fight head-on. Let's retreat. Just then, Kenji placed a hand on his back. You two, please go find the dark crystals as requested. I'll handle things here. Jace snapped worriedly. What are you talking about? You want us to go to the mission? Even Sherry was extremely worried. Don't joke around. There are 5 enemies. He calmly stepped forward. Trust me and go. We can't waste any more time. I'll handle all 5 of them. Jace became even more anxious and tried to dissuade him. You plan to fight 1 against 5? If your level were higher, it might be possible. But at level 20 D rank, it's suicide. But at that moment, Blade and the others were closing in. Planning your escape? I don't think you have a chance. As he summoned his sword, Kenji said, There's no time. Just trust me. They want my treasure anyway. He was still hesitant. But fighting 5 of them, even if you have a hidden treasure, he retorted, sparks of electricity crackling around him. What treasure? I don't have one. Viper froze. A sense of unease rising. He's really D rank. Sherry was silent for a moment. Then she immediately grabbed his hand and pulled him away. Jace, let's go. Jace still wanted to stay, but Kenji will have to fight alone. He noticed Sherry and Jace trying to flee and immediately ordered. Those two are trying to escape. Get them. Kenji used his skill and quickly rushed in front of them. Law of Earth. Before Blade could even react, it was right in front of him. The power of strongest body was concentrated in his arm. He used a single sword strike to attack all 4 of them at once. One of them couldn't block in time and was slashed across the body. Impossible. Blade retreated, his face pale. With just one move, he injured 4 and killed 1. His combat power is. Blaze was utterly shocked. My hands are completely numb. What is that strength and speed? Blade raised his sword defensively. He plans to fight 5 of us alone. Kenji stopped. A confident smile on his face. I gave you a chance to escape. Yet you came looking for us? How troublesome. Viper was now so scared his face was drained of blood. Captain, is something wrong? That fighting spirit can't be from a D rank. Meanwhile, Sherry and Jace were running in the opposite direction. He said worriedly, leaving Kenji behind is like leaving him to die alone. She reminded him. Kenji also said he didn't use a treasure to break the record. Jace asked, stunned, so why? Sherry maintained her pace while explaining, it means he has real talent. Maybe his strength is beyond our imagination. She continued, because he's holding them off. We have to do our job even better. Let's find the dark crystals first and then go back to him. Back to Kenji. Viper asked, trembling. Captain, are we really doing this? Blade gritted his teeth and stubbornly charged forward. There's only one enemy. No matter what. We'll take him down right here. Attack. The 4 of them attacked him at once. Kenji was incredibly calm, one of his eyes changing color. So, you're surrounding me? The system notification rang out again. Divine Eye Analysis for enemies. Average combat power 16. 500th recommendation, use an AoE skill to weaken the group. Then, eliminate them one by one. Kenji raised his sword high and began to summon lightning. Divine Thunder. Instantly, the clear blue sky was filled with wind and lightning. The lightning bolts quickly struck the other 4. Blade was bewildered. The damage of this AoE skill. Angrily, he decided to risk it all. It's him or me. Surround him. Blaze launched a barrage of rocks at him. Law of Earth. A whirlwind rose at Kenji's feet. He casually swung his sword once and destroyed his technique. As he retreated, he saw his hand was frozen. Blaze was terrified. Cold energy. A sword quickly thrust forward, and Kenji easily finished him off. The system announced defeated Blaze. Level 36. Combat power 16. 500. Viper shouted angrily. Blaze. He immediately used a skill to freeze his legs. Too slow. Another sword strike, and Kenji finished off Viper. The system beeped again, defeated Viper. Level 37. Combat power 17. Jarl. Behind him. Another one tried to take the opportunity to attack him from behind. Die. Ambush. However, by simply raising his hand to block, Kenji's arm stopped his blade, leaving only a small scratch. Strongest body. Defense increased by 60x limit. Looking at the small scratch, his face turned pale. Just a small scratch? Impossible. Another sword strike, and he was easily finished. Defeated Rogue. Level 36. Combat power 15. 200. Blade now realized the situation. He trembled, not daring to speak. He's on a completely different level than us. Just how high must his level be? Slowly, Kenji turned to look at him. Your turn. He fell to his knees in fear and begged. Please, spare me. We were foolish. Please let us live. What is your real level? That power. He calmly replied. Ranked hero. Level 20. He asked further. Then what about your combat power? As he raised his sword, he said, 27. 600. Blade's eyes widened in disbelief. 80 rank. With 27. 600? A sword came down, and the system panel announced again defeated Blade. Level 37. Combat power 17. 500. Kenji's sword strike was so powerful it summoned a bolt of lightning to strike down. The Super Rookie tournament took place in a designated cave deep in the forest. The surroundings had now become eerily quiet. Kenji lowered his head and let out a soft breath. All right. He bent down and picked up a bag of loot. I good harvest. I got a lot of different things. The system displayed loot instant reek of potion pouch X2. Money pouch. Items. Black blade sword. Demonic fire staff. Next, Kenji opened his hand and stored the items in his ring. It's a good thing I have this space. It would be a shame not to take all this loot back. As soon as he finished, he paused. Someone's coming. I can't stay long. Without another word, Kenji teleported away. I'll go back to Jason and the others now. The scene shifts to deep within the forest. Jason and Sherry were struggling to dodge a beast's frantic attacks. Crystal Shade's health bar had already dropped by nearly half. She continuously provided support from behind. I've cast a defensive spell on you. Do your best, Sherry carefully reminded him. I've only managed to take down a third of its health. Be careful of its attacks. Jason replied and directly charged into close combat with it. He squinted and exclaimed, the dark crystal is on its chest. We found one. How lucky. Its defense is very high. Finish it quickly. Indeed, there was a glowing gem on Crystal Shade's chest. Sherry suddenly jumped in fear. That's a new move. Be careful. But, just as she spoke, it launched an attack. He couldn't react in time and was thrown back forcefully. Jace's health bar had dropped to half. He gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it. This thing is definitely different from a normal dark monster. Just one blow and my insides feel like they've been scrambled. Jace couldn't help but lament, even though Sherry had cast a defensive spell on him. Suddenly, Crystal Shade turned its head back. She sensed something was wrong and quickly retreated. This is bad. As a battle priest, I could die instantly. Without another word, it directly used its hand to cast magic. Crystal Shade clenched its fist and thrust forward. Sherry was horrified as she felt her body being pulled. The suction is so strong. The distance between its fist and her was closing in. Jace shouted a reminder. Sherry, quick, create a shield. In the end, he ignored the danger and rushed forward to block for her. Danger. Jace, having blocked the attack, cried out. He gritted his teeth, looking at his sword, which had cracked into many pieces. My sword, Crystal Shade, without any mercy, unleashed another powerful blow. This time, both of them were hit head-on. Jace announced helplessly. My weapon is broken. I can't fight like this. Sherry also made a decision. This is dangerous. Let's retreat and regroup for now. Suddenly, she froze. My body. I can't move. Behind them, a figure suddenly appeared. Shadow manipulation. Once you're controlled by the shadow restraint, don't even think about escaping. Information displayed Nightblade Guild. Shadow manipulation. Level 35. C rank adventurer. Combat power 14. 500th special skill. Shadow manipulation. The Nightblade Guild only accepts assassins and teaches them the guild's special skill. Shadow manipulation. This skill completely seals the opponent's movements once they are trapped. It's nearly impossible to escape. While they may not be master fighters, they are the most dangerous of those who lurk in the shadows. They control their opponents unconsciously and defeat them by draining their strength. They are extremely troublesome opponents once they have targeted you. Red Eye smirked triumphantly. I didn't expect you to reduce the health of this thing that our three brothers couldn't even touch to this level. As soon as Jay saw him, he couldn't help but curse. The Nightblade Guild. Damn it. Red Eye, without another word, directly called to his underlings. Finally, waiting here wasn't in vain. We'll finish it now. His two underlings immediately accepted the order with excitement. Shadow Prison. They created several chains to bind it. Thanks to you two, I had time to set up this technique beforehand. Red Eye and Blood Edge took the opportunity to rush forward. He jumped to the side. This purple energy is so annoying. I thought I could escape. He slammed his hand on Crystal Shade's body and reminded them. Stop messing around and finish it quickly. This thing's health is almost gone. Suddenly, an energy sphere appeared above its head. Blood Edge reacted in time and jumped to the side to dodge. Danger. After witnessing this scene, their faces turned pale. Thanks to the binding of Shadow Prison, we were safe, but that was a strange move. Red Eye impatiently urged. Stop wasting time. Do it. Jace was trembling, trying to get up. Saying this, he spoke softly. You're also aiming for the dark crystal in that creature's chest, right? We're the same. Our team's mission is to collect dark crystals. I can only say you've had bad luck. When Red Eye saw him glare with a murderous look, he laughed mockingly. Don't look at me like that. After we're done with this thing, we'll dispose of you. You stubborn. Big guy can go to the underworld first. He then turned to Sherry with a lecherous stone. As for this beautiful girl, maybe my three brothers and I will have some fun with her before finishing her off. Red Eye acted kind. Anyway, you can't move, so don't even think about resisting. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. Blood Edge looked up in confusion. What was that? A thundercloud? Just as he finished speaking, the lightning bolt struck down. Seeing that Crystal Shade had been defeated, he panicked and shouted, Captain, this is bad. Red Eye's eyes widened in horror. What's happening? From a distance, Kenji's sword was flying towards them. It pierced straight through Blood Edge's chest, leaving Blood Shadow slack-jawed. An ambush. Before he could recover, Kenji appeared right behind him. Gesturing for silence, Kenji punched Blood Shadow with force. Strongest body, reinforced fist. He finally couldn't withstand the blow and was instantly defeated. After dealing with these two, he glared at Ridai. He was so startled his voice trembled. "You're Kenji Tsukishiro, the one who broke the record." Ridai broke out in a cold sweat and tried to threaten him. "Don't come any closer. Aren't you worried about what will happen to your teammates?" He just slowly summoned his warhammer. That was the worst move you could have made. Kenji looked down at Ridai with a murderous gaze. "Now, let's see who's faster, you or me." The ground around them was still crackling with lightning. Kenji with his information display. Level 20. Current class warrior. Equipment black armor. Fox Beast Man disguise set. Weapon moon, cutting blade. Skill divine thunder. Copy skill none. Combat power 27. 600. He gripped the warhammer with a blazing fighting spirit. Ridai was terrified. What kind of skill is this? He couldn't believe it. This power. Jace also froze. This fighting spirit. He's on a completely different level than us. The system displayed information. Divine Eye Analysis enemies reaction speed is 0.3 seconds. Current distance is 9 meters. With a normal attack, Sherry's throat will be cut within 0.8 seconds. Recommended strategy: use strongest body to focus all power into the middle finger and instantly defeat the target by exploiting a weakness. Kenji seriously assessed the situation. A normal attack won't work. If the Divine Eye's analysis is correct, I need to take him down instantly, or Sherry will be in danger. Thinking this, he emitted a surge of energy. If this hammer were smaller, it would be easier to throw. Kenji quickly made the hammer smaller. When he was satisfied, he stopped. It's smaller now. Kenji lowered his head, pondering. Is this because the system was upgraded? So, now I can adjust the size at will? Ridai had long lost his patience and yelled. "I told you not to come any closer. I'll kill you." He didn't reply, just released the hammer and focused his strength into his middle finger. Kenji flicked his finger, sending the hammer flying far. The war hammer flew like the wind towards its target. Seeing this, Ridai was so shocked his jaw dropped. He was sent flying by the warhammer's devastating impact. Ridai flew and crashed through several large trees. He was finally defeated. The system displayed defeated Night Blade Assassin. Level 35. Combat power 14. 500. Sherry was a bit surprised to see it end so quickly. In one hit, Jace also had to admire it. This skill and power. He's on a completely different level than us. At that moment, the warhammer was retrieved. Kenji rubbed his wrist. The system displayed again level 21. Current class warrior. Equipment black armor. Fox Beastman disguise set. Weapon moon cutting blade. Skill divine thunder. Copy skill none. Combat power 29. Zaro. He looked down at the two of them with a serious expression. "Are you two okay?" She and he were so shocked they were stunned. After a moment, Jace asked with a look of disbelief. "Did you take care of all the ones before?" "Two?" Kenji, without hiding anything, took out a weapon. "Yes, I also took their weapons while I was there since Jace's was broken. This is very convenient." Sherry couldn't help but wonder, "Just how strong are you?" He took out 2 pills and replied modestly, "I just reached level 21. Please recover your strength." "I have an idea." Sherry held the pill in disbelief. "Level 21 after all that? I can't believe it." Kenji avoided the topic and approached the defeated crystal shade, including the dark crystals those assassins had. "We now have a total of 3. After that, Kenji looked up. "We need 3 more to complete the mission." Jace continued solemnly. "We have less than 2 hours left. We have to hurry." The screen showed a countdown: 1 hour, 48 minutes. She hesitated and said, "If we continue to defeat special dark monsters in a straightforward way, we won't make it. It takes time, effort, and we could be our ass like last time." He acknowledged. "That's right." Kenji seriously proposed. "Continuing like this will get us nowhere and the risk is high. So, let's change our plan." Jace stood up and suggested, "You're the commander now. I'll cooperate with any plan." He quickly sat down to examine the remaining items. "We can use the assassin's cloaks." Kenji decisively tore off a piece of cloth. He took a suitable piece and used it to cover his mouth. Kenji's entire body radiated a sharp energy. "We're going hunting too." The 3 of them quickly set off on their hunt. Kenji first laid out a plan. "Let's look for teams of 3. We have the advantage in numbers, and they are more likely to have dark crystals. But the goal isn't to kill. It's to steal the crystals and make them unable to fight. That way, they'll automatically fail when time runs out. Jace hurriedly asked for specifics. What exactly should we do? He quickly turned to her to ask. Sherry, can you use sealing magic? She immediately replied. Yes, sealing magic. I can use a silence spell to prevent enemy mages from casting spells. It lasts for about 6 seconds. Kenji was now satisfied. That's enough. In the next battle, if there's an enemy mage, can you silence them? Jace, please use your warrior's stun skill to stop one person's movement. I'll take down the remaining one. Then deal with the other two. He and Sherry accepted the order without delay. Understood. He frowned and declared coldly. Then, let's hunt for some prey. In another area deep in the forest, a laugh rang out. The opponent was strong, so it took some effort. A group of 3 was chatting after a tough fight. This is my first time ambushing. Let's rest a bit and then continue. High-level energy recover potions. These guys are rich. As long as we get out alive, we'll be rich. Kenji suddenly appeared from above. After receiving his instructions, Sherry and Jace were also present. The 3 of them quickly jumped down from a tree branch. She took out a staff and rushed forward. Silence. Kale's face paled as he saw them. His entire body was suddenly as if bound by chains. Silence. The other 2 immediately panicked. What? Kenji urgently prompted. Jace, hurry up. He replied without hesitation. All right. Before they could react, he had already rushed past Nameless. Hey, another one. Kenji had taken him down with just one hand. Jace took this opportunity to charge forward with his elbow. Grim opened his mouth wide, wanting to resist. Who are you? Faces fair and square. He rushed forward and swung hard at his sword. Kenji also suddenly appeared behind him, causing Grim to break out in a cold sweat. He delivered a blow that sent him flying on the spot. Kale's eyes widened in amazement. 2 of them defeated in less than 10 seconds. I have to run. But before he could take a few steps, Sherry called out to him. Are you going to abandon your teammates? Kale struggled, but it was useless. My leg. What is this effect? When he saw Genji's figure flash past him, he was startled. So fast. An assassin? He didn't hold back and punched Kale in the stomach. Finally, he collapsed at Kenji's feet. Well then, I should loot them. The 3 of them split up to loot each one. He was satisfied to get a stone. Good. Found one. 2 more to go. Kenji turned to ask. How much time do we have left? Sherry quickly opened the screen to check. 82 minutes. Jace pondered. It takes time to find and defeat suitable groups. Just finding these guys took almost 30 minutes. But Kenji just coolly reassured them. Let's continue. The later it gets, the easier it will be to find good groups. His words confused him. Why? He explained as he walked. The weak groups have all been eliminated, so the remaining ones must have loot. 20 minutes later, the second group was defeated. Time remaining 60 minutes. Jace looked disappointed. Damn it, they don't have any. 35 minutes later, the third group was defeated. Time remaining 45 minutes. Sherry suddenly cried out in joy. Found one. Just one more to go. 45 minutes later, the fourth group was defeated. Time remaining 35 minutes. They continued to split up and search. Nothing. Next group. 60 minutes later, the fifth group was defeated. Time remaining 20 minutes. Kenji signaled for the other 2 to search. Jace squinted, muttering under his breath. Please. Just one. I'm about to lose it. Sherry also sighed tiredly. Yeah. Even though we chose this, being so tense all the time is draining. A few groups broke the silence spell and fought us head-on. I think it was the Jade Shield Guild. After searching, Kenji turned to his teammates. No matter how carefully we plan, unexpected things still happen. Luckily, we defeated them. This one doesn't have it. How about you 2? He reached up and removed his mask debris. Same here. Less than 20 minutes left. While searching, she suddenly paused. There's something hard here. Sherry joyfully held up the stone. Found it. The last one. Kenji smiled with relief. That's lucky. Good job, Sherry. Thanks to you. We have enough. The system displayed again notification all 6 dark crystals have been collected. Mission complete. You can exit through the portal or wait until the time limit expires. Jace was so happy he jumped around. We did it. Let's go out and rest. We need to sleep for the next match. I'm exhausted. But not long after, something shot past his oar. Sherry immediately turned to Jace in alarm. On her side, something was also silently attacking her. Kenji reacted instantly and pulled Sherry aside. Danger. He turned his head and asked, Jace, are you okay? Jace's eyes were red with tension. My arm! He roared in anger. You bastard. Show yourself. I figure finally appeared. You're the ones who have been taking down multiple groups, aren't you? Sherry looked over in horror. The dark crystal. The system display. 1 dark crystal lost. Dark crystals obtained 5 out of 6. Mission incomplete. Sid appeared with his 2 teammates, speaking arrogantly, playing the good guy in a place like this. What a fool. You're a famous C-rank adventurer, aren't you? Kinji Tsukishiro, who Chairman Sander is so interested in. As soon as she saw him, she recognized him with a start. That's Sid of the Dragon's Fury Guild. He's a dangerous man. He's not an ordinary person. For a C-rank adventurer. Kenji frowned in annoyance. You mean he's not an ordinary C-rank adventurer? Sherry immediately explained. He is a second awakened. Second awakened, a person who awakens again after becoming an adventurer through their first awakening. Most possess superior abilities and are special talents that all organizations focus on developing. Sid raised his sword, challenging Lai. My boss ordered me to participate to test your abilities. Normally, I wouldn't join such a boring tournament. I'm curious to see what the boss saw in you. His group watched Sid as he prepared to attack. Kenji's face was like ice as he immediately gave orders. Sherry, please hurry and heal Jace. She nodded. Okay. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Unable to collect new information. Anti-scouting item in use. He silently gathered energy in his hand, his expression thoughtful. An anti-scouting item? I've only seen it in item guides. A very expensive item that protects information. Can it block the divine eye? This opponent has a completely different presence from anyone we've faced. He clutched his injured arm and said in a hoarse voice, Tsukishiro, find an opening and run. Second awakened individuals are usually so strong they don't participate in tournaments like this. Sweat beaded on Jace's face. Even in the Adventurers Alliance, there are only a few young second awakened like him. They are all assigned specialized jobs or receive guidance from specialized S-rank adventurers. It's an unwritten rule that second awakened don't participate in tournaments like this. Did Dragon's Fury shamelessly force him to participate? Hearing this, Sherry turned to look at him and said, We can't beat him. Anyone can participate if they meet the conditions. But if the levels are the same, the abilities of a second awakened are far superior. In short, most S-rank adventurers are second awakened. That's exactly why they receive intensive training everywhere. Kinji remained calm, showing no signs of worry. This is new to me. A second awakened. Most S-rank adventurers. Is he really that strong? He spoke up, a smirk on his lips. Enough with the secret talks. I was very surprised by your result in the first event while I was sleeping in a corner after getting enough points. Sid's body leaned slightly, preparing to draw his sword. I don't mind if it's 1-on-1 or if all 3 of you attack at once. My teammates will not interfere. What will you do? A cold light flashed in Kenji's eyes. When did this Dragon's Fury start targeting us? I heard they are one of the 5 major factions, but I don't know if their boss is mistaken about something. He became angry, his face immediately darkening. You don't know our boss, the Dragon Tamer. Sid's hand tightened on the hilt of his sword, slowly drawing it from its sheath. Suddenly, he gathered his strength and unleashed a powerful gust of wind straight at him. Seeing Kenji block the blow, Sid smirked. Good reaction. Seeing that, both she and he were stunned. Just a light draw of the sword has this much power. Was that what cut my arm? This opponent is serious. Kenji, don't do anything reckless. He waved his hand and said in a commanding tone, Please step back. You two. Their target is only me. I can't drag you into this. He turned his head and gave his subordinates a low command. Understood? Do not interfere. They nodded. Yes, Captain. Please proceed. He leisurely rotated his wrist and smiled coldly. This event will end in about 15 minutes. His words still lingering, Sid vanished. Well then. The sword suddenly rushed straight towards him. Kenji immediately swung his blade, blocking the attack. His face immediately became fierce. Quick reaction. I like that. He didn't hesitate and quickly countered. With this kind of speed, I can read his movements with my divine eye. Kenji's blade slashed straight, preparing to clash with Sid's whirlwind. Let me see your abilities. The whirlwind suddenly transformed into a fierce snake's head. The aftershock cracked the ground. Immediately after, the system chimed. Divine Eye Analysis raised sword to block the attack. Use the blade to slash at the opponent's hand to make them retreat or drop their weapon. Kenji's body retreated half a step as he gripped his blade. Shinji's blade firmly blocked Sid's. If he doesn't let go, I'll cut it off. His hand trembled slightly, and he finally couldn't hold on, dropping his sword. The sword was knocked away, but Sid quickly grabbed his sword back and immediately counterattacked. The tip of the sword grazed past, slashing his arm. Both of them stood frozen in place. They cried out in alarm. Kinji. Sherry frowned, observing intently. So fast. I can't see clearly. I have to protect Kenji. This can't continue. Hiranabo and Jushiro suddenly appeared behind them. Are you trying to get killed? Stop doing foolish things. They continued to remind them. I was asked to record this. Do not interfere. This is the boss's first order. The two of them looked back with very ugly expressions. When did they get behind us? I didn't sense their presence at all. Are their skills far beyond ours? Meanwhile, he glanced at his bleeding wound. A terrifying attack. Without strongest body, my bones would have been shattered in one blow. Sid's eyes widened crazily as he looked at Kinji. You'll die if you lose focus. His eyes flashed as he used them to check. Divine Eye Analysis opponent is about to unleash a finishing blow. Use a skill to quickly interrupt. Sid thrust his sword forward, fast as the wind. Kinji raised his hand and quickly created a protective barrier in front of him. His technique erupted, sending rocks and dust flying everywhere. Witnessing the scene, they all stared wide-eyed. To face Captain Sid had on unhold on for so long. This wasn't in the documents. Is he also a second awakened? The two blows collided violently, and dust immediately billowed up, obscuring everything. Both their weapons were pointed straight at each other. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the quiet atmosphere. To all contestants, second event has 1 minute remaining. He sheathed his sword, a cold smile on his lips. I'm surprised a D-rank adventurer can keep up with me. But time's up. We can't settle this battle right now. Kenji also sheathed his weapon, his expression still calm. You think so? A purple crystal suddenly appeared in his hand. Isn't this my victory? The system announced notification all 6 dark crystals have been collected. Mission complete. You can exit through the portal or wait until the time limit expires. Sid's eyes widened in disbelief. He took it just now. But when did he take it back? During the fight. Was he so relaxed that he could fight and steal the dark crystal from me at the same time? The group standing outside was also horrified. What? Unbelievable. Shinji turned to leave, his words echoing behind him. Our mission was to collect dark crystals, not to fight you. His entire body exuded a coldness. If you want to fight me, why not in the next match? He picked up his phone and reported, Boss, I've sent the video. The person on the other end was still intently watching the screen and nodded. I see it. Tell Sid to come back now. Resources don't matter. The system announced one of the 5 great powers, chairman of Dragon's Fury. The Dragon a mercenary, S-rank adventurer. Combat power unknown. He immediately grabbed the phone and said, I'm not going back. The next stage is a solo battle. This match will be soon. The other person interrupted. Come back, Sid. Without waiting for him to react, Sander on the other end of the line continued. You can't beat him. Hearing this, Sid's anger flared. I haven't even used my final form yet. Boss, you know that form can fight on par with even a high-level shadow. With a cold expression, he said, your final form. The strongest form that can even defeat a high-level shadow. Pausing for a moment, Sander said with a deep voice, Then do as the boss wishes. Seeing his anger, Kenshiro asked, Commander, will we go back after this is over? Sid looked up, his face dark, and growled, I'll kill you if you mention going back again. He stared ahead, his eyes cold. This is the first time the boss has told me I can't win. I will go all out in the next match. Sander on the other end of the line continued dialing. Dan, it seems the time has come to see this Kinjitsuki Shiro. He jumped up from his chair, his face cheerful. Since you said so. The system displayed information. One of the 3 great guilds, chairman of the Aegis of Glory, the ever-smiling Dan, S-rank adventurer, combat power unknown. He sat down, a cigarette in his hand. I didn't think you'd remember that. Or has the Adventurers Alliance sent him to approach the restricted area of One Strike Mountain? If so, we must go immediately. Looking up, he directed his gaze to the sky. No, it seems the Adventurers Alliance itself doesn't understand his true strength. I haven't seen it with my own eyes either. But Sander's words sounded hesitant. He can clearly open that gate in the restricted area of One Strike Mountain. On his side, all 3 of them stepped into the gate. 45 people participated in the second stage, but only 12 passed. The rest either died or gave up. We passed, but I'm not very happy. As he stepped inside, Kenji looked around, including us. Only 3 teams passed with all members intact. There's also 1 team of 2 and 1 solo player. A solo player? What a monster. He focused on the screen with a deep voice. We only managed to gather just enough dark crystals. The other teams got more than necessary and finished. We're in last place in this stage. Jace was surprised. Last place? Then that solo player is. On the screen, the information of the leader was displayed. Shinkai. Affiliation, one of the 3 great guilds minus Skull Knight Guild. Number of dark crystals collected 18. He stared, his mouth agape in astonishment. 18 crystals in the lead? So that's the Skull Knight Guild, the most feared of the 3 great guilds. I've never heard that name before. Is he a second awakened too? She also marveled. The members of the Skull Knight Guild are always shrouded in mystery. Even the gender of their leader is unknown. Kenji stared at it, muttering something. Skull Knight Guild. Shinkai. Large organizations like this usually don't participate in these kinds of tournaments. Maybe resources aren't an issue for them. The participants from such organizations are probably special cases. In the room, a voice from the speaker announced, "Congratulations to the players who have passed the 2nd stage. In 1 hour, we will hold the final stage solo matches. Each team, please decide on your representative and inform the staff. The organizers will arrange the optimal matches." Jay sat on a chair, clutching his shoulder and laughing. "So the final will be solo matches after all. I will fight to the end." Then, Ian Sherry's expressions turned a bit grim. The 2 of them had felt their lives were threatened in the last match. Perhaps they no longer had the confidence to fight solo. Kenji, with his arms crossed and an emotional face, said, "Withdraw. Both of you. I will represent the Adventurers Alliance in the final stage." Hearing this, they were both startled and objected. "Just you? No way. Having more people is still an advantage. We can't let Kenji go alone. Do you want us to abandon a friend like we left Kenji behind before?" He maintained a resolute attitude and looked at them. "You could die if you don't withdraw, and it would be a meaningless death." Hearing this, they fell silent. She bit her lip. "But don't you value your own life? What if the next opponent is another second awakened like Sid?" The power in Kenji gradually spread around him. "Don't worry, I'm strong." Saying this, they were stunned. Then he seemed to understand and sigh. "I understand. All right, I'll trust you." The 3 of them went outside and bowed their heads. "Anyway, we might just be a burden to Kenji. I hope you can win." Kenji looked at the 2 of them, smiled, and waved. "You did well." As he turned to go inside, Kenji noticed someone's figure sitting behind him. He sat with his legs crossed on a chair, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Being alone really takes a lot of courage. The system displayed name Kenshin, S-Rank Adventurer, Affiliation Adventurers Alliance, Combat Power Unknown. Hearing the voice, Kenji was startled and turned to look. This guy. How long has he been here? Kenshin leaned back, his feet on the table. "Kenji, the representative of our Adventurers Alliance, recommended by Chairman Suzuki himself. From just a substitute to now an official member. Shouldering such a great responsibility alone. Truly admirable." Kenji's eyes showed a wary expression as he questioned, "Who are you? Are you with the Adventurers Alliance?" He laughed and sat up straight. "Yes, and quite high up too. Are you a second awakened?" Kenji paused and sat down opposite him. "Aren't there any instructors from the Alliance?" Shinshin shrugged. "I'm just here as a representative for the final awards ceremony. I came to see you after hearing about you." Kenji picked up a glass of water, his eyes full of thought. "What a strange guy. I'll stay away from him." "Well then, I'd like to rest a bit for the upcoming match, if there's nothing else." He walked over and sat next to Kenji. "Aren't you interested in the restricted area of One Strike Mountain?" Kenji's expression showed a hint of surprise as he asked back. "The restricted area? Chairman Suzuki didn't say anything to me about that." Kenshin's eyebrows furrowed as he looked at him on reply. Some people at Chairman Suzuki's level wouldn't know about the existence of the restricted area. "That's right. There's still time before the next match. So, I'll take you there. I also have something I want to confirm." Kenji put down his glass and pleaded, "Please explain what this is." His face became serious. "I want to see if you can open that door. The door left behind by the legendary S-Rank adventurer who created One Strike Mountain, which no one else can open." Suddenly, the ring on his finger glowed. Kenji's eyes were fixed on it, his heart filled with anxiety. "Again, this has happened before. Is there a connection between that door and this ring?" Keeping calm, he asked. Why me? There are many second awakened and S-rank adventurers around here. Kenshin smiled. Good question. Then, Kenshin explained carefully. All the S-rank adventurers have tried, but it wouldn't even budge, no matter what they did. The theory is that only a person with a special ability and a connection can open it, not through force. He looked over with a meaningful gaze. So, want to give it a try? I can take you there with my authority. Kenji remained silent, his hand clenched, thinking, if it's related to the secret of the ring that I've always wanted to know. After a long thought, he finally made a decision. I'll go. The two of them walked into the cave in the restricted area. Fighting shadows in caves is just the surface of an adventurer's duty. There are some places you can't go unless you become S-rank. At the entrance to the restricted area, they discussed, this is not a normal battle but a completely different space. Without S-rank power, you can't even touch it. He wondered, why is that? Kenshin glanced at him, unexplained with a smile. The price of truth is too high. Normal adventurers would surely die. So you need at least S-rank strength. The reason legendary S-rank adventurers are called legends is not just because of their power, but because they have seen what lies beyond that door. Compared to that, missions in caves are child's play. The real battlefield is beyond your imagination. The disasters of this world and the origin of darkness. There are probably even greater secrets hidden. After walking for a while, they finally reached the gate, where the people were guarding. I guarded the restricted area. An A-rank adventurer saluted. It's Hoshimiya. Your companion is at he. Kenshin stopped and smiled, pointing at him. My partner, Kinji. I've requested permission. Open it. The two guards looked at each other in confusion after hearing that. The guard looked at them awkwardly and said hesitantly, sorry, but when only one S-rank adventurer is present, entry is forbidden. We must follow the rules strictly. Please understand. He also stepped forward, holding his weapon. After all, this is a restricted area. We can't break the rules. If you intend to force your way in, we will have to report it. We apologize. Hearing this, he frowned and thought, S-rank adventurers monitor each other. This place seems more important than I thought. Even Kenshin can't come and go freely. Is it to prevent someone from monopolizing the door? This makes me even more curious. Kinji's hand tightened as the ring vibrated. Moreover, since coming here, the ring has been vibrating non-stop like this, reacting to some kind of call. He was silent, then with a smiling face and his hands in his pockets, he said, I came to confirm a few things that don't concern you. I'll take responsibility. So, just open it. The two guards, after hearing this, were still troubled. We know what kind of person you are, Mr. Hoshimiya, but rules are rules. We are A-rank guards and cannot disobey them if another S-rank adventurer is not present. We cannot allow entry. In our position, we cannot take responsibility if something happens. Please understand. Seeing that things were not going smoothly, a vein bulged on Kenshin's forehead. Power flared around him, his voice cold. I said, open it. The two guards were so scared their limbs trembled. Please forgive us. We really can't. From behind, he checked his abilities with his eyes. The level difference is too great to collect any information. This presence is completely different from the C rank I found before. Even I could be defeated if I let my guard down. Kenshin gritted his teeth, emphasizing each word. I don't want to waste my breath. I'll say it one more time. A voice from behind interrupted. Does the Adventurers Alliance enjoy bullying the weak? Kenji was also surprised and turned to look behind him. The system screen displayed their identities. One of the three great guilds, chairman of the Aegis of Glory, the ever-smiling Dan, S-rank adventurer. Combat power unknown, one of the five great powers, chairman of Dragon's Fury, the Dragon Aimer Sander, S-rank adventurer. Combat power unknown. He walked over. You seem to enjoy causing trouble for the guards. As soon as they appeared, Kenji used his eyes to check their strength. Those two are also S-rank adventurers? The level difference is too great to collect any information. The two of them walked past him without stopping. The two guards respectfully greeted them. Lord Sander, Lord Dan. He wasn't afraid and turned to question them. Dragon Tamer Sander, are you saying we're bullying members of the Dragon's Fury Guild? He stepped forward, a head taller than Chinshin, his presence overwhelming. He kept his eyes glued to the two of them, observing. S-rank adventurers from different organizations are at odds with each other. The relationship between the five great powers and the three great guilds is really complex. Sander looked away and walked past him, reminding him, you're not yet at a level to meet me. You need to be at least at your chairman's level. Hearing this, Kenshin's hand clenched. Speechless, he could only grit his teeth in anger. Dan stepped forward with a smile, interrupting. Now, let's keep things peaceful here. You'll need our help to get in, right? Kenshin put his hands in his pockets and scoffed. Fine. The door also opened, and the two of them walked behind them. With the presence of 3S-rank adventurers, please enter. They maintained their cold, silent demeanor as they walked forward. As he stepped inside, his pupils contracted and widened. This is. Kenji looked at the door, which was covered in strange shapes. That door. Suddenly, his whole body froze and trembled along with the ring. This power. Why is the ring reacting so strongly? In front, his expression was annoyed as he looked at him. Why are you here? To follow me? Hearing this, he just laughed and said, You're overthinking it. We're just interested in Shinji. Can he open the door? We also want to see what has happened to the door that no one has been able to open for so long. Kenshin also secretly guessed from before. As expected, the 5 great powers and the 3 great guilds have good intelligence. He said, There's an agreement to share all information about the door, so a little sightseeing is fine. Seeing no one responded, Kenshin's gaze swept back. Kenji. He only saw his body limp, his face dark. Kenshin walked over worriedly and clapped him on the shoulder, asking, Hey, what's wrong? Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed the hand that was about to clap him. Don't touch me. Seeing his stunned expression, Sander kindly explained. Can't you tell? He can't see us anymore. Kenshin still didn't understand. What do you mean? Beside him, he spoke with hidden meaning. It's been a while since something like this happened. It seems he's been called by the door. They just stood and watched Kenji walk towards the door in a daze. He reached out the hand wearing the ring. The light from the ring shone intensely. This feeling is like the first time I was summoned by the hammer in the other world. Kenji's hand pressed against the door to feel it. A stream of light flowed into the door as a notification sounded qualification confirmed. The door gradually opened, and a blinding light emanated from within. He stepped inside without a second thought.